1. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Emperor's Blackbeard Titch is my eldest brother, seeking support. Elter, getting up soon, our chance is here. A young man in a mandarin jacket and a patch hat put his hands around his chest and shouted to the cabin. Although he was not old, the evil on his face was not something ordinary people had. I see, brother. A lazy voice came from the cabin with a sharp edge. If anyone is here, you can recognize it. The teenager standing in front of the door is the new and famous 4 Emperors, Blackbeard, Marshal Titch in the future. After another voice remembered, the door of the cabin opened, and a child who had met Blackbeard 6 or 7 cents came out with his head in his hands. Marshal Elter, this is his name, the twin brother of the future Blackbeard Titch. Compared with his eldest brother, Elt is rough, his clothes are in tatters, and he slashes on his body casually. Elt, this is our chance. I plan to go to the Whitebeard pirates. Titch looked at his brother Alti very seriously, and said that he wanted to take refuge in one of the most famous pirates in this sea, Whitebeard. Seeing his only relative in this world, Elt was also nervous and covered his face with his right hand, bending over and laughing. The next year is not very big, but it seems extraordinarily mad. Hip-hoppa, Whitebeard pirates, a man more terrifying than a ghost. Brother, you really think it over. If that kind of man sees through us, he won't be merciful. What I want, only in the Whitebeard pirates can I have the greatest chance of getting it. Without timidity or hesitation, Titch insisted firmly on his plan. Then, go and pursue it. Human dreams will never end. Elt knows that his elder brother Titch, his goal is dark fruit. Looking at the slightly fierce elder brother in front of him, Elt's thoughts returned to a few years ago, when Elt had just crossed here a few years ago. Where am I? Where's my arm? Where's my leg? My whole body hurts. Elt found that he couldn't move at all, as if he was being held in his arms by someone, and his whole body seemed to fall apart. Asshole, 2 stinky brats, dare to steal from your Uncle Koya and beat him to death for lousy. Elt looked towards the direction of the sound, and dozens of fierce and sturdy men had either knives, guns, and clubs in their hands, or clenched fists with big sandbags. Elt, you can hold on. You bastards, if anything happens to my brother, I am Marshal Titch, swear, I will kill you all. I was taken aback for a moment. Marshal Titch, the name is too familiar, Blackbeard's name. Even if you haven't seen One Piece, you have heard of it. The situation of the future Blackbeard Titch is not much better at this time. This time, he is still 4 years old, holding the Elt in his arms tightly and constantly avoiding the bullets behind him. I'm dying. Elt was held in his arms by Titch, feeling that his back was torn apart, hot and painful, and his entire head was dizzy. Elter, we said yes, we will become one piece together. Bang, bang, bang. Sweating profusely and very embarrassed, Titch comforted Elter in his arms, and the gunshots behind him kept thinking about it. Uncle Kia's things are not so easy to take. One saw that 2 little ghosts dare to steal things from his own territory. Koya felt very shameless. If these 2 little ghosts escaped today, his little brother was afraid that he would talk about himself behind his back and ruin his prestige. Boom! After hearing Kia's roar behind him, Titch almost didn't even think about it, and threw Elt forward. He was also a tumbling, and wanted to avoid him. Almost the next moment, the huge blade wiped Titch's back and cut into the floor. Click! The huge blade made the floor split instantly like foam. Ahem! It hurts me. After tumbling countless laps into place, Elt stopped after hitting a wall and leaned weakly against the corner of the wall, as if falling apart. Boy, it looks like you 2 brothers can't escape. Cut off his hand and give it to Boss Koya. The people chasing from behind also chased up and surrounded Elt with a joking expression on his face. The big knife in his hand kept gesticulating, as if he was wondering where it would be better to cut it off. But the next moment was a pain in his head, making Elt hug his head with both hands and kept rolling. Boy, pretending to be dead won't make you alive. Huh. A crowd of extremely vicious people also roared with laughter, thinking that Elt was frightened because of fear. Hip-hop, Marshal Elter, Marshal Titch. Suddenly Elt stopped moving, his face was nervous, the corners of his mouth kept grinning, and the pain from the distance just now made Elt know his previous experience. Elt had traveled here a long time ago. But for unknown reasons, the memory of Alter's previous life did not awaken, but made him dementia. In the past 3 years, in his memory, there was only one person, Marshal Titch, who was cast aside by countless people in his previous life. The man has been silently protecting him just because he is Elt's brother. Because of the hard time, Marshal Titch kept stealing, fighting, and bringing back countless foods for Elter. As long as someone bullied Elter, Titch always stood up. Even if the opponent was an adult, Teach never flinched. Because Elt once asked Teach why he was so good to him, Teach just replied, "You are my brother, we are brothers. Shut up for me, kid." Bang. A thin man with a sinister face kicked Elt in the stomach. Wow. Almost a mouthful of blood spurted out, and Elt was kneeling on the ground, his body arched into a prawn shape, his arms tightly hugging his belly, and his forehead resting on the ground. Hip hop ha ha. How could Lousy die in the hands of your gangsters? Under the incredibly thin eyes of the thin man, Alter suddenly violent. Between life and death, it is impossible for Alter's previous virtue, wisdom, and beauty to help him survive. If you want to survive in this distorted world, you can blend into it. What? The man's sudden scream made the people around him react. Lose your mouth. Kid, do you want to die? Seeing the ferocious kid in front of him biting the thin man's ear tightly, countless fists instantly hit Elt's body. Maybe it was because he was too small, and after a heavy kick from someone unknown, Elt flew out. Bang. He slammed it heavily on the ground, causing Elt to snort it. Obviously, when he was only 3 years old at this time, he couldn't stand such a blow. Die me, you kid. At this time, the thin man had a hideous face. He was bleeding continuously from his right ear, and the blood slid down his cheeks. A long knife that avoided his partner roared towards Elt. *2 Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Conqueror's Awakening. Please support. Hip hoppa. The chopsticks are chopsticks. At this time, there was blood in the nose and mouth, and the tears and nose were also flowing out, mixing with the blood, and it was painful. The severe pain in the body and the fear of death caused Elt to twist his small face and spit out half of his ear in his mouth. Stop it, asshole, run Alter. Not far away, Teach saw this scene full of anger, and his eyes were bloodshot. This time, Teach was far from being as cruel as later, not to mention the importance of Elt to him. Metaphor. I want to kill you all. Lousy is brother.Auto. Boom. With tears, nose, and blood mixed with Elt, he saw the knife of death. This moment, he directly faced forward and followed Elt's roar. A horror domineering and Kuin's will to face the world swept out. This moment in the sky, the dark clouds turned upside down, and countless black and red thunder and lightning continued to roar in the air. With Elt as the center, Conqueror's Haki was aroused at this moment, and the horrible will was swept away. Whether it was the thin man with his ears dropped, or Koya in front of Teach, they all fell in an instant. In front of Conqueror's Haki where Kuin was facing the world, at this moment, everything in this area was stunned by the terrifying conquerors, and countless people and nearby animals fell over Byakugan. Thiefa, Conqueror's Haki. Under Ert's Conqueror's Haki, 2 people were still standing at this time, and seeing this scene, Teach also laughed madly. His brother, brother.Auto, owns the unique Conqueror's Haki. Really? It's amazing, hip hop ha. This is strength. Elt also raised the corners of his mouth, and his face was full of evil spirits. At this moment, he knew that the strength of his strength was so wonderful that it made people want to stop. Kill all, big brother. Alter stood up slowly, using the softest tone and speaking the cruelest words. At this moment, Alter has completely integrated into the pirate world. Just when the other party wanted to kill their 2 brothers, it was not fake. Don't ask why your mentality changes so quickly. You just don't know. Then kill it. Teach is also full of cruel face and doesn't take these people seriously, pirate world, but there is no so-called sympathy. In the days to come, the brothers Teach and brother.Auto continued to exercise themselves. The strengths of Teach and Alter also improved by leaps and bounds, and Alter became more and more integrated into the world. Elt suddenly became normal, and Teach didn't feel strange at all, because that was his real brother. At this time, Elt, looking at the determined eldest brother Teach in his eyes, also showed a wicked smile. For this world, Teach may be despised in the future, but it is Alter's only relative in this world, and the trust and tacit understanding between the 2 are incomparable. As a foreigner, Elt knows a lot of things that will happen later, and knows that Teach is lurking in the Whitebeard Pirates for his dream. After all, the late Dark Fruit is indeed the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi, that I founded and knew that the famous Whitebeard was also killed by his elder brother Teach. But all this has nothing to do with Elter in his heart. Whitebeard is just Whitebeard after all, and has nothing to do with him. And Elt did not persuade Teach, because both of their brothers were unwilling to succumb to others. It can be said that ambition is the essence of their 2 brothers. As for helping the Whitebeard Pirates wholeheartedly, it will take over in the future, not to mention whether it can take over. In the future, if he really chooses between Ace and Teach and Elt, He believed that Whitebeard will definitely choose Ace instead of the two brothers. Therefore, El does not have any sympathy for this man. If you really want to do something in the future, El won't be merciful. Elt, this time I will definitely realize my dream. Teach, wearing a blue jacket and a hat of the same gray wolf. Although he was only 10 years old, his goal was particularly obvious. And Elt didn't stop it because he really didn't know where Dark Fruit was. If he knew it now, he would definitely snatch it back and join the Fart Whitebeard pirates, but unfortunately, he didn't know where it was. As for the future, then act on the occasion. The future must belong to the surname Marshall. Teach, you are not afraid that Whitebeard will reject us, Elt said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter if you refuse. If you don't even dare to try, then you are the real weak. Seeing Teach speaking very boldly, Elt felt that his eldest brother was really a personal mentor. In Elt's words, Teach is that kind of person with clear goals, perseverance, low-key good vision, know how to seize opportunities, calm and decisive personality. If this kind of person is unsuccessful, it is true that no one can succeeded. Then go meet this Sea Lord, Whitebeard. Under the sun, the backs of Teach and Elt were drawn very long, but they were so firm. Asterisk. 3. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 joined the Whitebeard pirates, lurking, seeking support. At the port of the island, a huge pirate ship is docked on the shore. If anyone sees it, they will definitely exclaim, "The Overlord class on the sea, the Whitebeard pirate group." It's not fishing here. We are pirates. In Whitebeard, Edward Gainout was standing at the port. It was not that he didn't want to go, but that Whitebeard was blocked by two people, Erd and Teach. In the surroundings, Marco, Jaws, Biddas, and others are all standing around, not surprised. Just like they joined the Whitebeard pirate group, from time to time, new people will get on the boat, and everyone is not surprised. Please, my brother and I really have nowhere to go. As Blackbeard, who will climb to the top of the 4 emperors in the future, without the slightest dignity and spine at this time, he ran up and hugged Whitebeard's legs. And Elt also bowed deeply, bent his waist, his head was on the ground, his eyes were gloomy. No one knew what Elt was thinking, but in a flash, Elt's expression became extremely sincere, pitiful. Elt also has no pride in being a traverser, because this is not worth mentioning in the face of true strength. Dignity is obtained by oneself, not a halo of an unnecessarily traverser. If you lose it today, you can find it back in the future. Hey, don't be like this. Seeing Teach hugged Whitebeard's leg, Jaws hurried over and grabbed Teach by the collar, trying to pull him away. What are your 2 names? Whitebeard glanced at Teach and Elt. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he pondered for a while before asking them their names. Hearing the old man's question, Jaws also stepped aside, not blocking it, because it almost meant that old man would agree to these 2 strange little ghosts. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Teach and Elt both raised their heads and looked at the Overlord of the Sea. Teach, Elt. Teach and Elt did not reveal their full names. After returning to the memory twice, Whitebeard looked at Teach and Elt deeply, making the 2 people who were not nervous before also sweating their foreheads slightly, not knowing what would happen next. Got it, get on board. Whitebeard turned around and announced that he had agreed to Teach and Elt to board the boat. In Whitebeard's heart, what he thought was that they were 2 orphans again. Huh. Thank you very much, times 2. Teach and Elt were full of joy, even a little excitement when they heard it. The joy of the 2 was not because of joining the Whitebeard pirates and having backers in the future, but because of their distance from their dreams further. Elt also ran over quickly and hugged his elder brother Teach. The 2 were very happy. Hey, it seems that the 2 brothers have a good relationship. Marco also spread his hands, looking helplessly at the 2 embracing each other. Our feelings are the same as them. Aren't we also brothers and partners? Ha ha. Jaws also put his hands around his chest and laughed. Get on the boat, everyone. Marco also turned his arms into phoenix wings, swiftly instigated. His legs exerted strength, and as a whirlwind blew, he flew directly from the harbor and landed on the ship's side of the Moby Dick. When stepping into the mobile for the first time, Elt and Teach were also cautious. Teach was cautious, while Elt was looking forward to it with a little bit of confusion. Although it is a real world now, the famous Whitebeard pirates in the past life has joined him now. How could he not let a wave of waves in Elt's heart? Elt. Suddenly, his arm was firmly wrapped around Elt's shoulder, and he looked back. Teach, I'm fine. Although it seemed unbearable in the eyes of other people, Teach did not abandon him. Maybe this is the blood connection. Teach, Altie, I'll take you to your room. Seeing that the two brothers who had just boarded the boat were still hugging each other, Marco also took the initiative to stand up and offered to take them to the new room. Thank you, Captain Marco. The two also said thank you. He. Just call me Marco. Everyone will be partners in the future. Marco also touched the plane's head above his head and smiled embarrassedly. The point is that the two brothers are too polite, making him look out of place. Sure enough, he is still small, and the pirates are not all big bosses. There are still educated people. Then this is the room for your two brothers. This is one of the few double rooms on the ship, and it just meets your requirements. Marco brought Titch and El to a double room on the ship. On the mobile, there were a lot of free rooms. Remember to wait to come out and join the banquet. This is what Dad did for you. After Marco sent the two to the room, he also gave an order and left. Seeing Marco, who was about to disappear, Titch was still smiling, but his kind face disappeared instantly, turning into a stern and serious expression. Hey, Titch, we have now joined the Whitebeard pirates, one step closer to your dream, Elt said lazily, lying on the comfortable bed. Elt, this is just the beginning. The future must belong to us as long as I get it. Titch's eyes were full of determination. Felt didn't know that his elder brother would definitely get dark fruit in the future. He would spray on the spot. Well, I'm not like you. Elter, what is your fruit? In the Whitebeard pirates, although it is full of danger, it is also full of adventures. Well, I want shock fruit and lion fruit, or everyone's fruit big Buddha form, Titch. Will you help me? Elter said with a wicked smile. Okay. Elt's words made Titch's pupils shrink slightly, and at the same time full of shock. Since his younger brother became normal, Titch has discovered a problem. Elt has no respect for any big people. This is the difference between Elt and his biggest difference. Elt, don't say anything like this in the future. Whitebeard is our father now. But if it really is... Titch laughed and did not continue, but the cruel look in his eyes let Elt know Titch's inner thoughts. Yes, hip-hop-ha. Elt, who had a wicked smile on his face, also laughed for unknown reasons. The conversation in the room was not eavesdropped, because before Titch, who was only 10 years old, had already awakened observation Haki. Otherwise, no matter how arrogant Titch is, he would not dare to discuss it boldly. Let's go. Other family members just wait. Asterisk. For Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Kazuki Odin, the second member of the Whitebeard Pirates, seeking support. It's a banquet, huh? Welcome Titch and Elt to join us. When Titch and Elt arrived on the deck of the mobile, they heard Ja's loud voice from afar. Gula-la-la-la, my sons, the happiest thing on the sea is to have a banquet with your family. Let's have a banquet as much as you like now. Sitting in the captain's position, Whitebeard is wearing a unique captain's cape and a green shirt inside, picking up the wine gourd that is taller than Marco, sipping the wine slurpingly, looking at the crew below, laughing boldly, exactly like an old father. Titch, Alti, come and have a drink. This is a banquet that Dad specially organized for you. Marco sang and drank happily with Bista, and after seeing Elt drinking Titch, he also ran over, hugged the two of them, and invited them to join the banquet. And Titch is very excited. Thank you very much. And Daddy, gula-la-la-la, Titch, as the son of lousy Whitebeard in the future, don't say such things. Now we are family members. Whitebeard is also unrestrained and unrestrained, saying that he joined the Whitebeard pirate group today and is his family. Don't say anything grateful. On the other side, Elt had already been involved in the banquet, drinking with Jaws. Captain Jaws, drink. Elt is about to catch up with you, come on. Elter, come on. It's about to surpass Captain Jaws. Don't let him win. Come on, come on. In front of Jaws and Elt, there were countless wine glasses, and the two of them drank wine glass by glass tit for tat. It's not bad. Elter, I'm not afraid of anyone than drinking. Jaws has never been afraid of anyone. I am the Whitebeard pirates. No one but Dad dares to say that I can drink me. Jaws drank another glass of rum, chopped the glass on the table, bragging about his achievements. But Elt vaguely heard someone next to him say, Captain Jaws started to cheat again after drinking. On the boat, everyone knows that he has never won drinking, and he has never lost bragging. What? Who said that? Look at him looking for teeth if I don't fight today. Jaws suddenly became displeased. It was hard to find a new person today. The key is that the other person is not too old and can break his own myth of invincibility. Finding the place, his brother actually revealed his shortcomings. Drink, Captain Jaws, I won't be drunk today. I admire you very much. If you can't, forget it. Elt was also uncomfortable drinking, but he refused to admit defeat. Although he was young, he did not prevent him from drinking too much. How can a man say that he can't do it? When Jaws heard this, his thoughts that he had originally planned to find an excuse to slip away were instantly thrown away, and he said, "Drink." After a few minutes, sample hiccups. Elt touched his chubby belly and hiccups. Glancing at Jaws with contempt, he raised his middle finger secretly in his heart. He was such a big man, and he fought and fought. It was so weak after drinking. Sniff. Elt, who had just stood up, moved his nose and asked for a smell. Damn, there are still people cooking hot pot. This was Alter's first thought. Walking slowly along the fragrance, Alter saw that under Moby Dick's mainsail, a group of people gathered together and spread out from time to time. Smell good. I want to eat it. My Odin is the best. You will love it. Elt always felt like he had heard these words there, but it didn't prevent him from squeezing past. Let. Alter learned Lei Feng's nail, spirit, and squeezed in. Who touched my ass? Damn, don't grab it. Although Elt is not 10 years old, he is not petite and is more than 1 meter old. Oh, Elt, you are here too. Come and try Odin's Odin. Marco turned around and saw Elt, who had just squeezed in and cursed, beckoning him to sit next to him. Understood. I am coming. Kazuki Odin. Elt's attention was suddenly attracted. Following everyone's sight, Moonlight Odin can be said to be a legend. Wearing a traditional orange-yellow kimono, feet covered with hairy legs, is a pair of wooden clogs. Behind he was tied up with a purple and white shirt, and 2 famous knives were slung around his waist. A man who can slash the strongest creature Kaido, but in Elt's heart, he is a fool. Although he is a hero, he is also stupid and hopeless, but it does not hinder the strength of Odin. The most important thing is that there is a kid's son. Oh, it's Elt. Come and try my Odin, but it's great. After Odin saw that it was Elt, he was very warmly entertained. After all, today's banquet was for the 2 brothers Elt and Titch, but Titch didn't know where he was going. Come on, Captain Odin, give me a bowl too. Don't call me the captain. If it's not for my Xiaoji, I don't want to be the captain at all. When Odin heard the word captain, his expression was disgusting. Who knows about daddy? But Odin, your Odin is really delicious. Just talk about Odin cooking. I'm afraid no one can match your craftsmanship. Relying on Odin, the reputation will surely spread all over the sea. After taking a few bites, Elt found that it tasted pretty good, but it didn't prevent Elt from talking and touting Odin. Hey, really? Oh, sure enough, only you understand me. Odin's eyes are also shining, and he is very helpful to Elt's words. He put his arm around Elt's neck, clamped it, and laughed. Although people usually say that he is delicious, it is not as exaggerated as Elt said. We think so 2 times in. Others, Marco, Solicitor, Bremank, and others also said that it was delicious. As for why Elt is so shamelessly complimenting and flattering, it is of course to get closer to Odin. It can be said that the current Whitebeard pirates, in addition to Whitebeard, Odin is definitely the second person who deserves it. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Digging the Corner of Odin. Insidious Elt, please support. The banquet is over. After the meal is full. Elt staggered back to the room, only to find that Titch had returned long ago. It seems that he had returned to the room in the middle of the banquet. The original gray wolf hat and blue jacket were not worn, topless. Exercise nonstop in the room. Sometimes Elt also admires Titch and spends twice as much time for exercise than others. The key is that he doesn't feel tired. In terms of their strength, Titch is now much better than him. Titch, there's no need to work so hard. Let's rest for a while. Although Elt said to let Titch rest for a while, he joined in. He is such a double standard. Elt, if you want to be truly strong, you can't rely on others. Only your own strength is truly powerful. I know. So I plan to find Kazuki Odin tomorrow. Okay. Hearing what Elt said, Titch, who was carrying a leapfrog on the side, also stopped training. He still knew the number 2 character in the Whitebeard pirates, Kazuki Odin. What do you want? Even Titch couldn't understand Elt's thoughts. He always feels that his brother knows everything, and sometimes even ignorant of the prophet. It seems out of place. On the Whitebeard pirates, apart from the old man, I'm afraid that only Odin is the strongest. Don't be too impatient. Titch has no objection to Elt's approach, just a word of exhortation. Be careful. Throughout the night, Titch was training, and Elt was resting early. Early morning. It hasn't dawned yet. On a Moby Dick, there were only a few people who were curled up or were on duty, and after seeing Elt, they also greeted each other. Elt, who had just walked out of the cabin, found someone on the side of the ship, but he didn't pay attention either. After all, the Whitebeard pirate group is so big and some people are very long. Suddenly, a fragrant fragrance floated, with an elegant breath. Woman. This was Elt's first reaction. The cyan color is scattered. There is a bunch of hair on the left and right, and the hair on the right is wearing a hair ornament, wearing a short skirt similar to Wanakuni's clothing, wearing yellow short boots on her slender legs, and a samurai sword on her waist. When Kazuki, a woman from 800 years ago, a mysterious woman with a suspected ability to fruit time. Thinking of this, the corners of Elt's mouth rose. In Elt's perception, if in the pirate world, Kazuki is definitely one of the women he wants most. It's not his appearance. It's not like a mountain of father's love. Just because this woman has the ability to send people to the future, a necessary medicine to save her life and escape. Thinking of this, in order to save his life, Elt smiled wickedly, but he didn't see Kazuki in front of him. Why are you here alone? Isn't it cold? When Kazuki was still blowing in the sea breeze, when he heard a sound from behind him, he was about to turn back when he felt a cloak on his body. As for where it came from, Elt just ran to his brother Titch to get it. When Kazuki looked back, she was actually only a child behind her, who was as tall as herself, making her face blush. After all, this kind of thing has never been experienced before. It would be nice if Odin could be so gentle. Thank you. When my name is Kazuki. Out of courtesy, Kazuki introduced herself. After all, she didn't attend the banquet yesterday. Although she knew that the Whitebeard pirates had joined the newcomer, she didn't know that it was Elt in front of her. Hello, my name is Marshal Elter. After talking about Elt, he stretched out his hand to make the opposite Kazuki stunned. Although shy, but gentle, innocent, straightforward, and understanding, she still held Elt's hand. And Elt is also using the means of the big information age to win the favor of Kazuki. Odin, I'm here, open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Elt slapped Odin's door. Why come so early? Alti, it's not dawn yet. Although Odin was dissatisfied, he quickly packed up and took Elt to the training room of the Whitebeard pirates. At the end of the banquet yesterday, Elt stayed alone with Odin for a while and asked him to learn Haki, swordsmanship. Maybe it was too congenial when Odin was cooking. Odin agreed without even thinking about it, and then returned to the room and regretted it. After all, it was too much trouble for him. In fact, when Elt saw Odin at first glance, he had this idea. Whether it was Odin's emission Haki or the swordsmanship of the great swordsman, Elt was extremely enthusiastic. Now he is a breeze with 2 sleeves and nothing, you know. The future big brother 4 emperors is the same as him now. As for thinking about emission Haki by himself, Elt doesn't want to waste time. Although emission Haki is a high-level Haki, many people know it, but how many people are willing to teach? Elt, do you think that you want to learn from me? I'm so happy. Seeing the corners of Elt's mouth always smiling unconsciously, Odin asked mysteriously. Hearing Odin's words, Elt glanced at Odin contemptuously. I have met true love. As for whether to meet true love, still want one more life. Maybe only Elt knows this. Puff. Odin desperately stayed aside. Otherwise, he laughed out loud. But when he thought that Elt was a kid, Odin couldn't help laughing. As for why Elt wanted to speak out in front of Odin, of course, he was trying to dig the wall. After all, you soon said it well. As long as the hoe is swayed well, it cannot fall without a corner. When she was called Kazuki, a word from Elt made Odin dumbfounded. His eyes were bigger than copper bells. Good fellow, I will teach you Haki swordsmanship. You have to dig my corner, or even more seriously, dig my foundation. So you know her, she and Odin have the same surname. Are you brothers and sisters? When I asked her if she knew you, she said that you are a man like her brother. She respects you as a brother. Seeing Odin, whose expression collapsed and was unwilling, Elter smiled wickedly, inadvertently adding fuel to the fire. 6. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Kazuki Odin's Emission. Please support. She really said that. Alti. Seeing Elt, who doesn't understand love at all, Odin begged with a sad face. Originally, I happily came to train Ert, but I heard that the person I like regards himself as his brother. If Odin lives in the era of big information technology, he will definitely curse. It's all made by Elt. See this look of Odin. Elt pretended to be innocent, pointed at Odin with his finger, and shouted in surprise, Odin, do you like a sister who treats you as an older brother? You are not an individual. You are still a samurai. Facing Alter's accusation, Odin looked even more painful. As for why Elt dared to do it so unscrupulously, of course he knew that even if others found out that Odin was wrong, Odin would not sell him, because it was the spirit of the samurai. Although for the spirit of the samurai, Elt sneered. However, Odin would naturally not confront Kazuki when he was disturbed by Elt. Otherwise, Odin would not pretend to be crazy and be stupid and dance for 3 to 5 years. I don't have one. Of course, I also consider my younger sister. Although the two have a good impression of each other, the window paper hasn't broken, so Odin is not sure if Kazuki really likes himself. In the face of Elt's aggressive questioning, as a traditional Wanakuni warrior, he certainly wouldn't say that he likes a woman who just thinks of herself as her brother. There was a smile on Odin's face, but it was even more ugly than crying. The tears and nasal flow of the old man almost fell out of his mouth, making Elt on the side a bitter cold. Okay, Odin, if you were really happy with me when you were young, would you bless us? Elt of the Grandmaster's thick black school asked this famous saying. But it did make Odin on the side very angry. This bastard deliberately pissed off himself. He didn't like him when he was young, and he couldn't be kidnapped by this bastard. If you can't get it yourself, you can't get it either. You're still a kid. You can't like you when you are young. Don't you want to learn a mission Haki and swordsmanship? What are you doing here? Facing the angry Odin, Elt was also dumbfounded. This script is not right. Shouldn't you want to bless us? Then I hope Kazuki will be happy with me and let me take good care of her. TM doesn't follow the script. But what Elt didn't think about was that he was too young now. Although Kazuki was only 15 or 6 years old, he was older than him. Facing the chattering Odin, Elt also craned his neck and yelled back unwillingly. I heard it. When Elt came to Odin, the two sides did not quarrel about the matter just now. After all, it is training now. You should know Haki. Elter, let me explain to you what Haki is. On the sea, Haki is a potential power that everyone has. This power is an innate ability. IT is the same as vigor and deterrence and exists like instinct. However, most of it people at S can't realize the existence of this kind of power, and some people can't even exert it throughout their lives. And there are 3 types of Haki: armament Haki, observation Haki, and conqueror's Haki, which cannot be obtained through practice. And the mission you want to learn is armament Haki. This kind of Haki can actually be used by Shaoji, but everyone's name is different. Seeing Elt's serious and thirsty face, Odin's bad mood just now slowly dissipated. Armament Haki can be obtained through training. IT can increase defense power. IT can also be attached to weapons and bodies to increase attack power. For the unsolvable Logia on the sea, only armament Haki can touch them. Now you release your armament Haki. Facing Odin's request, Elt did not hesitate to release his armed color. Call here. Odin didn't say much, just let Elt want him to attack. Be careful, Odin, huh? For a strong player of Odin's level, Elt doesn't have to worry about hurting the opponent. Call out. Elt's legs were bent and exerted force in an instant. After a whirlwind, Elt appeared directly in front of the guard, covering armament Haki's right hand, retracted to his chest, and quickly hit Odin's chest. Bang. Faced to the sudden punch, Kazuki Odin raised his left arm. The dark armament Haki instantly covered it, and Elt's fists collided. After a tentative attack, Elt also sat down slowly, waiting for Odin's answer. After all, this was just a test, not a test of strength, as long as Odin knew what his armament Haki was like. And after Odin received Elter's punch, he also sat down cross-legged, holding his knee with one hand and touching his chin with the other, thinking. And so did Elt. After 5 full minutes, just when he was about to lose his patience, Odin stood up. Armed colors are okay. Odin's words directly blasted Elt and roared Odin with sharp teeth. You waited 5 minutes for lousy, and then you said it was okay? The embarrassed Kazuki Odin also smiled awkwardly. I'm not inexperienced, but I remember how I learned it at the time. Kazuki Odin's inspiration flashed and said happily, asterisk. 7. Chapter 7. Chapter 7, the discussion between Elt and Odin. Please ask for flowers, ask for a reward. Then you can speak quickly. Odin's surprise completely lost his temper. After all, he couldn't beat him again. He became angry and embarrassed if he didn't teach him. You must first feel your chi flowing in your body, just like water. Wear Haki like armor, and this is an invisible armor. Don't let Haki flow where you don't need it. When you use your fist, at that time, it flows to the fist. Song. Armament Haki is covered on Odin's arm, but there is a halo of gas flowing on the arm, emission. Then, I'll show you an experiment. Elt, it's ready. Kazuki Odin was standing forward, his arms extended to the back of his body, and in the eyes of a bewildered Elt, he rushed towards Elt at the fastest speed. Etc. Wait, don't pass. Bang. Before Elt finished speaking, he saw Odin's fist hitting Elt's right face, instantly hitting Elt's eyeballs. After spinning continuously in the air, he would train the players in a game. All kind of equipment crashed. Why are you not blocking it? Seeing the miserable Elt, Kazuki Odin also had raised eyeballs, his mouth was big, and his chin was about to fall to the ground. In his thoughts, he should be the one who took the shot, and then Elt resisted with armed colors and felt carefully. The difference is so that you can experience the usage of emission. But I didn't expect air to be beaten out directly. Can you let me know when you shoot? Who knows, you want to make me feel emission. Elter, who got up, jumped directly to Kazuki Odin's side and yelled at him when he picked up the collar. If you look closely, you can find that a big bag has appeared on Elt's face. In fact, what I want to say is that you are not at a high level of armed color. Better to polish your armament Haki first. Just like the use of emission, it's like that. Odin felt that it took too long for Ert to learn advanced armament Haki when he came up. And Elt on one side was also in deep thought. Now he couldn't reach whatever he was, physical strength, age, combat experience, and so on. Odin, fight with me. I want to know where I am. Looking at the little devil in front of him, Kazuki Odin is not joking. When a man wants to become stronger, you can't stop it. Elt, I don't need swordsmanship anymore, then come on. Odin rolled up his sleeves and looked at the waiting Elt with excitement. Call out. Almost as soon as Odin's voice fell, Elt's voice directly violent, leaving only a whirlwind in place and slowly dissipating. Don't underestimate me, Odin. Although Elt knows that Odin is very strong, it can be said to be outrageous, but this does not mean that he is afraid to make a move. The violent Elt appeared in front of Odin almost instantaneously. Song. On Elt's fists, armament Haki was covered, and lightning struck like lightning, pointing straight at Odin's throat. In the face of Elt's attack, Kazuki Odin of Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki did not evade. At the first moment of seeing, hearing, and discovering armament Haki with both hands was recovered to the right side to greet him. Elt, you are too slow. Bang. When the fists of the two collided, a huge wave of air centered on the two of them, spreading in all directions, but quickly. Odin with his mouth full of smiles as his arm muscles bulging high, his blood vessels are like horned dragons. Go back, Elt. As soon as Odin exerted his strength, Elt felt a huge force, and it came like an overwhelming force. Elt was hit directly by Odin's heavy blow. After rolling on the floor for a few laps, he patted the floor with both hands, backflip, and forcibly stopped his retreating body. On the other side, Kazuki Odin had his feet steady, standing on the ground. He didn't even shake, making a judgment. It's really a harm, Odin, but I feel upset. Flicking a sour right fist, Elt said excitedly and rushed up again. Call out. With the sound of breaking through the air, Elt directly swept his whip leg toward Odin's head, and Odin also leaned back for the first time. When Elt's whip leg passed by, Odin could even clearly hear the sonic boom. Sound can be fast and powerful. And Elter naturally knew that Odin would observation Haki and didn't expect to hit him with one leg, so he forced a rollover in the air, pulling the swept right foot to the top of the sky and crossing the top of his head with his right foot. Go down to lousy. Like a battle axe, Alti's entire leg, covered with armament Haki, slashed towards Odin, who had just turned around. Not bad, Elter. Odin's combat experience is also exceptionally rich. His arms quickly covered the armed color, his right arm blocked upwards and collided with Elt's axe. Boom! The huge collision shocked the entire training room, and various training equipment also jumped high. Can't hide it, Elter. Odin's words made Elt's heart tense. When the smoke dissipated, although Odin's legs were bent, his right arm was tightly resisting Elt's attack. Then I saw that in the stalemate, Odin's left arm was pulled high, and a punch hit Elter's stomach. Wow. Almost a mouthful of bitter water protruded, and Elt's body arched. Although Odin was under pressure, the tremendous strength still made Elt uncomfortable, and even felt a little bit of pain. Just when Ert wanted to struggle to pull away. Bang. The door of the training room was roughly opened, and everyone saw such a scene. Odin's fist was tightly inlaid on Elter's belly, and Elter was arched like a prawn. Hey, Odin, stop. Why are you fighting? At this time, the two people discovered that when Kazuki was standing at the door, Marco, Bista, and others, the huge shock caused by the collision between the two people just now made the Whitebeard pirates on this level feel it, and they are discovering after it was sent out by the training room. Everyone rushed over and found the scene in front of them. Asterisk. 8. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Lust, Elter. Please ask for flowers, ask for a reward. Walking on the way to the meeting room, when he recalled that Marco and the others came in, Elt also raised his mouth, showing an unexplained smile. Odin, how can you beat Elter? Is there any misunderstanding between you? Tainyushi is a gentle and kind-hearted woman, still has a good impression of Elt who met in the morning. At tea this time, we saw his sweetheart Odin. He beat Elt. Kazuki also scolded Odin worriedly, and went on quickly, pull the two people apart. And Marco and others also don't know the truth. They obviously had a good relationship yesterday, so why did they start fighting today? It's not what you think. Listen to me. Odin also guessed that everyone had misunderstood and kept waving his hands, wanting to explain. At this time, how could Elt let Odin be the protagonist? I'm okay. Although I am a bit bad now, I have to lie down for a few days at least. But Odin is not to blame. I asked Odin to train with me yesterday because I want to be stronger and protect everyone. Protection ours. Elt said shamelessly, and then he leaned against Taianyushi's arms, and the kind-hearted Taianyushi didn't think much about it. He only thought that Elt, a little kid like his brother, was tired up. But this is different in Odin's eyes. Good guy. Only a few days after he came up, his originally planned wife became a younger sister, and then found out that this younger sister was still holding other men. It's like this. No wonder I said how you could fight. Turned out there was Elt who wants to train. If there is such a thing in the future, look for me. Right, Vista. After Marco heard that it was a misunderstanding, he also smirked happily and patted Vista beside him. Yes. Elt, if you want to train, we can do it too. Vista also said kindly for his family. They all have infinite tolerance. Then, Elt, can you go? Taianyushi still asked a distorted Alter. Of course, this was just a pretense. Now he is not really shit, but he got a punch from Odin, and his stomach hurts a little. But Elt would say he's okay. Of course not. If you are young, can I trouble you to send me back? Elt's words made Taianyushi blush. After all, she is a traditional girl, and now Elt is still leaning on him, shouting for hours, making her a little at a loss. Odin on the side is directly petrified. I kept screaming, "Don't agree to this little devil, don't agree." Maybe it's because Odin hurt Elt and made Taianyushi a little guilty, so he was ashamed and nodded in a ghostly manner. Marco, Vista, Odin, I'm leaving now. Elt was also lazily leaning on Taianyushi's shoulder. When he came to the deck, Elt stretched out his hand to wrap around Taianyushi's waist. Elt, you can't do this. Can you sit outside with me for a while? Looking at the hopeful Alter, Tianyue hesitated for a while and still agreed. Sitting on the side of the ship, Elt didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Instead, it tells my own sad story, how miserable I was when I was a child, how I was bullied by other people, how I could not eat, how I was beaten and insulted, how I was abducted by a trafficker and was rescued by Titch, and I was framed after he was saved, etc., etc. I thought about everything I could think of, except that I didn't say that I was captured by celestial dragons and got a tattoo. Of course, these were all made up. Elt has a miserable life experience as a fart. Although he has no parents, but with the existence of Titch, he is still alive and well. But this kind of bloody story experience made Tianyue on the side sobbing slightly and looked at him tenderly. It's not easy, Elt. I can hug you, ours. Seeing that the time was right, Elt didn't look at Tianyue next to him. There was obviously no sea breeze, but he tightened his clothes, showing recollection and pity on his face, and asked for comfort. As for why it is called Tianyue, in the morning, after Taianyushi introduced Alter, he kept screaming cheeky. Shameless, dignity. For Elt, it was nothing as long as he could firmly hold Taianyushi in his palm. And after Elt and Taianyushi hugged, the situation between the two became more subtle. As long as she left her shadow in the heart of such a silly and sweet woman in Taianyushi, there was a chance. In ours, we can talk like this every day from now on. Elt looked at Tianyue pitifully. Of course. At Taianyushi, his eyes were narrowed into crescent shapes, and he didn't know that this was someone's step-by-step seduction. Later, Elt, who knew that he should not be rushed, also refused to send him off at the time of Tianyue and went back to the room alone. How's your training, Alter? As soon as he returned to the room, Titch stepped forward and asked, after all, it was his brother. But Odin's strength is really strong. The corners of Elt's mouth rose. On the other side, Gulalala. Okay, Odin, family members don't need this, and you're also training for Elt. I believe Elt, this understanding child, will not blame you. For Ert, Whitebeard also observed after getting on the boat and found that he was a good, polite, and kind boy. When Whitebeard heard Marco finish the story, he also understood what happened just now. Seeing Odin, he was still crying. Whitebeard was also comforting his little brother, but Odin didn't listen at all. He wouldn't bother with that little ghost Alti now. It's Ishin's own hours. Asterisk. 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Swordsmanship. Odin, keep coming. The sound in the training room sounded again. Before dawn, even Whitebeard was still resting. Alter called Kazuki Odin, who had not yet woken up. In fact, Elt also discovered his own anomaly. Although he is not like Teach, he does not need to sleep at all. But the daily rest time only takes a few hours to be energetic. It's completely different from ordinary people. Sometimes Elt even wonders if he is also a freak like his elder brother Teach. You really are not sleepy. Alti, you are so energetic. Looking at the energetic Alter, Odin shrugged. His face is not awake. How about I teach you swordsmanship, huh? Odin breathed, leaning his head against the wall, his nose still bubbling and his face lazy. Alter on the side couldn't help but want to beat him. There are knives there. You can use the one first, and then the knife will be fine. Almost without opening his eyes, Odin, bubbling in his nose, raised his finger and pointed at the sword bucket on the other side, letting Elt choose one. Are you good at teaching, asshole? Elt couldn't help it anymore and jumped onto Odin, grabbing Odin's collar with both hands, roaring with fangs. Oh. Odin still looks awake, holding his hands in front of him and walking to a wooden stake. Then, Elt, take a good look at my knife. Originally, Odin, who was still lazy and didn't open his eyes, had no more decadent spirit in his whole body at the moment when he was covering Tion Yu. With a restrained aura, Odin didn't make any movements. He clenched the sky feathers with both hands and closed his eyes. There was clearly no movement, but his aura continued to rise, creating a surge of air during the training competition. As a swordsman, his sword is like a part of his body. When you treat the sword as your own hand, you can be like me. There is no sonic boom as imagined. The knife in Odin's hand swung down extremely fast, but in Elt's eyes, it was extremely slow. Elt knew that this was an afterimage. The blade and the stake of Tianyu were only separated by a trace, but the stake was crashed under the blade and was split in half. Song. After Odin cut the Tianyu in his hand back to his waist, he also recovered to look like he was not awake and fell to the side of the floor, falling asleep. But Alter surprisingly didn't call him. Alter knew that Odin had given him everything. He had just taken the knife. That it could be said that he had no reservations. Nothing more to say. Elt picked up a long knife and kept imitating the action just now. In my mind, I also thought back and forth again and again. Odin would not let go of every detail of the action and spirit of the sword. After a few hours, I'm gone. It's really useful. This bastard doesn't say anything. At this time, Elt's arms were sore and he had already swung the knife 1,000 times. Apart from being tired, he didn't notice any improvement. Elt, you are also training. Hearing someone talking behind him, Elt also turned around. Bista, a great swordsman with the same level as Eagle Eye in the future. I wanted to learn swordsmanship, so I asked Odin. Elt did not stop training because of the arrival of Bista. Elt, I can also swordsmanship, or I will train with you. With the idea that everyone is a family and a partner, Bista puts forward and trains with Ert. After all, as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, if Elt becomes stronger, everyone will be happy. Forget it. After all, I only learned swordsmanship, and I don't understand it at all now. Elt still shook his head. Now he is looking for Bista to practice with. It's not about being beaten. Although he has a thick skin and doesn't care, it doesn't mean that he likes to be raped. So Elt directly refused. Okay, train yourself. If you want to find a training partner, remember to come to me. Elt, I'm very happy. Bista didn't force it either. After all, the current Elt had just started training. The reason why he proposed it was to help Elt improve his strength. Practice a fart. I'm gonna. Although Elt kept insulting, after morning exercise, he found it was useless. Odin, get up and have lunch. Seeing Kazuki Odin, who was sleeping more like a pig, Alter was so angry that he went up with 2 feet and kicked Odin's ass. It's lunch time. How is it, Elt? Does the training work great? Odin yawned too, and stretched out to get up. Elt didn't even bother him, and walked out of the training game with contempt. Saki, here is some food. After arriving at the restaurant of the Whitebeard Pirates, Alti also found a place to sit down and shouted Sachi. Come on, Elt. I trained with Odin again today. A man with a pompadour haircut, dressed in a chef's costume, at the corner of his left eye, a man with a scar came out with a large amount of food. Sachi, the man killed by his brother Teach in the future, is now the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Alti is really hard-working. Every time you pass by the training room, you can see him working out. Also, I believe there will be another captain coming out soon. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also laughing. After all, Elt's hard training is obvious to all. If you can work as hard as Elt, I'm afraid you will be the captain soon. Jaws also yelled at the side, but it drew even greater laughter. No, we can't compare to Elt. Asterisk 10, Chapter 10. Chapter 10 challenged Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the scene before him, Elt also sneered in his heart. No wonder it's a bunch of trash, only worthy of trash living under the wings of Whitebeard. In the Whitebeard pirate group, in addition to a few captains, there are a few others that can be taken out. After Whitebeard's death, there was no one who resisted the flag. They were either chased by Titch or captured by Marine. It turned out to be the largest 4 emperors in New World, so after death, only a piece of hometown was left. Under the protection of Whitebeard, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group admired Whitebeard as a god, thinking that he was the apex of the world, and there was no idea of surpassing Whitebeard at all. Perhaps the current Whitebeard does have non-human powers, but Whitebeard is also a human, a person who will grow old and die until his big brother, Blackbeard Titch, appears. The first one to say is to surpass Whitebeard. Rules are always used to break, and I wouldn't think of staying under Whitebeard for a lifetime. The Whitebeard pirate group, for him and Titch now, is the best novice village and springboard. Countless connections, resources can be enjoyed until they are full of wings. So it turns out that his elder brother Titch is the peak of his appearance. See, you have been training swordsmanship today. How about it? Do you want me to train for you? Fuck off you. Your swordsmanship is not as good as mine. If you want to accompany Elt, I should come. The restaurant of the Whitebeard pirate group has always been messy. Even between the captain and the ordinary crew, there is no gap between them. Everyone is more like family than friends. Let Elt find it ridiculous, a group of people with countless blood on their hands, talk to you about benevolence, talk about family members as pirates without ambition and killing. What pirates? It is better to go back and find a place to play family up. Well, Elt, go on. Sachi filled the seat with food, patted Elt on the shoulder, and offered encouragement. Seeing Odin with his left hand holding up the rum and singing a chorus with food stuffed in his right hand, Elt also asked, Odin, like this kind of training, I can't grasp what swordsmanship is, let alone reach the stage of being a swordsman. Hearing what Elt said, Odin also worked hard to swallow the food in his mouth. In fact, if you want to quickly improve your swordsmanship, another way is to use actual combat. I used to fight with people every day at Wanakuni and tempered it. After hearing Odin's words, Elt also knew that actual combat is always the best way to improve his strength. Between life and death, there is a great horror, but in the great horror, there is a great opportunity. It just depends on whether you can seize it. Rumble. The Moby Dick, which was sailing, suddenly shook violently, which surprised everyone in the restaurant. Shoo. Boom. At this time, outside the Whitebeard pirate regiment, a huge pirate ship was constantly on fire, and the gun barrel on the side of the ship, with a loud noise, emitted scarlet fire snakes. Fire on Lousy. As long as today, Lousy can sink the Whitebeard pirates to the bottom of the sea. The Lousy Blake pirates will be famous in the sea, little ones. Take down the first level of Whitebeard. The future sea is what we are talking about. Forget it. At the bow of the pirate ship, a pirate who looked like a one-eyed dragon raised the long knife in his hand and yelled frantically, Remove Whitebeard first level. Remove the Whitebeard first level. Time's in. The pirates on the pirate ship also shouted in excitement, as if the Whitebeard pirates had been defeated by them in the next moment. On the mobile, Elt saw that the Blake pirates was extremely speechless. This fuck can't be said to be sent to death. This is a show. The gap between the two sides can be figured out with your feet. No be number in mind. Does it feel weird, Elty? Odin talked about it mysteriously, but saw that Elt ignored him at all, and even showed contempt in his eyes. This made Odin unhappy. Well, actually it's okay to tell you. In this sea, there is never a shortage of people who make crazy actions for fame. Pirates are nothing more than fame, power, wealth. Bai Xiaoji's the name is very famous in this sea. There are countless pirates who want to use Bai Xiaoji's first-level fame in the sea, even if they know that they are not strong enough. There will be countless pirates who will come to challenge Bai Xiaoji's. Patriarch, this is not what I told you. The cat viper on the side scratched her head stupidly and interjected beside him, but when Odin heard it, he immediately covered the cat viper's big mouth and smiled stupidly. I heard it. Odin, I know your mind very well. Elt's contemptuous eyes became stronger, causing Odin to fall behind in a lonely circle, while the cat viper was unknown and comforted Odin. Then there was a shocking beating. Witta Bay. This kind of thing often happens. After looking at the eye switch, Elt asked, after all, this was too bold. Well, people often come to challenge Dad, but we will stop him. Dad won't care about this kind of thing. After seeing that it was Elt's questioning, Whitebeard also patiently explained, and let Elt know why he didn't see Whitebeard coming out. Almost all on the deck were some captains of the Whitebeard pirate group or ordinary seas thief. And everyone is not particularly nervous. Call out. When Elt and Whitby were talking, Marco also braved the sky-blue flames, his arms turned into phoenix wings, flying high, kicking the shells away. Everyone, someone challenged us Whitebeard pirates again. What should we do? Kill them and let them know about the murder of our Whitebeard pirates. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates screamed in excitement. The Whitebeard pirates are never kind people. They are the pirates first, and then the members of the Whitebeard pirates. So, everyone rush. Marco took the lead and flew towards the pirate ship. Asterisk. 11. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Alti asking for Yenemo. Odin, aren't you on it? Seeing Odin sitting on the deck and the two cats and dogs, Siard asked suspiciously. After all, he just saw that Izang was waiting in full battle. No, I used to see pirates provoking the Whitebeard pirates. I just slashed past. And then I was scolded by Marco and others, so I won't let me take it. Odin said a bit wronged. And Elda's also turning his eyes, grunting, obviously thinking about something bad. Odin. What? Tell me your Yenemo to defend yourself. What, Yenemo? It's impossible. Yes, Patriarch, you can't give it to him. This is the famous sword made by Mr. Kosaburo for you. How can you give it to others casually? After Elt's words were said, Odin felt that Tianyu Yuzhan and Yenemo were behind him, watching Elt vigilantly, while Cat Viper and Inu Lan also jumped 3 feet high and firmly disagreed. Hey, I just used it for self-defense, and I didn't return it to you. Why are you shouting so loudly? Elt was also unwilling to show weakness and went back, even a little confident. There was no way, after all, he had a thick-skinned face. Do you want to see me die on the opposite side to make you happy? That time, everyone must say you will die. Elt's words caused the Cat Viper and Inuyarashi to shut up, but they still guarded Odin tightly. Elt, it's not that I won't give it to you, it's that my Yenemo ordinary people can't control it at all. And there is Marco with the protection of Zong and others. You will not be in danger. How about changing to Tianyu Yuzhan? Sample. Odin still refused to give it, not because he was afraid that Elt would take it, but because he was worried that Yenemo would hurt Elt. After all, compared to Yenmo's demon sword, Tianyu Yuzhan is really too gentle. You two go away from me. Elt forcibly pushed away the two cats and dogs like goalkeepers, walked up to Odin, and whispered to his ears quietly. Odin, if you lend me Yenemo, I will help you speak nice things in front of you to make like you more. How about it? And if I will definitely not make fun of my own life. As a family member of us, you will definitely protect me, right? In fact, at the beginning Alter thought about Tianyu Yuzhan, but Alter, who has greater ambitions, doesn't want to stop here. If he can't conquer even a knife, he still talks about dominating the sea and punching the 3 emperors, kick 3 admiral. After all, I can use Yenemo or Tianyu. When that happens, As for helping Odin speak nice things in front of Tainyushi, with his Elt's character, it would be nice not to have a pillow breeze behind his back, and young man who hasn't told a few lies yet. Elt looked at Odin very brightly and cheerfully. He was touched by saying that Odin was a family member, but more importantly, Elt wanted to help him with the line and make him like him more when he was young. This was the main reason. Although Odin wanted to slash Tianyu, since Alti kept asking Yenemo, then Yenemo, even if it's dangerous, the little devil is fine, there is still him. Odin, who was still hesitating, immediately became righteous. Elt, I believe you, we are family and partners. Don't say anything to help me speak nice things in front of the hour. I am Kazuki Odin, but a traditional samurai. Elt took the Yenmo that Odin had handed over. It was a great work item of 21 work. There was a flower-shaped carving on the scabbard, and the knife had a 3-petal shape that was a real famous knife that could slash the future guy's famous knife. Anyway, Elt doesn't know what is 2 knives, helpers, the difference between field sword and knives. As long as it is a good knife, he likes it, and I in a word, don't be picky eaters. Patriarch, no. This is made for you by Lord Kosaburo himself. The 2 problematic children, Cat Viper and Inu Lan, jumped out and hugged Odin's thigh, hoping that he would bring Yenemo back. Cat Viper, Inuyarashi, you must know that this is an agreement between me and Asa Samurai. How can I refuse it? What Kazuki Odin was talking about was a grandeur and awe-inspiring righteousness, but Elt despised Odin even more in his heart. Go Odin. Elt ignored the trio of actors behind him, carried Yenemo on his shoulders, and walked towards the Blake pirates with a nonchalant face. And Marco also went to the Blake pirates first, and kicked all the turrets over so that the Whitebeard pirates would ravage the Blake pirates. Elt, do you want to participate too? Many people also joked when seeing Elt carrying Yenmo's arrival. Of course, Lousy is brother.Auto, and we are not a family, right, Teach? In the crowd, Elt accurately found Teach's position, and no one knew what Elt said, and no one knew who the family was referring to. Only Teach understood what Elt said, what means. Okay. And Teach was also unsmiling, holding his hands on his chest, just glanced at Yenemo on Elt's shoulder and ignored it. Yes, we are the Whitebeard Pirates. We are a family. Looking at the Blake pirate group getting closer, everyone on mobile rushed towards each other bloodthirsty. Then, let me try the power of Yenemo, the demon's sword to conquer hell. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Conquer Yenemo. Conquerors by Elt, plus more. Hey, the kid should go back to have milk. Pirates is not a house game. A pirate covered in blood, his face was full of flesh, and his bare chest was covered with hideous scars. After seeing Elt boarding their pirate ship, he kicked the passerby of the Whitebeard pirate group on the big knife. Nearly 5 meters tall, standing behind Alti, even blocking the sun. Go to hell, kid, song. A black light that obscured the world flashed. Puff. The brawny man with his face full of flesh and blood did not see the flesh and blood flying in his imagination. In his line of sight, the world was spinning. What's wrong with me? Why the world is turning? Why is that kid still alive? Bang. The pirate who kept swinging the knife suddenly fell down. On his body, a huge bloodstain was poured from the waist on the left to the shoulder on the right. The pirate was instantly split into 2 sections. The slow sliding of the upper body is the reason why the pirate perceives that the world is spinning. Maybe because the death was too fast, the body hadn't reacted yet, and even after running a few steps forward, he collapsed. Elt was full of cruel face, covered his forehead with his left hand, leaned back, laughed evilly, appeared abnormally nervous, and tightly held a black sword with his right hand. Is this Yenemo? It's really exciting. Elt's right arm is covered with a strong armament Haki. He can feel that Haki in his body is rapidly consuming. Be quiet for lousy. Boom. Elt roared, swinging the knife forward, maybe because of extreme anger, maybe because of Yenemo in his hand. The dark red slash was cut out from Yenemo, cut off the pirates of the Blake pirate group in front as if cutting a watermelon. Didn't even make a scream. And the originally silent demon sword Yenemo also awakened, with black flames shining on the sword, madly absorbing Alti's Haki, and his right arm, which was originally still strong, sank in an instant. The arm like a corpse is the description of Elt at this moment. What? A scream from Elt attracted some members of the Whitebeard pirate group, even Odin. Elt, what's the matter? As the eldest brother, Teach also pays attention to Alti all the time. When Alti's arm changed, Teach noticed it. Little devil, fight with the uncle and dare to be distracted. Go to hell. When Teach looked at Elt, a pirate fighting with Teach also seized the opportunity instantly. The sword in his hand was pulled to his chest and pierced towards Teach in front of him. The pirate even saw the scene where the damn it kid died in front of him a few seconds later. Lousy is brother.Auto. Lousy still has to conquer the sea. Boom. Akuan was facing the world, and a violent and domineering will radiated from Eltit this moment in the sky. The dark clouds turned upside down, and thunders wandered in the air, bright and dark. The invisible storm swept away with air as the center. Everywhere it passed, whether it was the Blake pirates or the Whitebeard pirates, they were all knocked into the air, and then fell heavily and lost their will. Bang, bang, bang. It's like dumplings on the deck. Even the cat and dog on mobile fainted. Elt, I didn't see you wrong as expected. Kazuki Odin was also excited at this time, staring at Elt in the center of the storm. Even if the cat and dog next to him fell, he did not help. This is Conqueror. Marco, who was far away, had a little yellow hair dancing with the wind, and his green face was full of disbelief. Jaws, who is like a bull, maintains a diamond-like body, standing in a comatose crowd. It is difficult to calm down when looking at Elt. At this time, Elt, with a face of rebelliousness and extreme madness, raised his hand in the sun and looked at Yenemo in his hand. A T turned out to be like the right arm of a corpse and recovered as before. Even at this moment, Elt, I feel that Yenemo in his hand is part of his body. Yenemo, who was originally braving the black flames, also reflected the cold light of the knife in the sun, making people chill. Hey, Elt actually has conquerors. This is really unbelievable. Teach, your brother has awakened conquerors. Bista also hugged Teach with a serious face. At this moment, everyone thought that Elt was conquerors who had only awakened, but only Teach knew that Elt had awakened a few years ago. Bitas, Marco, Jaws, Izang, and others were all unbelievable, but what followed was great joy. When Eld awakened Conquerors, although Teach was envious for a while at first, he was not jealous because they had a surname, Marshall, and Eld was his brother. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard's unique laughter sounded, and Ert's Conqueror's Haki made Whitebeard on Mobike unable to sit still anymore. His newly recognized son actually has Conqueror's Haki.Conquerors. Only 1 in a million people actually appeared in his son. How could Whitebeard be unhappy? 13. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Conquer Yenmo, the horror of Whitebeard. Daddy is here. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were extremely excited when they saw the arrival of Whitebeard. Ha! By Xiaoji, you are here too. Odin also saw Whitebeard standing on the Moby Dick, wearing a green shirt with a large cloak behind his back. The huge cloud cut was held in his hand, giving people an endless sense of oppression, but for the members of the Whitebeard pirates, in fact, he is a kind old man. Goo-la-la-la-la, Odin, my son has awakened Conquerors. How can I not come? Seeing Erd on the pirate ship of the Blake pirate group, Whitebeard also laughed boldly. Take away all the brothers who have passed out. Return to the Moby Dick. Marco saw that Whitebeard must be there, and he quickly directed the remaining sober people to help bring the unconscious Whitebeard pirate crew back to the ship. Whitebeard, I want to take your first level. The future One Piece, it must be me. Just when everyone was full of joy, a shrill sound came from the boat of the Blake pirates, making everyone look at it. Captain Blake. The only one remaining in the Blake pirates group was also breathing fire with his eyes, gritted his teeth, and looked at everyone in the Whitebeard pirates group. Goo-la-la-la, children, come back. Whitebeard doesn't even pay attention to this trash fish. In Whitebeard's eyes, talking to this kind of pirate, he didn't look at his children too much. Let's go too. Bista, Teach, and others also quickly jumped back to the Moby Dick. Elt held Yenmo tightly in one hand and the scabbard in the other. The body was also bent. The legs were strong, and a whirlwind blew through, and Elt landed firmly on the Moby Dick. Huh? Alti, you kid can do. Conqueror's actually awakened. Odin also stepped on the clogs and ran to Al. Congratulations. Odin, thank you for your knife. It's really a famous knife that people can't bear to return. Elt inserted Yenmo into the scabbard, raised both hands, and handed it to Odin. But after waiting for 4 or 5 seconds, Elt didn't see Odin stretch out his hand. He raised his head suspiciously and found Odin looking at him with a smile on his face. Elt, Yenmo will belong to you from now on. Odin opened his mouth and laughed and said something that surprised everyone. Master Patriarch, this is. Izang on the side was also a little anxious and wanted to persuade, but Odin raised his hand to stop it. You can say why, Odin. At this moment, El was also looking directly at the man in front of him, Kazuki Odin. Although Odin said that he would give Yenmo to him, he did not want to favor to him and did not accept it. Because, Alti, you are my favorite man. Yenmo thinks so too. Huh? Odin didn't say anything touching, but laughed boldly. Even Eld admired his courage. Then I will take it, Odin. Starting today, this is my famous sword, Marshall D. Eld. Yenmo. Eld also cracked the corners of his mouth, glanced at Odin, and laughed. When Odin presented the knife, the surrounding Marco, Whitby, and others were surprisingly silent. Even Whitebeard looked at the scene with satisfaction and didn't bother. Because they all know that this is an agreement between the two men, Alti will also lead Yenmo to a higher peak. Goo-la-la-la, today is a happy day for Ert. Let's hold a banquet to celebrate. The Whitebeard pirate who raised his arms instantly received the support of everyone. Have a banquet, have a banquet. I want to drink with Elt. Ha, I want to. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group instantly cheered, as if the battle just now was a dream. A banquet is going to be held again. I was also surprised. What's the matter, Elt? Father celebrated for you. I don't know that Jaws, who was squeezing in, used his arm that was thicker than Elt's thigh and hugged Elt. I was thinking just. Haha, this is our Whitebeard pirate group. Whether it is a good or a bad thing, everyone should look forward after a banquet. Jaws laughed too, explaining why Whitebeard would hold a banquet after the battle. In this way, it was also in memory of the dead Whitebeard pirate crew. Hanging Yenmo around his waist, Alti also raised his hand. We have a banquet, but at this time, of course, something short-sighted will come out to interrupt. Call out. The sound of the shells approached extremely quickly, and Beatas rushed out of the crowd quickly, and the gorgeous double swords instantly split the shells in the air. The split shell exploded in the air, producing huge fire and smoke. You are the kid with the sword back. Otherwise, I must have won the first level of Whitebeard. A person like Blake, El doesn't know how to grow up so much. He hasn't been killed yet. No one dare to be my son in front of me, Whitebeard. No one. In the flat voice, endless anger was hidden, causing Blake, who was originally extremely crazy, to be covered in cold sweat. Because you are looking for death. Flick, flick. The cloak behind Whitebeard was silent and windless. With the raised left arm over the shoulder, a layer of white air pressure appeared on the fist, aimed at the pirate ship where Blake was and hammered it down. The atmosphere of tens of meters in front of Whitebeard was instantly shattered, and the powerful and unmatched force bombarded the pirate ship and the sea like a natural disaster. The huge pirate ship shattered at this moment. Blake was shocked into several segments without even a scream in his horrified eyes. The sea in front of the mobile also produced a huge tsunami, up to several times 0.10 meters, asterisk. 14, Chapter 14. Chapter 14 Odin sends Yenemo. This is the power of shock fruit. Seeing the destructive power like a natural disaster, Elt's eyes were also shining. Huh? Are you envious? Also played against by Xiaoji. Odin saw Elt look envious, and also came out to find a sense of existence. The touch of Elt just now disappeared. He glanced at Odin contemptuously, and thought to himself, you were not fighting, you were beaten. In the entire Whitebeard pirate group, under the highly anticipated situation, Teach surprisingly did not come forward to talk, but hide in the crowd. This may be low-key. In the evening at Moby Dick, laughter. Those who died during the day were also sent away under a glass of rum, in memory. Father, come and drink. Elt looked at the man sitting alone in his seat, Whitebeard. Huh, Elt is right, Daddy, let's have a drink together. Do. Goo-la-la-la, come and have a drink. Whitebeard also carries a wine bowl larger than the table, grumblingly drinking. As the focus of the audience, Elter was naturally toasted by everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates. It didn't matter the identity, just because Elter was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Your Conquerors is so enviable. It would be great if I could have them too, but there are only a handful of people who own Conquerors. Marco, who was sitting across from El, also looked envious. After all, El was the first person in their crew to have Conqueror's Haki. Marco, although I have Conqueror's Haki, you are still better than me. I still envy you. Elt and Marco touched a glass of wine. Goo-la-la-la-la-la, Marco, although Conqueror's Haki is a kind of kingship, there are more characters who own Conqueror's Haki in the New World than the Christian Carp. Whitebeard, as the top of New World, naturally knows how deep the water in New World is. Conquerors in New World is not unusual. By Elt's side, the two cats and dog who had awakened at this time looked at Elt with grief and indignation, or at Yemo on Elt's waist, for a short afternoon because of his negligence. Let Master Odin's knife be tricked away. You two are sneaking, and I'll be taking Odin's other knife by then. El didn't even turn his head back. He still drank on his own. When he saw and heard, he felt that the two were sneaking close to Yenemo, who was surreptitiously close to his waist. The two were mentally retarded and wanted to steal it back. Cat Viper Anulan. Now Momo belongs to Erd. Don't do stupid things. Odin was also embarrassed to persuade him. Still understood the feelings of the two, but as a samurai, Yenemo sent it out sincerely, and he will never come back. Although Odin is second-hand, Wanakuni does not lack famous swords. In other words, the current Wanakuni still has a demon sword that is no worse than Yenemo, second-generation ghost. Elt doesn't worry about Odin's return. After all, Wanakuni will have a handsome boy waiting for Odin to return. At this moment, Elt suddenly saw a figure, Tainyushi. Hey, Odin, you just drink the bar by yourself. I want to complete the task. After that, pat Odin on the shoulder, looking good for you. It made Odin's face unclear, and he didn't realize it until he saw Elt walking towards Tanyue. Master Odin, Odin stopped the cat and dog before they could say anything. You guys don't mention this anymore. This is an agreement between me and the Elt man, and Tainyushi on the other side naturally noticed Elt's arrival. After all, this is the protagonist of the Whitebeard pirate group today. Even at the time of Tianyue, many people around started booing. I can sit next to you. Yes, Elty. Tainyushi smiled. Her eyes squinted. This on you. After seeing Yenemo on Elt's waist, Tianyuesher was also taken aback. After all, she knew Odin's two knives. You said this. This knife will be mine in the future. Maybe Odin is wealthy, don't care. Just throw it to me. Holding it in his hand, Elt placed Yenemo on his crossed legs. Elt, don't you go to drink with Marco and the others? Why are you here to accompany me? This can't be done. Tainyushi pointed to the direction of Marco and the others. As soon as Elt turned his head, he immediately saw Marco, Jaws, Bista, Lakio, and others secretly looking here like a curious baby. After seeing Elt looking back, he also pretended to drink. And Odin is also secretly looking here. After all, in his heart, this is a chance to match Yenemo back. After looking at him when he saw Tianyue, Odin also hurriedly straightened his body, drinking very dignifiedly, picking up the wine glass and drinking. 15. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Use yours, take yours, and grab your woman. Add more. But this is different in Tainyushi's eyes. 10:10 listened to the wind on the pillow of Elt. Now when Odin saw himself, he immediately turned his head, making Tainyushi feel a little bit disappointed. Elt, who saw this scene, gave Odin a thumbs up, which is a good assist. If he were Odin, he wouldn't be a righteous person Kunzi. When he dared to look at him when Tianyue, he dared to stare at Tianyue when he was embarrassed to look at her, even though he is like this now. Feeling the blazing gaze staying on her, Tainyushi also understood Elt's thoughts. After all, she was not a fool. Whether it is Elt who will approach her every time he sees her, or make her laugh, care about her, Tianyue knows. What's the matter when I am young? But Odin said, let me protect you. Elter, who pretended not to know, began to make a fool of himself. As for helping Odin with the line, Elter said that he wanted to eat ass, and he would belong to him in the future. With such a resurrection coin, how could Elt give it away? Although Odin now teaches him a mission, teaches swordsmanship, accompanies him to train, and also send him Yenemo, and he still robs Odin's wife, Elt is really embarrassed for a second. But it's just embarrassing, not ashamed. Ert knows the truth. Only thick-skinned people can live long, and people without a bottom line can live nourishment in this distorted world. What? Odin really said that. When Tianyue was not happy just now, he became active all of a sudden, staring at Elt with two big eyes, feeling that Odin still cared about himself very much. Of course, Odin said in person, you are like his own sister. How can you not care about your sister as a brother? Odin hopes you find a good home. Pretending to be inadvertently, Elt said Odin's concern for the sky and the moon. But it made Tainyushi upset all of a sudden. Brother, treat yourself as your own sister. Let yourself find a good home. At Tianyue, my heart was empty, and I was filled with grievances at once, and tears in my eyes instantly poured in. What's the matter, I said something wrong. When the actor Alti went online and looked at the poignant Tianyue, Alti behaved at a loss and didn't know how to comfort him. But with such an impatient expression looking at Tainyushi's face, it was a different idea. A naive man, but with all his thoughts on himself, isn't he by his side? After all, there is a saying that goes well, when a woman's heart is empty, it's when you see a needle. No. After all, I used him as my brother, and I was just touched. Tainyushi was also gentle and gentle, wiping away tears. When you are young, no matter what happens to you in the future, as long as you need me, even if you let me die, I will definitely come to you. Elt, who silently observed the changes in Tianyue, also felt the changes in Tianyue, and based on the original work that was shot when it was time to shoot, he boldly hugged Tainyushi's shoulders and said boldly, as for when this happens, it is another matter that Elt can't do it. After feeling Elt's arms hug him, Tainyushi was surprisingly non-resisting this time. Looking at the slightly immature face in front of him, he was speaking upright. At Tianyue, I really felt relieved, and the feeling of pampering, maybe the goodwill for Odin before was just out of gratitude for his life-saving grace. But on the other side, Kazuki Odin, seeing Elt when he was holding Tianyue, his jaw grew in surprise, which was completely different from what he had imagined. Elt shouldn't be saying something nice for himself. Increase your stalwart image in your childhood. Now the two are actually hugging each other. This is greener than the hat made in Hulunber Prairie. Ah, Elt, in the days of the moon, you two don't have to be the public like this. Today is to celebrate that we have once again defended the majesty of the Whitebeard pirates. It is also for you to celebrate. Leo came up and saw the two people hugging each other, which was also jokes. Marco smiled happily. Even when Teach saw Tianyue with Elt, he didn't show a serious expression. Come, celebrate the Whitebeard pirates and celebrate the return of the beauty I hold. Elt's words made Tainyushi blush, and he didn't even understand why he had undergone such a big change in just a short while. In Elt's words, this is a kind of revenge. When he finds his ex-boyfriend in front of him, he will stick to her boyfriend and show a kind of affection to avenge him. But not everyone congratulates two people such as Izang. When I looked at the happy Elt and the happy Tianyue, Izang also shook his head when I looked at the expression of his patriarch Odin-sama petrochemical. Although it feels a bit weird from the perspective of his contact with Alter, Alter is still a very good partner. Izang can only think that this is not enough for his paternal charm. After all, the relationship between Odin and Tainyushi has not been made public, and few people have noticed it. Master Odin, don't be sad, it should be. Izang still didn't say the 4 words that he didn't like you. After all, he was his own patriarch, so he wanted to save some face. Vista, I thought at first that Tianyue would like Odin. What do you think? Jaws pushed his huge arm against Vista, who was smirking. Impossible. Now Tianyue is like Elt. It won't be easy for anyone to come. Looking at the suite too. They were completely talented and beautiful, and Vista couldn't bear to separate, and said viciously, "Fine, you two, that kid Elt is not easy. How about you?" Lady Bi ridiculed. After all, as a woman, she still clearly sees the strategy of Tainyushi by Elt, but Lady Bi's words caused the 2 people who were still happy to wither in an instant, drinking and eating meat silently, dare not speak. Asterisk. 16. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, the ownership of Tianyue time, the evil in the bones, plus more. After the banquet, Elt found Odin. Odin, I tried my best this time, and I have been telling you good things, praising your heroic deeds, but when she was young, she just said to treat you as an older brother. Then we 2 fell in love with each other. Hey. Elt came to Odin and looked at Odin, who was almost petrified, with a helpless and sad expression on his face. I want to talk to Xiao. Can you? Only this time, please. Odin, who is pulling his face, still doesn't give up. He wants to talk to Tainyushi himself. Kneeling down cross-legged, he performed a samurai etiquette to Elt. This is the request of the Wanakuni samurai, which is not the same as kneeling and humiliating. Go, Odin, don't say I am not brother enough. After all, I will be my woman in the next few hours, but only this time. Elt also swore his sovereignty and cut the mess with a sharp knife. As for why Elt didn't panic at all, it must be because when he came to Odin before, he explained what Tianyue said. After all, if something goes wrong and people know that he is a double-handed man, the Whitebeard pirates must not be able to tolerate him. I know you may have a good feeling for Odin, so I am a very big man, and I will call Odin over later. You will talk for a while. Odin always treats you as a younger sister. Seeing that we are together, you will be very happy. As your sister, care about him more. Oh, thank you, but for Odin, I think it's the feeling of life-saving grace. When Tianyue saw Elt so empathetic in front of her, she immediately indicated that she would not like Odin. She knew that Elt was very possessive. Looking at Odin as he walked towards Tianyue, Elt also raised his mouth. Are you really planning to be with Elt? Seeing the still gentle and beautiful Tianyue, Odin did the same, sitting opposite, slowly speaking. That's right. Odin, what's the matter? Tainyushi blinked beautiful eyes, puzzled. When you are young, how do you feel to me? In the end, Odin still plucked up the courage, but didn't ask Tianyue whether you like me or not. Because of this, if Tainyushi says he doesn't like it, then Kazuki Odin, a real warrior of Wanakuni, will be burdened and rob his friend's wife of infamy, discredit the Kazuki family. Tianyue, when I heard Odin's question, Elt's words in my mind sounded, Odin treats you like a sister. Tainyushi understood that this might be the way Odin felt towards her, and that of Marco and others towards her, right? I always treat you like my brother, big brother Odin. A word from Tainyue, like a bolt from the blue sky, made Odin give up on the spot, but didn't strike him. With a strong heart, his expression didn't change at all, and Odin also erased his feelings for Tainyushi in his heart. When you were young, I also regarded you as my sister. Odin laughed very freely, as if he really regarded himself as a big brother, and expressed his blessings to the 2 of them. Hearing Odin's own ears in the same month, it was still abrupt. But nothing can be changed at the banquet just now. El has already announced the relationship between the 2 of them. Well, I'm young, let's toast Odin a drink. After hearing the conversation between the 2 of Tainyushi, El also came out and sat beside Tainyushi. At this time, Tainyushi is like his wife, pours wine for Alti. The first time. El didn't go back to the room with Titch, but went to the room at Tainyushi. Of course, nothing happened. He just held Tainyushi in his arms and spent the night. He is still a child. Early morning. El got up and left, and found Titch. Haha, congratulations. El, I was able to snatch it from Odin. As Elt's elder brother, Titch is smarter than anyone else, and he also knows Elt's little moves. But as long as Elt likes it, he will support him. Well, Titch, this is just adding a life-saving bargaining chip for us. Ert sat cross-legged on the ground, wiping Yinmo in his hand, and the dimly lit room Yinmo's cold knife light reflected. Oh, a life-saving bargaining chip? Teach was also puzzled. He couldn't understand in Tainyushi what could protect the two brothers in the end. She was from 800 years ago, Teach. What? Teach, who has always been calm, can't sit still anymore. His brother Elt also knows about this kind of thing. Isn't he Tintin with himself? For Elt, there are a few moles on his, but Teach, he knows all of them. She can have the ability to allow others or herself to travel to the future. Now you know why I want to take a risk, take him over. Although Elt's tone was plain, Teach could hear the ambition in Elt's heart, not to be reconciled to ordinary ambitions. Alter, you really make me look at me. But Alter, are you really planning to be with her? For Tainyushi, Teach doesn't matter. As long as Elt accepts it, he will not refute it. Who knows? Yinmo's dark sword reflected Elt's evil smile. Looks extra neurotic. Unlike usual in the Whitebeard pirates, the general performance is completely different. I think maybe I have blood as crazy as Teach in my own bones. Asterisk. 17. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, the old opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. What? In the training room, Elt constantly waved the sword in his hand, doing the chopping motion without stopping at all. Sweat dripped down the jaw. More than 2 weeks have passed since the last banquet, and there is no such thing as an inconspicuous pirate group to provoke the Whitebeard pirate group. Elt is also perfecting his swordsmanship foundation step by step. Odin is still pulled over every day to guide swordsmanship, and occasionally Bista will come. From the beginning of the knife to picking, stab, equality, etc., Odin is also serious about teaching. Boom. With a clear sound, Elt broke the knife from the handle of the knife in his hand. This is the 5th handle that was damaged by Elt. Elt, try again. Odin and Bista stood behind and motioned to Elt to complete Odin's first move. Of course, Odin's requirements are different. On the stake at this time, there is an apple. Just split the apple instead of splitting the stake like Odin. I see. I'll watch it this time now. Alter, holding his breath, drew a taisho from the quiver again, stood with his left and right feet back and forth, holding taisho with both hands, and pressed it to the tip of his nose. Hey, Odin, do you think Elt will succeed? How do I know? It should be possible. I have failed 4 times. Odin also answered indefinitely. In his plan, he tried every time he slashed a knife. As a result, Alter tried 4 times without success, from the shock at the beginning to the disapproval at the end, even eating with Bista. Suck. Enough of you guys. I will train again. I hope I succeed. Otherwise, I will hack you 2 to death later. Elt was calm at first, and heard the sound of the 2 eating thief loudly. When they turned their heads, both of them were watching a play holding a bowl of noodles. Odin and Bista immediately nodded obediently, indicating that they knew. Without any bells and whistles or groundbreaking special effects, Hickel closed his eyes and felt the sword in his hand. Song. In the eyes of Elt, it was incredibly slow, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it was incredibly fast, with an afterimage passing by and staying on top of the apple. Gone? Elt turned around, turned his back to the 2 of them, and threw the sword in his hand back and fell into the sword barrel accurately. As for the result, he didn't care or knew it. What's the situation? Nothing. The monk Odin and the second son of Bista couldn't figure it out. Their faces were dumbfounded. Snacklick. The sound of the apple falling to the ground awakened the 2 of them. I'll say that Elt can succeed. Odin laughed shamelessly with his arms on his hips, making Bista despise him, and now he finally knew why Elt always despised Odin. I am really happy. Starting today, I am also a swordsman. Elt, who came to the deck, also stretched his waist. After several weeks of training, he only achieved little success, but he was satisfied. During this period, Alter's armament Haki did not fall. Although he was still far from a mission, Alter believed that he could learn it. After all, he Marshal D. Alter is the son of destiny, although it is self-styled. Why don't you go to training for Elt today? Following the reputation, Elt saw Marco hanging upside down on the sails. This guy has always liked to hang upside down. Sometimes Elt felt that he had eaten bat fruit. No, my training has reached it. Today is just a break. After all, I have been training for a few weeks. Marco, where are we going? Looking at the Moby Dick sailing on the sea, Elt asked Marco about the purpose of sailing. Actually, I don't know it very well. It seems that our Whitebeard pirate group is in conflict with a certain big pirate. Marco recalled. The big pirate, Golden Lion. Elt guessed. Elt, you're too exaggerated. Even the Whitebeard pirates of Golden Lion will treat it with caution. This time it is the 8 Treasure Marines Green Pepper, the old opponent of the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing that the exit of Erd is Golden Lion, this kind of sea hegemony level, Marco is also taken aback. I think there are many pirates like Golden Lion. Although the Whitebeard pirates are not afraid, they will definitely not provoke Golden Lion. Green Pepper. Elter is also very impressed. The legal pirate of the Country of Flowers, the 8 treasures of the Green Pepper family, Marine, the 12th pillar, Green Pepper. In this era, I can definitely afford a big pirate. Famous people on the sea, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, Bernie World of World Destroyer, Black Arm Zephyr, Garp, etc. are famous people on the usse.it is to fight many times. Daddy is going to do this time. Probably not, after all. Our Whitebeard pirates also had conflicts with the 8 Treasures Marine Corps before, but each had its own victories and defeats. Dad only played a few Green Peppers, and everyone withdrew each. In the face of Elt's question, Marco still knew everything. That's so boring. For this kind of person, you have to beat him up all at once and be honest, and you won't dare to come again in the future. Regarding Whitebeard's approach, Elt did not object to it, but did not agree with it. Being a pirate is like playing a house. When someone violates you once, you beat it once. According to the current strength of Whitebeard, the Green Pepper can definitely be wiped out, but I just don't know how violent this old man who was beaten by Garp was when he was young. It is possible to brush off the Green Pepper, and Whitebeard will also be injured. After all, the current Green Pepper rewards of 542 million Baileys are still very confusing. Asterisk. 18. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Cone of Green Pepper. At this time on Klulu Island. Wearing a green cloak and a big cloak, with a sharp head like an awl, with a 12 on the left forehead, the pillar of the 8 treasures Navy, Green Pepper, a man in the shape of a ghost on the ocean. The one who beat Genya at this time, that bastard must be coming over soon. I really want to see him look desperate. The Green Pepper with his hands on his chest looked frantically at the mess in front of him, and there were no traces left after the battle on the ground. Even many places still spilled blood, suggesting that there was a big battle here not long ago. As for the arrival of Whitebeard, he must not worry about it, because he guessed that, with Whitebeard's short protection character, he will definitely return. Maybe it won't be long before the Whitebeard pirate group will arrive. Leader of Green Pepper, shall we retreat? After all, we have robbed the Whitebeard pirates now, and the opponent may come over. Thinking of the horror of Whitebeard, the soldiers of the 8 Treasures Marine Corps ran over and worriedly proposed to Green Pepper. Okay. You are doubting the strength of the Green Pepper of the Cone. Even if the bastard Whitebeard comes in person, I'm not afraid. Lousy is the pillar of the 8 Treasure Water Army, the Green Pepper of the Cone. He dare to come. Me just let him taste the power of the sharp cone on my head. Hearing the words of his unworthiness, the Green Pepper beard fluttered, his eyes widened, and he looked terrifying. No one dared to disobey him, even his own subordinates. Yes. Seeing the Green Peppers in the shape of evil spirits, the soldiers were so scared to stand at attention and salute. Goo-la-la-la-la-la, Green Pepper, you bastard, why don't you die? The person who hurt me, Whitebeard, wants to be brought to the bottom of the sea by me. While Green Pepper was reprimanding his men, Whitebeard's iconic laughter came from the side of the mountain. The iconic whale head of the mobile mobike slowly appeared, and Whitebeard Gayet stood on the bow of the Mobidic. Wearing a cloak with the logo of the Whitebeard pirate group, the cloud in his hand was tightly held, and he looked at the Green Pepper with a big smile. The Whitebeard pirates are here. At this moment, the 8 treasure marines on the island saw the Whitebeard and the Moby Dick, and they were so scared that they backed away, and the cold sweat that came out constantly reflected the fear in their hearts. But Green Peppers are fearless. Good. You won't die. How could I die? I want to taste the power of my cones. In the face of Whitebeard Gaynut, the Green Peppers are also doing their part in tit-for-tat, not giving Whitebeard face at all. And Elt, who was standing next to the ship's gunwale, saw this big pirate for the first time. With a title of 500 million bounty and fighting for billions of bounty, Elt silently gave Green Pepper a thumbs up in his heart. Odin, what shall we do later? Gang fight Green Peppers together? After looking at Odin, who was extremely excited, Alti asked what to do next. After all, even Whitebeard was on the court, so you probably wouldn't ask each other a few words before Slapped and Left woke up. I don't know either. Alter, it's the first time I have met this nailhead, but I can feel that he is very strong. Odin was also confused when he heard Elt's question. How did he know what to do next? It was the first time that he participated in this kind of collective fight. Isn't it the end of the fight? Elt. Reikio on the side heard the conversation between the two. We only need to go to the island and chase off the 8 treasures Marine Corps. As for the Green Peppers, Dad will do it himself. If we intervene, Dad will be unhappy. Lakio's words made Elt despise for a while. He was a pirate, and what a fair matchup was needed, showing a feeling of sympathy. If it was Elt, he could kill the opponent. He felt that it was wrong to choose one-on-one, as much as possible. My children, go to the island now. Drive these bastards out of our territory. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard also raised Song Yunshi in his hand and issued orders loudly. Roar! Kill! Get rid of these bastards. Facing the menacing Whitebeard pirates, the 8 Treasures Marines are not to be outdone. Although they fear Whitebeard, it does not mean that they will be slaughtered. 8 Treasure Marines, now, let the Whitebeard pirates see our evil. Go. Seeing the first rush to the Whitebeard pirate group, the remaining 8 Treasure Marines also drew their weapons one after another, roaring and killing the enemy. Suddenly, the two crowds collided together, the sound of gun shooting, screams, and weapon collisions one after another. Let me also feel the thrill of killing, armed. Elt kicked the soldiers beside him and pulled out Yin Mo from his waist. Armament Haki instantly covered him. Give me to die. When Elt suddenly turned around, and the blade was on his brow. In front of him, a soldier's long knife rushed into Elt's head and was stopped by Yin Mo tightly. Sneak attack is a sneak attack. Why do you want to shout out? It makes people feel very mentally retarded. Looking at the 8 Treasures Marine army that was killing mad, Elter's left foot was covered with armed color. A whip leg swept across his waist. You can see that the soldier's waist is directly sunken and Elter's feet are sunken in it. With a scream, the soldier, like a spinning top, knocked the crowd behind it into a gap. Asterisk. 19. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Whitebeard versus Green Pepper. Hey, oh, look at it, we're still here. Among the crowd that was hit, there was a member of the Whitebeard pirate group who stood up and cursed. Understood. Elt responded indifferently. How could he not accidentally hurt his teammates because the scene was so chaotic? Go to hell, kid. Bump. There was a chaotic and bloody scene, and the sound of a musket was not found at all. Dang. But the always vigilant Elt was observation Haki fully open. The moment when the bullet was found, a dark shadow flashed in between, and Yin Mo's blade passed the bullet. Found you. The little mouse in the dark. At the moment when he saw the color lock, Elt twisted his neck and cracked the corners of his mouth at the Babeo soldier, who was shooting. The blood on his face looked hideous. Whitebeard, let me check if you have regressed over the years. Boom. The beard of the Green Pepper is flying. The green cloak behind it is dancing with the wind, and the overbearing Conquerors is crushing towards Whitebeard. Green Pepper, arrogance comes at a price. Be careful to be sunk into the sea by me. Feeling Conqueror's Haki crushed by the Green Peppers, Whitebeard's coat danced wildly behind him, and he opened his mouth and laughed when he saw the wild green peppers. Immediately, his sharp eyes glared slightly, and in an instant, a stronger will rush toward the Green Pepper. When the two Conquerors' Haki slammed into each other, the terrifying air waves spread quickly around the two of them. The people of the Whitebeard pirates will retreat. Stay away from Daddy. Marco once again smashed a member of the 8 Treasures Marine Corps. After flying into the sky, he saw Whitebeard colliding with Conquerors of Green Peppers and directed the Whitebeard pirates to evacuate first. The 8 Treasure Marines retreat. After seeing the people of the Whitebeard pirates group begin to withdraw from the battlefield, the 8 Treasures Marine Corps also commanded the army and exited in an orderly manner. But still too late, the terrifying will, wherever it passed, lifted the soil. The sky above 10,000 meters was also thundered with lightning, dark clouds, and black lightning continued to ring. At present, almost half of the people did not escape and were fainted, but all of them were rushing to the distance. At the end of the duel, even the ground where the two of them were on began to beat constantly, and the surrounding sea was rough, and fish kept going out of the sea. Bang! The invisible duel broke up, and the two Conquerors canceled each other out. Green Pepper, don't die. Whitebeard's left-handed childish knife suddenly clenched, and the muscles on his arm bulged high, and the huge blade cut from top to bottom towards the Green Peppers below. A T struck out suddenly, and even made the huge bow of the Moby Dick at its feet slightly lowershin. 8 punches. Facing the knife that produced the sonic boom, Green Pepper was not in the slightest fear, and Green Pepper's right arm was pulled to his back, and he slammed Whitebeard's pheasant knife like a wave of air around his fist. Rumble. When the two of them collided, a shock wave of horror broke out suddenly, sweeping away everything around them. Unbelievable, Dad's attack was blocked. In the center of the two, the black and red thunder and lightning continued to flicker, and the waves of air spread out one after another. Whitebeard's pheasant and green pepper's fist collided, and the cloaks behind them were blowing high. The two met and laughed. Ghoul la 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 la, green pepper, your fist is still so weak. What a joke. Do you want to try it? Facing the provocation of green pepper, Whitebeard is not a good one. Go back to me, green pepper. At this moment, Whitebeard's right hand was raised high, covering not only armament Haki, but also another circle of white air pressure on his fist. Seeing Whitebeard's movements, green pepper's face also condensed, and his right arm suddenly exerted force, shaking Whitebeard's pheasant away, and the next moment a fist covered with shock fruit appeared in front of him. The profound E8 punch boxing. Green pepper immediately crossed his hands, with armament Haki on his arms, and the 8 punches were used again like a wave. I have to say that the 8-punch boxing is very bad, can be used as an attack, but also can be used for defense. Click, click. When Whitebeard's fist collided with the green pepper even felt a mountain hitting him. The terrifying force caused the green pepper beard to fly, and the ground also burst into numerous cracks under the blow. Go back, green pepper. Whitebeard's right arm swelled with blue veins, muscles exerted strength, and then droves of force like mountains and seas attacked the green pepper. Bang! The green pepper was only slightly sweet in words. It turned into a meteor and flew out. Whitebeard's huge fist made the atmosphere also click. The inverted green pepper crashed to the ground. Wherever it passed, no matter it was trees or rocks, it was all shattered, leaving a ravine tearing the ground. After the dense dust dissipated, the green pepper remained standing, with his arms crossed, and his posture was exactly the same as before being beaten into the air. Whispering sound. Green pepper lowered his arms. Although there was a trace of bloodline from the corner of his mouth, it didn't affect it at all. Seeing Whitebeard, who was at the end of the gully, squinting at the cloud and smiling, the green pepper was also crazy. Damn, it's all right. El was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Just now, he saw Whitebeard's punch with his own eyes. That power let him come. El said that he could only resist for a while. It can still make a sound. Elter, don't be surprised. Green Jiao and Dad have fought many times. If they don't get angry for a short time, they won't be able to tell the outcome. Seeing Elter with a surprised look, Jaws also smiled and explained with his arms around Elter. And the 2 men and horses who had just been beaten to death were also the 2 men at the center of the island, attentively asterisk. 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The Duel Between Monsters. Ginuit, your fists are so weak. It doesn't feel like hitting your body at all. The green pepper shook off the debris from his feet, jumped out of the gully, and looked at Whitebeard frantically. Green pepper does not intend to talk nonsense with Whitebeard. On his sharp head, the pitch-black armament Haki instantly covers. This all-like head is the pride of green pepper's long-standing reputation. Call out. The huge body of the green pepper instantly disappeared in place, leaving only a ring of dust, and the other side cracked directly because of the outbreak of the green pepper. 8 Chong Quan Wu 2. The green peppers jumped into the sky, their beards danced wildly, and the gleaming cone head accelerated towards Whitebeard. The high-speed flight caused layers of sonic booms to appear on the green peppers. Goo la 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 la, green pepper, if the fist just didn't work well, then I will let you feel what is powerful. Seeing the green pepper falling so fast, Whitebeard cut the cloud in his hand and rotated it in his hand, and then plunged it into the ground at once. The huge force caused countless cracks on the ground. Shockfruit's abilities were once again gathered on the right hand, with a white halo covering Whitebeard's fist, pulling the right arm to the left shoulder, and then retracting to the back, and the muscles on the arm bulged high. As Whitebeard's fist collided with the green pepper, the whole world became quiet, and the dark clouds that had begun to disappear once again gathered in the sky. Click, click. The shocking collision between the 2 people emitted countless black and red thunder and lightning, and the atmosphere made an overwhelmed cracking sound. The overwhelming momentum once again swept out and rolled up the ground. Within 100 meters, there were only 2 people, green pepper and Whitebeard, and the ground seemed to have been scraped. Gainuda, come again, let you know the harm of my green peppers. As the 2 people who were in a stalemate suddenly exerted their strength, the collision between the 2 suddenly broke, and the green pepper flipped back in the air. Although it steadily landed, it was still sliding on the ground, and the judgment was made. Although Whitebeard is still standing on the spot, countless cracks have been cracked on the ground under his feet, which shows how powerful the attack power of the green pepper is. Goo la 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 la. It's really underestimated. The last time you were hit by me to the bottom of the sea, you have forgotten it. Green pepper, come on. Whitebeard lifted his foot and stepped on it from where he was. The ground was cracked and the rocks were flying, and it spread to the place where the cloud cut with a baby knife was inserted. And then the cloud cut was stunned into the air by a huge force, and he didn't even have his head back, was caught by Whitebeard. In this regard, Alti said, "Very handsome." Whitebeard grasped the weapon and didn't say too much. He wanted to make Qin Jiao soft, so he relied on his fist to beat him down, staring at the green pepper and rushed towards the green pepper quickly. "Unforgivable bastard, what are you kidding about? Do you think you can still knock me off the green pepper?" When Whitebeard said that he hit him to the bottom of the sea last time, Green Pepper roared all over his face. The green veins on his forehead kept beating, and his eyes breathed fire. "Call out." Green Pepper rushed towards Whitebeard as well. His legs almost turned into shadows, and his arms covered armament Haki. The raised Songyun cut, held by Whitebeard's hands, slashed into the green pepper from top to bottom, but the green pepper was alert to the sight and color of the green pepper. The huge force caused the ground to be split into a huge canyon crack on the spot, and the green pepper on both hands exudes a wave of air, hitting Whitebeard's head. The cut Songyunchi was quickly withdrawn, and the 8 punches of the green pepper hit Whitebeard Songyunchi's knife. The 2 people who pulled apart kept attacking. After resisting the first 8 punches of green pepper on the right arm, the pheasant in Whitebeard's left hand emerged with the shock fruit power and smashed into green pepper's chest. "Hey, go on, Gayut." The green pepper crossed his arms to block Whitebeard's slash and kept slashing backwards. "A man like you is worthy of being my green pepper opponent." The veins that had stopped the body rushed towards Whitebeard again. "Don't underestimate me, bastard green pepper." The attacks between the two almost never stopped, and the collisions continued. The surface was shattered time and time again by the attacks of the two. Even the hill not far away, after being hit by Whitebeard's shock fruit, collapsed. After a day and a night, the horrible battle made the two sides who almost ran to the opposite coastline stared blankly. They didn't dare to approach at all. The two sides were still colliding, but at this moment, the corners of the green pepper's mouth were bleeding, and the cloak behind it was long gone. On Whitebeard's green shirt, the fist marks and damage can also be clearly seen, but compared to the moment, the blue veins embedded in the mountain are much better. After seeing this scene, Elt knew that the battle was about to end. Marco, every time Dad just let him go like this. At this moment, Odin, Bista, Marco, and others who didn't know where they got the hot pot were eating hot pot. They didn't take the fight to heart. Only the waves of anger that came from time to time swore that the fight would continue. Don't worry about the old man. Don't look at the green peppers now at a disadvantage. But the two have no real intention to kill the strength of the green peppers if the old man really wants to keep him. So it's hard. That guy went crazy. It's terrifying. Marco also explained why Whitebeard didn't leave any green peppers. Just like before, some people said why Whitebeard didn't kill Kaido. Elt knew that defeating and killing were completely different. 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The Terror of Whitebeard. While Whitebeard and Green Pepper fought for a day and a night, Elt and others also watched attentively for a day and night, like him, Teach, and many members of the Whitebeard pirate group. But like Odin and Marco, they know that Whitebeard will definitely win, and this battle is just a small friction. Elt, eat something. You have to believe that Captain Gainout will win, won't you? Tainyushi's voice came, and Elt looked back and found that King Rin was tied behind his back, and Tainyushi, who had long, straight, and white legs, stood beside him. "I see, for the old man, of course I believe he can win." Elt also smiled softly and hugged Tainyue, but Elt was not worried about whether Whitebeard would win. He just wanted to make up for his shortcomings by watching the duel between monsters. After all, he is now, not to mention that compared to Whitebeard, even Odin, Green Pepper, etc., are tens of thousands of miles away. Fighting between monsters is not often seen. Looking back at Teach, he found that this guy actually got along well with the members of the Whitebeard pirates, talking and laughing. But only his younger brother knows that his eldest brother is terrifying. If Marco is used for comparison, Marco can never beat Teach. As for myself, it may be fine. Alti, how come you two have to stick together wherever you go? The members of the Whitebeard pirates also laughed, without any sense of tension, or was everyone who helped this slapstick to eliminate their worries about Whitebeard? And Elt also spread his hands with a helpless expression. "Well, there is no way. After all, it is only me with such a beautiful and lovely wife." Elt's words instantly made Tion Yuesher on the side blush. "And Whitebeard on the island, and green peppers. Ganuda, don't underestimate me, bastard." The green peppers that were constantly hammered, one hand, took off the broken coat in the body. revealing strong muscles, but the only flaw in the beauty was that on the chest, there was a scar of blood constantly leaking out across the chest. This was just after being knocked into the air by Whitebeard. Song Yunxie followed and slashed. Although Green Pepper used armament Haki at a critical moment, he used shock fruit and the armed Whitebeard to chop him away, bury him in the gravel, and smash the ground into a huge ravine. At this time, I saw that the Green Pepper folded his hands and jumped into the air. The difference from the previous Wudo was that the Green Pepper at this moment turned in the air and turned upside down. The pitch-black armament Haki instantly covered the all-head, allowing the body to start rotating at high speed with the head as the central axis, aiming at Whitebeard like a huge spinning top. 8 Chong Quan Wu 2 Swivel. With the roar of the Green Pepper, the high-speed rotating green veins fell from the sky and even brought a huge tornado, causing the cloak behind Whitebeard to start dancing. Come on, Green Pepper. Whitebeard also looked at the Green Pepper with a serious face, clenched Song Yunxie with his right hand, and pulled back his left fist to his waist, sending out the unique white light of shock fruit. With 2 roars, the cone of the Green Pepper collided with Whitebeard's fist, but the 2 sides did not collide at all. This is the use of the top armament Haki. Between the 2, countless black and red lightning flashes, and the ground is constantly hit and shattered by the lightning. The earth burst instantly, and the resulting cracks ripped the ground frantically, eventually forming a huge basin. The airwaves generated by the confrontation form a hurricane and even turn the surface into a dust tsunami. Even the members of the Whitebeard pirate group in the distance suddenly felt that the entire island was shocked, and the surrounding sea instantly surged with countless waves, beating on the island. What? Green Pepper and Whitebeard stared at the same time. Their muscles swelled. Get out of here, Green Pepper. In the incredible eyes of the high-end spinning green veins, Whitebeard punched in anger, directly bombarding the big face of Green Pepper. Like the sound of a broken mirror, the atmosphere collapsed and shattered at this moment, with a punch of shock fruit directly hitting the Green Pepper from the air to the ground. I saw the Green Pepper's eyes instantly turn white. The tooth was beaten, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of the mouth. Rumble! The powerful force of shock fruit collapsed the island in an instant, and the sky full of rocks was stirred up in the air, forming an endless storm. Violent waves rolled up like a circular shock wave, and in an instant, a large gorge rose from the ground. The huge storm caused everyone in the distance to cover their eyes with their hands and did not dare to look directly, while Elter held Tianyushi in his arms to block the rubble brought by the storm. When the billowing dust dissipated, everyone also saw the scene in the middle of the island. The huge basin with a diameter of nearly 1 kilometer appeared in the center of the island, spreading out countless bursting canyons that were unforgettable. In the center of the basin, Green Pepper was lying on the ground with white eyes. Blood was spit out in his mouth, and he was breathing heavily, but he still didn't die. Goo-la-la-la, Green Pepper, you are still so weak. And Whitebeard, who is holding a cluster of clouds, dances with a cloak behind him, standing next to the Green Pepper. Wow. Green Pepper spit out a mouthful of blood. What a joke. Don't underestimate me. Although he was still lying underground and buried by gravel, the roar of Green Pepper still surprised Elter. This vitality is too tenacious. He didn't die after being punched so hard. At the beginning, Elter saw the Green Peppers lying on the ground turning Byakugan, thinking that he was going to be cold. Sure enough, the strong in the pirate world were not so easy to be killed. Goo-la-la-la, Green Pepper, now this is to teach you a lesson. If you do it again next time, you are dead. Go, children, get on the boat. Whitebeard picked up Song Yun and cut it, and left without looking back, not looking at the Green Pepper behind him at all. Odin, what do you think if we kill him now? Asterisk. 22, Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Elter with Dark Heart. Elter's words not only surprised Tianyue in his arms, but also made Odin very dazed. What is Elter doing? Killing the Green Pepper is no good, and if the Green Pepper counterattacks before death, it is easy to take one away. Elter, I can feel that the one in the pit is on alert now, and it's not like it is at all. Let's leave it. After speaking, Odin sprinkled his feet and ran away, even revealing the white underwear under the kimono. Tianyushi in her arms also tightly pinched the clothes on Elter's chest, with a nervous look on her face, for fear that her husband would do such an incomprehensible thing. Although sometimes, Elter often said something that she didn't understand, but for her, she was really gentle and caring. Let's go, I'm just kidding. Look what makes you nervous. Elter touched Tianyue's hair, looked at the gentle woman in front of him, grinned, and then left with Tianyue's hand, not looking at the Green Pepper. After seeing the people of the Whitebeard pirate group leave, the 8 treasures Marine Corps hiding far away on the sea also rushed to the shore to check the status of the green peppers. Teach, wait for me. Seeing the big brother who was behind Teach, Alti also hurriedly took Tainyushi over. How is it? The horror of the old man, you see it. After seeing that it was Elt, Teach also greeted with a smile, without acting very serious. Well, anyway, you are the eldest brother. What am I afraid of if you are here in the future? You should work hard. Elt said without caring. Teach didn't say anything about Elt's words. Today, I just saw Whitebeard shot, and I could feel a suffocating strength. After all, we are still young, aren't we? Teach, the future belongs to us. When playing with the Tianyue in his hand, Elt smiled evilly. There is no fear that Tianyue will spread the dialogue. After all, he didn't say anything. Even if others knew it, it didn't matter. Don't say anything like Elt. Now we are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Forbearance is the best. Teach grinned too. Hey, Elt, Teach, at the time of the moon, you will get on the boat. Everyone is waiting for you. When Elt and Teach were talking, Odin, who was already on board, also waved and shouted, Here, wait for us. Air's face turned back to being gentle, and with a kind expression on his back, Tainyushi and Teach ran towards the mobile. The Moby Dick at night is very lively. Odin, I heard that you are Wanakuni's next name. Elt came to Odin quietly, poured wine for Odin, and smiled. That's right. Lord Odin is the name of Wanakuni's next lord of the country. Don't show your respect. Behind Odin, Inuyarashi and Cat Viper sang double boobs and jumped out to interject. Inuyarashi, what they said was right. My father is now Wanakuni's name. Odin also readily confessed after wiping off the wine stains from the corners of his mouth with his arms. Elt, do you really want to go to Wanakuni? Then when I find my dream, I will take you back to Wanakuni. After listening to Odin's words, Elt waved his hand and said with a look of disgust, I will go by myself. After you chase your dream, Wanakuni has long since become someone else's. Hey, what are you talking about? Watch out for us. Before I finished speaking, I saw the cold eyes look over and immediately suffocated the rest of the words. And when Odin saw this, he hurriedly came out to make a round. Odin, what is your dream? Elt suddenly asked an inexplicable question, but Odin's face was serious when he heard it. Let Wanakuni start the country. Even Izang on the side looked sideways. After all, he was the first person to follow Odin and the one who accompanied Odin to leave Wanakuni on the boat. Naturally, I know how much Odin loves Wanakuni. Nah, Odin, although I don't sound good, but it depends on you. I am afraid that there is no hope, you have nothing. It depends on the cats and dogs, or Izang. Alter's abnormally piercing ears, but Inu Lan, Cat Viper and Izang had blue veins on their foreheads, but they did not refute it, because they knew that Alter was right, and there was no way to start a country with them. Alti, even if there is no chance, you can't just give up. Human dreams will never end. Odin replied indifferently, without a trace of discouragement. Good guy still dreaming here. Now my hometown is about to be stolen. Although Elt knew me, he didn't remind me at all. Elt, when I come, can I also go to Wanakuni with Odin? I want to see Wanakuni. Elt, who was drinking rum, heard these words, and his hand holding the glass froze. He guessed who said it, Tainyushi. Cannot. Elt knew that Tainyushi had always wanted to go to Wanakuni, and he didn't understand why she wanted to go. There was hardly any negotiating tone. Elt refused without hesitation. Why are you going to Wanakuni? To die or give Odin warmth? But when Tianyue was wronged, her pleading tone just came out, and she met Elt's cold eyes, without a trace of emotion, making her stunned. Perhaps he noticed his own strangeness, and Alter changed his face in an instant, and said politely, You are a little boy. I was just afraid that you are in danger. If you want to go in the future, I will go with you. Really? Thank you so much, Alti. Tainyushi also hugged Elt's neck and sobbed. Perhaps it was because his husband was so considerate of himself, and the scene just now was left behind, but the corners of his mouth rose up where he couldn't see it at the time of Tianyue. I'm coaxing now, and I will leave the Whitebeard pirates in the future. I don't have the final say about where I will go. Even if I really want to go to Wanakuni in the future, I'm not going to help. After all, Wanakuni has a lot of good things. Wanakuni, he wants it too. As for Guy, let's play in the mud. Asterisk. 23, Chapter 23. Chapter 23, The Coming Battle of Edver. Add more. After the battle between Whitebeard and Green Pepper, it was almost a year later. Elt's strength in the Whitebeard Pirates group has improved by leaps and bounds through continuous learning with Odin. Now he, whether it is swordsmanship or Haki, is advancing by leaps and bounds, and his strength is completely at the forefront of the Whitebeard pirates. Of course, these are all Elter guessed it himself. The original height of more than 1 meter is almost 2 meters long. Elter estimates that he will grow. After all, in Pirate World, about 3 meters is the standard height. As for making him grow like Luffy, Elter expressed 10,000 unwillingness. The omission taught by Odin was also learned 6 months ago. Moreover, as a swordsman, how could he not have his own unique swordsmanship? So Elter cheekily took one for himself. Heavenly delivers Katori Shinto Stream. Abbreviated as Shintolu. Don't ask if Elter is worthy of this name. You should take the name from the lofty one, as for the ignorant god. Elter said it is too low level and not worthy of his taste. In the future, when others call the second Alu, you call the Shintolu. This force will go up all at once, and before the fight, the opponent will be overwhelmed in momentum. When Elter called his swordsmanship by this name, Odin was full of joy and asked Elter to give his swordsmanship a resounding name. And then Elter casually took an Odin stream and directly asked him to Odin hadn't spoken to him for 3 days. Training room. Call. Elter let out a long sigh of relief and slowly recovered the bamboo sword in his hand. Elter, have you heard of it? Before Elter inserted the bamboo sword back into the sword bucket, Odin's voice echoed in the training room. You are a pig brain. I know what you were talking about. As soon as Odin came in, Elter held Odin's face angrily. Huh? Alti, did you know that Roger seems to be at war with Golden Lion Shiki? I'm just here to tell you. Elter was also taken aback when he heard this, and an image appeared in his mind for a moment. The Battle of Edver. Go out first. When he came to the deck, Elter also found that the members of the Whitebeard pirates were discussing these 2 sea masters, who would win. Even many people have already opened the market, and they are set to leave. Why doesn't Elter train anymore? After seeing Elter stepping out of the cabin, now more the Murloc and Atmos the buffalo also greeted Elter. In the middle of the deck, Whitebeard sat in his captain's position. Gulala Shiki and Roger, they are really interesting. These 2 guys are going to fight. Marine will have a headache. Whitebeard saw the newspaper in his hand, which read, Golden Lion Shiki chasing Roger pirates, guessing that the 2 sides will fight in the waters of Edver. Father, who do you think will win, Roger or Golden Lion this time? The current Golden Lion Shiki is thriving. At the bottom, Jean Gudwa, sitting on the side of the ship, asked Whitebeard loudly. And Marco also squatted aside and made a fuss. Obviously, these 2 great pirates who were not weaker than the Whitebeard pirates, everyone wanted to know who would win. And when he heard Jean Gudwa's words, Whitebeard also laughed and said, Roger and Shiki, they are both old rivals for many years, and Shiki usually wins a lot. But a man like Roger is always admired. Father, but I think the Golden Lion Shiki will win back. After all, the most powerful in the sea is the Golden Lion Shiki flying fleet. Marco raised his hand to speak. Marco, impossible. Roger is also very strong. I think it is Roger. Bister retorted, and instantly the Whitebeard pirate group on the deck split into 2, not giving way to each other. Gulala. Okay, my silly sons, don't quarrel. If we want know, we will know if we go and see. Looking at the 2 waves of people who were arguing, Whitebeard waved his hand and watched the live broadcast. Elter just wanted to say that having strength is self-willed. Long live Daddy. Daddy mighty. Both Marco and the others are full of joy. After all, they are still in their teens now. And the oldest is only in their early 20s. How could they have no idea about such a big event? Elter, who do you think they will win? I don't know. When Teach wore a torn hat and a blue jacket, holding Sakura peach pie, and walked to Elter. Teach, if you have that now, I can get lion fruit. Only Elter knew that this battle caused the Overlord of the Sea to fall to the altar completely, so that he was finally pulled into the theater version by King Luffy and had a fight. If Golden Lion does not think about dominating the world like Rocks, but chooses to be the One Piece with his strength, I am afraid that there is no Roger at all. Teach's eyes narrowed because of Elter's light words, because Elter's words made it clear that Golden Lion Shiki would lose. After all, in Teach's mind, he still believed that Golden Lion Shiki had a greater chance of winning. In this year, Elter has been extremely strong. Although he is young, he has suddenly emerged in the Whitebeard pirates. I asked the big brother, Teach has become more and more low-key. Even many people only know that Teach is very kind, but didn't know his strength at all. Occasionally shots are short-lived. As the only insider, Elter knew that Teach didn't need to rest at all, but he never stopped exercising. After Odin taught himself a mission, Elter also taught Teach. Compare with the original book, Teach is now stronger. 24. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Reactions from all sides. the turbulent sea. When Whitebeard announced that he was heading to the waters of Edvard, the Marine headquarters on the other side, Marineford, was also conducting an emergency dispatch. Kong, sitting in the position of Marshal. Below Garp, Crane, and even Zephyr are here. Sengoku is still in New World. There are some veteran Vice Admiral and Rear Admiral at the back that AS for the future 3 Admiral. Now it is only Commodore and is not eligible to participate meeting. Now Shiki's flying fleet is about to collide with the Roger pirates in the waters of Edvar. What do you think? Kong sitting in the first place, his hands crossed, his face serious. For Marine, whether it is the Roger pirate group or the flying fleet of Golden Lion, these New World overlords will make Marine vigilant every time they meet. Even if you know that it is impossible for the two parties to cooperate, you still have to be prepared, and no one knows what will happen to them. This time Shiki should have a fight with Roger. We Marine can take the side and stand in battle, and no matter who wins, we can catch the other one. Zephyr also expressed his thoughts after reading the report in his hand. Although he has started to do Marine instructor, he is still Admiral. This time we should prepare with both hands. First, prevent Golden Lion from defeating Roger and subdue it, and second, prevent the two from cooperating. Crane, still a beautiful woman now, her black hair in a ponytail. There are no wrinkles on his face, and it doesn't look like the gray hair that will be seen decades later. As Marine's chief staff officer, she knows clearly that Golden Lion, Shiki, and Roger have been grieving for a long time. Shiki has always wanted to subdue Roger and dominate the world. This time, Golden Lion Shiki even sent out to stop Roger. If Shiki is really allowed to subdue Roger, it will absolutely not be tolerated by the world government. Kong listened to his words and announced decisively. Garp, you go to New World to meet Sengoku. Pay attention to Shiki and Roger's movements. Don't conflict with them. Zephyr, you and Whitebeard are also old opponents. Pay attention to Whitebeard's movements. After all, he can't be ignorant of such a big thing. Crane also added, try not to conflict with Whitebeard. Although we are not afraid, after all, we Marine cannot handle so many people at the same time. We report to the headquarters if there is an emergency. You can judge by yourself what to do if the situation is urgent. Under the command of Kong, naval headquarters moved quickly, and huge warships left Marineford. As for Sakazuki, Kazan, Palyasalino, and others, they were also sent out. The sea is becoming more and more restless at this moment. The base camp of Big Mom Pirates, New World, Tato Land Kingdom. Mama, this group of Shiki actually fought with the bastard Roger. It's really funny. In the huge cake castle, another Sea Lord of New World, Charlotte Lin, is wearing a pink dress, sitting on a high throne, looking at the newspaper in his hand. Charlotte Lin at this time is far from the bloated body of the future, and even a trace of youth can be seen. After all, when she was young, she was no less than the female emperor. Licking, Mom, are we going? On the sea, the Whitebeard pirates and Marine seem to be watching. Below, a man with a long tongue and a candy hat licked the candy cane in his hand and asked Charlotte Lin. This is the eldest son of the owner of the Charlotte family, Paraspero, Paramecia, the confectioner with fruit ability. Mama, don't care about them. It's best to die on the sea, so this sea is mine. Inside the cake castle, Charlotte Lin's laughter was constantly heard, which seemed extremely terrifying. Aboard the Moby Dick at this time, Bista is constantly colliding with Elt, of course. This refers to swordsmanship. Elt, your swordsmanship has improved too fast. Now you have stepped into the threshold of a swordsman. Bista, who was repelled by Elt with a single knife, was surprised by the silhouette that stopped retreating. Bista, you are not bad. Even if you are so strong, you still have to praise me. Elter also held the sword tightly, with the tip of the sword placed in front of him horizontally. His left hand was at the end of the sword, and his right hand was on the hilt, showing a crisscross shape, and was named Shingo by Elter. Alti, your swordsmanship has never been seen before. It is completely different from Odin's swordsmanship. Call out. Before he finished speaking, Bista disappeared in place and appeared in the sky above Elt the next moment. The two swords in his hand also crossed, and he slashed at Elt suddenly. Shintoryu Iori, no tie sword. Elt squatted down, taking a step back with his right foot. The sword in his hand returned to his chest. When Bista's double knives were about to fall, Elt moved. Sakura lifted up in one hand with both arms. The green veins bulged like a horned dragon. The momentum of the whole body became extremely terrifying in an instant. Bum. At a high speed that almost splits the air, Elt's Taito rises in a semi-arc posture, making Bista's eyes constricted. When the two swords collided with Elt's knife, Bista felt as if he was hit by Jaw's diamond impact. with a roar from Elt. Bang! Immediately, Bista flew back at a faster speed than before, smashing the door of the training room directly and smashing it into another room. Alti, your move is really strong. I felt like Jaws hit me. Although he was beaten into the air by Elt, Bista didn't need any anger. After getting up again, he ran to Elt and said happily, Bista, you didn't use your best. Otherwise, how could I beat you? Elt also smiled kindly and looked at the knife in his hand. Although it was just an ordinary dachi, but in the first hit, Bista cut out 2 knife marks that were almost broken at the waist. If it wasn't the last moment, if Elt used Haki to protect it, he would have been smashed directly by Bista's attack. Sure enough, a swordsman still needs a good knife. Otherwise, he was fighting with others, and the sword was smashed by others, and his combat effectiveness plummeted. However, such a big movement has broken the ship, Afterwards, Marco will talk about us again. Looking at the messy ground, the smashed door, and the training room with knife marks everywhere, Bista was also very embarrassed by scratching his head. 25, Chapter 25. Chapter 25, The Invitation of Golden Lion, Roger's Refusal. 2 days later, in the waters of Edwall. Rumble. The endless thunder exploded in the sky. It was supposed to be the scorching sun, but now it was densely covered with dark clouds. The constant surging dark clouds made people unable to breathe. The sea is constantly surging, storms, lightning, and thunder. On the sea at this time, huge pirate ships are galloping on the sea, the flying fleet of Golden Lion. Dozens of huge warships gathered slowly, and each one of the ship's capitals stood with one of the best pirates, and the bounty was at the lowest level of hundreds of millions. In the entire encirclement, there is a pirate ship that undulates with the waves. The Oro Jackson is one of the protagonists this time, the Roger Pirates. Looking at the pirate ship approaching, only the young trainee, Buggy, who was crying with a headache, kept persuading Roger not to go to war. And Shanks, a good friend on the side, is still a kid at this time. He has been on the ship like Buggy for 2 years and is a trainee crew member. Buggy, don't be afraid, Captain Roger is here, and you have torn apart fruits, others can't kill you anymore. Bastard Shanks, the opposite is Golden Lion Shiki. Were you kidding? Faced with Shanks's comfort, Buggy's nose was frightened. Turning his head and ran to Crocus. Uncle Crocus, please persuade Captain Roger. But Crocus waved the harpoon in his hand, very calm. Don't be afraid. Buggy, Roger's body is very strong now. The unwilling Buggy turned around again, but Job on the side reached out and grabbed his hat, persuading him not to waste his energy. Buggy, this Oro Jackson will definitely lead us out. You have to trust Roger. Rayleigh stood up at this time, facing the encirclement of the flying fleet. There was no panic at all. Some just took it easy. Roger, be Lousy's right arm. Follow Lousy to rule the world. The Golden Lion standing on the bow of the ship with a cigar in his mouth, cooing as if facing the world, inviting Roger to be his left and right hand. Haki leaked sideways and held his right hand, as if the whole world was in his hand. I am not interested in domination, Shiki. What I am after is real freedom. For the last invitation of Golden Lion Shiki, Roger refused without hesitation. Attack. Following Roger's order, the Roger pirates sent their heads high with weapons. The Oro Jackson in the bow of the ship fired a huge cannon from the bow and bombarded a pirate ship in the flying fleet. Hey, that's your answer, Roger. Looking at the pirate ship sunk by artillery fire, Shiki, dangling his cigar, looked disdainful. Then die for me, Roger. Shiki, who pulled out Sakura Tin and Withered Wood, 2 great works of 21 work, instantly ordered an attack, and in an instant, countless artillery fire rang through the sky. Far away, on another piece of the sea in the sea area of Edward, countless selected warships with seagull flags were waiting. And the 2 huge warships directly in front, Garp and Sengoku, stood side by side, and Garp was even more with him, Kazan, as well as the 3 of Sakazuki and Palyasolino. Sengoku was wearing a black suit. His hair was still black, and the cloak of justice behind him was grinning as he was blown by the sea breeze. Roger and Shiki are at war, Sengoku said with a serious face. Garp, who was on the side, was extremely calm and continued to eat senbei in his hands. As expected, Shiki and Roger? Be serious, Garp. Sengoku saw that Garp laughed and didn't care about it. He grabbed the senbei in Garp's hand and poured it all into his mouth. Hey, Sengoku, that is my last bag. Seeing that all the senbei had been eaten by Sengoku, the 2 of them squeezed into each other's heads. It's terrible. You can feel their fighting power from such a long distance. Kizaru said with a serious face, still wearing a gray suit, hat, and black gloves. A bunch of dross on the sea. Akainu also looked disgusted, but in the same way, he also felt the terrifying collision from far away. Only Akiji looked at Garp and Sengoku and shook their heads. In another sea area, almost reaching Ed Wohei's place, a huge whaleboat was stopped, the Moby Dick. As for who dares to stop Whitebeard's ship, it is naturally Zephyr who has the title of Black Arm. Goolalala, Zephyr, you Marines are not staying at Marineford. Why are you here to run to New World? Facing Marine Admiral, Whitebeard stood in the bow of the boat with Song Yunchi, doing his part. It seems that Golden Lion and Roger have also started fighting. When Elt saw Zephyr wearing a cloak of justice on the warship, he also guessed it. No wonder I felt someone fighting over there. Odin also suddenly realized. Facing Whitebeard's ridicule, Zephyr was not angry. Then Marine is very concerned about the actions of you guys. Zephyr is true to Whitebeard. After all, the two played against each other many times, even if it was a lot of anger, but no one had the upper hand, and they knew each other well. Seeing Zephyr blocking the way, everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group was also on guard. After all, Zephyr was completely at the same level as Whitebeard, and completely different from the Green Pepper. Why don't I feel like I can't watch the show anymore? I want to see Roger and Shiki fight. Odin was full of emotion on the side, and regretfully said, Asterisk. 26. Chapter 26. Chapter 26, a great gift for Shiki and Roger. I thought of a good way. Suddenly, Elt's eyes lit up, and he thought of a conjecture. In his previous life, countless people conjecture that the huge tsunami in the Edwo Sea was when Whitebeard heard that the two people were going to fight, and then opened the floodgate behind his back and wanted to drown Point Two Goods. Hurry up, tell me about it. When Odin heard that Elt had a good idea, he immediately became energetic. I'm thinking, Daddy can't go anyway. Zephyr will definitely not let us pass. Why not wait for us to let Daddy come here with Shockfruit? Elt, who was possessed to Odin, told Odin of his thoughts. Marco and Jean Gudwa on the side saw their embarrassed expressions, and their ears were also erected. In the end, the two people who could not be heard also squeezed in. Wow. Elt, your idea is too bad, but I agree. After Marco heard it, he also raised his hands in agreement. After all, whether it is Golden Lion, Shiki, or Roger, it has nothing to do with them. It is better to die here. In this way, New World can be said to be the father of the finals. Seeing the trio's embarrassing expressions, and then laughed, the other crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also puzzled, thinking, this is not going to go. You are actually still happy. The same for me. Jean Gudwa also agreed. After all, these two people are dead, so the future One Piece must be Whitebeard. Marco, you go. The father loves you the most, so you should go and say. Elt kicked Marco out with a kick, and then hit Whitebeard's leg. Whitebeard lowered his head and looked. Gulala. What's the matter with Marco? Dad said that if you take you to sea, he will definitely take you there. Don't worry. Father, I have something to tell you. Marco, who jumped onto the side of the ship, said to Whitebeard what Elt had just said. Goo-la-la-la. You really decided. Whitebeard laughed boldly after listening. When he turned around, he saw the nodding of Odin, Elt, and others. The reason why Whitebeard agreed so quickly is that he now has Zephyr and can't make it. If he doesn't fight for a week or two, that's fundamental. There is no way to tell the winner. And if he was allowed to go away like this, Whitebeard's face would be hard for him. It can be said that Marco's method is the best now without losing face. Zephyr, my son just said that I don't have to watch Shiki and Roger fight anymore. But as a father, I want to do something for my son's last request. Whitebeard's voice suddenly increased, and a huge cloud cut was thrown into the air by Whitebeard, spinning. Retreat, the bastard Whitebeard is about to shoot. Zephyr, who had fought against Whitebeard many times, saw Whitebeard cut the clouds and threw it up. He knew what this guy was going to do, and shouted an order to let the warship leave. Although he is not afraid, the Marine on board does not mean he is not afraid. Lousy wants to give them two bastards a big gift for Lousy's son. A white halo shrouded Whitebeard's fists. Whitebeard squatted down slightly. Both his arms and the muscles on his body were bulging high, like the green veins of a horned dragon entrenched on it. Shockfruit's ability caused the whole atmosphere to begin. Shaking, the captain behind him hunted and shook his head. Immediately, in the horrified eyes of Marine and others, they fell heavily on the atmosphere on both sides. Flick, 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 flick. In the atmosphere in front of Whitebeard, the whole piece was broken, cracks spread like a mirror, and the whole broken atmosphere stretched for hundreds of meters. After Whitebeard's blow, the sky reversed and the turbulent sea suddenly stagnated. without even a trace of fluctuation. Children, go. Whitebeard, who knew what was going to happen next, issued an order to retreat and caught the remaining Tsung Yunchi with one hand, without acting too handsomely. Almost just before the Moby Dick had just evacuated. Rumble. There was a huge sound that was more terrifying than thunder, and then the entire sea area was constantly shaking, and countless cracks stretched from the sky to divide the sea. Under the startled eyes of everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group, a huge tsunami of tens of thousands of meters slowly rose high on another section of the sea, almost level with the sky. Like a ferocious behemoth, the mighty Edvard waters rushed forward, and there was nothing to stop it. At this time, the Roger pirate group and the flying fleet were incapable of fighting on the sea. Although Golden Lion has an absolute advantage, it still hasn't completely crushed it in the face of the Roger pirates who fought back against the water. Roger, today is your death date. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. The sea rolled violently. Shiki lion fruit turned into a huge lion head directly under the power of Shiki lion fruit, roaring constantly, rushing towards Roger. On the Oro Jackson, Buggy kept yelling after seeing this scene, "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." Roger grinned, without any fear. God. Roger's divine avoidance hasn't finished yet. The time of the lightning and thunder was completely dimmed, as if the entire sea was shaking. When the Golden Lion Shiki raised his head, a huge tsunami that could destroy everything appeared in front of Shiki, causing everyone to chill in the sky. Run. At this moment, whether it was the Golden Lion, the Roger pirates, or the faraway Marine, they all wanted to turn around. Because it was far away, almost the moment I heard the noise again, whether it was Garp or Sengoku, they all roared. But on the other side, Golden Lion's flying fleet is not so lucky. Asterisk. 27. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. The flying fleet that was destroyed. The Roger pirates that was victorious. Outside the number, the Golden Lion Shiki and the Roger pirates fought, and the flying fleet was almost completely destroyed. At this moment, countless places on the sea were shocked by news reports. What? The overlord of New World, Golden Lion Shiki, is defeated. The flying fleet is a name only. Impossible. The current Golden Lion is not the most powerful force in the New World. I heard that it was destroyed by a sudden tsunami group. In countless places on the sea, people from all walks of life couldn't believe it after seeing the news in the newspaper. After all, this was too incredible. It was reported 2 days ago that the Roger pirates might be destroyed by the Golden Lion Shiki, but today it is the other way around. Atato lands in New World. The dictator Queen Bigmom held the newspaper and laughed happily. Mama, Shiki was actually defeated. Roger, that guy is really dead. He didn't die like this. This sea is getting more and more unstable. The constant singing of hornets next to him, coupled with Charlotte Leanlean's laughter, made the cake shop seem extremely strange and terrifying. On board the Moby Dick, Marco, who had just paid the newsbird, held the newspaper and shouted excitedly. "Father, Daddy, look, the Golden Lion's flying fleet is gone, and the Roger pirates won a terrible victory. Sure enough, you are still the strongest, Daddy." Whitebeard, who was drinking with a huge wine gourd, also looked sideways. After all, he did not expect that his random punch would cause the original New World pirate Golden Lion Shiki to lose a lot, and even Roger would win a miserable victory. Goolalala. This time Shiki is afraid that it will be directly injured. This time the sea will be calm for a while. Whitebeard didn't feel guilty or even a pity that Shiki was almost beaten to the position of the overlord. After all, if it was really possible, he would never mind. Let Shiki and Roger sink to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. After a few random glances, Whitebeard also understood what had happened after they left. The huge tsunami caused the Golden Lion's flying fleet to suffer heavy losses, and Roger relied on Adam's treasure, Trezoro Jackson, to successfully rush out and escape Shiki's siege. And Shiki also flew back to his small island in the sky with a few pirate ships. Whitebeard looked at Elt, who was getting along well with everyone, and he liked it and was satisfied. After leaving Edvard, Whitebeard also learned about it from Marco. This method was invented by Elt, and Whitebeard, I don't think it's despicable, pirate. Shouldn't you just do what you want? Moreover, Elt was his son, who would dare to make irresponsible remarks, and Whitebeard absolutely sank him to the bottom of the sea on the spot. When Whitebeard read out the news in the newspaper, the entire Whitebeard pirate group was extremely excited and cheered. Odin and Jean Gudwa beside them looked at Elt with surprise. "You guessed too accurately. Alter, Golden Lion Shiki really lost, huh? Now Shiki is about to quit the hegemony. But Roger's name is really big. If it's not for the old man, I'm afraid he can't get away at all. Jean Gudwa was also sighing. After all, a sea overlord was almost drowned by the tsunami, and no one would believe it. Don't think about it so much. Even if the Golden Lion Shiki's flying fleet is gone now, it will not be affected at all. He is still the Golden Lion on the sea. Elton knew that after the Battle of Edver, the Golden Lion was still at its peak. Although the rudder on his head was inserted deep into the brain, and there was no way to take it out, it was still strong. Unless it is op fruit, of course. As for now, I don't know where it is. Otherwise, after Roger's arrest, one person would single-handedly take Sengoku and Garp at their peak, killing countless Marines, fighting for more than a week, and destroying more than half of Marineford. This kind of person, if anyone wants to pick up cheap, now whoever goes to die. The ending of Golden Lion Shiki should have started from cutting off his legs and escaping from impelled down. That time, Golden Lion, who originally wanted to dominate the world by strength, actually wanted to destroy East Blue and conducted some violent experiment. In a word, shame. Finally, Wong Luffy dragged it into the theater version and played. Huh? Alti, your brain is good. Odin put his arm around Elt's shoulder with extraordinary enthusiasm. Odin's words made Jean Gudwa on the side ashamed. That's why you don't use your mind. Well, in that case, Marine Admiral and Zephyr existed. It was absolutely impossible for us to pass. If I'm not mistaken, there are other Marine Admiral or Garp in the sea area of Edver. After thinking about it for a while, Elt will know that the two New World pirates want a PK. How could Marines sit still? And definitely want to do the kind of behavior that the river mussels compete for the fisherman's profit. If he were a senior Marine, he would do the same. It doesn't matter to Marine whether it is Shiki or Roger who wins, as long as it is a loser. It is profitable for Marine. With Marine's sealing plastic surgery, no matter who loses at the time, they all run, can't drop. However, because of Whitebeard's intervention, the huge tsunami became even more terrifying, and both Golden Lion and Roger escaped the period. 28. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The Big Sheep. Odin, my good brother Alter. Odin, have you met Roger? Elt looked at Odin next to him, thinking that this guy was going to be on Roger's boat in 2 years. No, I just heard of him. I heard by Xiaoji say, Roger is a man worth admiring. Since Odin left Wanakuni and joined the Whitebeard pirate group, he has basically never seen other pirate groups. To some, they were all sunk to the bottom of the sea. Now they may not even be able to find any scum. Thinking that Odin, the big fat lamb, would be gone soon, Alti was really not feeling well. After all, after so many prostitutes, I have become accustomed to it. Suddenly one day, the Odin cash machine is gone. AIERT feared that he would not be able to adapt for a moment. Odin, how about the Whitebeard pirates? Alter sat on the side of the ship, grinning, tempting, and completely looking like a close friend. I was the happiest time on the Whitebeard pirates, and I'm met by Xiaoji and you. Especially you, Alti, but my best partner. Odin laughed with arms akimbo. This was something he had never experienced in Wanakuni, whether it was a wonderful adventure, a battle, or a trusted partner. And every time this guy always has a lot of good ideas. Odin's cleverness makes Odin extremely envious. Odin has thought about it several times. Then he will bring Elt back to Wanakuni to help himself. Odin, you said if Roger suddenly saw you are powerful, what should you do if you want to poach you? Will you change jobs? Don't the Whitebeard pirates? Elt looked worried, and there was hope in his eyes, and he was very embarrassed to see Odin for a while. Don't worry, Alter on the Whitebeard pirates, but there are you. I won't go to the Roger pirate, so don't worry. Odin patted his chest and said it was a promise. If it weren't for Elt to know the follow-up plot, he would have been fooled by Odin's vivid acting skills. Well, Odin, I regard you as my best partner, and I am very reluctant. Or let's make a bet. The corners of Elt's mouth rose after speaking. Why don't you? Kazuki Odin, don't you believe it, Elt? I don't believe it because your name is Kazuki Odin. Odin, you don't dare to bet. Maybe you didn't dare. Sure enough, you were lying to me just now. Elt really looked like this, with the expression I guessed, watching Odin's face full of disgust. Impossible. What are you going to bet on? Seeing that his best partner doesn't look at himself with a straight eye, Odin, as a samurai, feels that he is underestimated. This is not to believe him, Kazuki Odin. 21 jobs for a handful of great things. As soon as Ert said to play, Odin was immediately alert. Good fellow, I didn't expect you to be such a person. The Tianyu you cut from the waist was picked off by Odin, held in his arms, and stared at Elt with a vigilant look. Elt looked dumbfounded. You don't need to get excited. Odin, you don't really need to be so excited. I didn't say I want your Tianyu to be cut. Compared to Odin's vigilance, Elt was much calmer. After all, it was a trade that made sure not to accompany him. As for finding Odin a handful of big business objects, 21 jobs, fart, where would he find them? The two in the hands of Golden Lion's feet? Or somewhere in East Blue Day? As for Koshiro, Elt said he was just an ordinary person at all. As for saying that Koshiro is a great swordsman, Alti sneered. In the fan Q&A session, Oda answered that Koshiro is an ordinary person. But Elt wouldn't take it either. After all, Odin was not a fool. He definitely knew Kosaburo, cut off his friend's son, and gave things to Odin. It was exciting to think about it. I heard that Wanakuni is holding a knife, second generation ghostly. I bet on this one. If you lose, I will want this knife. If you have to chop me Tianyu, I won't mind. If you lose, I will also find you a famous knife to make up for your lack of second-hand skills. I didn't come for your knife. As the best partner. I just don't want you to take refuge in other pirate groups. What Elt said was sentimental and righteous, as if he was really trying to keep Odin. In fact, he just wanted Odin's sword. It doesn't matter whether second generation Ghost Toru or Tianyu Yuuzhan. As for Wanakuni's other Chioshui, Elt didn't mention it. After all, I thought about it with my ass, knowing that Odin would not agree. Now Chioshui is still buried in the tomb of Longma, and it is far from being stolen by Moria, this little rubbish. At that time, after Chioshui and Ryoma were stolen, wouldn't it be fine to go to Moria to snatch them? As for returning back, Elt said it was okay. At that time, they would exchange them at the same price. He is a man of rules. Since practicing Shinto-ryu, Elt has found that a knife is not enough, so he also wants to go to the second sword style. So the current heir is the same as Odin, with 2 knives hanging around his waist. It's just not a famous knife, but a relatively good quality sword. As for whether Odin won't be able to beat Guy after cheating both knives away, it doesn't matter to him, Elt. No matter how it is given, Odin must have a knife to return to Wanakuni. The big deal is death. Really, what a big deal. Okay, Elt, you will definitely lose. Looking at his fist, Odin finally punched Elter with a serious face. He didn't think he would go to a Roger Pirates group he didn't know at all, so Odin won the bet this time. At this time, I use one sentence to describe the relationship between Elt and Odin. That is, Odin inserts 2 knives for Elt as a brother, and then Elt in turn inserts Odin 2 knives and becomes a big fat sheep asterisk. 29. Chapter 29. Chapter 29, The Whitebeard Pirates Seeking Asylum. Hey, Elt, you and Odin are betting again. Seeing the pair of punches between the two, Vista guessed that Elt had thought of another way to pit Odin, and also ran over to look 8 trigrams. I will definitely win this bet. Odin looked confident and grinned, feeling that his IQ could finally overwhelm Elt. Seeing Odin's appearance, Vista was not very optimistic about Odin for an instant. After all, the two had often bet before, and Odin basically lost 10 bets and 9 loses. Every time the Whitebeard pirate group divides things, the share belonging to Odin will be taken away by Elt, as well as Izung's. As for Cat Viper and Inu Lon, they won't even have their share of the money. What? Lord Odin, you bet with him again. As expected of dog ears, Inaran heard Odin's words from a long distance away. When he rushed over, his legs were turning in circles, and he hugged Odin's thighs, and tears in his eyes immediately swirled in his eyes. Master Odin, you can't bet with him. If you are betting, there is nothing left. 10,000 hearts. Inaran, this time he will win. Faced with Inu lands crying and rolling, Odin didn't care at all. By the way, what are you betting on? Vista is also very curious, seeing Odin's happy look. It should be a big block. Now, it's just us a handful of great works of 21 work. Elt said nonchalantly. Inu ran, who was still rolling on the ground, dropped his chin on the deck in surprise, with a speechless expression on his face. The word prodigal has been posted on Odin's body by Inu Ran. The key is that Odin is still obsessed with self-confidence. Even Bista by his side had a speechless expression, and it seemed that the 2 knives Odin brought abroad were gone. Odin, come on. I'll help you keep an eye on whether there is a famous knife in the future. If you have such an opportunity next time, remember to call me. At this moment, Vista was screaming in his heart. Odin would block me if he wanted to bet. Because from Vista's point of view, isn't Odin just giving the knife? Although I don't know what agreement the two have, Vista fully believes in Odin's characteristic of losing every bet. The movement of Odin and Elt also attracted Izang and the Cat Viper. Inulon, why are you lying on the ground as a retainer of Lord Odin? You are so embarrassed of Lord Odin. I look down on you. Cat Viper saw Inulon rolling on the ground. They didn't know what happened, so he came up to mock him. Master Odin made a bet again. He has already planned to slay Tianyu away. It's that kid again. The cat viper, who is still gloating in misfortune, will roll around like Inu lawn in the next second, so he is unhappy. It's so prodigal. Elt, Odin, and Inuyarashi Bista all looked at the cat viper with disgust. This seamless switching. The only time I was normal was Zong, but he still had a constipated expression. If Odin was not his patriarch, he would want to pick Odin on the fishing rod and feed the fish. That's stupid. I don't have a long memory yet, and I don't care if I don't have a long memory, that I'm still confused by confidence. Master Odin, do you want to think about it again? After all, you already owe Alter 281 million Baileys. We are really out of money. When Odin heard Izang's words, his jaw dropped in shock. Too much. He thought it would be tens of millions of Baileys at most. Elt, who was on the side, will let this man, cat, and dog 3 things, right? Impossible with his Alter's character of plucking hair. He absolutely can't tolerate this happening. Odin, a real man dare to face it, your samurai spirit. Where is it? Elt directly urged the method and moved out of Odin's samurai spirit. Odin, who was still hesitant, immediately smiled freely and waved his hand. If you are a real man, you have to face it bravely, Izang. Don't persuade me. Go, let's have a drink. Try my good Odin. At Odin's greeting, Elt and others followed and left, leaving Izang, cat, and dog with helpless faces. After more than a week after the Battle of Edvard, Alter spent every day on the boat, training with Odin or Bista during the day, and at night with Tainyushi, Ching and me, increasing the feelings. Everything seemed calm. Father, someone called from Acorn Island just now. I heard that some pirate groups from New World were looting nearby. Ask us for protection? Jaws, who received the call, stood on the deck, grumbling. It's this kind of thing again. More and more islands are looking for the protection of our Whitebeard pirates. It's really troublesome. Gulala. Sitting in the captain's seat, Whitebeard took the huge wine gourd and kept drinking. Daddy, doesn't this prove the strength of our Whitebeard pirates? More and more places are seeking shelter from our Whitebeard pirates. I'm glad it's too late. Beside Jaws, Sachi, dressed in a chef's costume, also spoke proudly. Seeking the shelter of the Whitebeard pirates is the best proof that they are powerful. My stupid sons, since you are so passionate about the site, then we will accept it. As long as I plant the Whitebeard banner, no one will dare to invade. Whitebeard is also bold and unrestrained. Since others have come to the door, how could he hesitate? He's the overlord of this sea, Whitebeard Giat. For this kind of island or a kingdom seeking protection, the Whitebeard pirate group will basically not pass. At most, it is the captain or the pirate group under its banner, so this time is the same. Who is going to visit this mission? As soon as Whitebeard's voice fell, someone agreed. Father, let me go. 30, Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Almighty Teach, Iron Waste Altar. Elt. The people of the Whitebeard pirate group followed the sound, and it was Elt who was holding Tanyue. Usually this kind of thing is done by people like Bista or Jaws, Jingudo, and Whitby because they are more experienced, and even Marco has not gone out to perform the task alone. Elt, you are going to go. Odin jumped up suddenly, looking at Alter with a look of surprise. When did Alter become so active? Shouldn't this guy go without profit and be too early? Elt, you really want to go? Wow, I envy you so much. Marco also yelled at the back of the crowd, cheering for Elt, who didn't know he thought it was him who was going to perform the task this time. Elt, you seem to be a trainee crew member, just like Marco. Just worry about it. Whitebeard also frowned good-looking brows. After all, in the Whitebeard pirate group, trainee crew members are generally not allowed to perform tasks. Cool, la 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 la, Alti, you really decided. The final decision is still with Whitebeard, who leans forward and stares at Alter, making Alter feel that he is under great pressure. Of course, as a member of the Whitebeard pirates, I also want to help everyone. Elt tightly grasped Tainyushi's little hand, relieved his tension, and grinned. Father, I want to go with Elt. Just when everyone thought Whitebeard was about to announce, Teach raised his hand, almost standing in the outermost corner of the crowd, where there was no sense of existence. The focus of everyone was on Teach. After seeing that Teach also raised his hand, Elt smiled. Sure enough, Teach will always support him, no matter whether he did it right or not. Teach, like Marco and others, they were not surprised, because they knew that Elt and Teach were brothers on the boat. If Teach, who is usually kind, would be angry, it must be about Elt. Teach wants to go too, but some of the crew of the Whitebeard pirates who didn't know that Elt and Teach were brothers were very surprised. If Ert performed very well in the Whitebeard pirates, Teach's unusually low-key Teach, the good guy on board, is also very popular. Goo la 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 la. My two silly sons, if you want to go, let's go together. If anyone doesn't have eyesight, just report your father's name. The Whitebeard pirates will always be your backing. When everyone was puzzled, Whitebeard agreed to Teach's request. Maybe it was the unity of the two brothers, or maybe he wanted El to take care of him. Teach's request was very smooth and simple, and no one knew what Whitebeard thought. In fresh water, the food is returned to the vessel after it is ready. Let's go. Elter's hand, when he lived in Tianyue, walked towards a small boat that could only accommodate a few people. Teach, wait for me, Alti. El turned his head and shouted, and Teach ran over immediately, behaving very funny. When Ert and Teach boarded the boat at Tianyushi, Jaws came over. This is the chart of the former Yama Island, and the pointers. Keep them away. If you are in danger, remember to call the bug. Got it, Jaws, give us a hand. Stand on the boat, hug Ert and Teach and Tinwe, and hold the ship's side tightly. El Teach and Tianyue, a smooth journey. What? Almost roaring, Jaws grabbed the keel of the boat. With great power, Jaws' muscles bulged, and the green veins like horned dragon entangled his arms. Under Jaws' tremendous power, the small boat in which the three of Elt was riding was directly thrown up by Jaws. Tianyue in the sky hugged her husband tightly, not daring to let go. With a loud bang, the boat fell into the water from the mobile, splashing a huge curtain of water. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group were all gathered on the side of the ship, thinking about the three of them waving their hands. Be careful, remember to come back early. Take care all the way. Call the bug if you are in danger. Alti, pay attention to Temperance. Something strange seems to have gotten in. Everyone is saying goodbye. Hey, Teach, I don't understand this chart. Here it is, and this pointer. A few hours after leaving the mobile, Alti had been looking at the chart and couldn't understand it at all, so he simply handed it to Teach. When they were young, it was Teach who went out to fish alone, and Elt, in his own words, was an iron waste. In Ert's impression, his elder brother Teach can do anything. His usual hobby is reading books and history. When Ert first knew it, he almost couldn't believe it. Blackbeard's hobby is reading books? Teach, who left the Whitebeard pirate group, looked sharp and no longer looked like an Iron Man. A person gathers the chop hand, the navigator, and the sail hand. And I would only call Teach 666 next to him when he was holding Tianyue. Elt, why do you think about coming out suddenly? At night, Teach sat on the side of the ship, a little confused about what his brother meant. I just wanted to come out and play. There's nothing interesting on the Moby Dick. Odin is a fool again. Elt spread out his hands. He had no plan at all. He just wanted to come out and play. When he increased his actual combat experience, he might be able to pick up some powerful devil fruit. After all, he is the son of destiny, self-appointed. I thought you had heard something or discovered something and wanted to come out. Forget it. You just have to be happy. Teach waved his hand and asked El to go back to rest in the cabin. After all, Teach didn't need to sleep. He watched the ship and was definitely on duty. 31. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, The Cruel El, The Cruel Teach. Add more for the confusion. Whoops, whoops. Boom. Elter, who was still asleep, was awakened immediately. As soon as he got out of the ship, he heard the sound of shells hitting the water. The originally calm sea splashed a high-water curtain. Standing on the deck, Teach held its claws like Wolverine and paused slightly. Following a whirlwind, the violent Teach instantly appeared in the air. The immense force caused the bow of the unstable boat to sink suddenly. Hard to catch with the naked eye, as Teach passed by, the shells exploded in the air. Elter, are you a pirate? In the deer-like Tianyue, he drew out his saber from the cabin and rushed out before he had almost put on his clothes, trying to share the pressure for Elt and Teach. But Teach suddenly erupted, and the distance of the boat swayed, causing Tianyushi to bump and run out. Immediately, Elt hugged her, preventing her from falling into the sea. Don't be afraid, there is Teach. After the cannonball in the air was resolved, Teach landed steadily on the bow. It turned out to be two little ghosts, and there is actually a woman. This is the one who came to play. In front of the three of them, a dilapidated pirate ship, with its sails smashed by artillery fire. The leading man with a sulky face with 3 muskets on his waist, wearing a captain's hat, and his clothes in tatters. He's the captain of the Doling Pirates, and he is commanding the crew to shell AI.Ert's boat for 3 people. The captain said, so interesting. Is this a tryst on the sea? I'm embarrassed to be bumped into by us. What should I do? Then kill them all. The Doling Pirates, which are like lunatics, did not put Elt, Teach, and Tainyushi in their eyes at all. The two little ghosts, plus a woman, were just fun to pass the time for them. Killing is not as normal for a pirate as eating and drinking water. No one thinks there is any problem, or even get used to it. Hip hop ha ha. It's really a bunch of trash from the sea. However, such a sea is really exciting. Elk grinned, covered his forehead with his left hand, bent his body backwards, and smiled like a convulsive smirk, making him extremely nervous and pathological. Elk. Tianyue was at a loss when she was held in her arms. She had been in the Whitebeard pirates for so long and had never seen her husband behave this way. Kill them all. Almost emotionless words spit out from Teach's expressionless mouth, as if the life of the pirate on the opposite side was as cheap as a mouse. Stay here obediently, Teach, and I will slaughter them all and come back. With a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, Elt released Tainyushi and pulled out another knife from his waist. As for using Yinamo, Elt said that he did not want to use it. You heard that. Since these two little ghosts are going to kill us, then Lousy will kill you, asshole. The pirate, who was still giggling at first, still laughing in the first half of the sentence. After the second half of the sentence, he directly took out his musket, his face full of fierceness. Boom. Ding. The two sounds almost sounded at the same time, making people never know what happened. If it weren't for the smoking muzzle at this time, the pirate would even think he hadn't fired a shot just now. Because at this time, Elt was holding the saber in both hands and was smiling at the pirate. Hey, did you see it just now? The bullet seems to have been split. A pirate said tremblingly, his voice trembling. Be careful, the other party is. Dorenko heard it before he finished speaking. Puff. Boom, boom, boom. Alti, who was supposed to be on the boat, has appeared on the Dolink pirate ship, and the pirate who had just shot was also from the left shoulder to the right waist, being split by Alti, was split into two diagonally. The blood of pirates was everywhere on the deck, and the internal organs leaked out. Then start, Teach. Kill him for this uncle. The awakened Dolink reacted for the first time and drew out the sword from his waist. With a roar, the originally unresponsive pirates were once again hacked to death by two pirates. Bastard kid, die for me. A burly man with a chest full of scars, more than 5 meters tall, directly lifted a mace that was thicker than an Elt and rushed towards Elt. The huge mace was even hit with a sonic boom and smashed into Elt's head. Go to hell, kid. Boom. He was not smashed into meatloaf as he had imagined. The moment he saw the mace come down again, Elt directly covered armament Haki with the saber in his hand. When the mace hits Elt's knife, the huge wave of air directly emptied the surroundings of the two of them. Go to hell. When he saw that Elt was restrained, the other pirates were not fools. They raised their weapons and stabbed at Elt's back waist. Elt, be careful. Get out of the way. When Tianyue was on the boat, she could see the opponent's small movements clearly. She was afraid of being injured by Elt. She felt powerless at this time and wanted to make Elt avoid her. But Elt didn't even look behind his back because he knew he would be okay. I saw Teach directly rushed out, covered with armament Haki's whip leg, directly twisting the neck of one of the pirates a few 180 degrees, and fell on the deck like a twist. And the other pirate's knife was directly stopped by Teach's steel claws, unable to advance any further. And then what greeted him was a kick that made him feel that his soul was going to be beaten out. 32. Chapter 32. Chapter 32, The Real Pirate. When the pirate saw that his companion was killed, he was stopped, and wanted to go back. He saw Teach hit his chest with a kick. The pirate even felt that he heard the sound of breaking bones and spine. The tremendous power made him feel that his soul was about to be beaten out, kicked up like a prawn, smashed into the ship's rail, and fell into the sea. Then you go with him, too. As the voice fell, Alter's arms suddenly swelled, and his muscles bulged high. And the eyes of the pirate, who couldn't believe it, the mace, which was bigger than ordinary people, was neatly cut open. The cut is as smooth and complete as a mirror. Seeing a knife hitting his neck, the pirate directly conditioned his reflex to block his left arm in front of him. But it was this action that saved his life. But what followed was pain enough to make him faint. The originally strong pirate, at this time his left arm, at the joint, was cut off by Elt. And at this little time, the pirate almost leaned back at the fastest speed in his life, only to see a dazzling knife light flashing, and he could even clearly see his horrified eyes from the knife face, and the already cut off the nose. Save me, Captain Dolink. It hurts. I don't want to die. Please let me go. When the pirate reached the ground, a huge pain hit, and the severed left arm and the severed nose were scattered on the side. A burly man over 5 meters, like a child at this time, mixed with tears, blood, and snot flowing from his face, making him look extraordinarily hideous. And the blood is like the side without money, constantly flowing from the broken arm and face, turning the pirate into a bloodman. Because of the distortion of the pirates, a picture was drawn on the deck, and Elk even felt that there was a sweet smell in the air. Well, it's really noisy. In order to prevent my wife from seeing your disgusting appearance, I can only trouble you to die. Elk, who leaned over, grinned, his face full of evil, with the softest tone, and said the cruelest words. The pirate, who was still crying, stopped screaming. His face was full of horror, and his strong desire to survive came out. No, don't kill me. I'm not calling anymore. Please let me go. But under his horrified eyes, Elk raised his right foot without even looking at him, covering armament Haki. Boom. The immense power instantly stepped on the pirate's face, like a watermelon shattered, and the red and white things burst on the deck. Even on the deck, there were countless cracks because of one foot. Oh, he didn't make a move. He is your crew member. How sad he should be. After all, he still called your name in the end. No. Elt looked at Dolink with a gloomy face. His tone was casual from the beginning to the last word. The saber, dripping with blood, was carried by Elt on his shoulder, and the corners of his mouth rose. He is the only one left. He is really weak and pitiful. On the sea, there has never been a world of the weak. Teach was also breaking the neck of the last pirate, and after throwing it into the sea to feed the fish, he came to Elt and said, "You too, little ghost, it's really disgusting. I thought you could kill me, lousy as Uncle Dolink, bastard." Bum. With a roar of anger, Dorinko violently rushed towards Teach, and the huge power under his feet instantly shattered the deck. Dang. And Elt's sights and hearings also directly spotted Dolink, who rushed in front of him. He directly grasped the saber on his shoulders and slashed at Dolink with both hands. The moment the two Tai Chi collided, countless sparks were generated. If anger can make people stronger, Lousy has long been the best in the world. What's the use of a loud voice, trash on the sea, Dolink? Elt didn't want to let it go. And Teach appeared on the side of Dolink instantly, covered with armament Haki's steel claws. And Dolink was also the first to spot the attacking Teach. Both of them suddenly used force to push Elt away, and then faced Teach's steel claws, directly hitting it with armament Haki's left fist, and wanted to stop him, Teach. But Elt doesn't care about a fair duel. At the moment of being repelled, his right foot suddenly exerted force, directly slamming the deck of the pirate ship, stopping the figure, and then lifting the knife up and down Link's belly. Asshole. Seeing that it was almost flanked on two sides, Dorinko cursed secretly. The sword in his right hand was reversed, and the sword was covered with armament Haki, trying to block one of Elt. Bomb! Teach's steel claw hits Dolink's left hand, persevering. But Teach has another left hand. Idiot. When Dorink thought about it, Teach was full of armament Haki's punches and hit him directly in the face. And Elt also swung his knife and slashed on Dolink's knife. Get out of lousy, bastard. Alti, who exerted his force again, repulsed Dorink's blade and hit Dorink's abdomen. Even if his back hit the body, it was also pushed into the body by Alti's tremendous strength. Bang. Dolink, who was hit by both Teach and Elt at the same time, was directly driven into the bottom of the boat and embedded in the wooden planks. He vomited blood constantly in his mouth and even lost a few teeth. ERT smashed into his abdomen and kept bleeding out. 33. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Teach. This is the strength of the bugs in the sea. It's really disappointing. Elt kicked away the plank in front of him, and the next moment, before Elt could take a shot, Teach was a knee stitch and hit Dolink's jaw. Boom. Almost another heavy blow. Dorinko, who was in the cabin, was lifted into the sky by Teach, hit the deck again, then fell heavily on the deck. Elt saw this scene extremely speechless. I just came down to pretend to be forced, and then you hit him up, although spit, but Elt still jumped onto the deck. Cough, cough, cough. Dolink, who was vomiting blood, also trembled in fear, and the knife in his waist was pulled out by Teach just now. It's really awesome, but how can my uncle Dolink lose? Feeling the knife wound in his abdomen, Dorinko bit his saber in his mouth, and his upper body was torn off and tied around his waist to stop the bleeding. Come on, two little ghosts. After clenching the saber with both hands, Dolink rushed towards the two Elt with a frantic expression on his face. Clang. Dorink's angry knife was blocked by Teach, but was followed by Elt, who jumped from behind Teach, with the sword facing down and stabbed Dorink's spine. Seeing Elt's attack, Dorinko didn't dare to resist, and rolled directly to the right. Crack. Elt's huge force directly knocked the deck beneath his feet into a collapse. You trash, you should die sooner. Titch faced Durenko, who had just gotten up, and kicked Durenko on the head, full of arms. Seeing Titch, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Dolink's eyes narrowed, his face pale, and a cold air went straight to the sky. Puff. A huge force hit Dolink's head for an instant, blood and teeth spurted out, and half of his head was deformed and sunken. The power of a moment caused Dolink to shock directly, and it felt as if someone had taken a small hill and hit him on his head. The knocked-out Dolink directly smashed the ship's side, and his huge force made him float on the surface of the sea and finally fell into the sea. Let the Elt on the side stay directly. You are now presenting the finale with one kick. Originally, Elt was still planning to make up the knife and then said two sorrows and ended Durenko. Alter, will you carry those treasures away? I just saw a lot of treasures in the cabin. Titch's words left Elt directly speechless. Why did you see that I didn't see it? Didn't you jump down and push him back to the deck with one knee? Where did the time come? Move away. Anyway, I don't think it's too much money. Oh, get the boat over here for a while. Elt beckoned directly to Tainyushi on the boat. Okay, I'll be here soon. Seeing the battle on the pirate ship ended, Tainyushi was also relieved. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Although she was a little self-defense, she was just a three-legged cat and couldn't help Elt at all. After Kalmar's kidnapping, Tainyushi knew that not everyone would take care of her like Elt, and there were countless bad people on the sea. After Ert and Titch moved the treasure to the boat, they were surprised to find that there were close to 10 million Baileys, but most of them are treasures. Gold and Baileys are only a small part. After all, this is more than a number. It's not small anymore. As for hundreds of millions of Baileys at every turn, Elt said that he hadn't seen it anyway. There may be someone in the Whitebeard pirates, but it is definitely not him. After seeing the two returning to the ship, Tainyushi was also worried. Elt, Titch, are you all right? Are you injured? Huh? No, how could a group of trash on the sea block my face? Titch and I joined forces. Also, when Elt took a bite of Tainyushi, sure enough, having a wife is different. Titch seems to be very strong. Why didn't it show up on the Whitebeard pirates? Although Tainyushi was stunned, he still had his eyesight. In the battle just now, Titch's strength was definitely not worse than that of Alter, and even very strong. Well, when you are young, don't ask. Titch has a disease that will cause shock if he touches it in front of everyone. Remember to keep Titch secret. Elt held Tainyushi in his arms, touched Tainyushi's hair, and said softly, Good. Without even asking why, Tainyushi won the victory with a smile on her face. She is considerate and is the wife of Elt. She naturally knows that there is a problem, but as a wife, she should support her husband. Titch, don't you know how to fish? I'm hungry. I want to eat fish. Elt raised his hand and suddenly said that he wanted to eat fish. After the battle, he was full of hunger. After all, in the pirate world, eating can always quickly replenish physical strength. Titch, no, you want to eat it and catch it yourself. Titch's words slumped Elt. He would catch a fart, and he would not do anything except eat. In Elt's memory, fighting called Titch, hungry called Titch, sick also called Titch. Hey, children without parents are just like me. Even the elder brother doesn't feel distressed. The younger brother is always bullied. Elt sighed to himself, causing Titch's mouth to twitch while sitting on the ship's gunwale. I see, Elt, don't call here anymore. Titch, who was extremely speechless, was finally annoyed by Elt's ears. After taking off his little mantle and hat, he took the harpoon on the boat and jumped directly into the sea. Elt, Titch seems to spoil you. Asterisk. 34, Chapter 34. Chapter 34 Pirates are all scum. When Tainyushi saw the conversation between Titch and Elt, she also smiled slightly. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. Hey, after all, he is Marshal D. Titch, my big brother. The corners of Elt's mouth were also rising. Of course, he felt Titch's silent concern as a big brother. When he was a kid, Titch always gave him the whole fish. When there was no food in the house, Titch would go out to steal, rob, and then come back with wounds all over his body. Although he was not awakened when he was a child, he was a foolish person, but Titch did not give up on him. He still regarded him as his brother. When someone bullied him, 6 or 7-year-old Titch dared to fight an adult with a knife. Wow. When Elt recalled the past, a huge big octopus flew out from the bottom of the sea, and a harpoon was inserted above the head of the big octopus. Obviously, this was thrown by Titch, and Titch jumped at the next moment, upper deck. Look at me. Looking at the big octopus still spreading its teeth and claws, Elt's body was slightly lowered. His right hand was tightly placed on the saber around his waist. Shintoryu drew a Bafong sword. Eld appeared next to the big octopus instantly, and the saber held in his backhand dashed towards the octopus. But in the air, there were 8 identical blade lights, different in attack, posture, or direction. Song. With the recovery of Eld's saber, the original big octopus was cut into countless pieces and dropped onto the deck. Teach, hurry up and cook. I'm hungry and dying. Eld, who was still very energetic just now, wilted in an instant. I will help too. At the time of Tianyue, I saw Teach alone tidying up the octopus that was still active, and he also went up to help, except that Eld was salting the fish. Soon, under the operation of Teach and Tainyushi, a sumptuous octopus meal was prepared. I'm gonna start now. The hungry Elter kept stuffing food in his mouth, and Tainyushi was also gentle to help pick dishes and pour wine. Compared to Elter, Teach eating is normal. After cleaning up all the food, belch. After a full burp, Elt lay on the deck and didn't want to move at all. Teach, how long can we get ashore? The boat is so boring. And Teach also took out the chart and checked it carefully. We should be on the next island soon. There should be half a day. The food on the boat is almost gone, and fresh water needs to be added. Every day, Air consumes more food than Tainyushi and Teach combined. Ah, really? But it feels so far to Yama Island. I was also a little happy that IT has been 2 or 3 days since they came out. Apart from discussing life with Tainyushi, he was fishing on the boat, which was no fun. And now that he hasn't reached Yama Island, Elt doesn't want to go. Fortunately, he brought Teach, otherwise he might still be lost in the sea. And half a day's time also passed in a flash, and under Elt's expectation, he finally saw the port. Teach, there is a boat ahead, avoid it. Seeing that in front of them, there is actually a sailing boat larger than them coming. Alti also let Teach turn to avoid hitting it. After all, when the boat is gone, it will be over. The 3 of them can only drive a small boat. If it is a big boat, Teach alone will not work. And Teach also immediately hit the left full rudder, and the boat under his feet quickly rode to the left. But what Elter could not think of was that the opponent also hid Wamanro. Asshole, this is intentional. Elt's face sank instantly, and he knew at once that the other party was a pirate, but he didn't hang the pirate flag. After all, this kind of thing can only be done by the scum of the pirate. But compared to the large sailing ship tens of meters, the boat under Teach's control is more flexible and changeable, and the speed is also faster, almost the difference between the 2 boats. Standing on the boat, Elt looked at each other coldly. Ah, boy, it's pretty good. Do you want to come on Lousy's boat? There was a loud laughter, and the big man with huge fangs on his chest stood at the stern, soliciting Elt and Teach. As for Tainyushi, he was directly ignored, just a woman. There is no guilt for almost killing 2 people just now. Captain of the Tusk pirate ship. Oak, Zoan Pig Fruit ability. Who do you think you are, asshole? Elter is not the kind of person who can't fight back, soliciting a fart, and wanting to solicit, hit him, and want him to be a younger brother. IT is a humiliation to Elter. The current Elter does not explode on the spot. It is already good. Elt directly drew his saber, slashed with a huge crescent, and rushed to the pirate ship. Ah, kid, you really have you dare to make a shot at my Uncle Oak. Facing the huge slash, Oak didn't panic, and the corner of his mouth grinned. Don't underestimate me. Oak jumped up from the pirate ship. The captain's cloak behind was hunting, and his entire right arm was covered with armament Haki, colliding with Elt's slash. Get down to me. The rock-like muscles bulged up high, and as Oak exerted force again, Crescent Slash was beaten crooked by a punch and hit the sea. Rumble. The slash collided with the sea, and a large water curtain tens of meters high broke out. The huge air pressure hit like a violent storm, blowing the pirate boats on both sides away. And Elt also knows what he has seen and heard. The unknown man didn't use his full strength at the blow just now, even though he didn't use his full strength either. Elt want to fight. Teach's eyes were also dangerous. Although he was very kind in front of Elt, Teach was always the same person as Elt, and all that was left in his bones was evil. Let's go. We have a chance. We will come back to find him. Elt finally shook his head, and if he started fighting, he wouldn't take much advantage. And this is New World. It's not a world. If you meet a powerful pirate, he and Teach can't solve it at all. However, Elt took note of today's events. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely stab the bastard in the back to let him know the sinister society asterisk. 35, Chapter 35. Chapter 35 robbery is also a technical job. Captain, just let them go like this. Seeing his captain let the opponent slip away, and especially the little devil with his arms around a woman, the resentful look in his eyes before he left, Many people have seen it, and the people in the Oak Pirates also felt extremely useless. It didn't take long for us to fight with that guy Dolink. Now it's not a good deal to fight those two brats. Look at the rubbish around. If we fight with those two brats, these bastards will definitely stab them in the back. After listening to Oak's words, the group of pirates on the ship also looked around. Although the port was still peaceful, the conflict just now caused many pirates to focus on the Oak Pirates. Even many people's eyesight does not hide their greed for them. Among the pirates, there has always been betrayal and betrayal. They are either killing or killing people. There are so many joys and sorrows, brothers and sisters. When the crew under his crew were all on guard, Oak raised his fist, and a conspicuous white mark was printed on his dark fist, which was very eye-catching. Interesting kid. Huh. Looking at the captain who kept laughing, the crew of the Oak Pirates didn't understand why their captain was so happy. And the three of Elt quickly left the port and boarded the island. Elt, those people were pirates just now. They shouldn't just give up like this. When Tianue saw the cruelty and greed in Oak's eyes, she also knew that the other party should have been fighting with her husband and Teach. You're right, but this is the pirate. If you don't get it, it will be ruined. Of course, Elt knew that the other party could not give up. The group of people on the other side were obviously vicious pirates. There was no sympathy between heroes. If it comes, it will be over if you kill them all. Teach is still a cold face, as if he doesn't care about what happened just now. But only Elt knows that his eldest brother will pay him back. If you pay him a foot, he may not pay you back. But if you commit a cent to him, he will definitely pay you back. Of course, Elt thinks it is the same people. Teach is right. If it comes, all will be killed. Anyway, it's just a passerby. Although Elt sometimes made strange words, but after spending so many years with Elt, Teach naturally understood it. The three people walking on the street naturally attracted the attention of many people. Of course, these attentions were almost all focused on Tainyushi's body. A pair of slender and straight legs made few people drool. As for why it is so bold, it is also related to the atmosphere of this island. Maybe it is because Ert and Teach look like kitties at first glance, while the relative Tainyushi seems to be a little more mature. Maybe it was too much sight that made Tainyushi feel particularly uncomfortable. This time, she was about to retract into Elt's arms. Crouching on the ground, the wretched pirate who stared at Tainyushi's buttocks squintly suddenly found a person standing in front of him. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Teach standing in front of him. Puff. Before even speaking, Teach's steel claws passed through his head before a ruthless word came out. If you don't have the strength, don't use your fate as a bet. Kicked the wretched pirate from his steel claws with one kick and fell into the crowd. Teach walked away expressionlessly. And Teach's violent murder also caused countless men with big sexual desires to sweat on their backs, because if they had just been them, they were basically gone now like that old pervert. Okay, it's okay. With me, Teach has already solved it. Elt comforted when he patted the Tianue like a deer in his arms. In the face of human traffickers, perhaps Tianue can resist without fear, but now that she has a husband, she naturally does not want other men to look at her with this kind of vision. Let's go. It's solved. After Teach killed the pirate, no one stopped or provoked him. They all stay away. Not all people are fools who dare to be so unscrupulous and have a calm face that wouldn't they have two brushes. On the sea, age does not mean everything. Strength is, for example, Wong Luffy, although he is only 17 years old going to sea, but who dares to fight him in the theater version? Don't talk about Golden Lion, Bullet. Elt said that he would kneel when going in, lock the blood, and have the buff bonus for the audience. Boss, these two boys are a bit tricky. Cut. The old pervert is an old, weak, and sick, and he deserves to be stabbed to death. Wait a moment, kill the two of them. That woman belongs to me. Do you hear? In the gloomy little alley, several people stared at the departure of the three of Elt, showing good-willed eyes. What the Elt three people don't know is that there are no ordinary people on this island, and ordinary people can't live here. The streets are full of bad guys with bare chest muscles, either with a gun or a knife or a drunkard. Otherwise, how could someone show the sky and the moon openly? Therefore, when the Elt trio landed on the island, they were spotted by some people, because the smell of the newcomer to the Elt trio made them smell it all at once. As for whether you are on the island or in the nearby waters, some pirates who specialize in house robbery can be judged from a long distance. After all, robbery is also a technical job, and you must have a good skill. 36. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. I poke, you hit me. Boy, hand over all the money you have. This woman will hand me over, and the uncle will spare you one today. Yes, the boss is right. After trailing the Elt-3 to the sparsely populated block, 10 pirates who were either holding a musket or carrying a weapon bet the Elt-3. The headed bald pirate with a mace and an X-shaped scar on his chest seemed to be pitying Elt, looking at the three indifferently. Why are there always a bunch of dragons to die? Obviously, Lousy has let you go. And Elt's self-talk was also heard by a pirate next to him. Hey, boy, what are you talking about? Don't think about running away. See if I have a gun in my hand. Hurry up and hand over the money to the woman next to you, or you will be killed. The pirate with a musket pointed the gun at Elt with a fierce look. Hey, what is in your hands? The pirate suddenly saw the steel claws in Teach's hand, held the gun against Teach's temple, even tilted Teach's head. You'd better put the gun away. Otherwise my eldest brother will be angry. Such an insulting action, poking a gun in Teach's head, is definitely something to be proud of. Of course, the premise is that you can survive and you can brag in the future. I just poke him. What's the matter? I poke again, kid. I'm quite grumpy. The pirate, who didn't realize the seriousness of the matter, laughed brazenly, poked Teach's head with a gun, and showed off vigorously. In the sight of Elt, Teach's face had gone completely dark. Tucker, you kids shouldn't be scared to be stupid, you. Puff. Tucker, the pirate who poked Teach's head with a gun, was like a rooster pinched around his neck. His laughter stopped abruptly, and his throat kept groaning. At his throat, Teach, who was just ridiculed by him, had inserted the iron claw in his hand into his throat, and blood kept coming out of his mouth and throat, his eyes protruding. The sea has never been a place where you mentally retarded can stay. Tucker's face was full of horror, and he kept grabbing his throat with his hands, trying to remove what was inserted into his throat. His strong desire to survive made him struggle constantly, what he wanted to catch. And the other pirate, who was still talking, was sprayed with blood when Teach's steel claw was inserted into the throat of that named Tucker. Then I saw the light of a spatula. Grumbling, the bloody human head rolled to the feet of the bald boss holding a mace. Naturally, it was Alti who had the knife. When everyone was in a daze, he directly swung his knife at the pirate closest to him, and there was the scene just now. And Tion Yuesher also pulled out the saber around her waist, clasped her hands tightly, and confronted the pirate. The bald pirate, who was laughing just now, became full of hideous faces immediately, killing people in front of his faces to provoke his majesty. Asshole, go together, kill them for me. I thought it was a little cabbage chicken, but suddenly turned into a grizzly bear. It's really a bunch of idiots who don't know what fear is. You can't be called a pirate at all. It's just a bunch of rubbish. Teach pull out his steel claws, swing his left fist, and hit the abdomen of a pirate who was sneaking behind him. The immense power made the pirate feel that his gall was about to be broken. His mouth was full of rust, and the next moment he spit out a big mouth of blood, and there were even fragments of internal organs. Then, like a prawn, he knelt down with his abdomen in his hands, arched his body, and raised his eyes. Elt also directly slashed the pirate in front of him with the sword, into two parts. Then I saw the pirates, and saw that the situation was not good, and rushed towards Tianyushi with a knife. When Tianyue was originally only able to withstand a pirate, he ignored it, raising the long knife in his hand and rushing towards a pirate in front of him, trying to solve the pirate in front of him first. At this time, Tianyushi didn't call Elter at all. She didn't want to distract Elter because of herself and then get hurt. Really a woman who can't worry about it. Flick. Elt, who was still on the battlefield, disappeared, and his location was directly cracked by the huge countershock force. Ert, who suddenly appeared behind Tianyushi, kicked in the air, making a sound of breaking through the air, and kicked the pirate who attacked Tianyue on the head. Snap. When the pirate rushing forward collided with the armed color kicking backward, the pirate's head twisted from the very beginning, then shattered, and finally exploded directly. The headless corpse that maintained its inertia even ran forward a few steps before hitting the ground with a puff. Blood was constantly coming out of the bloody neck, staining the ground red. As Tianyue killed the last pirate in an embarrassing manner, El found that the bald pirate boss at this time was actually running. I'm so fierce, I still ran and hid first. You can't run away. The bald-headed pirate boss, who was running wild, heard the sound behind him, and when he looked back, he found that Elt was actually approaching him constantly. Every time Elt disappeared, when he appeared the next time, he was closer to him. After a few breaths, Elt, who appeared behind the pirate, swung his knife and slashed away, not beeping with him at all. There was no sign at all. 37. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Don't begging for mercy. I'm afraid of my feelings. I don't know if it's the sixth sense, intuition, or good luck. The bald pirate stopped suddenly, turned around, picked up the mace and drew it towards Elt, trying to kill Elt by surprise. Then Elt's knife was slashed on the mace of the bald pirate. Not only was Elt surprised, the bald pirate also looked dumbfounded, but he was delighted in an instant. He accidentally hit and was not hacked to death by the gangster behind him. However, the two were not on the same level at all. The pirate, who was still ecstatic, blushed after a few seconds and was directly knocked into the air. Cut, I thought how strong it was. The bald pirate's fall directly caused the ground to crack. In his arms, it turned and bends irregularly. You could even see the bones of the forearms, pierced from the flesh and blood, lying on the gravel. The bald pirate also vomited blood. Please, forgive me. Before the pirate begged for mercy, Elt slashed his lips directly, cutting off the upper half of his head directly above the lips. The sharp sword energy left a deep gully on the ground. Don't beg for mercy. I'm afraid I am soft-hearted. With a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, Elt said with a mocking face he didn't feel that his actions were a little bit cruel. Even Elt felt that he was a kind person. He solved the enemy's pain with a single blow and did not torture others. This is not what a good person is. Women who dare to miss him, don't kill them. Do they still keep them for the new year? When the bald guy told him to hand over Tainyushi, Elt decided to kill him. And some people or pirates who watched the battle from a distance, after seeing Elt and Blackbeard slaughter them 3 times, they also curled their necks. And no one dared to look down on these two little ghosts. As for Elt and Teet's experience, naturally they also discovered the person hiding behind, but for them, as long as they don't jump out, it doesn't matter. It is impossible for Elt to kill all the onlookers. Even if he wants to, he may not be able to win. Elt still knows the truth of accepting as soon as you see it. Let's go. Alti, let's get out of here. After Teach wiped the blood off the weapon, he also brought Tianyue over. Elt also agreed to Teach's words, and then when he looked at Tianyue, the woman's clothes had been cut several times during the fight just now, and her body was covered with dust rolling on the ground. Then I saw Teach's clothes, still the same patch hat and blue jacket. Let's go buy some clothes. Hearing what Elt said, Teach glanced at Tianyue's dirty clothes and agreed. After all, Tainyushi's current appearance is not very good. Alice Beard Clothing Store. That's it. Standing at the door of air, pulling Tianyue, he glanced at the largest clothing store and went in. Expensive is not necessarily good, but expensive there must be his reason. Ding, welcome. 3 guests, what do you need? An old man with a gentleman's hat and a long beard jumped out after seeing the 3 of them entering the shop and performed aristocratic etiquette. Find a suitable dress for my wife. My elder brother also needs it. You can recommend a few sets. Money is not a problem. Looking at the dazzling array of clothing stores, Elt also said to the boss, Ding, okay, sir. After half an hour of choosing clothes in the clothing store, he spent millions of Baileys, all of which were the best ones. Even Elt bought a piece of clothing under the persuasion of the owner of the beard. At this time, Tainyushi is no longer dressed as a Wanakuni samurai. A white short skirt covering the hips, paired with a small pink shawl, 2 pairs of black silk on the slender legs. But Tianyue did not wear the high heels given by the boss, because she felt that if she fights, it was inconvenient, so I changed a pair of white shoes. It simply reflects the figure completely. Teach's original patch hat was also replaced with a brown peaked cap. The white shirt was rolled up with sleeves, the top button was unbuttoned, and the chest was bare, and it was paired with a gray vest. Elt was in a bright red shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and bought himself a gentleman's hat with feathers of unknown animals on it, with Yenamo and another saber on his waist. I also bought some other clothes and carry them in my hands. Elt, would this be too short? In Tianyue, he basically wore Wanakuni's clothes, not a kimono, but a simple samurai suit. If it weren't for this battle, plus the recommendation of his husband, he wouldn't wear it at all. After all, it was too shameful. It's nice when I am young. I like it very much. Elt didn't feel much. Since the beard boss said it looks good, he bought it, but the price is a bit expensive. He. Teach, sure enough, I bought you new clothes. It has become different. Elt hugged Teach. The original Teach was a blue jacket with a big belly open. Although it is also open now, it is half open. What's the difference? So what do you care about appearance? Teach is also very happy, after all, since childhood, because there is no money. It is basically that set of clothes, which has not been changed at all. After all, neither Ert nor Teach is big. How could it not care about appearance, just care more or less? Then, now that we have finished buying clothes, let's go to dinner. Elt ran forward happily, and Teach and Tianyue also followed behind, *. 38. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. No money to pay the bills. Just go to murder and robbery. A few minutes later, Ert and Teach Tianyushi came to a more luxurious hotel. When the three of Elt entered, they saw the noisy environment inside. Most of the people in the hotel were pirates, as can be seen from the sabers on their waists and the muskets pinned to their waists. Someone wants something to eat. A big woman with a big waist and a round waist, with a cigarette in her mouth, turbulent chest, and an impatient face, came up with a mace that was taller than Tianyue. This is the waiter. It shouldn't be a beautiful, soft, and weak beauty. Is this small island all good? Beth, you idiot, don't hurry up and bring wine to the guests. At the counter, a wrinkled old man with dim eyes and squinting eyes called to the woman in front of him. Smelly old man, what are you urging? Didn't you see my old lady greeting new guests? Let their bastards wait. The woman named Beth turned her head and cursed, and Elt even felt that Beth's roar could blow the old man up. After scolding, Beth looked at Elt with an unhappy expression. Little devil, come on, eat or stay in the restaurant. Don't delay my mother's time. Looking at the noisy restaurant in front of him, Elt also frowned and pulled Tianyushi back into his arms. After all, there is a mixture of dragon fish here, so it's better to get closer to himself when Tianyushi is mixed. For dinner, help us find a quieter place and pick the best food for 10 people. When I have Sakura peach pie for 10 people, the wine will be rum. Boy, don't think about eating the king's meal. Be careful of my old lady's mace. Beth also frowned, fearing that the two little ghosts and the woman in front of her had no money. After all, she asked for the best food, and the price was not cheap. But she is not a good person, Felt really can't pay by that time. She will definitely let them know what cruelty is. Men are sold as slaves and women are sold to the red light district. Don't worry, just bring the food up quickly, the money will not be less for you. After being brought to a corner on the second floor by Belle, the three of Elt sat down. Tianyushi clung to Elt tightly, and Teach sat on the opposite side. Although the pirates on the second floor were swearing or arguing, it was a lot better than the pigsty-like atmosphere on the first floor. Most of the pirates brag about how they were, who they robbed, how they killed the enemy, or what happened to the big pirates in the sea, Golden Lion, Roger, and Whitebeard, or what newcomer appeared on the sea, what Marine did. Anyway, it was the whole world. Everything was talked about. When Elt touched Tianyue, who was like a kitten next to him, his emerald green hair, long hair reaching up to his waist, made Elter fall in love with him and listen to the story with his ears pricked up. The restaurant's efficiency was very fast. After a while, Beth brought the food to the table and brought a bucket of rum. He threw it directly on the table, turned around and left, ignoring the three of them at all. After all, there are very few people in the store, and there are always endless tasks from time to time. There are a few bastards who are going crazy and need her to deal with it. The taste is okay. Elt kept stuffing meat in his mouth while holding a wine glass in his other hand, pouring wine into his mouth. Teach, how much money is there? Elter, who was eating and drinking, suddenly had a whim and asked a question that stunned both of them. Only more than 1 million. Teach's answer stunned Ert for an instant. This meal is definitely not worth 1 million Baileys, but I just said that I have money, and now I want to eat the king's meal. This is not in line with Ert's character. I put most of the money on the boat, and it is not convenient to take too much. How much money do you have, Alti? Seeing Elt's dumbfounded appearance, Teach also explained why there is only a little Bailey. I only have a little bit. Hearing Teach's words, Tianyue also knew that she might not have the money to pay, so she took out her small wallet and revealed the tens of thousands of Baileys inside, but it was useless at all. It's okay, Fong Xian, continue to eat. Aren't there so many people here? There are always people willing to help us, aren't they? Elter just froze for a moment and thought of a way, stretched out his hand and pulled back the wallet from the Day of the Moon. With this little money, I'm afraid I can't buy a barrel of wine. Elt, you want to treat them. Teach also understood what Elt meant, killing and snatching. Isn't it normal? I heard about it outside just now that the guy Scar was robbed, as if he had been killed, and he met a ruthless man. A drunk pirate who was drinking a little talked to his companion. That guy who often robs, I heard that he is lustful and greedy for money. Every time a woman falls into his hands, there is no good result. He was killed by someone. That's right, that I deserved to die. I didn't have the ability. I went to robbery. I kicked the iron plate at first sight, but I heard that it was two little ghosts with a very beautiful woman. Then I was stared at by the guy with the scar. It's up. The pirate was still depicting the scene just now vividly, as if he had actually seen it. The waste of every skill being killed. If I have the strength of Whitebeard or Golden Lion, who would dare to move me? Don't I walk sideways on this island? Woman, wealth, power, reputation, what you want. What the pirate said was a disdain, and it happened to be heard by Elter beside him. Just you, Whitebeard, Golden Lion. If the Golden Lion huddled on this broken island and Tintin was only looking for a woman, then he would not be called the Golden Lion thinking of this. Puff. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. I thought of a funny thing. Not mocking you. You go on. Asterisk. 39. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. I didn't say I let you go. Why are you so happy? Elt's intentional cover-up made the surrounding pirates even more angry and was teased. Hey, kid, are you laughing at us, bastard? When the pirates heard Elt's laughter, they also slapped the table and glared at Elt, but their hands were already on the muskets on their waists. Obviously, as long as there is something wrong with the opponent, the pirate will shoot. Look, is that little ghost like the 3 people you mentioned just now, except for the change of clothes, but also 2 little ghosts and a big beauty? Some clever pirates also guessed something, pointed at the 3 Elt, and whispered, Don't tell me that woman is really beautiful. No wonder the scar is getting better. The pirates also brightened when they saw Tanyue. His hurry up, I heard that those 2 little ghosts are very strong, Scar, and they were killed almost instantly. Hurry up and go. And the pirate boss and the early bird naturally also heard the words of his companions. He thought he was not much better than the bald pirate Scar. If what his partner said just now is true, then now he just sent his neck to someone else's knife, and he kept letting others kill him. Huh, I said someone is going to pay for us. This is not very fast. Someone will jump out. Elt didn't care about the other people at all, and when he got up from his seat, he laughed loudly without paying attention to the mob. And some of the pirates with eyesight around, who thought they were not strong enough, had already begun to slip away quietly, and Alter and Titch did not stop them either. After all, he was not going to kill everyone. Huh, do you think I'm the kind of trash like Scar? Now I'm in a good mood, uncle. Let you go? Brothers, go. The burly pirate found himself a step down, because he did not dare to gamble his life, and Ert naturally heard the weakness in his tone. The pirates want to go, but Elt won't let them go. After all, it took a lot of trouble, isn't it just for robbery? Everyone only felt that there was a flower in front of them. The pirate boss who was still talking just now was slashed into the air, and the little brother beside him was at a loss. The pirate who was still standing there just now turned into Elt standing here, keeping the action of swinging the knife. Asshole, it hurts me. I'm going to kill you, kid. The pirate boss, who was constantly rolling on the ground, wailed in pain. Behind him, there was a knife wound that almost split it in half, running across the back, blood and money free. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The pirate lying on the ground also pulled out the musket from his waist and fired at Tianue, who was sitting on his seat. Through the cut just now, the pirate knew that if he shot Alter, he would not be injured at all, so he might as well hit the woman who seemed to be his wife. If Elt goes to the rescue, he can jump through the window and escape. Bump. Ding. 2 voices sounded almost simultaneously, and the bullet was split open by Elt. Run, run, this guy can even split bullets. Seeing this scene, the pirates who were still watching the excitement disappeared in a rush. There was a mess, and a pirate with a bewildered look. Puff. Elt stuck a knife in the back of the pirate's hand and nailed it to the floor. Let go of me, please forgive me. The palm of his hand was pierced by Elt's sword, and the pain in his heart caused the big-waisted pirate to cry in an instant, begging for mercy. You have money. Elt's words made the pirate dumbfounded, and then he was ecstatic in a blink of an eye. This guy was actually just asking for money. My lord, there are many all on me. Please don't kill me. The pirate was also full of joy, and Elt actually asked for money, because it represented his hope of living. Oh, it's on you. That's it. Flick. The pirate, who was still full of joy just now, thought he was going to live, but in a blink of an eye, Elt broke his neck with a foot, but the expression on his face was still joy of survival. I didn't say when I was so happy to let you go. You bumped into my foot by yourself. Don't blame me. Elt fumbled for a while on the pirate and escaped with a thick bag of Bailey. Which bastard is actually fighting? Just as Elt had just sat back, Beth's huge roar came over. Then I saw the pirate lying in the living room. Boy, what did you do? Beth also looked at Elt solemnly. She didn't know what was going on. She just knew someone was fighting upstairs. Hey, I don't know. He may not want to live anymore. He committed suicide. How could he be killed by someone with a smile on his face? Elt spread his hands, saying that he didn't know. On the side, Tanyushi still had a gentle and kind-hearted appearance, smiling sweetly to everyone, while Titch had a serious face and couldn't see anything. Hey, it's really troublesome. Beth was also impatient, walked over, picked up the pirate's body, and walked out. Now it doesn't matter who killed the person, she won't help avenge her. Let's go, buy supplies later. Teach also proposed after eating dinner. After all, they have a mission. It is impossible to stay on the island forever. If it's late, I'm afraid the day lilies will be cold. Although Whitebeard can't say about them, it's the first mission after all. The three of them also went to the town to buy fresh water and food after checking out. And at the port at this time. Hurry up, smash this boat for lousy. Hurry up. Don't think about being lazy. A group of pirates continued to chop with knives and axes. In the end, with the efforts of the pirates, the small boat slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. 40, Chapter 40. Chapter 40 Fang's Pirates, Elt's Fury. At the time of Ert and Tianyue, Teach was also on the commercial street in the small town, buying a lot of food and fresh water, as well as some daily necessities. Go back to the boat now. Teach carried a huge package and walked in front, and Elt was the same, only when Tianyue was just empty-handed. When the three of Elt came to the port, Teach, you parked the boat here. Why didn't you see it? Elt went back and forth in the port several times, but he didn't find where his ship was. Could it be someone who stole it? When Tianyue looked at the unfamiliar pier, a word made Elt instantly withered. Asshole, dare to steal our boat. Teach also cursed. Now they don't even have a boat. Boy, is one of your boats a small boat? Just when the three of them were at a loss, on a pirate ship behind Alter, an old man stretched out his head and shouted. Yes, did you see where it went? Was it stolen? Hearing that someone actually knew where his ship was going, Elt turned around and shouted. Finally, there was an insider. Boy, the people from the Tooth Pirates are looking for you. Your boat was destroyed by his people. The other pirates on the pirate ship also ran out. After all, in the scene just now, almost all of them in the ship saw them. The pirates of fangs. Is it the man with huge fangs on his chest? Elt suddenly remembered that when they first arrived, the gang of pirates, the man named Oak, almost wanted to kill them, and finally recruited himself and Teach. His name is Oak. He is the captain of the Tusk Pirate. Did you provoke him, little devil? After determining who had lost his boat, Elt was also full of frost. Do you know where that gang went? Of course, Alter would not be the kind of person who can't fight back. Since he loses his boat, Alter will surely kill them all. They ask for whether he can win the fight. Alter doesn't care. At least you have to fight to know. To swallow is not his character. It's in the hot bar on the island. Go if you want. The pirates also laughed, as if not optimistic about Alt. Of course, Elt also knew about these pirates, but just wanted to see him go to death. That asked for being warm-hearted. Elt wouldn't believe that the pirates had any kind people. Alter, let's go. If these bastards don't kill, I will be very upset. Teach also heard the conversation between the pirate and Elt, and he would be stolen from his home. This is what Teach wanted to introduce. Without a boat, it would become very difficult next. Elt, are you looking for that group of people? When Tianyue watched her husband holding back his anger, he was also high-spirited and wanted to follow. After all, the three of them were already a small group. Then go. Elt turned his head and smiled slightly. Inside the tavern at this time. It's really cool. Those little ghosts' boats were smashed by us. Will you cry if you can't find it when you go back? Why don't that kid know how to praise? Good job, you guys. A group of extremely vicious pirates laughed presumptuously in the tavern, touching wine glasses with each other, and narrating how cool the ship-smashing behavior was just now. It's just a kid who has just gone out to sea, but he still learns to find a woman. The headed man on the armor of his chest has two huge fangs, the captain of the Fangs pirate group, the pirate who bounties 41 million Bailey Oak. You lose, go to school outside on the street with 2 screams of pigs. Damn it. You wait, I will definitely win it back, The pirate who lost the bet was about to go outside to complete the bet and walk to the door. Bang. Wow. The betting pirate flew directly high, bleeding continuously in the air, and there was a huge wound on the chest, and the internal organs could be clearly seen. Oh yeah. What happened? Just as the pirates were drinking happily, the door of the tavern was violently smashed open, and the heavy door suddenly shattered in half and smashed into the crowd. Ooh. Unreasonable. Anyone who dared to attack our Fang pirates. The sudden attack made the pirates in the tavern immediately alert. There seems to be someone outside. That is, outside the tavern, Alti, Teach, and Tainushi are all standing outside the door. At this time, Elt was full of violence, Yinamo in his right hand was carried on his shoulders, and the saber in his left hand kept swinging the knife. And Tainyushi also pulled out his saber and aimed it at the pirate in the tavern. Teach unbuttoned the shirt under his neck so that he could fight for a while, and his eyes flashed fiercely from time to time. Here are the kids. It's really interesting. The only time the audience didn't react at all was Oak, who was sitting at the bar, still pouring himself leisurely. Bring your horse here, kid. A burly man in armor came out carrying a huge shield. Shintoryu Jua's Wajin. Seeing Elt slowly raising the saber in his left hand, the pirate also laughed loudly. Are you going to tickle me? I actually used a knife. That's a shield and armor that can't be pierced by cannonballs. The pirates around were also laughing, as if watching a joke. Since you want to play, I will play with you, kid. The pirate plunged the huge shield directly into the ground, waiting for Alti's attack. Puff. As the light of Elt's sword flashed by, all the pirates did not even see their movements. They saw the original huge shield, the upper part of which fell directly, and the pirate's chest. The huge knife wound from he split his left shoulder diagonally to his right lower waist, and blood spurted out like a bursting water pipe. As Elt pulled a sword flower, the pirate's body was directly shattered in half and crashed to the ground. 41. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Either kill me now, or I'll kill you. What? Hey, the shield is broken. The pirates are about to drop their eyes. They are all exclaiming, fire. What makes Elt extremely speechless is that there is a cannon in the fucking tavern, not knowing one, and facing the three of them. Bang, bang, bang. Countless shells roared. Shinto Ryu 2 Sword's Eternal Moon's great sword. The ground under his feet burst and the mud flew, and the disappeared Alti seemed to rise behind a cloud of eternal moon. When a flash of knife light that could illuminate all the darkness in the tavern flashed, Alti was already standing in the hotel. Boom, boom, boom. Countless shells in the air were cut in half in an instant and exploded directly. Cannonball. The cannonball is made of iron. Hey, really mentally retarded. Song. Elt's knife flashed, and all the shots in front of him were cut off the barrel. This guy is amazing. The cannon was also cut off. The pirates yelled, as if they had never seen the world. Bum. When everyone was in confusion, the pirate who just yelled was already lying in a pool of blood, and there was a very obvious bullet hole on his forehead. And there is no sound in the entire tavern. Grumbling. Elt looked towards the sound of drinking. Oak, the captain of the Tusk Pirates, was drinking heavily at this time, as if nothing had happened to him. But if you don't have the musket with white smoke on the counter, it's really noisy. It's been noisy there all the time. Oak smashed the wooden wine glass in his hand. Sawdust and wine were left along Oak's palm, and Oak stood up all of a sudden with a violent face. The height of more than 4 meters suddenly made his crew jump off, thinking that the boss was disgusting them and wanted to solve them. You are the one who sunk my boat. If you don't kill you, I really can't swallow this breath. Elt looked upset, even looking at Oak as if looking at a dead person. Boy, what are you kidding? Lousy is upset. Call out. The ground burst, the rubble flew, and the ground under Oak's feet cracked directly. The furious Oak disappeared in a blink of an eye, and after almost a breath, he suddenly appeared in front of Elt. Boy, since you don't want to live so much, let Lousy die. With a punch that broke the sound of the wind, it struck Elt like lightning. Don't underestimate people. Facing a menacing punch, Elt directly crossed his swords and stood in front of him. Bomb! Facing a violent punch, Elt did not move his feet, but he kept rowing back until he was nearly 10 meters away before stopping. Go on, everyone. The boss is about to beat him. Let's catch the other two. I'm going to catch that woman. She's so pretty. I'll go too. Wait for me to catch it, hee. When the Pirates of the Fang's pirates saw the fight between Elt and Oak, they also whizzed towards Teach and rushed towards Tainyushi. Teach, I'll leave it to you when I am young. Lousy is going to kill this bastard. Elt didn't even turn his head and stood up again. With a swing of Elt Yenemo, a pitch-black slash shot out. Puff. The pirate who was just talking about what he wanted to do to Tianyu had already been cut in half. Wanting to do bad things to his woman, isn't this purely disgusting for him? Elt, who must report to him, wouldn't be regarded as not hearing him, so he sent him a slash. Dare to be distracted by fighting me. Little devil. Oak grinned and kicked at Alter's head, while Alter's left saber, instantly covered by armament Haki, directly collided with Oak's whip leg. Yinemo in his right hand, gleaming with a cold light, slashed towards Oak's waist, but only heard a ding sound. On Oak's waist, armament Haki was also covered, blocking Elt's knife. You are not the only one who knows armament Haki, kid. Oak also quickly retracted his kick, leaning forward, pulling his dark right fist to his back, stirring up the sound of breaking through the air and slamming his fist towards Elt. Without thinking about the heart connection, Elt flashed directly to the side. Flick. Under Oak's punch, the ground directly shattered into countless swifts, the mud splashed, and Oak's thick arms had even submerged into the ground. It's just a smelly mouse that can avoid it. Facing Oak's taunts, Elt didn't care at all. Yinemo and the saber were held high behind the left side by Elt, and they rushed towards Oak like lightning, pointing directly at Oak's throat. Playing with thick skins like Oak will make you weaker. And Oak was also taut all over, and immediately greeted him with a fist, intending to face it head-on with Elt. There was a huge collision sound, and the ground under the feet of the two was directly shattered by the huge force, tearing out countless cracks. Seeing Oak's hideous face was full of mockery. Although he was attacked, Oak fell into the mud, but he was unscathed. Shintaryu Ae Iori no Taido. With Elt's groan, his arm turned into an afterimage, and black gas hovered over Yinemo and the saber. The vigorous sword intent came out. Puff. After everything dissipated, Elt kept the action of firing the knife. Kid, you have annoyed me, bastard. At this time Oak, the huge armor of fangs on his chest, was split by Alter's attack, and a stab wound that traverses the entire chest was embedded in his chest. Blood gushed out. The huge stab wound made Oak's brows too, slightly wrinkled. Really? Then try it. Elt holds the sword in both hands. The sword is down, and he looks at the angry and ferocious Oak with disdain. Either kill me now, or I will kill you. Asterisk. 42. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. The Boar. Anyone can say big things, kid. Barn glanced at the wound on his chest, and also violently dropped the armor on his body. Since Elt can cut the armor for the first time, it can prove that it doesn't make much sense that he can break the armor. The floor under his feet exploded, cracking like a spider's web, and Oak disappeared in an instant and reappeared in the same place. The next moment he appeared in the sky above Elt. Elter, who was tied in height, also immediately picked up the double knives in his hands. Facing Alter's attack, Oak didn't hesitate at all, wrapped armament Haki's right fist, and with a violent breaking through the air, he hit Elter. The airwave generated by the collision spread instantly, and the huge force caused the ground under Elt's feet to directly crack and sink. Without the slightest retreat, Elt withdrew Yinemo from his hand. Shintaryu Aichi, right sword. With a stab that was too fast to respond, there was a continuous burst of blood in Oak's lower abdomen cut. If it were not for the fastest response, armament Haki was covered on the waist to defend. I was afraid that he would be slashed directly into the stomach. And Elt also turned and retreated after the first blow. Oak's violent punch directly exploded countless cracks in the ground. Boy, don't use a sword if you don't know how to use it. You didn't draw a sword, it's a fart. Oak also heard the name that Elt had just said. My sword doesn't need a scabbard. As long as I want to, I can use scabbards everywhere. Of course, it is impossible for Elt to say that he doesn't want to insert the knife. He is pulling the knife. Anyway, it has no effect on Elt. Call out. Looking at the tyrannical Oak, Elt trot from the very beginning to the very fast approach at the end. Armament Haki was completely covered on the double knives. Al, who jumped into the air, made 2 cross slashes and flew towards Oak. Only this level, little devil. Oak's face was rampant, and his arms wrapped in colored arms directly swept the cross-shaped slash. The tremendous strength made Oak's feet sink into the mud, and with the bulging of the muscles of his arms, Oak, who exerted force again, directly smashed the slash. Shintoryu Jua Bafong's sword. When Oak just smashed and slashed, he saw Elt leaning forward with his hands on the double knives on his waist right in front of him. Flick. Oak even heard the sound of the sword being sheathed. Puff. The swordsmanship of the Bafong sword is not only 8 ways, but includes countless directions. Oak was surrounded by countless attacks in an instant, with large and small wounds all over his body, and no one could imagine the attack of Eltaquick. Even under Alter's attack, countless sword marks were produced on the ground. Asshole, Lousy is going to kill you. After Oak carried the attack, in addition to protecting important parts and face, blood was flowing all over his body, and countless stab wounds were densely covered on his body, ranging from large to small, shallow to deep. Slash waved. Elt didn't want to talk so much nonsense with him, and directly slashed the past. Wherever he passed, the ground was directly cut into a gully. Ah! Oak roared in extreme anger, punching and slashing collision. The first punch did not break, the second fist shook, and the third fist was broken. Oak, who had no obstacles, disappeared directly in place, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and dust. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Elter. His sandbag big fist was full of armament Haki, and he hit Elter on the head with a sonic boom. Bum. The saber blocked Oak's attack, but under the huge impact, Elt still gritted his teeth, and his body kept slashing backwards. Naturally, Oak couldn't let Elter go, and before he stabilized, he violently again appeared behind Elter. Facing the inverted air, the angry Oak directly wrapped armament Haki's foot and swept across Ert's waist with the sound of breaking through the air. Seeing and hearing the full-blown Ert, he found Oak's figure in the first place. Responding to his inertia, Elt forcibly twisted his body. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Since you can't hide, you can't exchange injuries for injuries, depending on who is dead. Shinto stream Eheshu, the sword of the pheasant. The blade slashed down and brought a gust of wind, and all the seats in the tavern were swept away. The sharp sword aura made the skin sting, even if the pirates were far away. Puff! It was almost an incapable knife-light slashing. The pheasant sword cut by Yenemo, and the saber almost unimpededly cut through Oak's defenses, and then bloodstains appeared on Oak's chest. A huge cross-shaped knife wound appeared on Oak's chest, and blood popped out. Go to me, kid. Perhaps it was Elt's constant attacks that made Oak extremely angry. When he saw Elt's attack, Oak turned into a boar directly, fearing that he could not stop the blow. He is panting, no matter what, although he is constantly spurting blood on his chest. As Zoan, he is not life-threatening. He makes a sound of frying beans all over, kicking at Elt with a cracking sound. Asshole. Even with a hurried curse, Yenemo and Saber blocked their chests, and Elt felt as if he had been hit by a train. With a tremendous force, Alti turned into a streamer and knocked everything behind him into flight. Boom! Elt, who hit the floor, plowed the surface into a deep gully and was immediately buried in the ruins. 43. Chapter 43. Chapter 43, One-Handed Sword, Yenemo. But Oak, who became a half-orc, didn't give Elt a chance to rest at all. At the moment Elt crashed into the ruins. The ground surface under the feet exploded directly, the legs were bent, the muscles of the whole body were tense, and one elbow hit Elt's chest. Damn it! Seeing Oak's attack so quickly, Elt didn't even have time to regain his posture, so he could only passively cross the two swords in his hand, covering armament Haki. Bang! As soon as he defended Yenemo and the saber on his chest, Oak's attack came in an instant. It was obviously a huge body, but the speed was extremely fast. There was no time for Elt to react, and he hit Yenemo and saber on. Rumble! The violent air pressure radiated to the surroundings and instantly emptied the seats in the tavern. At the foot of Elt, the huge impact force of Oak made countless cobweb-like cracks. Boy, what a good job! Then what's next? Seeing Elt gritted his teeth to resist the impact of his own power, Oak's left-hand muscles bulged high, and a fist the size of a grinding plate, he could feel the fist on his face before he even hit him. Shintoryu Juayujian. Elter also had bloodshot eyes and forcibly replaced Yenemo. Boom. The dark Yenemo collided with Oak's left fist again, and the violent waves spread again, causing Elt's shirt to hunt. The tavern, which was already crumbling, was even more broken. I thought Lousy would be afraid of you. Pighead bastard. Elt roared. Armament Haki frantically irrigated the double knives, and suddenly broke out, causing Oak to continue to resemble and slash away. The ground under his feet exploded, and the angry Elter came to Oak in an instant. Shintoryu Iori no Tai sword. Yenemo and the saber, who were shining with red light, fell in amazement, making Oak breathless in depression. But Oak didn't flinch, yelling and blocking his right arm in front, while pulling his left hand to his chest, trying to counterattack while blocking Elt's attack. In an instant, a dull bombardment sounded, and a circular wave of air radiated to the surroundings, which was different from the previous one. This time, Oak's face was obviously stiff, and his arms trembled. Before he could even hit his left fist, Elt was an option in there. Go away, pighead bastard. Wrapped in armament Haki, he made a sonic boom and kicked directly on Oak's right cheek. Puff. Oak, who was originally a pighead, had a fishy throat, and he spouted a mouthful of blood, even with his teeth in between. The huge body, 5 or 6 meters high, flew out like a cannonball. After it smashed through the tavern, It pierced through the buildings and exploded again and again. Then a large cloud of dust covered half of the street. And when Eldest saw the crumbling tavern, he also hacked to death the pirate who was fighting against Tainyushi. He hugged Tainyushi and rushed out of the tavern. Rumble. The huge tavern building collapsed suddenly after having withstood the battle. Many of the Tusk pirates were crushed under the ruins before they even escaped. I can't lose. Oak, who was buried in the ruins, also pushed away the rocks and sawdust from the wall, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, rushed forward and launched an attack first. Let's get off now. Wait for me to get rid of this bastard. Elk put down Tainyushi in his arms and put his hands on the hilt of the knife around his waist. When Oak was full of armament Haki's punch, he rushed to Elk's head violently. The Yenemo of Elk came out of her sheath and flew directly towards Oak's chest with a slash. Facing the slashing attack, Oak didn't plan to resist and flew to the left with a jump, but before Oak landed, he saw that Elk had already set up Yenemo and his sword and raised his back. Shinto streamed 2 swordsmanship, Eternal Moon's great sword. Song. An incomparable cold light flashed by, and in Oak's eyes, it was a huge eternal moon that wanted him to strike. Puff. A thick cloud of blood shot out from Oak's chest. Usse, the wild boar, slanted upward from his abdomen to his chest and penetrated the previous huge cross-shaped knife wound, and once again split a huge wound. The skin and flesh of the wound was deeply rolled up, which was extremely terrifying. As for Oak's urgent response before he even came, the immense power brought by Elt made him groan and crash to the ground. The blood continued to stay along the chest. Almost he was cut in half by Elt. At this time, Elt held Yenemo in both hands and pointed diagonally to the ground. I really thought I couldn't cut you off. Elt was full of disdain, even contempt, but he didn't have a rest, breathing for others, and a hobby of self-cultivation. Look at Oak, who just got up. Call out. Elter, who was violent in an instant, used a single knife this time, almost under Oak's eyelids, swinging the knife upwards, intending to cut off Oak's legs directly. Damn it, kid, don't underestimate me. Boom. Regardless of his injuries, Oak directly punched him and collided with Yenmo. In an instant, the ground on the street was shaken out of a huge pothole and huge dust enveloped the two. If he doesn't stop him, Elt's knife will definitely chop off his legs. Swajin. Seeing that Oak was actually resisting his own attack, a bright light flashed through the invisible dust. Ah, my hand. Bum. When the dust dissipated, everyone was shocked when they saw the scene inside. A T this time, Oak's left arm was chopped off shoulder to shoulder, and the ground was stained red with blood, lying on the ground, wailing constantly. Tears, snot, blood, mixed together. The big white teeth in his mouth were also stained with blood at this time. It's really noisy. Bang. Looking at Oak rolling on the ground, El was covered with armament Haki's foot and stepped heavily on Oak's head, stomping directly into the ground, and the ground instantly cracked with countless cracks. 44, Chapter 44. Chapter 44. 100 people / Alti. And Oak, who was still howling, was also twitching constantly at this time. Boss bastard, let go of our boss. Boy, what the hell did you do to Captain Oak? Everyone shoot and kill this kid. When the members of the Fong pirates saw Elt actually knocking down Oak, they all looked incredible. In their eyes, the boss of Oak was an invincible existence, but the next moment was extreme anger and humiliation. The captain of his own family was defeated and stepped on the ground, just beating them in the face of the pirates. Boom, boom. The pirates of the Fong pirate group kept firing at Elt. But the next moment, countless screams remembered. Help. Go away. Don't come here, bastard. Ding, ding, ding. After Elt swung a knife to split all the bullets that hit him, he looked at the pirate who had just been ranting about IT to T this moment. It was already in chaos. Teach is inside, and every time a punch is thrown, a pirate falls on the spot, and the pirate who is hit by the hook does not have that good luck. Tainyushi also raised his own saber and brought down some injured pirates, but didn't make up the sword. Maybe this was because Tainyushi was too kind. Who gave you the list shot at me? Shinto streamed 2 swordsmanship, Eternal Moon's great sword. Song. Everyone heard a crisp sound of the sword retracting its scabbard. As a breeze blew, the next moment I saw Elt, who was still in front, had appeared behind. Hey, I'm fine, huh? The pirates were still cheering and just heard the scabbard sound. Everyone thought they were dead. But the next one, countless heads soaring up into the sky, Everyone's face was filled with joy or amazement, and 100 people killed Elt. Puff, puff, almost instantly, all the pirates fell directly to the ground, and then it started to rain. Damn its kid. Just after Elt killed all the members of the Fong Pirates group, there was a stern cry from behind. Oak saw his crew members, but after a second, he felt endless anger in his heart. Can't vent. Almost forgot to have another one. Elt looked at Oak, who was struggling and wanted to get up, directly violent from the spot, and then appeared in front of Oak in the next moment. Just like playing football with a sonic boom, kicked directly on Oak's abdomen. The kick of the explosive force directly caused Oak's eyes to bulge. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and a mouthful of blood containing visceral fragments instantly vomited, turning into a cannonball to penetrate buildings. Oak, who was tumbling countless times in the air, crashed to the ground, plowing the rocky surface, directly plowing a half-meter deep gully, and then being buried in the gravel. God. In the next moment, under the horrified eyes of countless pirates, a black crescent slashed tens of meters and cut through the gravel. Under Alter's observation Haki, Oak in the rock was cut off in the middle, and the dead could no longer die. Boom! A huge slash, bombarding the top of the mountain at a far distance, and then a terrifying storm swept across the land, causing countless pirates to flee for their lives. The huge mountain was cut off by a single knife and slowly fell. Let's go. Elt didn't even look back, leaving only a hill with the top of the mountain cut off and a pile of gravel that was constantly bleeding. Elt wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and led Yushi to the port with Titch, who was going to board Lousy's ship Fong Pirates, and the bastard Oak has been killed by Lousy. Looking at the chaotic and violent port, Elt directly slashed and bombarded the ground, suppressing all the troubled pirates. After a short 10 seconds of silence, the entire port burst into unparalleled cheers. Boss, I want to get on the boat. Captain, I want to sign up. I'm the best helmsman in this sea. Don't fucking snatch it. Lousy wants to follow this adult. Who dares to snatch Lousy and kill him on the spot? Fuck off you, my lord. Want me? I'll come on your boat. You are not on my ship. You want to betray. After hearing that the Oak and the Fong pirates were actually solved, and the new captain had no crew, countless pirates wanted to board Elt's ship. Because of its strength and strength, it was the only one in this sea standard. A few days later on the sea, Captain Titch, we will reach Yama Island after half a day of sailing. The navigator who was taken aboard reported to Titch. Because Elt didn't want to be the captain, he felt that it was unnecessary, so he simply became the first officer and threw the captain's position to Titch. After all, he still has a sweet wife. Half of the day's time is spent on training, and half is spent on Yushi's body. There's no need to ask why so much time is spent. Just one sentence. He is too strong. As for the rest of the time is eating and resting. As for the pirate ship, it is of course the pirate ship of the Fang's pirates, but the 2 fawn decorations on the bow of the ship were removed by Elt, because it was too ugly. In the afternoon, Elt and Titch Yushi got off the boat, followed by the mighty pirate brother, dozens of people, who were fierce and vicious. Because Elt and others came ashore from the coastline, they didn't meet anyone at all. 45, Chapter 45. Chapter 45. What? The captain is from the Whitebeard Pirates. Okay. Titch walked ahead, frowning suddenly. Stop. There seems to be someone in front of you. Titch's words also caused him to wander away from him when he was still in Tianyue. Captain Titch, I'm here. I'm good at this kind of thing. At this time, the importance of the little brother is reflected, and you don't need to do everything yourself. From behind Titch, I saw a burly man with a height of more than 5 meters, carrying a huge mace and a musket on his waist, with a fierce look on his face. Quickly get out of this, uncle. Hide in the grass looking for farts. I'm still scared to move by our Captain Titch. Ha ha. Bomb. Although the little brother is joking, his hand movement is not slow at all. IT is a shot directly at the forest. But there was no scream. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the forest. Many people were holding dilapidated weapons, a few muskets, and half of them even took them. Still a hoe, staring at the group of Elt fiercely. It was a look like death, trying to find Titch, Elt and others desperately. My fuck was discovered as soon as I went to the island. It's fake, right? Elt looked dumbfounded. He was obviously squatting on them, but it seems that the other party should be a resident of the island, not like a pirate. This can be seen from the hoes and sticks held by many people. It seems that the residents of Yama Island are very aggressive. In a place where big pirates like New World are entrenched, ordinary civilians who have no power at all can actually have the courage to take up weapons to deal with invaders, although he is not. Just because of this alone, it surpasses many people. They don't seem to be pirates. Tainyushi reminded him by pulling Elt's hand from the side. I know Teach can see it too, don't worry. Elt touched Tainyushi's head and motioned to her not to worry. Masters of the Bigman Pirates, we really can't take out the extra tribute on our island. We have given you everything. You have also destroyed it on the island. Don't come again, or else we will fight you to the end. And we are already calling for help like the Whitebeard Pirates. They will come soon. The headed man with a worn-out Tachibana loudly drove Teach and Eld away. But apart from the expressionless three of Eld, the rest of the pirate brothers were shocked at once. Captain Teach, let's run. The Whitebeard Pirates are coming. That's right, First Officer. You should also persuade Captain Teach. Let's run. There is actually the Bigman Pirates here. It's terrible. Although the newly recruited boys were unbearable and afraid of things, they still didn't break up in a rush. Instead, they persuaded Teach and Eld to be somewhat conscientious. Boom, boom. Just when the person on the opposite side wanted to do something, and when his younger brother was panicked, Teach took out the musket from his waist and fired 3 shots at the sky. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Teach's body. Using one word to describe it, is the eye-catching? In fact, Eld wanted to do it just now, but he didn't have a gun. Enough, keep me quiet. Teach's domineering suddenly appeared, and the weight-bearing tone made the opposing civilians feel a little stunned. We are not from the Bigman Pirates, we are Whitebeard Pirates. After Teach's words fell. What, Captain Teach? It's the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates, huh? Lousy is also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Huh, my uncle Pickbia can also join the Whitebeard Pirates. When Teach finished speaking, the happiest thing was the little brother under his own hands. He didn't even dream that he was still a waste a few days ago. Today, his captain has become a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. The residents of Yama Island on the opposite side were also taken aback, and then ecstatic, because they asked for help from the Whitebeard Pirates, and now the Lord has also come. My lord, we were rude just now. Please don't be offended. I don't know what your adults' names are. My name is Ert, that's my elder brother Teach, and this is my wife. Elt didn't feel much, waved his hand, followed behind the opponent, and began to lead people into the island. After arriving in the town, there were ruined walls everywhere, or places burned by fire. It seems that the people of the Bigman pirate group had already been ransacked once before. Alter, give them things. No, you will plant the banner of the Whitebeard Pirates in the town in the future. From now on, you will all belong to the Whitebeard Pirates Asylum. Remember to hang high so that no one will see it at the time. Elt called the mayor with a banner in his arms that was not very big, the man who had just stood up in the forest with a knife. Looking at the crescent-like beard on the pirate flag in his hand, the mayor was immediately overjoyed. He did not expect that the Whitebeard Pirates would actually lend them the flag. Several adults, you haven't eaten yet. Let's eat something now. Although the mayor was very excited, he did not forget the etiquette. When Alter Teach and Tion Yuesher came to a fairly complete hotel, they found that their little brothers had already started again. Captain Teach, Deputy Captain Ert, Mrs. Scher, we have left the best table for you. The wine here is really great. The pirate boys saw that their captain had arrived, and they also started to booze. Let's go. We can't fall down either. Seeing Teach raising his glass with laughter, Elt also led Tainyushi to walk over. A reception banquet just started with laughter and laughter from the newly recruited younger brother asterisk. 46. Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The enemy turns out to be the Big OM pirate group. When you are young, you continue to rest. I will deal with a few mice. After training for a night, Air found a large group of pirates approaching quickly in the perception of seeing, hearing, and color. You don't need a guess to know that they are definitely members of the Bigman pirate group. Boom. When Elt saw Tianyue, who had just laid down, let her continue to rest, and he heard the sound of huge artillery fire from outside the house. Then in an instant, the residents of the town and the newly recruited younger brothers were all awakened. They all got up quickly, copy guys. Fuck those bastards. Ha! Do you want to fight with the Bigman pirates? The first time. It's exciting. The newly recruited crew members of Ert were all very excited at this time. If they had heard the Bigman pirates before, they would have fled. But only after hearing that their bosses are members of the Whitebeard Pirates, they now dare to hit anyone, and everyone dares to touch them. Master Teach, Master Elt is not good. Charlotte Dosmar, a combatant of the Bigman pirate group, is here. When Elt and Teach had even seen each other's figure, the mayor ran over. He was speechless for a while, and his reaction was so slow that everyone came in front of him before he realized that, strangely, he would be copied by others. I saw. El nodded, very perfunctorily. The people of the big pirates were unscrupulous and did not intend to conceal themselves at all. Naturally, it was easy to be seen by Elton Teach. As for Tyan Yushi, because he was too exhausted, he was still resting. The reason was that Alti's physical strength was too good. Except for the one named Charlotte Das March, wait for the others, just kill them. Big Mom is not easy to provoke. Teach also said to Elt, because in Teach's view, the two of them would easily solve each other's people. Elt also nodded. He knew that Charlotte Das March could not kill him. Big Mom, who was also at the same level as the Whitebeard pirates, was not much worse than Whitebeard. For Whitebeard, Big Mom may be afraid of it, but Big Mom is definitely not afraid of it. That Ianrock's pirate, it is tied with Whitebeard. How can you be afraid of Whitebeard? You hit her son, she may just be angry, but if you kill her son, you are provoking a king of the sea and hit her Charlotte Linlin in the face. Elter had no doubt that even if Whitebeard was here, Charlotte Linlin would dare to make a direct shot without giving Whitebeard face. If even Whitebeard were afraid, then Charlotte Linlin would not be the big pirate of the sea hegemony. Elt didn't want to be missed by Big Mom for the sake of a small island. Swad Jin. Elt's saber was unsheathed in an instant, and a crescent-shaped flying slash flew out in an instant. Who was going to die? When Charlotte Dasmarch saw the flying slash, the rampant laughter came to an abrupt end. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack them. But surprise to surprise, the saber that was not on his waist was instantly unsheathed by Dasmarch. What? When the slash hit the saber, the floor under Dosmer's feet was directly cracked with countless cracks under the huge impact force, making the ground directly sunken. This kind of slash still dared to attack my uncle. With the bruises in Dasmarch's arm, the slash was directly defeated by Dasmarch's second force. Hey, it's not bad. Elt's joking voice came. Standing in a pothole, Dasmarch looked at the people with an angry face. Elt and Teach appeared in front of them with their extremely excited little brother. Asshole, do you know who this uncle is? You said the slash just now. You dare to attack us because you want to die. Seeing the lead Elt wearing a pair of knives around his waist, he made people dare not ignore it and instantly guessed that the attack was made by this person. An Elt looked like a winter melon, wearing a purple dress, a cloak behind his back, a man with a plain head, Charlotte Dasmarch, the 14th son of the Charlotte family. T from IWC minister. Hip ha ha ha, you want to laugh at me to death. How could Big Mom have such a stupid son like you? If you were my son, I would have slapped you to death. Lousy has already hit you, and is still here scumbag, call it a constant. Seeing the rampant dose march here, Elt taunted back without hesitation. You know that we are members of the Big Mom pirate group, so dare to make a move, kid. You're wrong about your origins. Otherwise, you won't have a chance in a while. As the team minister of the Charlotte family, how could Dasmarch be stupid, knowing that they are the Big Mom pirate group, and dare to take action, not stupid or fearless? However, no matter how confident they were, the worst case would be a sea overlord at the same level as their mother. They were already at the top and would not be afraid of anyone or any force. Lousy is the Whitebeard pirates. This island will belong to the Whitebeard pirates. Fuck off, Charlotte Dasmarch, unless you really want Dad to go to your IWC.Auto land once. Elt's extremely arrogant words shocked the Big Mom pirate group on the opposite side. Someone kept whispering, or was surprised by Elt's words. After all, the three words Whitebeard were too deterrent. However, it was only some pirates who were rioting, and the chess pawns waiting in the sidelines did not react at all. They were only loyal to Charlotte Linlin and would not be afraid of Whitebeard at all. Be quiet for Lousy. Even Whitebeard, we have a mother behind you. As long as Whitebeard dares to come, my mother will definitely take action. The minister of T-Dose Marcher looked at the whispering subordinates behind him and directly roared, staring at the opposite Elt with solemn expression on his face. And Teach was simply ignored because it was so well hidden. 47, Chapter 47. Chapter 47, I change my mind. I'm going to kill you. Unexpectedly, you can't agree, then rely on your strength to speak. Elt smiled disdainfully. His body disappeared in a flash and rushed over. The kilometer distance was approaching in an instant, and his eyes were staring straight. Seeing Elt's figure, he almost arrived in the blink of an eye, and Dasmarch didn't panic at all. After all, as the Minister of Tea of the Nations, he is almost a fighter of the Big Mom pirate group. His combat effectiveness is still extremely rich. Facing Alti's attack, Dasmarch had no intention of evading at all. He directly held his saber tightly and stared at Alti. Clang! Facing the slash that Elt drew and slashed at his legs, Dasmarch raised his saber high, like a golf ball, and directly collided with Elt's saber. The two did not have the slightest skill, only the most primitive collision. However, the huge power caused the ground under the two of them to instantly crack, and Elt was violently beaten back by the dwarf melon-like Dos Marque, and his feet broke and slipped on the ground. Kill! Don't let Deputy Captain Elt steal the limelight alone. The younger brothers immediately raised the weapons in their hands and slammed them angrily at the running chess soldiers. But a word from the crew was heard by Das March. The deputy captain of the pirate shouted, and the kid in front of him is just a first mate, which proves that there is a captain. For a moment Das March became vigilant, thinking that Elt was the captain. Fighting with me, you dare to be distracted, you are looking for death. Seeing that Dos Marchier was actually looking elsewhere, Elt immediately beat the dog in the water, clutching the saber in his left hand and flashing with a knife. A black crescent slash flew out and slashed towards Dos Marque. At the same time, Elt followed closely behind, almost hiding behind the slash. Boy, don't think that only you can slash, and I will too. Dos Marchier saw that Elt actually wanted to consume him with a slash, and the scimitar in his hand was instantly raised to his back. After falling like lightning, a slash that was not weaker than Elt quickly flew out. Rumble! The slashes that offset each other made a huge roar, and the engulfing wave of air would hunt the cloak behind Dos Marque. In an instant, a huge smoke and dust enveloped Das March's sight. Call out. The next moment Elt, who grinned evilly, suddenly rushed out of the dust in the sky, putting both hands on his waist, making Dos Mar feel tight, and at the same time, secretly warned. Shintaryu Jua's Wajian. When Elt's right hand, the left sword that was raised upward, was instantly blocked by Das March, and countless fires emerged between the two swords. Bah! An unpleasant rubbing sound rang between the two. You are recruited. Elt smiled evilly at Das March, making his heart tense. What are you kidding about, kid? I'm a double swordsman, stupid. Shintaryu Jua Yujian. Elt's words made Das March, who was originally alert, understand at once why he always felt weird. The problem was that Elt was only making a sword, and the other one on his waist was useless. From the very beginning, Elt used a saber with both hands that he thought this guy was just a hobby, and he carried two swords. Song. Under Das March's shocked eyes, a dazzling knife light flashed. It hurts me, kid. Go to hell. Elt's right sword slashed from Das March's left waist diagonally up to his right shoulder. The huge knife wound caused the whole flesh and blood to turn out. But even so, what Elt didn't expect was that this guy actually bumped a knee into Elt's abdomen. Alti, who was desperately resisting the top of Das March, flew out in an instant, and the huge impact made Alti continue to retreat even if he plunged his swords into the ground. Asshole! Asshole, I want to kill you! Das March kept roaring on his chest. A huge knife wound made the flesh and blood on his chest turn out, dyeing the whole clothes red. But it also made Elt's whole face cold. This bastard actually wanted to kill him. Then Lousy will kill you, the trash of the Bigman pirates. You have the ability to let Charlotte Linlin come and find Lousy on the mobile. Shintaryu Iori, no tie sword. Elt's murderous roar made Das March also stunned. This guy seemed to be different. Fuck Lousy. Alti, who jumped into the air, flashed in front of Dos Marque instantly. The muscles of his arms bulged high, and Yenamo and the saber were raised high on their backs. What a joke, kid. Boom. Facing the swiftly coming Alti, Das March quickly slashed the two swords in his hand upwards. There was no imaginary evenly matched position, just resisting a breath of Elt. Das March flushed, and the huge power made the long knife in his hand hit his chest instantly. In an instant, Das March turned into a streamer and flew out in an instant. The ground and buildings on both sides of the road exploded. The originally collapsed ground was sunken again, and the dust covered all sight, and the carrier of the huge shock wave rolled gravel and mud, radiate out to the surroundings. In a 100-meter-long gully, Das March lay in the ruins, vomiting blood, his right hand showing an irregular twist. 48. Chapter 48. Chapter 48, getting into the big MOM pirate group. Hurry up, Master Das March. After seeing Dos Marque being knocked into the air, the chess soldiers of the Bigman Pirates group immediately began to increase their offensive, defeating the pirates under Titch. After all, one is the main force of the New World Overlord, and the other is the pirate who is piecing together. It is very good to be able to fight like this. Trash should have the consciousness of trash. Song. With a saber in his left hand and Yitamo in his right hand, Elt looked rampantly at the chess soldiers and pirates who wanted him to rush over. Cross cut. The double knives held high even made a sonic boom, and black slashes that were tens of meters in size flew out from the tip of the knife. The pirate in the front will be cut off instantly. The ground under his feet burst, and Elt leaned forward slightly, disappearing into the spot instantly, leaving only a piece of dust. Puff. After almost face-to-face dislocation with the first pirate, the pirate who was still roaring, the next moment, the huge head flew high and fell to the ground with a bang. Shintoryu Jua Bafong's sword. AI Ert, who was constantly killing two knives among the pirates, suddenly inserted the saber and Yinamo into the scabbard. Chong. Puff. 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 Countless pirates burst into blood. Some of them were chopped off with half of their heads. Some of them had only their arms or legs cut off, and some were broken by the waist, or were just wounded by a knife without any disability. Countless pirates, knife wounds in various gestures. It hurts. I don't want to die. Lord Dustmarch, save me. Master Dustmarch, run. Two voices appeared in the pirates. Chess soldiers continued to block Alti's footsteps without fear of death. But the remaining pirates were completely frightened, wailing constantly, and some even surrendered, and then Elt rewarded him with a knife and chopped off half of his head directly. Boom! The provoked Elt instantly fell into the rocky ruins and stepped on the badly injured Dosmar to the ground. The originally depressed pit directly became a small basin. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out, Dosmart's eyes bulged, and his internal organs felt like they were about to be trampled out. You kid. Big Mom has the qualifications to be mad. What are you? Dare to be so mad? Speak. Asshole. Dosmarchet was interrupted before he even finished speaking, and Elt raised his right foot again and chopped it off severely, but this time stepped directly on Dosmarchet's head. For a time, only the sound of bang, bang, bang can be heard in the entire venue. After stepping on it for 7 or 8 times, Elty stopped. The original round head, like a marinated egg, became a pile of scum. The place where Dosmar rested his head was stepped deep on the ground, deep footprints. Leave a pile of minced meat on the neck. The battle at this time was already over. All the pirates looked at Elt with fear. Only Teach left as usual, without looking at him, even if he killed the son of Bigmum. Teach, what to do? That guy's death may now be known to the people of the Bigmum pirates. Elt caught up with Teach, and now it's cool for him to kill, but that's not necessarily the next thing. After all, this place is much closer to IWC than to Moby Dick. Teach didn't say that Elt shouldn't be killed. Elt killed him anyway. Teach didn't matter. At best, it was a little more troublesome. After all, in Teach's heart, the importance of Elt is almost equal to that of Dark Fruit, or sometimes even higher. That's when Elt calls his eldest brother. But most of the time, Elt basically called him Teach directly. Kill, kill, don't we also have Whitebeard behind us? Let's go later, lest the lunatic Bigmum finds it. For the current Bigmum, I am afraid that few people can say that it is not afraid. Even Whitebeard is the same. After all, Charlotte Lin Lin is completely a freak. At Rock's Pirate, Charlotte Lin Lin was able to keep up with him, Whitebeard and Golden Lion, and now he is still the same overlord of the sea. After Roger's death, the strongest man on the sea was Whitebeard, but the strongest woman has always been Charlotte Lin Lin. Whether it was in the Rocks period or until Luffy's heinous age, it has never changed. Well, just set sail in a moment. Just a small island, no risk. Elt also nodded, agreeing with Teach's statement. New World, Tato Land Kingdom, Cake Island is the core area unique to the Bigmum Pirate Group. It is made up of 34 medium-sized islands surrounding the cake shop, with densely scattered islands around it. And the cake shop, from a distance, is a huge cake with candles on it, in fact, it is indeed made up of cakes and food. The whole island is edible. In the palace on Cake Island at this time, Mama, this chocolate toffee pudding is still delicious. On the huge throne, Charlotte Lin Lin, the dictator queen of Tato Land, is sitting on the tall throne eating snacks. Pink hair with a pink dress, with a pink Napoleon on his head, Zeus and Prometheus floating in the air. All kinds of hobbits are all around, singing songs constantly. Mom, brother Dosmarch is dead. Charlotte Paris Sparrow, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, and even stayed in Rock's Pirate. What are you talking about, Spiro? Charlotte Lin Lin, who was still dancing happily, stopped eating, and the expression on her face instantly became angry. There was a sudden lightning and thunder in the sky, which was originally beautiful in the wind and sun. Dark clouds rolled back and countless black thunder burst in the sky. On Cake Island, Charlotte Lin Lin's conquerors swept out, violent, overbearing, rampant, and incomparable conquerors Haki. In an instant, the Cake Island, which was still lively and extraordinary, was instantly quiet. Countless creatures turned over be a Kugan, foaming at their mouths and fainted. On the ground, asterisk. 49. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. Wrath from the Great Poseidon. Mom, take Conquerors back. Brothers and sisters can't stand it anymore. Pielo still persuaded Charlotte Lean's anger. Different from ordinary conquerors, Kuan Pro New Worlds each see overlord. Their conquerors can make you coma, and at worst, make you directly an idiot. He lost contact there. No matter who it is, he will have to pay for me. Even Shiki or Newgate will have to pay. Boom. Conquerors, which had already begun to be taken back, spewed out again. Her son was dead. He was killed while Wangua was expanding its territory. Her son can only be taught by herself, and when others come, they are blatantly provoking him. Maybe Charlotte Lin is not as short as Whitebeard, but it is only when you defeat her child. But if you kill, then sorry, the horror of the big Poseidon will definitely make the New World search. On Yama Island, Pero Spiro answered with great pressure. Take it out of me in New World. This island sinks to the bottom of the sea. Bum. The dining table beside Charlotte Lin was smashed with one punch. Napoleon. Mom here. With a roar from Charlotte Lin, Napoleon, who was still in a cute pink hat, instantly turned into a big knife with sharp teeth and was grabbed by one of them. Prometheus Zeus. Yes, mother. Boom. Prometheus, who was still frolicking, instantly attached to Charlotte Lin's hair and Napoleon, while Zeus swelled to a size of more than 10 meters, and Charlotte Lin jumped directly on it. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. They must not go far now, Zeus. Following Charlotte Lin's lightness, Thundercloud Zeus flew out instantly. The big Poseidon is going to do it himself. On the other side, just after the battle. The more El thought about it, the more he felt uneasy, and he always felt that the Bigman pirates would come. Teach, leave now. I'm still afraid that someone will come from Bigman. El is also very worried, and in his heart, if the other party comes from Katakuri, or Owen or Teifuk, as long as they are entangled, there will probably be countless people flocking to him. When the time comes, I am afraid I really can't leave. Well, I'll get someone to set the boat. Teach also looked serious. Eld immediately ran to Revolving Heaven where he slept, and he picked it up and walked away without even screaming. Hey, Lord Eld, where are you going? As soon as the mayor came out of the house, he saw Eld flying away while holding Tianyue, which made him puzzled. Regarding the mayor's words, Eld didn't even bother. When Eld got on the boat while holding Tianyue, Teach directly ordered the sailing. But Captain, there are still a few people who haven't boarded the ship. Some pirates didn't know what was going on, and when they saw someone on the boat, they thought Teach had forgotten, so they went up to remind them. I said I set sail, didn't you hear it? If it's late, you don't have to go. Teach turned his head blankly, his face cold, making the pirate shiver with fright. I don't even know what mistake I made. At this time, the pirates who had arrived late were reflected in Ingshan, and they shouted as they watched the pirate ship that kept going away. Take me. I haven't boarded the ship yet. Captain, wait for me. No one dared to intercede with the pirate who kept shouting behind him, because everyone seemed to have found something wrong. Looking at the sea where the island is no longer visible, Eld also breathed a long sigh of relief. Staying in that place always made him frightened, feeling that there was a big horror about to happen. Oh, that's it. Tianyue in his arms also woke up leisurely. With a dazed expression, he was still on the island just now, and returned to the boat in a blink of an eye. If it were not for the pain in the lower body, she would have suspected that it was a dream. It's okay. Go ahead and sleep. Eld also smiled slightly, so she didn't have to worry. Well, leave a few on duty, and the rest will go back to the cabin to rest. Teach also reminded everyone not to worry. When Erd and others were sailing for a day, on Yama Island at this time, rumble. There was a violent wind in the sky, lightning and thunder, and the waves were constantly beating the coast. Charlotte Lin, the captain of the Bigman pirate group like a demon, came to Yama Island in person. Tell me, who actually came to this time? The huge, strange sound made the original version of the island residents who were singing and dancing, covering their ears and howling desperately. Mama, mama, I know who it is, Newgate. Bigman's powerful sights instantly enveloped the entire island, spreading towards the surrounding waters. The owner's high-level visionary Charlotte Lin ignored any defenses and looked through directly and saw a banner with a white crescent beard. It was originally exquisite and burned with anger in an instant, And that long hair that danced and swayed like a fire snake, the breath on his body was completely different from the previous one. Violent, crazy, violent, and unbelievable. Not even this guy Newgate. I have to pay the price. Zeus, Prometheus. Yes, Mom. With a shout from Charlotte Lin, the two voices of Zeus and Prometheus sounded at the same time. I saw Charlotte Lin lift Napoleon high, Zeus's thunder and Prometheus' flames entangled on Napoleon at the same time. It looked extremely terrifying. Emperor's sword, thunder, fire, broken blade. Asterisk. 50, Chapter 50. Chapter 50, I'm a pirate. Rumble. At the next moment, the whole world lost its voice, and then the dazzling light illuminates from the very center, and then quickly spreads outwards. Under the sky where the wind was surging, the lightning and thunder, a vast mushroom suddenly rose, pushing everything horizontally, so wherever I went, the earth collapsed. Fiery flames are destroying the ground, and black and red thunder and lightning are splashing from time to time. At this time, the most central part of the island, under the immense force, directly formed a large basin, connected to the center of the earth, with lava billowing crimson inside. In the next moment, countless sea water swarmed over, and the huge Yama Island burst and split into countless broken plates. Yama Island, it can be said that under the blow of Charlotte Lin, it shattered directly and sank into the sea. As if he hadn't vented his anger, Charlotte Lin's face was still raging. Mom, where are we going now? Are we going back? The cowardly Zeus asked. If you don't go back, the guys who killed March this time are at most Whitebeard's sons. That old bastard won't be able to attack March, but he will have to pay the price even if it's this way. The anger of the great Poseidon needs blood to calm down. Yes, mother. Zeus also changed from the original little white cloud to a dark and terrifying thundercloud. Napoleon once again turned into a sleepy pink hat, which he wore on Charlotte Lin's head. Zeus, who was constantly flashing thunder, took Charlotte Lin and flew towards the surrounding sea. Captain, we have arrived on an unnamed island. There is a port ahead. Do we want to dock? One of his subordinates is almost a navigator, and he came to the captain's room to report to Titch. Drop. With the order of Titch, the pirate ship is slowly approaching the port. The huge pirate ship makes fishermen and shopping malls at the port nervous and uneasy. Because there are very few pirate ships here, there are often merchant ships. The pirate is here. Run, everyone. When the people in the port saw the arrival of the pirate ship of Ert, they all scattered. Even many merchant ships started sailing and prepared to run after seeing it from a distance. I am really timid. Captain, should we snatch them? Captain Titch, order. So many merchant ships must be very rich. Seeing the panicked port, the pirates on the pirate ship also laughed wildly. Many people were sharpened and bloodthirsty. The ship is docked. You can go if you want. I know we'll do something. You don't use it to find us. Titch did not respond. Since they want to looting, let them looting. Captain, let us help. My strength is great. One of the burly pirates, showing his developed biceps, said flatly. You can go aside. I'll help if you want to go. Yes, I want to go too. The pirates all laughed, not knowing what would happen next. No, we just go to buy something. You just need to keep the boat, right? Titch still had a cold face and glanced unsmilingly at the jagged pirates on the deck. It's Captain Titch. When the pirate ship docked, countless pirates, like sharks smelling blood, rushed down a pirate ship happily toward the island. It can be seen that the following is naturally a routine operation of rape, looting, murder, and arson. Let's go. Seeing the pirates, they all left the pirate ship, and Titch also called out Elter and Tianue. Yeah, almost leaving. Don't let them react. Elter directly picked up the unknowing Tianue and slipped off the pirate ship with Titch. Unlike the pirates, one rushed to the port, and the other group went straight to the village on the island. Titch and Elter came to the place where the boats were parked in the port and quickly searched for a suitable boat in the port. After a while, Elter found a small fishing boat just enough for them to drive. After calling Titch, Titch threw the fresh water and food on the boat, directly raised the sails, and slid the oars with Elter. The thin fishing boat drove away from the port as fast as a wild horse. It was only when Tianue, who was dumbfounded, reacted. Elter, are we going to leave them behind? Well, if you are with them, I am afraid that the goal is 2big.as for leaving it. It is not that we have left them. The gold and silver treasures on the ship are enough for them to live a life, provided that they can survive. Elter jokingly said that he would not have any sympathy for this group of temporarily recruited subordinates. As for abandoning, Elter just wanted to say that he never had it. How could he abandon it? He is a pirate. I didn't come to play in the ocean. From the time he fled Yama Island, he discussed with Teach. After arriving at the island, he separated from the group of temporarily recruited pirates. After all, it is always right to be cautious. Teach, work harder. There is a merchant ship that just escaped ahead. Let's catch up. In the sight of Erd, a merchant ship that had just escaped from the harbor was not far in front of them at this time. 51. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. My big brother Teach is a dementia. Hurry up and stop, or we will shoot. When the small fishing boat swiftly approached the sailing merchant ship, the guards in the ship also immediately spotted the three Alti. Following a riot, countless guards gathered on the deck and pointed their muskets at Alti, Tainyushi, and Teach. Don't shoot. We are people on the island. We just found pirates looting on the island, and we secretly escaped from another shore. Eld also didn't want to cause trouble. He pulled a scared Tion Yuesher behind his back and raised his hands to indicate harmlessness. How to prove that you are not pirates? The man who looked like the captain at the head didn't believe Elt's words and still stared at the Elt 3 closely. As long as there is a trace of wind and grass, he will order to shoot and sail on the sea. You don't need strong strength, but you have to be mindful. Elt, if the captain of the guard said, let Elt choke directly, I'm proving a shit. Who can tell me why? It also proves that I am not a pirate. Would you like to show you my good citizen certificate? This lord, we are really not pirates. This is my wife and my demented brother. Have you ever seen any pirate who would drag his family and rob him? Elt's words directly stunned Teach next to him, as he deserves to be his own good brother, and his dementia brother can also say such things. Very good, very nice. Looking at the weak woman behind Elt, and Teach, who was indeed not very smart, the captain of the guard was thinking about it for half a minute before letting them come up. You are a swordsman, but on this ship, I must be disciplined. If I find out, you will wait to be driven off the ship. In addition, you just go to the utility room. It's not that I didn't give you the room, but it really is gone. There were a lot of people on the escape ship just now. Perhaps it was because the age of the three of them was not very old. After seeing the double knives on Elt's waist, the captain of the guards kindly explained why they didn't give them to the room after warning. Thanks to the captain, I am very grateful to be able to take us in, and we will abide by the discipline on the ship. Elter thanked the captain of the guard for her softness while looking at the sky and moon. The captain of the guard looked at Elt, who had already had a woman at a young age, and was also envious. After all, he was still a bachelor at such an age, but envy was envy. After hearing Elt's statement, he ignored Ert, but continued to patrol. Turning to look at Teach, who was obviously unhappy, Elt put his arms around Teach's shoulder. Huh? Elt, Teach, don't be angry. I'm just to get on the boat too, really? Teach, forget it. It doesn't matter. Just come up. Let's get back to the Moby Dick. For Elt just described him as dementia. He was only very unhappy at the time, but he quickly forgot about it. Let's go. Although it's a utility room, it's better than staying on the deck to blow the air. Elt also brought Tainyushi and Teach to the utility room of the merchant ship, but it was not as full of debris as he thought, but all of them were all kinds of people. Boatmen, civilians, refugees, and elderly people all have everything, but most of them are men, or there are very few women, and the people here are all dressed in ordinary clothes. When the three of Elt came in, many people looked up and looked back, but there were also people who wanted to pounce on them. Compared with the two people, Elt and Teach, who were staying just after the battle, Tainyushi was wearing a pink shawl and a white one-piece skirt at this time, and they wrapped their buttocks, revealing a pair of lace stockings, slender jade legs, plus long emerald green hair, and the precise face I saw with pity. Many rough men have worsened their noses. Their eyes are bloodshot, and the air is full of heavy gasps. Perhaps it was the undisguised gaze that made Tion Yuesher feel disgusted, and unconsciously arched into Elt's arms. But Elt on the side was full of frost, a group of trash that was worse than a mouse in the ditch, and women who dared to look at him that way. Humph! Elt's cold snort made the people in the cabin jump in their hearts, and then they sweated coldly. IT was terrible, and it will be dying to watch. Everyone had such a thought in their hearts. Seeing the crowd shivering like quail, Elt didn't do anything, as if everything just didn't happen. And these people just breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they just saw a strong woman but gave birth to bad ideas, but were not killed. Elt also walked to a relatively clean place, and everyone around him consciously stepped aside. Elt let Tion Yuesher sit on his lap and hugged him in his arms. The night came soon, and it was another dark and windy night. When Tion Yue was about to fall asleep, she felt that her big pillow seemed to be gone, and she touched it in the dark, but she didn't touch it. Puff, puff, song. There seemed to be some noise in the dark night, but it quickly subsided, like an illusion. While exploring Tianyu in the dark, she also quickly grasped what she wanted. After all, she was too familiar with Elt's body, and this was her husband. Asshole, don't spill your drinks on the ground. Some people in the dark hit a moist place all at once and immediately yelled, "Go to sleep. What is the name of the ghost? Sick. Don't sleep most of the night." Inside the cabin, there was one after another shouts of anger, reprimanding the man who had just yelled. But soon, the cabin became quiet again. 52. Chapter 52. Chapter 52. Oh, it's murdered. Help. A sudden scream awakened the entire cabin. When everyone woke up, they saw the whole cabin, corpses all over the field, and the deck under their feet was full of blood. Even when many people opened their eyes, they found themselves sleeping in a pool of blood or a corpse without a head on top of them. The breath of panic and death instantly enveloped the cabin. Only in the most corner, when Tianyu lying in Elt's arms, she looked at Elt thoughtfully. Although she was kind, it did not mean that she was not angry. Those who offended her with their eyes yesterday were all beheaded today, without exception. Obviously, no one noticed this because Elt was not the only one carrying weapons in the cabin. On the contrary, there were many. Soon there was a huge movement, and the guards on the ship were called in. After asking everywhere to no avail, the guards just threw the corpse into the sea to feed the fish and asked them to scrub the deck again. However, Elt noticed that the captain of the guard, before leaving, gave him a deep look. Elt didn't care about this. He wanted a low-key, rather than letting others slaughter him. "Elt, did you do it?" When Tianyu was sitting in Alter's arms, he asked Alter softly, for fear that others would hear it. What do you say?" The undeniable smile made Tianyu understand instantly. No wonder Ert disappeared for a while last night. Although many people died because of himself, but Tianyu sure did not feel the slightest sadness, and even a little bit sweet. I have to say that he was influenced by Elt in subtle changes. The early morning incident quickly came to an end, as if it had never happened, but everyone in the cabin was a little more vigilant, and no one thought they had enough. "Elt, I heard a good thing on board." Titch, who didn't know where to get the food, also quietly returned to Elt and sat on the ground casually. Looking at the loving couple, Titch was not surprised. At the beginning, she was clearly said to be a woman who just used her as a tool, but now it seems that it's not like that. I'm afraid it's really going to be the position of the palace, which is a life-saving amulet. Such a good treatment when there is Tianyu. "What, Titch? My eyes are very picky." I was also aroused. "What good things and treasures can there be on this kind of ship? Woman, a weird treasure, still devil fruit." "A devil fruit? But I don't know what it is." Titch also looked at Elt. After all, he met devil fruit. He knew that he couldn't find what he was looking for, but everyone would always hold a fluke in their hearts. Maybe there was a slight possibility. How can you not want something delivered to your door? Elt doesn't care whose thing it is. When it comes to him and grabs it, it will be his. Elt and Titch did not find anything on the ship that could threaten them. It was an ordinary merchant ship. When night fell again, after falling asleep at Tianyu, Elt walked onto the deck with Titch. Seeing and hearing the color directly envelop the entire ship, no one noticed the movement on the ship. It cost me 100 million Perito people to buy devil fruit. Now, when I go back, the family business will be mine. I blocked everything on you. In the room, a short and fat man looked at the box in front of him. A devil fruit like a cantaloupe, his face was full of excitement, as if he had anticipated a happy life in the future. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden knock on the door made the man tense. As if his little secret had been discovered, he hurriedly hid the devil fruit on the table, picked up the musket pin on his waist with a sullen expression, and squatted himself, walked towards the door. Who was looking for me so late? As if he had noticed something, the short fat man walked very lightly, just as he put his head in the door of the room, trying to hear exactly what sound was outside the door. Boom! Under the man's horrified eyes, a big dark hand directly penetrated the wooden door and pinched it accurately on his neck. Before he even called for help, he heard a click. The short fat man was crushed to his neck, and he slid down the wall slowly. Really trouble. Elt stretched his hand in from the door and opened the door wide. Under observation Haki's perception, the man's every move could not escape his mind. Titch, this is it. After finding a black box under the bed, the delighted Elt also took it to Titch. After all, he didn't know this kind of thing, but for some reason Titch actually knew devil fruit. Every time I asked him, "Mr. Titch, here is a sentence, read more books." "Titch, what kind of fruit is it? Eudaimon species or Logia, or ancient species?" "Canine fruit Chihuahua form." Teach's words made Elt twitch on his face. He was scrapped, a little worse than he expected. In terms of this kind of fruit, whoever eats it is unlucky. The shape of the dachshund is better than this, and it is also a chihuahua. What to do, this fruit? Teach didn't expect to be so rubbish, even a paramecia, but this. Lost it. I won't want it anyway. If anyone around me dared to eat this, I would definitely kill him on the spot. Elt was full of disgust. Now that he saw the fruit, he didn't even want to look at it too much. Before leaving, Elt even spit on the corpse of the short and fat man. He didn't buy a good one when he bought something. No wonder he bought it for 100 million Baileys. That IT was a bargain. A few hours later, the guards again found the short fat man lying in a room with his neck broken and a devil fruit not far from under his feet. After that, several fresh corpses appear in the room again, and devil fruit also disappeared without a trace. 53. Chapter 53. Chapter 53, Return to the Whitebeard Pirates. After more than half a month of Kabuto, Elt and Teach also returned to the Moby Dick at Tianjue. Father, look, it's Elt and the others. Marco, who hung upside down on the sail of the mobile, also yelled. What? Elt is back. Where is it? Odin rushed the fastest, ran to the side of the ship with excitement, looking around. After all, on the ship, except for Bai Xiaoji, he had the best relationship with Elt. Yeah, why didn't I see it? Marco, are you mistaken? We haven't seen it. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group all spoke in unison, and in front of them, there was only an endless sea. Idiot, over here. The ice which weighed a baby eye snorted, and the crowd on the left was crowded, and immediately ran to the right. Ha! Elt, we are here. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group on the boat waved their hands constantly, but no one responded. Whitebeard, who was still asleep, was also awakened in an instant, and then he heard that Elt was back from the boat. Goolalala! Are the two idiots, Elt and Teach, back? Whitebeard's huge body stood up, observation Haki spread madly, and immediately found two people who were still paddling in the sea, with gratified smiles on their faces. Stupid sons, let's meet the two silly boys, Elt and Teach. Amidst the cheers of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick drove towards the Elt trio. Come on, Teach, I can't touch it. Elt threw the oars on the boat, gasping for breath, while Tianjue on the side, with a caring expression, held a handkerchief and kept wiping away the sweat on Elt. After contacting the Whitebeard pirates with a phone worm, he and Teach rowed a boat overnight and hurried back. No need, Daddy, they are here already. As soon as Teach's words fell, Elt noticed a shadow above his head, and the sun was completely blocked. I'll Teach hours, you can count back. Odin couldn't wait to squeeze his body out of the Moby Dick, looking at Elt with excitement on his face. Hurry up, let me go. I'm going to pretend. Oh no, I'm coming up. Elt looked at the crowded side of the ship and shouted back, better than his voice. He was not afraid of others. Afterwards, when Elt hugged Tianjue with his left hand, he dragged Teach with his right hand and squatted slightly. As the bow of the boat suddenly sank and the stern was raised high, Elt took the two of them steadily, landed on the deck of the Moby Dick. The reason for bringing Teach is because this guy doesn't intend to expose his strength. If he can reduce his sense of existence, he can reduce it. Goolalala. Oh, Teach, how about going out on a mission this time? Standing in front of the crowd, Whitebeard laughed and looked at the two of them. He had been there for more than a month. Yes. Well, why have you been there for so long this time? Marco was also squatting on the side, very excited or envious that it was obvious that everyone was a trainee crew, but Elt and Teach were able to go out to perform the task. It's nothing, just take a look all the way and exercise your strength casually. But Daddy, I may be in trouble. Elt thought that Charlotte das March, the Minister of Tea, had been killed by himself, so he still didn't plan to carry it by himself. Elter, you killed the people of the Bigman pirates. Odin came out with a big smile and hugged Elt, not seeing him worry at all. How did you know, Odin? Now, even Elt was a little surprised. After all, he just came back and hasn't said it yet. Is it the informant of the Whitebeard pirates? As for the newspaper, there is no publication. He has been paying attention to the newspaper, but it was indeed because he saw something in the newspaper that caused Elt to rush back in such a hurry. The captain of the Bigman pirate group, Charlotte Lin, actually took the shot himself, and the island was sunk wherever he went. Don't you know? Just yesterday, Dad had already fought Charlotte Lin. Otherwise, you think why we are so close to you. Call, we will find you. The Bista on the side also laughed. After all, it was a duel between two big Poseidon. Goolalala. Okay, don't worry about that guy, Lin. As my Whitebeard son, No one dares to touch you, even if it's Lin Lin Guy. In Whitebeard's words, it was true that Elt was relieved. After all, when I heard that Charlotte Lin Lin personally chased him, he almost didn't scare him away. After all, it was terrible. If he is really met, Elt has even figured out how to die will be better. Children, to celebrate the return of Elt and Titch, let's have a banquet. Huh, have a banquet. Elter, you won't be drunk or go home today. Titch is coming too. It was another traditional banquet, held on the mobile. Odin, why do you keep eyeing with the ship doctor? Hiss. Eld approached Odin and found that he was having a love affair with an unusually sweet-looking ship doctor, so he immediately leaned forward. A trigram said, Elter, how are you? My name is Vivi, and I only got on the boat recently. The woman who has long pale green hair, but looks heroic, is very proactive to greet Elt. It also made Elt cry in his heart. Is this really the fate? I have to get that unlucky thing out. Huh. Elt, this is my fiancé. Odin didn't feel embarrassed, but confessed it generously. Unlike the gentleness of the sky and the moon, the bird is different from the person. Vivi and is more heroic or samurai spirit. Asterisk. 54. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Alti, who doesn't want children. Oh, you guys are together so soon. I was also surprised. After all, he had only been out for a month or two, and the relationship between the two seemed to have done everything. Yeah, Odin is a very interesting man. I'm also longing for Wanakuni, in his words. If I have a chance, I would like to visit Odin's hometown. What is Wanakuni like? Vivi's words even made Elt think that she was another Tianyue time, but this time without the help of his wife. It depends on what they do. I'm afraid I will die together in Wanakuni then. Thinking of this, Elt is still a little bit excited. But Vivi's words made Tanyushi by her stunned, because she also wanted to go to Wanakuni, and she wanted to see for herself what Wanakuni was like 800 years from now. This is the reason why she came over 800 years ago. But I don't know why, but my husband is disgusted with going to Wanakuni, because Wanakuni is so beautiful. The strangeness of the Tianyue period was also quickly discovered by Elt. Elter forcefully took Tanyushi abducted and put it on his lap. Perhaps because of too much force, Tanyushi felt a trace of pain, and her good-looking brows suddenly wrinkled. She knew that the reaction just now should have been discovered by her husband, and Tianyuesher was full of loss. Without paying attention to Tianyue, who was tidying up his clothes in his arms, Elt also looked at Odin and smiled freely. Well, then come on, give birth to a baby early. Huh. When he said this, Odin was excited. His face was full of excitement. Huh? Alti, you have to cheer up. He hasn't bulged his stomach when he was young, and my son must come out first. Odin's words made Tanyushi's expression dark. Since she was with Elt, the two have had countless experiences, but Elt didn't seem to want children very much, because Elt never stayed with her. It's been in the body, even if it is to give himself a chance, not once. Every time Tianyue wanted to say that she wanted a child between her and Elt just shied away and said it was not now. As an extremely traditional Wanakuni woman, Tanyushi is very eager to have a child of her own. She always feels very vague and will be abandoned at any time. Elter also didn't react at all. He picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it. When he looked at Tianyue in his arms, the corners of his mouth raised. We will have children, right? Ours. Hearing that, Tianyue raised his head and looked at Junlang's husband in front of him. There was also an unnoticeable gloom in his eyes, but there was still a sweet smile on his face. I and Elter not in a hurry. The child's words, just let it go. Madame sure really has a good husband. Vivian also praised. After all, what she saw was the love between Elt and Tianyue, and she was completely a model couple. Even more affectionate than her and Odin. But only Tianyue knew that Elt was angry sometimes. It would be terrible. He would not say you, nor scold you, staring at you coldly like a dead person. Once Tanyushi mentioned once again that he had left the Whitebeard pirates. The two of them could go to Wanakuni with Odin, and then she, who fell into the memory, began to talk about the beauty of Wanakuni. When she felt the pain of her body being torn apart, after reacting, Elt had lost the gentleness of the past and became a person she didn't know. For a moment, Tianyuesher felt that he was just a tool for Elt to vent, not his wife, because he didn't care if he was begging for mercy and was in pain. From then on, Tanyushi never asked Elt to go to Wanakuni again. If you say that the person who knows Elt best, apart from Titch, she probably knows best, but no matter what Elt is, now the two are already husband and wife, and she can only hold it in her heart as a secret. After all, the angry Elt is still very fascinating. Odin, if you have children on the boat, what should you do? Send Vivian back to Wanakuni first, or stay here. Of course, Izang and the others sent it back. After all, my father is now in Wanakuni. Odin's statement is exactly the same as later generations, and there is not even much difference. Odin gave birth to Momonosuk and Haiwa on the ship, then moved to the Roger pirates, and finally sent the three back. But now his son is afraid that he hasn't moved yet, and he will definitely be born on the Roger pirates by then. You are not afraid that you won't go back for so long. Won't your father pass on Wanakuni to you? Although Alter has pitted Odin so many times as a person on the same boat, Odin's strength really makes him agree. So Alter doesn't mind giving him a vaccination in advance. After all, this is what he can do to help the most. As for telling him what happened to Wanakuni, let alone why Elt knew it, whether Odin believed it or not was a question. Impossible, Elt. I am the only son of my father. Wanakuni must be mine, and no one can take it away. Regarding Elt's reminder, Odin didn't care at all. He was open-minded. How could he think of all kinds of conspiracies? 55, Chapter 55. Chapter 55 Marco, I really want your ability. Sigh, it's really a headache. When he woke up the next morning, Elt shook his head, which was a little heavy. Last night's banquet lasted until almost early in the morning. After finishing drinking with Odin, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates came to have a drink with Elter. In the end, even Whitebeard came over. Even Titch, who usually doesn't drink much, drank a lot, and in the end he didn't know how to come back. After waking up, when Elt saw Tianyue, who was still sleeping next to her, she did not wake her to see the clothes all over the floor. Elt also guessed what happened last night. After covering Tianyushi with a quilt, Alti also walked out of the room and came to the deck, and found that many people were still stumbling and sleeping. What? Elt heard someone in the stern of the boat and saw someone pulling something just past. Alter, you are here. We just caught a lot of treasures in the sea. Look, they are all. When several members of the Whitebeard pirate group saw that it was Elt, they also said hello. Elt looked at the sea. Almost all of it was broken planks or boxes and wine barrels, which were obviously the pirate ship after the war. IT was smashed, causing some things on the ship to float out. Alti, you are here too. At this time, Marco flew back to the sea in the distance, and he should have checked the reason. Do you know the reason? After seeing Marco, whose arms were completely transformed into a phoenix, Elt also asked. No, I went to all the places and searched them all, but found nothing. IT looks like it should be a fight between pirates. Elt was also lacking interest after hearing it. After all, the most common thing in the sea is probably the battle between pirates. Why got up so early? Why don't you get along, he? Marco smiled, and the meaning was self-evident. Now, in the Whitebeard Pirates, only two people have wives, namely Elt and Odin. Everyone is not surprised at Odin's desperate creation of villains. However, Alter had been with Tianyushi for so long, but he never saw Tianyushi's belly bulge. Marco, what do you kid know? Elt looked at Marco, who was smiling with contempt, a man without a wife caring about a wife. Alter, you stinky kid, I'm older than you. Okay, you're a kid. Got it, kid. Marco, Seeing Marco with an unhappy face, Elt ran away, not forgetting to turn around and mock. Although he was indeed a kid, but he had already passed the bar mitzvah and took that step, but Marco did not. After a fight, the two also sat on the deck. Marco, I really envy your fruiting ability. It would be great if you give it to me. An unknown light gleamed in Elt's eyes. How is it possible? If I haven't eaten it yet, maybe I still think about it, but you're not a swordsman. Why do you want to eat devil fruit? Marco also laughed, thinking that this was the envy of Elt, and at the same time, Marco was also proud of him. Now, I am a swordsman, and there is no conflict with me whether I eat devil fruit or not, isn't it, because I eat devil fruit. Look at Golden Lion Shiki. After eating devil fruit, you are still the world's top swordsman. Elt also said with envy that, after all, the most legendary in the pirate world is devil fruit. Up to now, in the Whitebeard Pirates, I have rarely encountered devil fruit. As for adding devil fruit to others, this kind of person has never been met by Elt. After all, if you have more power, you have more chances to survive. Elt, what fruit do you want? Is there anything we know? Marco was also very curious. After all, he had always thought that Elt looked down on devil fruit. In some previous battles, Elt also got a paramecia jumping fruit, and without even looking at it, he threw it to the other crew members. If it's the 3 Logia from Marine, or the fruit of the old man, Charlotte Lin, Golden Lion Shiki, I want them all, It's a pity that I don't have my part. Elt also gave a wry smile, making Marco on the side think he was just joking. After all, he said that he wanted all of them, and a person can only eat one devil fruit. This is common sense that everyone knows. Haha, Alter, you can really make a joke, but Alter, you can't say in the future, I want Dad's devil fruit. Others have heard it, and may still be talking about you behind the scenes. After all, Dad now but being strong and physically strong, you won't be able to realize your wishes in your entire life. Marco didn't take Elt's words seriously. After all, even if Whitebeard passed away in the future, Shockfruit didn't know where he was going. IT was still a problem whether he saw Elt or not. Well, so I don't have any hope for these. If I can meet other Logia fruits, monster species, or ancient species, as well as some Paramecia op fruits, crushed fruits, childlike fruits, I will also what? Elt said his second batch, even if he got these, he would use it to train his subordinates if he didn't eat it. Remember to pay attention to me in the future. Marco. Elt also got up and left, training with Odin. After all, this guy's about to quit soon, so now dig out more. Even with Elt's intention to mention, Odin also taught Elt to recognize some characters, the characters of historical signs, but what Elt learned was only half knowledge and half-hearted asterisk. 56. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Moonlight Peach's Help. 10 months later. Do you really want to go to Wanakuni? When Elt looked at Tianue, sitting on the side of the ship with the sea breeze blowing, he suddenly asked, I don't want to go, just stay with you. Tainyushi also smiled slightly. Her destination was indeed Wanakuni, because she didn't know where she was born, but her parents were from Wanakuni. I told her the story of Wanakuni so many times that it became a kind of obsession, even if it came from 800 years ago. But the days with Elt also made her feel unprecedented happiness. Really? Let's go once. Only this time. Elt put his hands on the side of the ship, looking at the sea level, not knowing what he was thinking. Really? Elt, I'm so happy. Tainyushi thought that she had heard it wrong at first, but after reacting, she threw herself directly into Elt's arms, with joy on her face. In the past, Elt always opposed her going to Wanakuni. As a result, she suddenly changed her mind today. Although she didn't know the reason, she was very happy at Tainyushi. She has a husband who loves her, and can go to the place of her dreams. Really? Go and see Odin's son now. The reason why Elter changed his mind was of course not that he was kind, but that Odin really let Vivian give him a son that Elter did not expect. I thought Odin, this guy's wife, is his own. Basically, Odin should be the last. But as a result, this guy can actually find a woman to give birth to a child. Okay. Tainyushi was completely hung on Elt at this moment, with a smile on his face. Elt, when you are young, you are here too. Odin has a son. After seeing Elt coming with his arms around Tianue, Marco also greeted loudly. Oh, Odin, what's your name? Have you figured it out? Elt smiled and looked at the little kid in Vivi's arms in a pink dress. Marco, kelp. Jaws, bamboo skewers. Vista, chicken skewers. Everyone is very excited to say the name they want. After all, this is the first time this happened on the Whitebeard Pirates. Peach Nosuk. Moonlight Peach Nosuk. Elt's cold voice came, making everyone look at Elt. After all, compared to some messy kelp, this name is really out of the ordinary, and let other messy names have not been spoken yet, just suffocated to death in his mouth. After all, it was too shameful. And Odin seemed very satisfied after hearing the name Elt said, which was exactly what he thought of. This name is good, Alti, your name is really great. Momonosuk means the world is invincible. Odin lifted Momonosuk in his arms with a happy face, and the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all cheering. And when everyone was full of joy, Elt also looked at the child in Odin's hand and laughed. Elt, why do you want to use this name? Tainyushi looked at Elt with a smile, and wanted to know why. There is no reason, he can only call it this name, and it will only be this name. Even if I don't say it, Odin should have thought of this name. Elt stroked the little head in his arms and said with a smile on his face. Since the birth of Momonosuk, Odin has completely focused on his son, and even the time to communicate with Elt has been reduced by half. Seeing Odin's appearance, Elt also guessed that this guy is still making people. But it doesn't matter that he has learned from Odin for 2 years. If he still has regrets, it may be that he still doesn't fully recognize the historical inscriptions. And Odin also quickly accumulated fame in the sea through constant battles, and someone kept remembering the samurai from Wanakuni. In contrast, Elt did not make many shots and became as forbearing as Teach. After all, he is still a trainee crew member, just like Marco. If he fights life and death with Elt's own consciousness, Marco cannot beat him 100%. Although Marco is a trainee member, he follows Whitebeard at the earliest time as the first person. He also had the title of Captain E. And Elt and Teach don't have anything. Teach doesn't bother at all, but Elt doesn't need it. The current captains are full, but he is the trash captain behind. It's better not to do it because of shame. If you want, Odin's second division will have his position. After all, Elt knows that Odin will be leaving soon. On the sea, another pirate ship, the Gold Jackson. Hey, we don't have our name in the newspaper this time. In the Roger Pirates, the red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand with emotion on his face. What? It's the Whitebeard Pirates again. Obviously, we had a fight too. Buggy on the side squeezed in and snatched the newspaper in Shanks's hands. Hey, I'm still watching. But the Wanakuni samurai from the Whitebeard pirate group seems to be messing around as always. Shanks read Odin's embrace in the newspaper and read it out. At this time, one hand grabbed the newspaper and took it away at once. It's the captain. After reading the newspaper for a few times, Roger was also full of curiosity. Oh, the samurai who came out of a blocked country. I really want to meet him. Roger has also heard of Odin, the samurai of the Whitebeard pirates, but the two pirates have never met. 57, Chapter 57. Chapter 57, Want to Kill Shanks. Odin departs, one day in the 4th year. On the endless sea, a huge whale boat, Mabike, is driving on the sea. Odin also hugged his son Momonosuk, swaying constantly on the deck, while Vivi and on the other side was a little girl holding Zobaba, a little girl called Rai. It didn't take long to be born. On the side of the ship, the pirates are constantly fishing, cheering, watching the excitement and everything. Chess players, people who drink meat and meat, have everything they need, and they are all different. Oh, look how cute my son is. Odin let Momonosuk ride on his neck, constantly amusing Momonosuk. My second child is born. Alti, there is still no movement between you and Shao. Looking at Elt and Tianyue, who are always sticking together, Odin also muttered mysteriously, If I want to, there will be a lot of sons, but I don't want my children to be born in a turbulent era. Elt, who was playing with his collar when he reached Tianyue, didn't even look at Odin. And Tainyushi was also blushing, lying in Elt's arms so that no one would see it. After all, Elt was too courageous. In Tainyushi, I still remember one time in the dead of night, Elt took her to the deck for an in-death exchange, but I didn't know what was going on, but Vivian came out in the middle of the night. Seeing the two people sitting together on the side of the ship, Vivi and also took the initiative to sit next to them and chatted with Alti, but even so, Alti did not stop. After Tainyushi couldn't stop it from now on, he tried to hide it as much as possible so as not to be discovered by others. Since Odin, this guy made Vivian pregnant again, he has been showing up in front of Elt every day. I don't believe it. My peach is cute. Odin held Momonosuk high with a look of pride. What happened? The fishes are agitated. This is a sign of upside down. The crew of the Whitebeard pirate group, who was lying on the side of the ship, also looked surprised and did not understand what had happened. In the sea, countless fish jumped out of the sea, fleeing towards the distance. And this sight also attracted Whitebeard Newgate. It came from that island, by Xiaoji. Odin, with a solemn expression, also pointed to a small island not far away, without knowing what was going on. But the corners of Elt's mouth were raised. He knew what it was. Because on the island, the Roger pirates were there. It triggered such a big reaction, and he also made a bet with Odin. Thinking of this, the corner of Elt's mouth raised, which meant that Odin was leaving the Whitebeard pirates. From then, on board Roger's ship. Whitebeard also had a solemn expression, his eyes deep. Yes. Are there any monsters on that island? Jean Gudwa also looked curious. And Marco is hanging on the sails, listening with gusto. Hey, Marco, fly over and take a look. A crew member of the Whitebeard pirate group said to Marco, who was hanging upside down on the sail. I'm not going. It's meaningless if I go. Marco, whose arms turned into wings, also shook his head, saying that he would not go. And Momonosuk and Haiwa also kept crying. Obviously, there was something on the island that scared them. Ha, Momonosuk, Haiwa, it's okay. Odin, who was holding Momonosuk, also laughed and didn't take these sights to heart at all. Teach, come here. Seeing this scene, El was extremely excited in his heart. Here he will meet another king on the sea. The 4 emperors in his impression, Shanks. Seeing the seriousness of Elt's face, Teach also nodded. He knew that Elt felt he had something necessary to find him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to call him behind the deck so mysteriously. Elter, do you know what's on this island? Teach also asked tentatively when he saw El drag him to a place where there was no one. After all, his younger brother seemed to know a lot, but Teach didn't have any doubts about it. Because he also has it. It's just that Elt doesn't know it, Teach, as the eldest brother, just knows that he doesn't just have a younger brother. He still has. Yeah, Teach, on that island, there are members of the Roger Pirates on it. Wait, our Whitebeard Pirates must have a fight with their Roger Pirates. Facing what Elt said, Teach didn't respond much, because the Whitebeard Pirates had also fought against Roger Pirates before. But everyone is just learning from each other, or the bottom of the dead and injured is only the crew. What do you want, Alti? Teach, in the Roger Pirate group opposite, there are also 2 trainee crew members. One trainee member with red hair and straw hat. If you run into him, kill him. Thinking of the future, the sudden emergence of red-haired Shanks, Elt did not want to consume him. If you can get rid of it sooner, get rid of it sooner. Elter, he's just a trainee crew member, I see. Seeing that his brother was really serious about killing someone, Teach nodded with a serious face. Although he didn't know how the other party provoked Elt, it didn't matter, he was just a trainee crew member. When the time comes, just pretend to accidentally miss your hand. Anyway, when Whitebeard is there, even if the other party really intends to do it, it will not be life-threatening. 58. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, the Roger Pirate Group. Well, that guy, even if he can be killed, he must be crippled to me. Otherwise, he will definitely be our enemy. The hat on his head is Roger's. Do you know what it means, Teach? Roger's heir. Teach also reacted at once, and the heir whom Roger would like, even as a trainee crew member, Teach did not dare to take it lightly. And when Elt and Teach are conspiring, Marco is also like Spider-Man flying backwards, looking at Whitebeard with a serious face. Let's go, Daddy. Yes. Whitebeard grinned too. The Ice Witch, Wade-Eye, and Buffalo Atmos, Izang, Jaws, and others behind them also couldn't see a trace of tension at all. Turning back to look at the people on the deck, Whitebeard shouted, "Go ashore." Following Whitebeard's order, the entire Moby Dick also swiftly sailed towards the island. As the Moby Dick approached the island more and more, the scene on the coast was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Normally, the ferocious beast is running around in a panic, trying to escape from the island. Even the past food, rabbits, antelopes, etc., flee side by side with the past beasts. No, the beasts are running around. There must be something incredible on this island. Seeing this scene, Izang frowned slightly. Everyone was waiting in full battle, not knowing what was waiting for them on the island. At this time, on the other side of the island. If you want to catch me, just call Garp or Sengoku over. You guys are really boring. The man with a unique beard, Golda Roger, grabbed a bruised Marine collar and said boldly. At this time, the beach was full of Marines who were unconscious or seriously injured. On the beach, a warship that was tens of meters long and hundreds of meters long, like a toy, was broken by the waist and stranded on the beach. Looking at the defeated Marines everywhere, everyone in the Roger Pirates group all smiled, as if defeating this group of Marines was taken for granted. Captain, Whitebeard's boat is on the back of the island. They seem to notice our side. Standing on the reef, Buggy has a big red nose and a red striped hat, holding a telescope with an anxious face at this time. Hear what Buggy said. Crocus is also serious. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates are no worse than Roger Pirates. At this time, Rayleigh, who was still upright, young, and strong, did not want to clash with the Whitebeard Pirates. We just finished a battle, Roger. Huh? Whitebeard, it's been a long time since I saw you. But Roger grinned. He didn't care if he had just fought. In Roger's eyes, the fight just now was just a warm dash-up. As he has fought Whitebeard many times, he also wants to fight Whitebeard again. Moreover, on the Whitebeard Pirates, there is a man he is very interested in, a samurai from Wanakuni. On the side, a young man with a straw hat was eating chocolate with a snicker on his face. The birds are all flying, and seeing them is really a chore. Good. Then fight it. Only if you are alive can you fight each other. Roger, dressed in a captain's cloak, laughed proudly. Whitebeard, he must fight against Roger. Throwing down the Marine on his right hand, Roger with a rebellious face, with serious eyes, staring at the other side of the island. I will die soon too. Maybe this is the last time I saw you. Whitebeard, what's the matter with that guy? It's not going to happen soon. Is it a samurai? Buggy, who was constantly observing with a telescope, was surprised at this time. The legendary samurai. When Buggy finished speaking, Roger was also full of curiosity about the Wanakuni samurai of the Whitebeard pirates Odin. Roger wanted to meet for a long time. Children, you can cheer me up later. Give Roger that bastard a lesson. Seeing that Odin could not wait to rush out, Whitebeard also raised his arms. That Song Yunchi in his hand was dancing with a huge explosion. Ha! Did you meet the Roger pirates again? I'm going to break them. The Whitebeard pirates are invincible. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the members of the Whitebeard pirates also cheered. They and Roger pirates are old rivals. Teach, you can't kill it, and you have to teach him a lesson. It's better to be crippled. Elt charged again to Teach, who was unremarkable behind him. Oh, I see. Compared with Teach's low reputation, the other party may have heard of Elt's name more or less. Even if Elt fights Shanks, the other party is unlikely to relax. When the time comes, it may be necessary. Teach was surprised. As for killing Shanks, Roger's heir, Roger was thrown into a rage. Although Elt was worried, he thought it was worth it to kill Shanks. After all, there is an old man on his side, Whitebeard. Even at this time, there's going to be a battle with the Roger pirates, and Elt still stuck tightly to Tainyushi. I don't know why, Elt felt that Tainyushi became more and more coquettish and charming. 59. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. Odin was spike-killed. At this time, Odin, taking the lead, with a face full of excitement, ran towards the island. Ha! Can't let them take the lead, especially that kid Elt. Captain Odin, wait a minute. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates of the 2nd Division behind is also constantly accelerating, trying to catch up with the rushing Odin. Just grab all the treasures so that you can repay Alter's debt. Captain Odin, this time is different. The opponent is the Roger pirates. The 2nd Division team members behind are also out of breath, and for the reckless Odin, they also tried their best to discourage the reckless Odin. After all, the Roger pirates are no worse than the Whitebeard pirates. Yeah. A dusty Odin was left behind, and he drove away. Not listening at all. Captain Odin. Looking at Odin, he didn't hear his words at all, and the members of the 2nd Division also looked bitter. Although Captain Odin looked like this every time, this time it was completely different. Odin was full of excitement as he was running, and then he kept jumping on various big trees and giant mushrooms. Every time I jump, I cross countless meters. Odin's goal was to go straight to the Roger Pirates group. Under his sight, the Roger Pirates group was as bright as an electric light bulb in the night. The moment Odin saw the Roger Pirates group, Odin had no intention of being waterproof at all. Tianyu Yuzhan and another saber-level saber were pulled out by Odin in an instant, flashing with bursts of cold light. As for the members of the Roger Pirates, they also saw Odin approaching them quickly, and everyone was waiting in full battle. Tread. Seeing the pirate who didn't know the other side, Odin seemed to be blocking him, but also exerted force under his feet. Gun Ghost. Under the shocked eyes of several unknown pirates, they saw a huge cross-shaped slash, clinging to the double knives. With the sound of several screams, several passers-by were directly chopped to the ground under Odin's violent impact, wailing in pain. Stir up large swaths of dust. Hey, it seems to be the warrior of Wanakuni. The third figure in the Roger Pirates, Jabba, also wielded his double axe and looked at Odin, who was coming quickly with excitement. For Wanakuni's samurai he also met for the first time. Rayleigh on the side also has a serious face, obviously. For Odin, he intends to go all out. As strong as the rumors, stop him as soon as possible, Rayleigh. Then do it. Rayleigh also agrees that Odin's strength is very strong. If it is not stopped, the Roger Pirates will definitely suffer heavy losses. That's why Rayleigh decided to go there together. They asked for what to say about martial arts. 2 hits won. Rayleigh dismissed it. He was a pirate. How could the pirates have any real promises? Wait a minute, Jabba. Rayleigh, I can't hurt you. Just as Rayleigh and Jabba were preparing to stop Odin as if entering no man's land, Roger's excited voice came from behind. With a leap, passing through the two, Roger treats the samurai Odin, but he is full of curiosity. I just want to fight it. Rayleigh also said helplessly. He couldn't understand Roger's thoughts. And Odin, who was approaching extremely quickly, looked at the oncoming Roger, and he also sensed the horror of the incoming person. His eyes condensed, and his face was full of seriousness and excitement. The breath of a beast. Hello, samurai. Seeing Odin close at hand, Roger instantly pulled out the saber around his waist with his right hand, raised it high, and swung it like a baseball. God avoid. Facing Roger's great Haki knife, Odin just blocked the double knife in front of him. But the next moment, Odin's complexion changed drastically, and he felt like a big mountain hitting his double knives. Countless red and black thunders flashed between the two, and the ground under Roger's feet instantly cracked numerous huge cracks. Call out. Odin flew back almost at a faster speed than before, still maintaining a defensive movement. Boom, 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 boom. Huge trees more than 10 meters thick were smashed by the waste, and the violent force finally made Odin tightly embedded in a small Yamanaka, arousing huge dust. At this time, Odin was no longer as unhurried as he was just now, with blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth, his face full of disbelief. What was that just now? When he met Odin, he was directly beaten and flown by someone, which was a humiliation to him. Damn it, I can't accept it. Odin, who fell back to the ground, wanted to get back to Roger's place again. This was what Elter taught him, to get up wherever he fell. What? In the next moment, Odin saw the air among the trees. Whitebeard was jumping constantly, and every time he jumped, he walked tens of meters forward. Are you here, Whitebeard? Roger also noticed Whitebeard, who had just jumped in the air, with a solemn expression on his face. Although he is arrogant, he is not arrogant. I saw Whitebeard leaping up in the air, violent auras spewing and erupting, and the raised clouds cut up, constantly flashing red and black thunder, which contained explosive power, and fell suddenly. And Roger didn't say much when he saw this scene. He stepped forward with his right foot, and the whole ground was instantly shattered. The saber in his right hand was lifted high, swung, and lifted, suddenly bursting out with force like a mountain. The thunder, also entwined with red and black, collided head-on. Without the slightest retreat, the two met head-on. The dark red thunder kept smashing down, and the entire venue was bright and dark. Ordinary people might be shocked to death by two auras as soon as they entered this area. 60. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Whitebeard versus Roger. Boom! Roger's saber collided with Whitebeard's clouds, and countless red and black thunders pulled wildly between the two and hit the ground. If you are careful, you can find that there is no contact between the two weapons, and a white air pressure keeps shrinking and colliding. Advanced armament Haki, and even Conqueror's Haki. Suddenly, the earth bounced to pieces. The cracks that produced crazily tore, forming countless abysses, like a meteorite hitting the earth. The terrifying force instantly caused the earth within a kilometer to agitate in the air. At that moment, the sound resounded through the sky, piercing everyone's eardrums. The ground collapsed in a large area, and the sky was splashed by gravel and dust. The hurricane splashed all over the ground and turned into a tsunami of sand and dust, spreading to the surroundings. Both of them clenched their weapons with both hands. The blue veins on their arms bulged up like a horned dragon, and their teeth were forbidden to bite. No one wanted to be repelled. The entire island was constantly shaking under the two terrorist attacks like gods and demons, and the waves around the island continued to beat the island. The terrifying aura rose to the sky, and instantly pierced the thick white clouds in the sky into a big hole. At this time, the island was full of red and black thunder flashes, centered on Roger and Whitebeard, and the ring-shaped air wave erupting like a mountain torrent spreads around like wild beasts. Everything within a kilometer of a radius was instantly shattered. Even the trees in the extreme distance were uprooted. Countless members of the Roger pirates and Whitebeard pirates were caught up in the air. Even the 100-meter-long Moby Dick was even shaking. With the two of Roger and Whitebeard exerting their strength again, in an instantaneous explosion, the two separated at the same time, looking at each other with serious eyes. Although everyone has a little friendship, as pirates, if they can really kill each other, they will never be soft-hearted. Killing a person of the same level as themselves will definitely make them famous all over the world. Suddenly cut the clouds into the ground, cracking numerous cracks. I'm in good spirits, Roger. Roger also grinned and put his saber on his shoulder. I haven't seen each other in years, Newgate. Cool, la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed proudly, and he was very excited when he played against Roger. Behind him, whether it is Elter, Titch, Marco, Bista, Jaws, Lakio, and others, they all stand tightly behind him, looking at the Roger pirates on the opposite side. Ha 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 ha. Roger, who inserted the saber in front of him, also laughed loudly. Behind him were Rayleigh, Jabba, Lordstun, Sunbell, Shanks, Buggy, and others. Both parties are in a tight formation, watching each other closely. Odin behind his back also looked horrified. Just now, the two of them were like demon gods, and his heart was deeply touched by the ruining figure. This is the most shocking scene since he went to sea. Hey, Roger. At this time, Elter was standing in the Whitebeard pirate group, also grinning and looking coldly at the oppressive man opposite. At the same time, there is a young figure in the back, holding his saber and wearing a straw hat shinks. As for Buggy, they wouldn't even look at it, a weak person, someone who can pinch to death at will. Leave all your belongings. Whitebeard didn't care if the other party was the Roger Pirates, and directly said amazing words. Just because he is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Go. Following Marco in the air was the first to speak, rushing to the Roger Pirates, and everyone followed closely behind. But there was only one person except Alti. He was clearly standing in the front, but he ran to the last. But at this moment, no one knew what he was going to do, and no one noticed him except Titch. Grab. The opposite Jabba also pointed with an axe. The Whitebeard pirates rushed over and issued an order to attack. The Whitebeard pirates wanted to grab their things. The Roger pirate group naturally held the same idea. At the same time, Whitebeard and Roger collided again, causing the earth to agitate. Bista and Sunbell, the Murloc, played against each other, and Jaws played against Lotston. The two large pirate groups of the Big Mac level on the sea collided in an instant. No matter who they are, they have their own opponents. Except for Elt, he doesn't directly look for the crew of the long-famous Roger pirates. Although he is not afraid, some people can also win, but he knows the importance of struggling every time he finds ordinary Roger pirate crew members. Elt didn't come up with a double sword flow, but pulled out his saber. With Conqueror's Haki, he specializes in picking those who are not very strong. So a very peculiar picture appeared on the battlefield. A young teenager madly shuttled through the crowd. Compare with other people after knocking down the enemy, it doesn't matter. Elter is different, perhaps because of habit. Elter retains the good habit of making up the knife. Every time Elt made a knife, it was full of violent aura. Basically, the people who met Elt were cut off at the waist. Either he was cut off his arm or leg in an instant, and then was killed by Elt with a knife to half of his head *. 61. Chapter 61. Chapter 61 Roger Pirate, 2 week. The battle between the two pirate regiments lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, except for Roger and Whitebeard. Everyone else played against this one today, and they may be replaced in the next moment. Taro stopped the kid from the Whitebeard pirates. That guy's speed is too fast. The crew of our bottom pirates are almost killed. At the scene, Rayleigh slashed a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates to the ground. As early as a day ago, many members of the Roger pirate group had noticed Elter, but because Elter was too fast. And don't fight them at all. As long as they pass, Elt will run away immediately. At the same time, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group also stopped them. Got it, Rayleigh, that kid. I'll fix it. Wearing goggles, riding Taro on the back, and holding a Taro fighting with a knife, he also noticed Elt. Hey, it's been spotted again. It's really troublesome. At this time, Elt stepped an unknown pirate under his feet. The arm of the other weapon had been chopped off by Elt's shoulders, and he was lying on the ground wailing. Because of his constant struggle, the ground was bloody and muddy, chaotic. What is it called, trash? Perhaps it was because the crew of the Roger pirate group struggled too far away, and Elt was a little bored, exerting a slight force under his feet. The ground behind the pirate instantly cracked like a spider's web. You can even hear the bone cracking in the chest, and just screaming screamingly. After Elt stepped on his foot hard, he immediately stopped wailing. Only the undulating chest is left, which proves to be alive. Boy, you are looking for death. Holding the Taro without a knife in both hands, seeing the joking, even mocking smile on his face, he was furious. Anyone can speak big words. Lousy still thinks Roger will be beaten to death on the island by his father today. A rubbish who can only speak big words. Crack. Elt directly told the pirate under his feet to trample to death on the spot, and his entire right foot was almost sunken into his chest. Shintoryu Iori no Tai Sword. Song. Facing the Taro that was close at hand, Elt's right hand instantly grabbed the saber around his waist. The muscles of his arm bulged, and the green veins like a horned dragon coiled around his arm. And Elt's immediate attack also made Taro frown. The explosive force instantly drove the saber, and instantly hit the Taro's knifeless knife. Get out of here, trash. The ground beneath his feet exploded, and Elt took a step forward with his right foot, and the rubble on the ground was instantly stirred into the air. What? Under Taro's unbelievable eyes, Elter made a violent knife hit directly on his chest with Taro's knifeless knife. Call out. The lightning flint, the people around, hadn't even seen the sound of breaking through the air. An endless crack spread. The Taro that turned into a streamer hit the ground and finally moved out a gully. It overturned countless pirates along the way into the air and filled the sky with gunpowder and dust. It's so strong. The Taro has been knocked into the air. Rayleigh on the side felt a little surprised to know that the Taro, which had just passed away, flew back faster than before. Looking at the rampant and disdainful Elt with a knife in one hand, he also became interested. At this time, Elt looked like Shank's buggy was about the same size, but his strength was stronger. This can be seen from knocking out the Taro. After all, this is the Roger Pirates, the officers on board. There was a coughing sound from the ruined dust center, and I saw the Taro stepped on thick dust, vomiting blood out of his mouth, and looked at the arrogant Elk with a little embarrassment. It's really strong enough. Boy, can actually knock me back. With the right arm, wipe a little blood off the corner of the mouth. The Taro is no longer careless at this time. Instead, he looked at Elt with excitement. Too weak, not that I am strong enough, but you. It's rubbish. Elt grinned and shouted extremely loudly so that everyone around him could hear clearly. Yes, the Roger Pirates are all rubbish. Yes, Elt, you are right. Taro, you are just rubbish. Many members of the Whitebeard pirate group laughed loudly when they heard Elt's words. If they can't have the upper hand in strength, they have the upper hand in momentum. Asshole. The current Taro is extremely angry and just wants to kill Elt. Elt's look at trash. Even Rayleigh, who looked at it, wanted to hack Elt to death, which was too much to beat. Extremely cut. Taro was holding a knife in both hands, leaning forward slightly, staring at this unbelievable Elt. It was this bastard who dared to insult the Roger Pirates. How could he let him go? The Taro who appeared in front of Elt during the flashes didn't care about other people at all. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates in front of him were cut into two in an instant. In the sun, the shimmering knifeless knife slashed straight at Elt's neck. But facing a knife close at hand, the corners of Elt's mouth cocked, unmoved at all. If Elt didn't move yet, even if he used armament Haki to defend, Taro would have the confidence to slash Elt's neck with a single blow. 62. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Looking for the Future for Emperors, Shanks. Just as the blade was about to slash at Alter's neck, it rushed out from behind Alter with a huge hammer. Carrying violent power, he directly bombarded the Taro-like forehead, while Alt's left hand held Yinamo tightly. Of course, he can't really put his life in the hands of others. Damn it! Seeing Elt with a joke on his face close at hand, Taro was extremely unwilling to be in the air, forcibly twisting his body, changing the direction of the knife in his hand, and slashing toward the oncoming hammer. When? The huge force of the collision between the two sides caused the Taro to fall to the ground with a backflip in the air, staring closely at the incoming person. Alti, I will deal with this rubbish. The huge hammer was held by Lakio, and he didn't even look at the Taro on the opposite side. The reason why Elt didn't do anything just now was because he sensed that Rack was coming over from behind. Be careful if you get hurt by this kind of rubbish. I will look down on you. Elt didn't even glance at Taro, and directly lifted his saber. The whole island is full of duels between pirates. Odin and Jabba fought back and forth. Both win and lose. Asshole Shanks, have you seen it? Someone over there actually knocked the Taro forehead away. It looks like we are the same age. The red-nosed buggy, with 6 daggers in his hands, is back-to-back with Shanks. What? You said the Taro was beaten away. Shanks also held his saber tightly with both hands and stared at the surrounding Whitebeard pirates with serious eyes. Stab. When the two were standing in formation, a cross-shaped slash of more than 10 meters pierced the air and rushed to the two quickly. Shanks yelled anxiously, Buggy, get away. What? Seeing Buggy stunned there, Shanks kicked Buggy away and rolled forward. Rumble. The huge cross-flying slash also bombarded the ground between the two. The ground was instantly cut into countless swifts, as if the earth dragon turned over, high and high. Tata. Elt walked step by step, his saber pointed diagonally to the ground. There is a sense of oppression. Bastard Shanks, he's the one who knocked the Taro away. After Buggy saw Elt, he jumped up immediately, his chin almost scared off the ground. It's him. Shanks also stretched out his hand to stabilize the hat on his head, turned over, and stood up, looking at the evil-looking Alter with a serious face. God. The saber on Elt's right arm shook out instantly, a huge crescent slash that was no smaller than the slash just now, and flew toward Shanks. Crack. Elt didn't even give a chance to speak cruel words. and at the moment he slashed out, he directly stepped on the ground under his feet and cracked it, leaving countless rubbles behind. Elt is just a set of combo moves, not at all. Shanks had a chance to react. Shintoria's Wajian. Seeing Shanks who dodged Can-Can, Alti appeared in front of Shanks between flashes. Shanks didn't even lift his head after avoiding Elt's slash. He felt that the sun in front of him was blocked. The next moment, a sharp sword light flashed on Shanks's face. Even too late to react, relying on the subconscious memory of the muscles, the saber in Shanks's hand instantly ran across his chest. Boom. Elt's violent power instantly knocked Shanks back. His body sank suddenly, and the ground under his feet sank directly. So, what's next? Elt raised his corner and looked at Shanks, who was struggling to block his left sword. Shinto stream, right sword. Pressing on Yin Mo's right hand, he instantly pulled out the purple black yo and went straight to Shanks' throat. If this stab hits, Shanks' throat might be cut off with a single stab. Asshole, look at me, flying sword technique. Seeing that Elt actually has a sword, which is completely different from the usual two-sword style, this guy actually has a kind of swordsmanship in both hands. Ordinary swordsmanship is to hang his own sword on one side of his waist, but Elt has one on the left and one on the left. After seeing that Shanks, his good friend Shanks, was suppressed by Elt, he still wanted to kill him. Buggy also shot the dagger in his hand instantly. Elt, who was full of sight and hearing, also had a cold face. Buddy asshole. For Buggy, Elt doesn't have a so-called face, a jumping clown, whether it is now or in the future. As long as Elt wants to kill him, he can do it. Dang dang dang. Elt's right sword turned in an instant. If he cut it down with this one, he would be seriously injured as well. The daggers flying in the air were all broken by the waist and fell to the ground. After Shanks saw that Elt was distracted to deal with Buggy's attack, he also tried his best to push Elt back, making a jump, planning to leave Elt's attack range. If you want to leave, I have to ask lousy. Elt suddenly turned his head and looked at Shanks with a violent face. The two weak chickens still wanted to run away. With a powerful kick and explosive power, Elt blasted Shanks' chest with a loud noise. Shanks, who had just jumped up, also shrank his pupils, with his saber in front of his chest. Elt's violence made Shanks feel like he was hit by a mountain, and the saber in his hand hit his chest instantly. It turned into a cannonball and flew out. 63, Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Deputy Captain of Roger Pirate Group, Rayleigh. Trash, just hide away, isn't it all right? Now jumping out, it's looking for death. With an aura that no one else should come close all over, Elt turned his head to look at Buggy violently. Seeing this guy Elt, he actually stared at him. Buggy also screamed in fright, jumped up and ran to the book of his good friend Shanks. Dying. Bastard Shanks, come and help. Buggy, don't be afraid, let's go together. Griffin in Shanks's hand aimed at Elt, but there was no fear, although he was at a disadvantage in the previous duel and was almost beaten by Elt. Elt also sneered, leaning forward and suddenly violent. The saber in his left hand pointed diagonally to the ground, but his right hand was tightly gripped on the unsheathed Yinamo. Come on, Buggy. The moment Shanks saw Elt rushing over, his whole body was tense, with the teachings of Roger and Rayleigh and others. Shanks isn't the noob who just got on the boat. Flashing quickly, Alti approaching Shanks and Buggy, seeing and hearing all turned on, always guarding against the sneak attacks of other Roger pirates. Shinto stream, half moon. Elt's astonishing killing intent was completely aimed at Shanks. Suddenly, Elt's figure disappeared, and the next moment Shanks felt an astonishing chill around his neck. Even the people in the Roger Pirates group felt a cold neck and shuddered all over. The next moment, countless heads rose into the sky. Let this area bring a strong smell of blood, and then Elt appeared in front of Shanks. Damn it! Shanks holding Griffin was also sweating on his forehead. He even saw the cruel smile on Elt's face, and saw the light of a knife like a crescent rushing straight to his neck. Shanks stepped forward, almost waving Griffin with all his strength to greet him. He knew that this guy really wanted to kill himself. Boom! Without the imaginary block, Shanks was knocked out instantly. With the power of a monster, Griffin in Shanks's hand almost broke out. Turning into a streamer, he bounced directly on the ground several times, and finally crashed into the crowd. Buggy had just arrived behind Alter at this time. In his plan, Shanks blocked Alter, and then he attacked behind him and killed Alter directly. But what I didn't expect was that Shanks, the bastard, didn't even hold on to a breath and was knocked into the air. Buggy jumped into the air, almost crying now. Because he saw Elt, he turned his head and was smiling at him, taking a big mouthful of white fang, making Buggy sweat cold. I caught you, Buggy. Elt took a step back, and the saber in his left hand directly wrapped armament Haki, a red and black liquid like a liquid, which was Elt's high-level Haki, a mission learned from Odin. The saber in his hand is raised high, intending to head Buggy directly. Buggy now has fruiting ability, so Elt directly used a mission. Captain, save me. Feeling the tingling of the neck and facing the threat of death, Buggy shouted shamelessly. He doesn't want to die. Buggy. Roger's sight and hearing also instantly discovered Elt's murderous intention to treat Buggy. Goo-la-la-la-la, my son, you can't bother you, Roger. But the next moment, the cloud cutting of the carrier's mountain collapsed and came on coming, so that Roger did not dare to be distracted. Whitebeard's knife will be very troublesome if it was cut firmly on the body. When Song Yun cut and Roger's sword, the first time they touched it was like a missile explosion, and then a red mushroom cloud stood up, forming a halo, rising into the sky, dispelling the clouds in the sky, vast and shocked. The muscles of Elt's left arm bulged high, and with a sonic boom, he slashed towards Buggy at the fastest speed. No one can save you. Go to death. In Buggy's eyes, he couldn't see the trajectory of Elt's attack, and he couldn't block it. In the sight of Elt, a flickering figure quickly approached, making Elt's heart alert, and at the same time, the speed of the knife was faster. Boy, what do you want to do to my crew? When? Elt's explosive sword was directly blocked by a blond man, Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates. The air pressure from the collision between the two immediately rushed the Buggy in the air, landing on the ground and rolling several times. Although Rayleigh didn't move his feet at all, the ground was directly attacked by the two, shattered and shattered. Elt's eyes narrowed. Rayleigh. For Rayleigh, Elt didn't think he could win, even if he tried his best. Don't be overwhelmed. Elt's eyes were low, even if it was Rayleigh, waiting for him to grow up after more than 10 or 20 years. At that time, relying on his strength and Teach strength, besieging a Rayleigh will definitely be done by hand. But even now, Elt won't give Rayleigh too many names. In a word, there is no need. This guy is not a good thing. Right sword. Yenemo, who had been on her right waist, unsheathed instantly, and in the eyes of others, almost only a glimmer of light and reflection could be seen. But Rayleigh didn't appear panicked, and even looked easy. 64, Chapter 64. Chapter 64, The Terror of Rayleigh. In the eyes of others, there was only a glimmer of swordsmanship, but Rayleigh's eyes were only a little fast, far from reaching the point where he couldn't reach it. I saw Rayleigh's companion's sword. Suddenly there was a huge force, so that Elt, who was only holding the sword in his left hand, couldn't stop it at all. If you continue to use the right sword, let's not say whether you can cut it or not. But Rayleigh's saber would definitely cut to his shoulder. Damn it! With an unhappy expression, Elter saw Rayleigh with squinted eyes. It could only be a backflip, and quickly left, staring at Rayleigh coldly. Captain Rayleigh! Shanks, who was knocked into the air, also ran back at this time, and he became messy when he came out, and he couldn't see any harm at all. Chong! Elt directly slashed and flew out, and even Shanks didn't expect that the other party would dare to shoot himself in front of his deputy captain. Little devil, don't get too far. Seeing that Elt dared to ignore him so much, Rayleigh's eyes were cold, and he shot the air chosen by Roger in front of him. Isn't he slapping himself in the face? Seeing Rayleigh, who directly defeated his slash, Elt also didn't give him a face. You're the one who can get an inch. Bastard, I really thought Lousy would be afraid of you. Shintoryu, the sword of the pheasant. With his hands on both sides of his waist, Elt went straight to Rayleigh and Shanks with his unreserved killing intent. As long as it is someone who doesn't help him at all, Elt never expresses any kindness. In his eyes, there are only two kinds of people, those who are useful to him and those who are not useful to him. This kid really wants to kill me and Shanks. But this swordsmanship, Rayleigh also secretly said in his heart, although I don't know why this kid named Elt has such a big malice towards him as Shanks, but he won't be merciless. Even if he is the son of Whitebeard. Chong! The blade was cut down, and a breeze was brought up, and the rays of countless knives surrounded Rayleigh. In the eyes of Shanks and Buggy, who was stunned, the world was nothing but a knife. Stab! Dang dang dang! Under Shanks' horrified eyes, Elt appeared behind Rayleigh in an instant. Block it! Only Elt knew that in the first moment, he almost exhausted his greatest strength and made dozens of knives in an instant, but they were all blocked. Only countless sword marks on the ground were left to tell what happened just now. Ert, who had passed Rayleigh, did not stop. He immediately exerted force under his feet, and the ground was directly cracked and rushed toward Shanks behind Rayleigh. At this time, Elt suddenly accelerated. His body was almost parallel to the ground, and he dashed straight against the ground, and the speed almost drew a line in the air. In Shanks's slightly startled gaze, there was a chuckle, and the two knives were drawn in a flash, bringing out a black light. Yinamo and Saber went straight to Shanks' neck. "Little devil, I will be angry anymore." In the sight of Elt, Rayleigh rushed in a terrifying moment. Another golden slash fell into the air. Come straight to Ert. Elter, who was tensed, also rolled over in the air, dodging dangerously, but he didn't wait for Elter to stand still. Elter found himself in a shadow, and even too late to think, Elter turned around and picked it up with double knives. Boom! A terrifying explosion was rising. A collision between Elt and Rayleigh instantly shattered the ground, and the violent shock wave was tormenting everywhere. Elt instantly turned into a streamer and shot out, smashing a rock along the way, and the pirates were knocked off wherever they passed and were buried in the gravel after leaving a huge ravine. Bum! In the next moment, a blood-red slash with Elt's eyes split the rubble and ruins, and the wind swept through, spit out the blood in his mouth, and walked out of the dust with a gloomy face, looking sick at Rayleigh and Shanks. Hip-hop-ha. It's really makes people want to laugh. Elt covered his face with his left hand, laughed wildly, and leaned back while laughing. His eyes were covered by slender hair, and his face was sick. "Captain Rayleigh, he is a lunatic. Get rid of him. He just wanted to kill me and Shanks." Buggy, who was hiding behind Rayleigh, looked at the sick Elt and encouraged Rayleigh. Just now Elt had a genuine killing intent, but Buggy's memory was still fresh. If it hadn't been for Rayleigh's arrival, Buggy would have been cut off. The members of the surrounding Whitebeard pirates also saw Rayleigh, Shanks, and Buggy dealing with Elt alone, raised weapons one after another, and rushed over. But in the face of the huge power gap, it is of no use at all, and Rayleigh is directly watching melons and vegetables. With every cut of Rayleigh, almost a member of the Whitebeard pirates was taken away. Whispering sound. Elt also grinned, revealing blood-filled teeth. "Don't forget about it, Rayleigh." Just when Elt was about to do it, Marco, whose wings turned into phoenixes, clung to the ground and swooped over. The foot that turned into a sharp claw was blocked by a finger that Rayleigh held up armament Haki. The violent impact caused the surrounding rain to agitate instantly. "I'm serious, boy." Rayleigh looked at him with ease. Unbelievable. Marco *. 65, Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Shanks, who was cut into ruins. Shinto stream Yongyue. When Marco and Rayleigh were in a stalemate, Elt shot directly. In Shanks's eyes, it was obviously daytime, but he saw a huge eternal moon hanging behind Elt. The Yinamo on his waist instantly unsheathed, sending out a white glow, and the slash like the eternal moon came in an instant, making Shanks unable to avoid it and could only choose to resist. Dang. As the sound of iron strikes continued to come, Yongyue slashed, constantly cutting Griffin in Shanks's hand and sparking sparks. "Do you think this is over? It's impossible." The soil under Elt's feet burst instantly. Yinamo in his hand, covered with the same liquid Haki as Rayleigh, flows on Yinamo. Boom! Elt, who was flashing in front of Shanks, suddenly waved Yinamo in his hand, slashed horizontally, and slashed toward Shanks. Then Shanks turned into a cannonball, crashing into the ground, constantly rolling. Shanks even felt that a mountain had hit him after being cut by Elt. Griffin in his hand almost blurted out, "Why target me?" Shanks, who was bleeding from the corners of his mouth, was also full of a grieved face. He even looked at Elt, who was walking step by step, with anger. He didn't understand at all that such a person who had never met before was still a member of the Whitebeard pirates. How could it be possible to have an enmity with myself? But the speechless is speechless, but Shanks's start is not soft at all. Whenever there is a chance, Shanks always wants to cut Elt by the knife. "What bullshit are you talking about? Lousy is a pirate. Does the pirate need a reason to do things?" Elt smiled disdainfully. "He is a real pirate. Pirates need a reason to kill, let alone kill the pirates." Another flying slash came, and wherever it passed, all the pirates along the way were cut in two, and even under the flying slash, a ravine was instantly cut. Damn its bastard. Shanks is also exerting force under his feet, the mud splashing on the ground, rushing towards Elt with a serious face, and avoiding it all the time. It is also not his character. Griffin in his hand and Shanks's hands seemed to be spiritual. When he was about to collide with Flying Slash, Shanks' footsteps halted and made 2 scratches on the ground. To help the body's inertia, Shanks' Griffin suddenly picked up. Go up for me. Bomb. With Shanks's strength, it should have been a Flying Slash, which should have been a straight slash. Under Shanks's attack, he made a right angle in the air and flew directly into the sky. Inverted the dark clouds that were supposed to be, and broke through a gap in the dark sky. The sun shrouded the island. But the next moment, under the attack of Roger and Whitebeard, dark clouds once again obscured the sun. Crack! Almost the moment Shanks acted, Elt also rushed out in an instant, the cracks on the ground like spider webs, expressing how violent Elt's power is. Shinto stream, left and right swords. In Shanks's slightly horrified eyes, Elt's left sword was blocked, but the next moment, Yenmo, who emitted a cold light, was wrapped in a liquid red and black liquid. Puff! Ah! Asshole Shanks! Amid the screams of Shanks, the screaming of Alti Yinma, and Buggy's unbelievable panic, Shanks instantly turned into a streamer and hit the huge rock behind him. Boom! The rock, which was a full 5 or 6 meters in size, was instantly crushed by Shanks's weak figure and was finally buried in the debris. And Rayleigh naturally sensed Elt's undisguised killing intent. It's not that he didn't want to help, but that he is facing 3 people now. Lakio, Marco, and Ice, which Wade-Ibe stopped him. As long as he wants to support Shanks, he will be stopped by the 3 of them. Get out of the way, Marco. Facing Marco's sharp claws and Rikio's huge hammer, Rayleigh also said that the long sword in his hand was crossed on his chest. If you want to deal with Elt, you have to pass our level. As the deputy of Roger Pirates, it is really shameful to deal with our interns and Whitebeard Pirates. Rayleigh. With the arrival of the Ice which Whitby's attack, Rayleigh was instantly repelled, plowing the ground into 2 gullies. In the face of the humiliation of the 3 opposite people, Rayleigh didn't care at all. He could grow into the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, not by kindness, but by an iron fist and ruthlessness towards the enemy. Not to mention the intern of the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if it is an ordinary person who wants to kill him, Rayleigh will do it. On the other side, Elt, after seeing Shanks being slashed by himself, rushed towards Shanks buried in the rubble. His sights and colors have been firmly locked in Shanks. Asshole kid, go to hell. On the way Elt was advancing, there was also the ordinary crew of the Roger Pirate Group to stop him, and everyone looked at Elt fiercely. There was even red blood dripping on the weapon in his hand. Shinto stream, 8-fong sword. Elter, who squatted down and put his hands on the hilt of the sword, disappeared instantly, speaking indifferently as if there was no emotion. The next moment Elt appeared behind a group of pirates instantly, and moved on without looking back. Puff! Puff! Countless white sword lights and black sword shadows intertwined each other, and every blow brought countless blood, and was originally a living pirate. There was a sudden explosion, and countless pieces of meat were scattered on the ground. Even the weapon in his hand was cut off under the attack of Elt, and fell to the ground full of flesh and blood. 66. Chapter 66. Chapter 66 Conqueror's violent, chaotic evil. The will to pass on. It's really ridiculous. On the way Elt was advancing, a straw hat that had run through several eras fell on the ground. From Roger the One Piece, to the 4 Emperors Shanks in Elt's memory, to Luffy, one of the theater masters. Let me help you. See how you pass it on. Chong. Yenemo in Elt's hand, the unsheathed voice, seemed to say that the straw hat would be cut off by it in the next moment. Boom! Just when Yenemo had swung down from the top of his head and was about to reach the straw hat, Elt's sight and color sensed Shanks's sudden flying, crushing the rubble ruins on his body. He almost used all his strength to rush over in an instant, hugged the straw hat in his arms, and rolled to the side. At this time, Shanks' mouth was constantly overflowing with blood, and his body was in tatters. The most serious was a hideous stab wound on his chest from his left shoulder to his right waist. The blood couldn't stop the outflow, and the flesh and blood on his chest turned out, dyeing the red coat that was already bright red. The NMO of Elter arrived in no time, and the hard ground, like tofu, was instantly split into a crack several meters long under the NMO of Elter. But Elt wouldn't just give up like this, and directly backhanded out the saber on the left waist. Go to hell, Shanks. Elt didn't even turn his head back. Under the accurate prediction of what he saw and heard, the saber in his hand was aimed straight at Shanks's heart. At this moment, El was full of hideous, sickly smiles, and even let him see the future for emperors dying in his hands. At this moment, even El couldn't help it. The first time he was excited. Killing is so wonderful and interesting. It makes people unable to extricate themselves and enjoy it. Boom! Almost 1,000 miles away, Shanks even felt that his skin was cut by the sharp sword energy. But the next moment, the wind and clouds roared, and the thunder continued to fall. The whole world was quiet in an instant, and the flash floods erupted in an instant, like a landslide. A terrifying kings will facing the world, extremely domineering and extremely arrogant and domineering. The infiltrating black and red thunders flashed with thunderbolts, making the entire venue bright and bright. The dark clouds in the entire sky formed an inverted giant tornado that sucked water over the island. A true king was furious. Under Roger's terrifying and unbelievable Conqueror's Haki, the earth cracked in an instant, and the smoke and dust that was originally a cannonball, and the dust aroused by the battle were also emptied in an instant. Half of the people on the entire island were stunned in an instant. Even Whitebeard, who was fighting against Roger, had his eyes condensed, his head full of blonde hair dancing wildly, and the captain behind him had a big cloak, and he didn't know where he had been lost. "Roger, what do you want to do to my lovely son?" The arrogant Whitebeard stared in his eyes, and he was also invincible. Haki's unparalleled Conqueror's Haki swept out, a storm that destroyed the world and smashed away strongly against Roger. Visible to the naked eye, Roger and Whitebeard, two kings of the sea, two violent storms collided against each other. Between the two, countless black and red thunder snakes spread in large numbers, and the whole scene seemed to be in hell. With the two as the center, a terrifying storm swept out. The two conquerors, which swallowed the mountains and rivers, were not at all comparable to the immature conquerors of Erd. And some weak-willed pirates, or the weak pirates who just joined, had already been shaken to death, and the majority of those who were not dead also fainted with bleeding. The depressed aura caused the air to stagnate. At this time, the entire island is shaking, and the surrounding sea is turbulent, constantly beating the coast, like a doomsday scene. And because of Roger's sudden conquerors, even Alti suddenly stiffened, feeling that his brain was hit hard by a heavy hammer, and his mind was blank. No one can stop Lousy, because Lousy bears the name of Marshal d'Alter, even if it's you. Roger, it won't work either. In Elt's mind, it seemed that some shackle was broken in an instant. In the eyes of Rayleigh and the other Roger pirates, there was a hint of disbelief, because Elt actually still has conquerors, and it doesn't seem to have just awakened. Immediately afterwards, a wave of the same incomprehensible Kuan rampant will to face the world, violence and chaos appeared from Elt, also rising from the ground, running through the entire cloud. Unlike Roger and Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, Ert's Conquerors carries a violent and chaotic evil recklessly. This is Conquerors. This kid actually. Conquerors. The countless members of the Roger Pirates, and some of the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates who did not know that Erd owns Conqueror's Haki, are equally unbelievable. This is Elt's Conquerors. Odin, who was bombarding each other with Jabba, felt the too terrifying and overbearing will of the king. The next moment, the same will of the king swept in, but it appeared very immature, which was compared to Roger and Whitebeard. Hey, are the newcomers so scary now? Conqueror's Haki. After a bombardment with the three of Marco, Rayleigh looked at the violent Elt. His face also changed slightly in disbelief. 67, Chapter 67. Chapter 67, The Big Poseidon Showdown. The island at this time. The black and red lightning kept falling down, and under the whole sky, the sky was dark, the sky squally neighed, and the red and black thunder kept flickering. Rayleigh's face was a little uncertain. He felt the king's will from Elt's body, violent and rampant. It was filled with an indomitable, domineering, completely chaotic, and disorderly evil. This kind of person will surely be in a downturn after Roger's death in the future. And the most critical point is that Elt has a very strong hostility towards Shanks, as well as the Roger pirates. It's not that Rayleigh has no confidence in Shanks. He's also very satisfied with Shanks selected by Roger. He believes that Shanks' future achievements must not be worse than Elt. However, that is in the future. With the strength that Elt has shown now, it is obviously not something Shanks can stop. Thinking of this, Rayleigh's eyes were cold, and he made up his mind. Even if you don't kill Elt, at least one arm or leg of Elt will be abolished. Because of him, Rayleigh is a real pirate who kills, but he never relents. Even if Whitebeard is furious, Rayleigh is not afraid, because Roger can stop it, and the Roger pirates are not afraid of the Whitebeard pirates. Roger pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Golden Lion Shiki's flying fleet. Shiki's power has always been ranked first. At this time, Roger and Whitebeard were also attracted to each other and rushed towards each other. Whitebeard slammed the clump of clouds with both hands, and Roger also pulled out the saber inserted in the ground. As the sky collided with the earth, the whole world solidified. Boom. The two earth-shattering collisions suddenly erupted, and a large number of black and red thunders appeared from the collision between the two weapons. Conqueror's entanglement was applied to the weapon, but Song Yunxie and the saber did not even collide with each other. A white air pressure sphere continued to expand and shrink. At the same time, the entire island began to tremble again. Centered on the two, a ring of air pressure formed an overwhelming tendency to roll up the mutilated surface, with rocks, soil, and trees sweeping out mighty without dead ends. The terrifying power was beyond human resistance. Elter opened his mouth and vomited blood. Together with the surface, he was lifted off. Shanks, on the other hand, fainted directly after undergoing numerous heavy blows and injuries one after another. Was directly lifted by the terrifying air wave thrown up. At this time, within 100 meters of a radius, the ground instantly sank into a huge basin, with only Roger and Whitebeard facing each other in the center. The dark red thunder continued to hit the two of them, setting off countless debris. The dense black and red thunders, like beasts, constantly radiate from the center of the basin. The sky at this time was so dark that it was suffocating and cracked completely. The collision of Roger and Whitebeard produced a circular wave of air that swept in all directions. The ground's surface began to crack and crack. The cracks, like spider webs, are like huge centipede scars tearing the already broken ground. The two just collided together, and the natural scene caused was disastrous, like the end of the day. The islands, the atmosphere, and the entire sea area, everything is shaking. At this time, Elter, who was knocked into the air, also gritted his teeth and forcibly twisted his body in the air, seeing and hearing the color-locking Shanks in the air. Bomb! One foot stepped on the big tree that was agitated in the air and slammed it off. The NMO and the saber in his hands were also pulled out, shining with a frightening cold light, and they continued to slash, cutting off the ruins in the sky and smashing them away. Like Spider-Man, every time Elter jumps, he gets closer to Shanks. Captain Rayleigh, look, that guy is still going to Shanks. Buggy, who has no opponents, always pays attention to Elter's every move. When Elter stabilizes his body from the air and starts to shoot, Buggy yelled directly, instantly making countless members of the Roger pirates look over here. Rayleigh, don't want to go there. The muscles on Rikio's arms bulged high, and the half-length hammer was hit directly, trying to intercept Rayleigh of Elter. Don't get in the way at this time. The consequences are very serious. Rikio. Rayleigh, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, was now full of seriousness. The saber in his hand was pulled behind his head and faced the oncoming hammer. When the bombardment went up, compared to Rikio's ordinary armed color, Rayleigh's sword was flowed with red and black Haki similar to Elter. Bomb! Under Rikio's surprised eyes, Rayleigh's extremely attacking sword hit the hammer, directly hanging up the debris on the ground, which was originally indestructible and wrapped in armament Haki's hammer. At this moment, it was also cut by Rayleigh's sword. Before he could even react, the hammer thrown by Rikio was beaten back at a faster speed and hit him. The huge impact directly caused Lucchio to be knocked out instantly. Even at the moment Rikio took the shot, Whitby started directly. But what I didn't expect was that in a blink of an eye, Lucchio was beaten into the air. Weighty Bi has long, beautiful hair, thick lips, and a confident look always appears on his face, but at the moment it is solemn. Wearing a striped blouse with floral buttons and a lace scarf. He wears a purple-blue skull hat, brother.Auto wide turban, and a cloak behind him. The long sword in his hand also instilled armament Haki, slashing from the air to Rayleigh, who had just taken the sword. 68. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Teach, help me. Marco on the other side was also quickly half-beast at this moment. His arms turned into wings that were more than 10 meters long, his feet were sharp claws, and a few undead tail feathers behind his butt. At the moment when he saw Wade-Ibe's hands, he immediately spread his wings and flew, leaving a whirlwind in place, and Marco dived down to the ground with great speed. Rayleigh saw the attack from Whitby and Marco immediately, and his expression was solemn, and he was not at ease as he was just now. Whitby, Marco, you two want to stop me. You are still a little tender. That kid Shanks can't die here. Otherwise, Roger would be angry. I saw Rayleigh face the first arrival of Wade-Ibe with a long sword in his right hand and quickly raised it to block Wade-Ibe's attack. But it's more than enough to block you, Rayleigh. The next moment, Marco's sharp claws went straight to Rayleigh's throat, but it was tightly blocked by the right arm wrapped in high-class armament Haki. Under the attack of the two people, the ground under Rayleigh's feet shattered instantly, cracking numerous cracks, and the airwaves generated by the three people's impact instantly swept the gravel and soil on the ground to the surroundings. I saw Rayleigh's right arm, muscles bulging high, and suddenly raise the long sword. The unobserved Wade-Ibe was directly repelled by Rayleigh's sudden eruption. But the attack was far from over. Rayleigh, who repelled Whitby, saw that Marco wanted to attack again. The saber in the left hand slashed directly towards Marco. Puff. He didn't get hurt or bleed as expected. I saw Rayleigh's saber slash directly through Marco's body, causing a trace of blue inflammation. Devil fruit is so enviable, but I can't help it. Without even retracting the recruitment, Rayleigh whipped his leg directly and hit Marco, who was recovering. Compared to just now, armament Haki is more full-bodied. Under Marco's surprised eyes, Rayleigh's whip kick hit Marco's waist directly, and the tremendous power made Rayleigh's foot sink into it. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Marco turned into a human-shaped cannonball and quickly smashed into the ground, smashing the concave and uneven ground into a small basin, arousing huge dust. He did not pursue the victory again, because Elt was already close to Shanks, and that blatant killing intent could be felt even by Rayleigh from far away. At this time, Elt, after slashing the splashing rock in half, rushed out suddenly. In front of him, Shanks had fallen to the ground. But at this moment, he's already unconscious. Roger and Whitebeard's Conquerors spewed out like a volcanic eruption and began to go all out to make a big collision between the sky and the earth. 10 meters thick black and red thunder spread, and the whole island began to shake and split. A hurricane in the surrounding waters formed small tsunamis, and they continued to line up on the coast. The apocalyptic scene became more and more intense. Go to hell. Shinto stream Yongyue. The rampant-faced Elt was almost within reach of Shanks at this moment, but he didn't hesitate at all. Elt directly chopped out the double knives, and a huge Yongyue was hanging behind him. Wherever he went, gravel, soil, and trees were all shattered by sword air. Don't be overwhelmed, kid. Rayleigh almost turned into a stream of light. He made a sonic boom and went straight to Elt. The saber in his hand was wrapped in a heavy, high-grade armament Haki. I even felt the terrifying power from Rayleigh's blade, the naked, killing intent. If he slashed at Shanks, he would definitely have his head cut off in an instant, but if he quit now, he would still be severely chopped, and he would not have time to react too much. Elt believes in only one person at this moment. Teach. There is not much speech. A sentence of Elt is just 2 words, but Teach has been hidden in the dark. In the future, the famous 4 Emperors Blackbeard will explode like wild beasts, directly smashing the heads of the crew members of the Roger pirates who were originally evenly matched with him. The next moment, the surface under Teach's feet burst, leaving an afterimage in the same place, instantly disappearing in the same place. He heard the trembling in Elt's tone. Principles are principles, but Elter is his brother, the only relative. No one can kill Elter. Boom! Rayleigh's legendary sword was blocked by Teach, who came almost with all his strength. Whether it was Rayleigh's long sword or Teach's claws, they were all covered with armed colors. At the moment when the two collided, a circular shockwave spread from it, forming an overwhelming potential to destroy the world. Boy, get out of me. Looking at the young man who resembled Elt in front of him, Rayleigh didn't expect that Teach could actually block his attack. However, Teach, who was already a single tree, was also a blush with an abnormal complexion under Rayleigh's direct, almost crushing strength. Wow. The claws in his hand were directly repelled by Rayleigh's long sword, hitting his chest, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Elt's sword didn't cut the redhead's neck in the end. Facing Rayleigh was almost furious, and with a full blow, even if the current Teach was not blocked at all, the violent force directly knocked Teach into the air, and then continued to bombard Elt. He flew the two away in an instant, but it was not that Elt did not hurt Shanks. Even after being bombarded, Yongyue's knife still struck Shanks' eyes. After that, Ert and Teach crossed the sky. I don't have Carvin, and there is no Carvin in this book. It's just that the code word is slow. I will speed it up later. Asterisk. 69. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. The fight is over. Althei's hate. Elter Titch. Amidst the concerns of other members of the Whitebeard pirate group, Elter Titch, who vomited blood, plowed the ground into a ruined avenue of unknown width and then smashed into the ground instantly. A depression basin with a diameter of 100 meters was also formed in an instant under the impact of two people, and thick dust that made people unable to see the line of sight shrouded the basin. After a full half a minute, in the ruin-like basin, the sound of rocks being lifted off came out. Wow! Cough, cough, cough. In the ruins towering on the surrounding hills, the gravel and soil were covered with cracks, and Elter and Titch struggled to climb out of the cracked basin, supporting their hands on the ground and couldn't stop vomiting blood. Titch, are you okay? The blood squirted from Elter's mouth and nose was very rich, and there were vaguely foamy flesh from his lungs. At this moment, Elter, covered in blood, took a big mouthful of white fang, and was also stained red with blood, full of a strong smell of blood. The shirt on her body has long been lost, and even the hat on her head is not known when she lost it. It's okay. How are you, Elter? Titch's face was full of haze, and Rayleigh's sword just made him feel that he was hitting a mountain. Seeing the cracks on his claws, Titch didn't care and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. The strength of the two was not on the same plane at all. However, neither Titch nor Elter is timid. Their biggest capital now is that they are still young, and they have unlimited possibilities in the future. It really hurts. Hip hop ha ha. Rayleigh lousy will make him regret it. At this time, Elter got up with a hideous face, his eyes filled with blood and craziness. He looked at the fight with Marco again. His face was cruel and gloomy. From the beginning of the battle to the present, every time he attacked Kale, he used the armed color, plus he was seriously injured by Rayleigh, and now he can't hold it anymore. No one can try to kill him again and again, and still spend his old age in peace, unless he is dead. Otherwise, one day, Elter will trample Rayleigh under his feet. That's how he holds a grudge against Elter. At this time, Shanks was also thrown to buggy by Rayleigh long ago. The members of the Roger Pirates were also on guard for Elter. It's not easy to kill, let's give up this time. Elter, in the future, there will be opportunities. Titch also pulled the peaked cap on his head and saw that Shanks was protected. Titch didn't think that Elter had a chance to kill Shanks. At this time, the battle was almost over. Click, click, boom. At the very center of the island at this moment, countless dense black and red thunders, like thunder snakes, centered on two people, constantly radiating to the surroundings. Above the entire sky, the darkness was so heavy that it was suffocating and terrifying, and it was completely split into two halves, as if the sky began to stir and collapse. Huge waves of air radiated towards the surroundings one after another, radiating out like mountains and seas. Whitebeard and Roger, who were like demon gods, were completely invisible. In the most central place, it was like bathing in a sea of black and red thunder. There were only two faintly banging figures in their respective dancing coats. Numerous huge ravines and gorges spread around the two people as the center. Newgate, it's great. Cool, la 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 la, Roger. What's wrong? Do you want to try Lousy's fist again? Whitebeard and Roger separated completely after the violent explosion, watching each other's wild laugh. Both of them looked very embarrassed, but they were always at the peak of the preseason. If they are really fighting a life and death battle, they will be able to fight for at least a week. Around Whitebeard and Roger, the entire landscape has been completely changed. The center of the island at this time is completely a huge sunken basin. Even a lot of seawater has begun to slowly flow in backwards along the cracks in the cracked canyon. Little ones, stop. The members of the Whitebeard pirate, stop. Roger plunged his saber into the ground. Whitebeard was also cutting the cloud in his hand. After spinning in the air, he suddenly chopped it into the ground, splashing countless debris. With two sounds resounding across the island, the whole situation was suddenly broken. Both the members of the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates stopped by coincidence and walked towards their respective camps. At this moment, no one dared to make small moves secretly behind the scenes, not only embarrassing, but more importantly. If you really dare to sneak attack when both Whitebeard and Roger are vocal, then congratulations, you have won the lottery. You provoke the majesty of the two big Poseidon all at once. At this time, Elter and Titch, standing side by side, walked towards the Whitebeard pirate group, and across from him was Buggy carrying Shanks. Seeing Elter grinning at him, he was shocked by the movement of his neck, but thought that Captain Roger and Whitebeard had both issued orders. He also plucked up the courage to fly towards his captain again. Almost when the four passed by, Buggy was tensed all over, fearing that the other party would be really fatal. so he suddenly shot him. And Eld is not so stupid. Mouse, I will definitely catch you, and Rayleigh, you are all going to die. The expression of Eld's wicked smile instantly turned into a hideous look, turning into a real killing intent, flooding towards Buggy like a tide, but he didn't make a move. 70. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. But Buggy felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body was cold, and he froze suddenly. His legs were soft, and his teeth were shaking. The pupil instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Buggy, let's go. Just when Buggy was about to leave a psychological shadow, a palm was placed on Buggy's shoulder. After Rayleigh saw Eld, he also came over and saw that Buggy was about to be frightened. Captain Rayleigh. Buggy, who recovered in an instant, was also covered in cold sweat. After seeing the person behind him, the Deputy Captain Rayleigh, he was relieved. Just now, Eld's sudden attack made Buggy almost think he was going to die. Let's go. Go to Roger's place. Of course, Rayleigh also noticed Buggy's abnormality, but in the future, Buggy will still depend on him. For this, Rayleigh can only shelter him for a while, and it is impossible to protect him all the time. Seeing Rayleigh had left, Buggy also slapped Shanks, who was unconscious behind him, and hurried to catch up. Still feel safe with Captain Rayleigh. Buggy, what's wrong with Shanks? How can he hurt so badly? Seeing Shanks being backed by Buggy, Jabba was also puzzled. Shanks was stronger than Buggy, but in the end, Shanks was seriously injured. After taking Shanks behind Buggy, Crocus on the side saw the dense wounds on his body, as well as the two heaviest scars on his chest and eyes, which was also worried for Shanks. Shanks' imp's injuries are a bit serious, especially the stab wounds on the eyes and chest are done by Bista from the opposite Whitebeard pirates. The eyelid of the right eye was almost cut in two, cutting off the chin directly from the brow, and there was almost a deep bone in the chest. If it wasn't for the tenacious vitality, or the hickle cut shallow, I am afraid that the Shanks now are gone. It wasn't Bista, there is a kid on the side of the Whitebeard pirates. I should be about the same size as Shanks, but he seems to have a holiday with Shanks. This time he did the injury to Shanks. Seeing Crocus, who was constantly bandaging Shanks and other Roger pirates, Rayleigh also briefly mentioned the cause of Shanks' injury. And at this time, one side of the Whitebeard pirate group, Elton Teach, who saw blood from the corners of their mouths, came back. Marco also stepped forward slightly embarrassed to check Elt's injury. Not only Marco was injured, but the entire Whitebeard pirates, as well as the Roger pirates on the opposite side, were all injured. Including Whitebeard and Roger, both of them were hit by each other's attacks, but they were just minor injuries. Elt, how are you? Rayleigh guy is still very strong. Marco also came to Elt. After all, several of them can be said to be beating everyone at the same time. Elter, did you just fight with the deputy captain of the Roger pirate group? How about it? Isn't it great? With a look of excitement, Odin also ran up to Elt and put his arms around his shoulders. During the battle with Jabba, Odin also discovered that Roger pirates were very strong. Whether it was Roger who spit out blood with a single knife, or Jabba who fought him, Odin was extremely excited. I also clicked a thumbs up for my decision to go to sea. It's okay. A little injury hit me, I will definitely pay it back. Elt, with a gloomy look, turned his head to look at Rayleigh and scathed. Looking at Odin, who was still interested, the corners of Elt's mouth rose unconsciously. Soon, Roger would come to dig the foot of the wall, and he seemed to be able to pick up Odin's wool for the last time. Elt, in the previous battle, why did you have to kill that red-haired kid with a straw hat? Marco also asked the doubts in his mind. The other members of the Whitebeard pirate group, of course, also noticed Elt's special concern for Shanks. It was the first time that Elt and Roger pirates met, but they acted as if they had known each other for a long time. That kid named Shanks and the other kid, they ranted that they wanted to assassinate the old man and disrespect him, can only defend the majesty of our Whitebeard pirates. Elt also casually drew a reason, and this statement also made all the members of the Whitebeard pirate group feel reasonable. After all, in the Whitebeard pirate group, although Alti is only a trainee crew member, he is still very well known and is as popular as Marco. As the only twins on the boat, they are still the only couple, plus they are usually kind and smart. In the Whitebeard pirates group, they are also very mixed. Cool, la 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 la. Silly sons, the Roger pirates don't need to worry. If I dare to hurt my precious son, I will sink them all to the bottom of the sea. Hearing that Elt and others around him were constantly communicating their experiences for several days, Whitebeard also laughed boldly. Although many people were killed and injured, all of them were just affiliated crew members of the Whitebeard pirates. On the small island, the two big Mac-level pirate groups once again confronted each other clearly. Just when the new pirates thought that another earth-shattering battle would break out. Little ones, it's a banquet. My sons have a banquet. With the two loud shouts of Roger and Whitebeard, the tense and depressive atmosphere on the scene was suddenly broken, and only those crew members who had fought each other had a plain face. Because they know that this is the norm, asterisk. 71. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Roger, who knelt down and prayed, asked for Odin. Hey, Odin, you really understand it. On a huge flat-top mushroom, Roger, Whitebeard, and Newgate all sat on the ground. In front of Odin, there was a rubbing history text, and Roger looked at Odin with excitement. In this sea, Roger found countless people, but no one knew the text of the history. Nowadays, he has found someone who can understand, or a warrior whom Roger is very interested in. How could Roger not be excited? Well, you can understand, you can read it, but why do you have such an article? Lying on the historical text of the rubbing, Odin also looked confused. This should be the words of the Moonlight family. This kind of writing is the secret code of Wanakuni Moonlight family, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Seeing the curiosity on Odin's face, Roger also replied, We finally arrived at the final island of the record pointer that no one could reach, Shuixiangsing Island. However, after we happily landed on the island, we understood. This is not the final island. The needle that records the pointer letter begins to sway constantly and can no longer point the way, I'm sure. There is another island. Only when you arrive there is a truly unprecedented person, and it's a week around the world. Roger was also extremely excited, grabbing the rubbings spread on the ground. It is the 4 red stones that record this kind of writing to elevate the position of the island. However, this was forbidden to read by the world government a long time ago, the historical text. I thought it was just a historical heritage, but I didn't expect it to be what we needed, suggesting the map of the final island. The rumor has it that there are many treasures hidden in the last island. The government said not to go. This makes the possibility of treasures bigger again. If we can get there, we will be the #1 pirate group in the world, huh? Thinking of this, Roger laughed arrogantly. After all, he was the #1 in the world and still very attractive. When a pirate is not just for fame and wealth, Roger is no exception. Roger was full of Haki or whimsical arrogant thoughts, leaving the short-sighted Odin stunned on the spot. This was the second time he was so frightened today. Cool, la 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 la. Whitebeard laughed proudly and took a sip of rum, which also awakened Odin from the shock. What are you talking about? Roger, everyone is not a kid anymore. Whitebeard had no interest in what Roger said about the ultimate island. All he cared about was his family, and he even thought Roger was nonsense. I'm serious, Newgate. Roger, who was laughing wildly, was also serious and stared at Newgate with sharp eyes. For this ultimate island, Roger must go, because he, Roger, never knows what to give up. To complete a circle around the world is a matter of unique significance. Please, I only need 1 year. Please, Newgate, lend me Odin. This is my request once in my life. As long as you lend him to me, I will definitely reach the final island, Newgate. Seeing Roger actually pointing at himself, Odin also looked terrified and yelled at Roger. Hey, what do you decide without authorization? Don't just draw conclusions for others. But Roger ignored him. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, he knelt straight in front of Whitebeard, seeming to have made a certain determination. Roger's head should be on the ground, but the dignity of his heart made his teeth, forbidden to bite. It seems that he didn't show that carelessly. Please, Newgate. Thank you. Seeing Roger kneeling down to Whitebeard, Jabba of the Roger pirates on the side saw Roger kneeling down. He was very puzzled. Captain Roger, who was not afraid of everything, would actually kneel and kowtow. Hey, Captain Roger, don't do this. The opponent is an enemy. Not only the members of the Roger pirates, but the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates also looked shocked. They couldn't believe that Roger, who was also one of the big Poseidon, would actually kneel down and still be in front of them. Hey, don't be like this. It's really shameful. Don't be humble. Odin saw Roger kneeling down and begging, and he also tried to dissuade him. Come on, Odin, just 1 year, walk with us. Roger, with his hands on the ground, was also in front of Whitebeard, digging directly into the corner of the wall, trying to pry Odin away. What are you kidding, Roger? No one can move his family, let alone anyone who can dig people from him. Whitebeard is extremely angry, full of tyrannical aura and force. The wine bottle in his hand is instantly crushed. An unconscious punch was punched in the air on the right, and the entire atmosphere was instantly shattered. The cobweb-like cracks stretched for more than 10 meters, and the atmosphere around him was cracked like a broken mirror, and an invisible vibration force spread to the surroundings. Under the fist of the furious Whitebeard, the entire island shook suddenly, and a ring-shaped wave of air rushed out of the island. 72. Chapter 72. Chapter 72, The Marshall Brothers Known as Monsters. Roger, you want to take my family away from me? At this time, the violent Whitebeard's face was gloomy, and the whole body's aura solidified the surrounding air, and the scene was extremely tense for a time. At this time, Odin, with his eyes trembling constantly, stared at Roger, who was kneeling on the ground and begging, and the text of the history in front of him had been rubbed. Seeing the conversation between the three on the huge flat roof, Eld also grinned and fixed his eyes on Odin. Because Eld knew that even if Odin didn't want the feathers of the sky, he would definitely follow Roger and circle the world. Explore what the Kazuki family records, why they understand these words, what major events happened 800 years ago, and what is there in the final island. With Kazuki Odin's curiosity, Whitebeard can't stop him. It will only make him more boiling. When everyone, including Whitebeard and Roger, was unexpected, Odin spoke up and said something unexpected for everyone. By gee, I want to go and see. Can you let me go and see? I want to go and see the last island, this guy said. When Roger looked surprised and Whitebeard looked unwilling, Whitebeard yelled, "Asshole, of course I don't want to. You and I are brothers." Facing the reluctance on Whitebeard's face, Odin still wanted to see the ultimate island in Roger's words. "I'm just going for a year. By gee." Faced with Odin's determined thoughts, Whitebeard's heart was particularly furious, and he really didn't want Odin to follow Roger to leave. The muscles of both arms were bulging high, and the green veins like horned dragons wrapped around the arms, bombarding them in the air like a rage. The atmosphere was fragmented like a mirror in an instant, spreading cracks and extending to the distance. Under Whitebeard's fury, the ground beneath his feet instantly dented a huge ravine. Rocks and soil were flying, and violent air waves swept out like a ring. The cloaks behind the three of them blew hunting and hunting. But Odin did not back down. "Please." Looking at Odin, who was unrelenting in front of him, Whitebeard's face was gloomy, and even Roger couldn't understand Whitebeard's thoughts. Because Roger knows that the most important thing about Whitebeard is his family. As long as you dare to touch his family, Whitebeard's anger can't be borne by anyone. "Humph, I won't care about you. Go if you like." Whitebeard also knew that Odin might not be able to twist back, and simply sat on the side, propped his head with one hand, and didn't look at him. "Thank you very much, Newgate." After hearing that Whitebeard really lent Odin to him, Roger also looked very excited, and he finally found a partner who could translate the text of the history. At this time, the Roger pirate group and Whitebeard pirate group below, they were calling each other for items, and they didn't feel like they had just beaten to death. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates exchanged materials with each other, and the crew of the Roger pirates. Rayleigh also smiled when he saw the scene in front of him. "I just said that I was facing life and death, robbing each other, and now it has become an exchange of items." Shanks has woken up at this time, but his face is pale, and there is no trace of blood. The money on Shanks' chest is wrapped in circles of gauze, but even so, blood still oozes from his chest to dye it red. On Shanks's right eye, there was also gauze wrapped around it, which was cut by Elt's last counterattack. "Shanks, are you okay?" Looking at Shanks leaning on the rock, Buggy also asked worriedly. After all, Shanks's injuries were so scary that he was almost torn apart. Shanks, who smiled, also gave Buggy a worry-free look. "I'm fine." "Shanks, did you know that the kid who hurt you and the people around him are brothers? And both of them are monsters. The one with the duck-tongue hat is called Teach. From the day before yesterday to the armistice last night, he never slept. The other is Elt, who is obviously the same age as us, but has married an adult as his wife. I haven't seen him go to bed." When Buggy looked at Elt on the side of the Whitebeard pirates, he also told Shanks what he had learned. "Why, I am proud not to sleep." Shanks also looked puzzled and didn't understand why Teach and Elt weren't sleeping. Buggy wanted to come out and talk. "No, I heard that Teach, as the eldest brother, has not slept since he was born, but the other Elt seems to only sleep for a while every day. Is there such a person? That's great. The joy of life is many times that of others." Shanks grinned with pale lips. "Asshole, that's no fun. Those two guys are complete monsters." Buggy looked solemnly at Elt and Teach, who were resting with their eyes closed, beside them, and Marco was sitting beside them. "What about people?" 73. Chapter 73. Chapter 73, 21 Work of Great Work, Sky Feather Slash. Seeing Shanks and Buggy with solemn faces and looking at themselves angrily, Elt also turned his head and whispered in Shanks's direction. But Shanks and Buggy understood Elt's spoken language. Their eyes can kill. Buggy would like to kill Elt 10,000 times. Elt, they are also interns. Hey, they are really weak. Teach sat beside Elt, also expressionless, looking at Buggy and Shanks with disdain. Internship crew, of course. Hey, the trash of the two Roger pirates over there. Don't look at it, it's you. I didn't care at all that the Whitebeard pirates and Roger had a truce. Although the scene was a bit noisy, the shouts of Elt made most of the pirates look sideways. Whether it is from the Whitebeard pirates or the Roger pirates, they want to see what this kid said. After all, the previous performance of Elt was still very eye-catching. It's this kid again. It's really a restless person, sitting on a high place. Rayleigh also looked in the direction of the sound, and when he found that it was Elt, he also muttered with interest. Rayleigh also wanted to see what Elt wanted to do. What? He was talking about us, this bastard. Hearing that Elt actually regarded himself as the face of everyone present, calling himself the rubbish of the Roger pirates. Buggy suddenly got up with smoke, his head was hot, and he gritted his teeth, trying to rush to fight with Elt. Calm down, Buggy, the other party obviously irritated us on purpose. Shanks should calm down and stop the hot-headed Buggy, and then look at Elter coldly. Although he made Buggy not impulsive, his heart is not as calm as he showed you. Elter's ridicule made Shanks. It's also upset. Many people at the scene all looked at Elt by chance. Even the members of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, Bista, and others, and they were puzzled. Elt, it's a truce now. Father hasn't issued an order, and we are still here. Don't make a move. It will be very troublesome. There will be another fight. Marco, who was sitting behind Elt, also raised his hand and shouted to Marco with a grin, but he could tell from the laughter on his face. Marco was telling him that even though he had taken the shot, there was an old man behind him, as well as them. Don't be afraid of the Roger pirates on the opposite side. Do whatever you want. Ha, that's right. Elt will be very troublesome. Jaws laughed too, patted his muscled chest. Shanks, right? Don't look at me like an enemy meets. Are you still wondering why I wanted to kill you? If there is no reason, I just look at you uncomfortably. Elt's arrogance made Shanks clench his fists, and the bloody gauze became even more red at this time. As for the Buggy on the side, it was directly forgotten. Damn its bastard. The dagger in Buggy's hand was squeezed and rattled. He didn't care if Elt scolded Shanks. What he cared about was that the other party directly regarded him as a transparent person. But in Elt's eyes, Buggy, if he hadn't stayed on Roger's ship for 2 years, would be a passerby. Because Lousy is a pirate. Don't think that if someone saves you, you can sit back and relax and remember next time, don't be caught by me alone. Otherwise, Elt looked rampantly at the angry Buggy and the gloomy Shanks, at the same time stretched out his hand and wiped it on his neck. The meaning of threat is self-evident. Seeker, who is the largest in the Roger Pirates group, who fought against Jaws, as well as Dogglin, Spencer, and others, are also full of anger. Boy, pay attention to your tone of voice. Do you know which pirate group you're talking to? A trainee crew member of the Whitebeard Pirates group actually dared to threaten them from the Roger Pirates group. Isn't this just hitting them in the face? In their hearts, even the Whitebeard Pirates can't do it. It just so happens that the Whitebeard Pirates also think so. If you say, this is your reaction, it really disappointed me too much. I saw Elt facing everyone in the Roger Pirates group. In response to his strong malice, he didn't care at all. He was invincible and unruly. Alty is worth it, because he now has a big bomb behind him, which is the kind that ordinary people can't handle. Just when Elt wanted to continue to pretend to be coercive, and then slapped his face with cruel words, Odin's shout suddenly came out from behind. Elt, take it. I saw that Elt had just turned his head and saw a white scabbard studded with gold, with flower-like carvings on the scabbard. The three-petaled sword was thrown over. There was no hesitation. Catch it. Chong. As Elt pulled it out, the cold light spread out, squandering the surface of the knife, reflecting Elt's sharp eyes. Tianyu Yujin, a famous sword that claims to be able to cut down even the sky. Odin's other great work, 21 Kong, is a tie sword of the same level as Yin Mo**. 74, Chapter 74. Chapter 74 Putting Cat Viper's head in Inu Rant's butt. Elter, who had obtained the Sky Feather Slash, was also carefully admiring his new sword, and he didn't even turn his head back. Have you really thought about it? Odin, if you look back now, this knife will still be yours. Of course, Elk could not show that he was squeezing the wool. Instead, he was forced to help other people. He wanted to keep Odin, so he accepted Tianyu's cut. Alti, of course I know you disdain for my sword, but as a warrior of Wanakuni, if you speak out, you have to face it. Hope you can lead them to the top of the sea. What? Odin's free and easy and proud. Even Elk was a little surprised, even if he had expected it in his heart, but it really happened. It still feels different. If it is said that Elt is extremely disgusted, it may be that Odin gave birth to a son. Apart from other aspects, in terms of friends, he is really nothing to say to Elt. I will definitely return. Looking at Rayleigh sitting on the huge mushroom, Elt also stared at Rayleigh closely, facing the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, without the slightest fear, and some were just full of revenge in the future. The voice is not loud, but everyone's hearing is surprisingly developed, so naturally they know what Elt's words mean. Before the Roger Pirates could speak, Elt turned around and walked to Odin with a look of excitement. Master Odin, these are the Tianyu Yuzhan and Yinamo you have worn since you were 9. But how long have you been out? Your sword is ouch. The cat viper on the side saw Odin cut his last handful of sky feathers and gave it to Elt, with an anxious expression on his face, and ran over with a hatred of iron and steel. However, before Cat Viper could finish speaking, he was kicked to the ground by Elt. Then he met Elt's playful expression and a pair of eyes that had been chosen by others, without a trace of emotion. Just say one more thing, I will put your head in Inu Land's ass. The cat viper stopped talking for a while, turned his head to the side proudly, and then pretended to be dead. Cat Viper's thoughts began to drift away, and in the end, there was a little expectation, and he even secretly raised his head and glanced at Inu Lan. But looking at Inu Lan, Cat Viper's thoughts disappeared immediately. Inu Lan is so ugly. The dog on the other side also shook the dog's body, and the chrysanthemum tightened when he heard Alter's words. When he saw the cat viper, he gave in so easily. Originally angrily, he also pretended to be nonchalant, playing a minor tune, pretending not to see it, and returned the same way. He didn't want to let his precious place be stuffed into a dog haunt by Elt. Odin, let me talk to you alone. Seeing Odin, who is about to go to the Roger Pirates, is also the last bit of friendship with friends. Elt intends to mention Odin. Aha. Elt, is there any secret? You told me to tell me if I was leaving. When Odin heard that Elt wanted to talk to him alone, he was also happy that in Odin's heart, Elt was the smartest one, knowing a lot of things that others didn't know. So on the Whitebeard Pirates, Odin always likes to stay with Elt. Under the hatred of the Roger Pirates, Elt and Odin also came to a forest that was broken by the waste. Odin, do you really regret cutting Tianyu to me? As my partner, I don't want to take any advantage of you. Although Elter wanted it very much, the surface work was also done well. IT has always been a good and positive image in the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, the samurai, how can you go back in the future? Tianyu will be your sword, and it has nothing to do with Odin. Faced with the saber who had been with him for more than 10 years, Odin laughed and patted Elter hard on the shoulder. Odin, I don't know why you are going to the Roger Pirates. Even if you are leaving now, I still wish you a happy journey. However, Odin, sometimes don't trust others too easily. You are Wanakuni's heir. Sometimes you compromise, and you don't necessarily get what you want. Using violence to control violence is always a good way. Seeing the careless Odin in front of him, El also thought about the future. This guy was actually tricked by the big snake guy into pretending to be crazy and dancing on the street. Ert just hates iron, but not steel. But this is also the so-called fantasy in Odin's heart, which is naive. Alter, although I don't understand what you are talking about, we are good brothers. Odin scratched the back of his head and laughed half understandably. He did regard Elt, who was half his own, as a brother. This had nothing to do with Whitebeard. He was sincere and had different opinions. If you don't listen, it's up to you, but you plan to take Vivi and the 2 little ghosts away. Of course, they are my family, and I believe that even if they go to Roger's boat, they will welcome me very much. Thinking of his son, a daughter who can't speak, and a beautiful wife, Odin is full of yearning for the future of life. 75, Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Odin, get on the ship. Let's go. With your strength, I believe you will not encounter any danger. Then go to the Roger Pirates. If they are not convinced of you, don't shame me, just fight back. Chong. As Elt's voice fell, the Tianyu Yuzhan at his waist shone with chilling light, and a red crescent slash flew out of the Tianyu Yuzhan. In front of Ert, a fan-shaped area like Kongai Avenue appeared. After the knife light passed, countless trees and rocks were cut off in an instant, agitated in the air, and then crashed to the ground. It's worthy of being the 21st job of great industry. Under Elt's satisfied gaze, as a beautiful sword flower pulled out in the air, Tianyu slowly cut into its sheath and was put on his waist by Elt. Odin, as a pirate, don't be merciful. I have returned from the island of the last, and I have to tell me what it is there. Aha. Let's go. The Roger pirates are waiting for you. Don't worry, I only go for 1 year. When the time comes, I will definitely tell you everything I know when I come back, that I'm not here anymore. You can protect yourself. Odin also hugged Elt with a foul face and laughed. When Elt returned to the battlefield, he found that Whitebeard was no longer in sight, so I didn't want to see Odin's parting. Odin, if you are not satisfied when you go there, you have to call us. We will pick you up. Yeah, Odin, don't let them bully you. If they dare do something, just give them some color and see. There are also cats, snakes, and dogs. Take care too. Remember to bring Vivi and the others back next time. Odin, take care. Odin, remember what I said. If you dare to forget, I will go over and beat you myself. Watching Odin walking towards the Roger pirates, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, Alti, Teach, Marco, Jaws, and others, all standing on the Moby Dick on the coast, saying goodbye to Odin loudly. We will stay, Lord Odin, because we like this ship. Izang and the Cat Viper, and Inaran also stood on top of Moby Dick and said goodbye to Odin, but there was no trace of sadness. Because Odin is going to pursue his dream most. Got it, everyone, I'm just going for a year. Odin also used his hands as loudspeakers and yelled to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. On the island at this time, looking at Whitebeard with a gloomy face, several crew members dragged a pile of food, black gold, and silver treasures. The guy Roger said, as a thank you, he gave us these incredible amounts of food. And Whitebeard, who had a gloomy face, immediately became sober. If you don't have the food to go back, if you make Moonlight Odin's family hungry, I can't spare him. Even after Odin left, Whitebeard's still worried about Odin. Captain, the cat and dog are gone. Hearing the report from the crew, Whitebeard was also extremely angry and unhappy. That group of guys. But compared to the enthusiasm of the Whitebeard pirates, the members of the Roger pirates didn't have much enthusiasm when they saw Odin on the deck at this time. On the contrary, few people saw Odin with disgust. At this moment, Shanks and Buggy fished out a big guy as big as a box from the ocean. Crack! With the sound of a wooden board exploding, a furry black dog's paw pierced the wooden box and jumped into the air. And Shanks and Buggy, who were still full of joy, were suddenly shocked and sat directly on the deck. Captain Roger, there are stowaways. Master Odin, here we are. Inuyarashi and Cat Viper in the air also rushed towards Roger with excitement. Seeing that his subordinates were actually following him, Odin also laughed. These guys, please take care of you in the future. Kazuki Odin, have you misunderstood something? Don't be too smug. What the captain needs is your knowledge, not you at all. Naturally, Jabba also hit the basic. In the face of these future partners, Odin didn't seem to hear it, grinning, didn't put the group of people in his eyes at all, and went straight through the crowd. Asshole, have you heard us speak? Dare to pretend to be confused. But Roger invited me over. If you feel uncomfortable, don't just talk verbally, then defeat me and rely on strength to speak. Odin stopped, turned his head, and looked at the angry Roger pirates behind him. There was no such thing as approachable at all, and some were just full of strength. Damn it, this bastard. Calm down. He was invited by Captain Roger himself. In the face of Odin's strength, the Roger Pirates crew, led by Taro and others, did not move at all, but they didn't believe in Odin even more. As for the children of Vivian and Odin, they had already arrived on the Oro Jackson at this time. 76, Chapter 76. Chapter 76, asking for the 2nd Division Deputy Captain Alters. What's wrong, Elt? Odin is also gone. I hope he can find his ideal. We should bless him. Don't be sad. Seeing Elt staying on the side of the ship, Marco also slowly patted Elt on the shoulder, thinking that Elt was sad because Odin was leaving. Seeing the people leaving one after another in front of him, Elt finally found that only Teach was still standing next to him. Whether he spoke or not, he was standing silently behind him. Teach, we still have a long way to go. Let's work hard together. Elt grinned and took Teach's neck upstairs and walked towards the bow, where the Whitebeard pirates were all there. Father, don't be angry. Inaran and Cat Viper must want to go to see the final island with Odin. Yes, Father, they will be back in a year anyway. Don't worry. Who is worried about them? If they want to go, go. I don't care. Before Alt was on the deck, he heard that Whitebeard would not admit it. He was worried that he would die, but he was duplicity. 09 Father, Roger seems to want to circle the world for a week and become the greatest pirate group. Why don't you fight for it? On the small island, many people in the Whitebeard Pirates have heard the conversation between Roger and Whitebeard. As a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, everyone wants Newgate to fight for the first place. In their hearts, Whitebeard is like their father, making them proud. Cool, la 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 la. My silly sons, those so-called names are not attractive to me at all. You are my most important family. If Roger wants it, let him take it. Whitebeard didn't care what Roger said. Whether it was going around the world, wealth, fame, or women, he couldn't be interested in it. But Elt heard Whitebeard's answer and did not object to it, but at least he despised it in his heart. Laughing Whitebeard, after a long sip of wine, suddenly glanced at Elt and Titch. In this battle with the Roger pirates, Alti was the one who performed well after all. Although Titch also wanted, but compared with Alti, it was still far behind. Odin is gone now, and the captain of the 2nd Division is also free. How about it? Any ideas? Whitebeard's words made Elt instantly become the focus of everyone on the deck, the captain of the 2nd Division. This is not something ordinary people can serve. This is not only the cadre of the Whitebeard pirate group, but also the importance and fancy that Whitebeard attaches to someone. Elt was also taken aback when he heard Whitebeard's words. This guy is actually going to give me the 2nd Division? When I saw that Whitebeard actually has it, I have to give the 2nd Division team to the little ghost who are only interns like Elter. Except for few people, the rest, even if they are usually familiar with Elter, will be right. Elt reported with envy and jealousy, and even scolded Elt in his heart. Even Lakio, Buffalo Atmos, Jingudo, and others who had a good relationship with Elt frowned. But no one publicly objected. They have been on the ship for so long and have not yet been promoted to captain. Elter has only been on the ship for a year or two. At such a young age, they have been promoted to captain. How can they have no complaints in their hearts? Father, Odin is only going for a year. The captain of the 2nd Division team should be left to Odin. After all, I am not strong enough now so as not to shame the Whitebeard pirates. I only need a 2nd Division deputy captain, father. Regarding Whitebeard's words, although Alti wants it, after all, there are still so many people staring at it. As for the deputy captain, isn't that the captain? After all, Elt knows that Odin is gone forever. Alter be the captain. Anyway, I'm also a trainee crew member. Marco on the side had no idea. On the contrary, he was still a little happy. After all, he was the captain of the squad. Deputy captain. Since you want to be the deputy captain, be the deputy captain. For Ert, Whitebeard still loves it very much. And for being the captain of the 2nd Division, Whitebeard is also ready to inspire him, let him work hard, and give it to him. But now that Elt actually took the initiative to ask for the deputy captain, of course Whitebeard wouldn't make a difference. Elter, congratulations on being the captain of the 2nd Division. You are actually taller than me. Bista also approached with a shameful face and said congratulations. Deputy Captain Bista, are you called the wrong one? Regarding Elt being immediately promoted to the deputy captain of the 2nd Division, no matter what everyone thinks, congratulations to him. The 2nd Division team currently in the 820 does not have a captain. The deputy captain is the captain. After 3 drunk rounds with the people of the Whitebeard pirate group, Alti staggered back to the Tainyushi room and saw a veiled, looming Tainyushi. Elt, congratulations. Become the captain. Looking at Elter with a look of alcohol, Tainyushi also smiled softly and helped Elter undress and undress. She usually wouldn't go to this kind of drinking banquet. After all, she was Elter's wife. Well, it doesn't matter. It's just a captain, but Vivian is already left with Odin. Yeah, I hope they can be happy. Vivian also took Zyra away. Knowing that Elt hates her being in contact with other men, Tianyue will never contact other people in the Whitebeard Pirates, even without a handshake, even if it is a child like Momonosuke. Tianyue sure really felt that Elt's possessiveness was very strong, which made her scared. Maybe it was forbidden by Erd, so Momonosuke didn't dare to step in here, and he wouldn't go to Momonosuke in Tainyushi. If it weren't for Odin's face, Elt would have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. 77, Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Duty Son, Big Spider Skiard. Captain Elt, don't use too much force. These treasures have all been chopped down by you. 1 month after Odin left, on a small island at this time, a group of pirates were seizing the spoils, and countless gold and silver treasures were piled up into a hill. Several members of the Whitebeard pirate group began to count the treasures. After seeing the smooth-cut marks, they spit out loudly at Elt, who was sitting on the big rock for the past month. Elt has led them to make a big fuss at a plunder. Hey, you are all divided. Don't embezzle, you know the consequences. Elt didn't even bother to turn his head back, and directly waved his hand to let the pirates of the 2nd Division divide the pile of treasures. Elt, Captain, don't worry, I will divide it according to the truth. Haha, it's still our 2nd team. Tintin follows Captain Elt. Captain, why don't you want it? In fact, you don't need to give your share to everyone. When a crew member of the 2nd Division spoke out, the rest of the people who were happily distributing the treasures also looked at Alti. No sense are taken. Give it to you, just take it. There are so many why. What I want is devil fruit. You can help me pay attention to it in the future. When I saw the 2nd team, they all looked at him intently, and Elt had nothing to hide after all. It was devil fruit, as long as he didn't say it. Duh, Captain Elt wants to eat. You fart. Captain Elt is a swordsman. How can you eat devil fruit? The team members also insisted on their own opinions and refused to give in to each other. For this group of people, Elt directly ignored. Captain, on the back of the island, it seems that a pirate ship has arrived, but the pirate flag has been smashed. I can't tell which pirate belongs to. Just when Elt was listless and even began to close his eyes to rest his mind, a watcher holding a telescope stood on a rock and shouted loudly. I don't know it. Then let's talk about it. As long as the other party is not a big pirate, I will directly fire on this kind of thing in the future. It happens to be ransacked by the other side, and there are more points. Elt, who jumped off the rock, walked lazily towards the back of the island. Kill the group of pirates. We can divide more treasures again. Keep up. Otherwise, Captain Elt will cut the pirate ship with a single blow. The countless crew of the Whitebeard pirate group raised their arms high and cheered. This kind of thing would never happen when Captain Odin was here. Now that Captain Elt has taken the position, he will not stay on the Moby Dick at all. On the sea on the back of the island, a broken ship that has experienced the unpredictable weather of New World wandered lonely. The pirate flag became tattered, and the rest were hunting under the sea breeze. Boss, cheer up, we can come again. Yeah, boss, Roger killed so many of our crew members and didn't avenge our brothers. You can't be knocked down before you kill Roger. The pirate kept tears at the door to comfort his captain. Asshole, damn it's Roger, really damn it. A roar came, and only a man in his 20s with long hair was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. His forehead was pierced with spider patterns. He was tied with a black turban, his fangs stuck his tongue out, and he was carrying 2 knives, one large and one small. His appearance made him look very treacherous and cruel. Scooter, the spider. Remembering that not long ago, fighting with Roger and his gang, he actually had to rely on Roger's mercy to survive, and Skuyard was feeling aggrieved and angry in his heart. It was supposed to be a pirate group of more than 100 people, but now there are only 3 or 2 kittens left, and the pirate ship is also broken. The shocked Skuyard was languishing, and his hatred for Roger had spread deep into his heart, but thinking of Roger's power like a demon god made him feel deeply powerless. Boss, the one with the money, let's hide. Let's grow up. Brothers died and injured too many. Yes, Boss Skuyard, make the decision. Most of the pirate groups that were defeated by the New World Overlord from the depths of their hearts cannot be counted. There are too many to die a New World. There are only 2 ways, or they are killed by the New World Overlords, or take refuge in one of them. The pirate brothers are also persuading their bosses. After all, they are too stretched now. Most of them were buried in Roger's hands, and some were lucky and escaped. Do you not like watching free ones? 78. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Only You Demon Species. Byakugan Wolf's Yamato stabilizes you. Listening to the continuous persuasion and inquiries of the little brothers, Skuyard is also in a dilemma, because most of the territory of New World is occupied by those overlords, and only those inaccessible or remote areas are left to them. If you don't want to linger in the cracks, and if you are a tortoise with a shrunken head under a fence, you will definitely face those overlords of the sea, like an insurmountable sky moat that makes people desperate. However, most of the pirates, after seeing the inability to make up the gap and the demon-like strength, will be beaten completely. From then on, the whole life was languid, or either quit the New World or die in the ocean. Only a few people who still have ambitions will silently lie down and wait for the opportunity to come back. But there is never a lack of people with iron heads in the sea. Whether it is Whitebeard or Roger or the Golden Lion Shiki, people rush to their heads all the time, but most of them are killed without seeing their faces lit up. Squard, who obviously didn't want to be a little brother, suddenly made up his mind, wanted to quit New World, and then made a comeback. New World has no place for us, so we will return to the paradise of the Grand Line Point one day. We will return to New World and take away Roger's head. Scooter clenched his sharp teeth and roared Roger's pitying eyes not long ago, and he was furious. Just as Squard was on the pirate ship who was heading towards him, a huge cross-shaped flying slash rushed towards their crumbling pirate ship. No one suspects that the people who issued such blows kept their broken pirate boats. It's over, boss. At this time, the fallers of the Great Vortex Spider pirate group, seeing the huge flying slashes of several tens of meters, each of them paled with fright, the pupil shrinks to the size of a needle tip. AAA, the great filial son of Pirate World, the Spider Schoolyard group. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance. Elt's experience immediately saw the Schoolyard group, who was slowly approaching. He didn't say much, and he was rewarded with a flying package first. This kind of filial son, Elt can't let it go, he must take it back for Whitebeard. With an extremely sharp blow, under the shocking eyes of a group of pirates, the sea was instantly cut open, and after falling asleep, the old pirate ship was divided into two with Skewtered. On the entire surface of the sea, clear ravines appeared in front of everyone, and even the seabed was chopped open, exposing the rocks deep in the seabed. And when flying and slashing out, many members of the big spider pirate group jumped off the ship eagerly. Staying on the boat is bound to die, and there may be hope of survival if you jump down. How can you not jump? As long as someone comes ashore, they are killed, you know? Seeing the pirates constantly swimming towards the coast, Elt couldn't bear the slightest interest. I see Captain Elt. Let these little guys know the horror of pirates. Like a hunter waiting for a rabbit, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates of the 2nd Division at this time are all happily waiting for each other's arrival. Wow! A group of human figures appeared from the bottom of the sea, all of them holding the broken planks of the ship, embarrassed like a chicken, and constantly flocking to the coast. Forgive me. Please let us go. We have no grudges. You are Bayou. The pirates who tried their best to swim to the shore were caught by the waiting 2nd Division before they even came to celebrate the joy of escaping from the dead. But it wasn't until a certain person, under the unbelievable eyes edge, shouted out the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the heavily armed Whitebeard pirate group, everyone behaved differently, some begging for mercy and some were yelling, and there were a lot of people who pulled up their weapons and planned to resist, but everyone had an expression of horror on their faces. The horror of the Roger pirates has penetrated into their bones, making them unforgettable all their lives. Now the Whitebeard pirates has reappeared, known as men who are still terrifying by evil spirits. Whitebeard, they are no strangers. Then what awaits them is either bullets or all kinds of swords, guns, and clubs. Titicaca, puff, and slaughter ahead made the pirates who hadn't come ashore hesitated, and their faces were soaked in the sea like ashes. There are only two roads before them. Or they will be killed by the Whitebeard pirates, or they will drown in the sea if they don't go ashore. Wow! As a figure suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea, it brought a lot of splashes. Facing the countless bullets oncoming, Schoolyard also drew out his two sabers, one large and one small, and the sword dance was airtight, flashing with a burst of sparks. Schoolyard also fell on the ground with a gloomy face. Who are you? Dare to break Lousy's boat? Skewtered raised his head and asked in a deep voice. He had just seen a pirate flag with a crescent white beard, one of the kings of New World, the Whitebeard pirate group. Slash wave. Schoolyard didn't get a response. Instead, he waited for a terrifying slash from Elt to come oncoming. Damn it, you want to kill us. I have seen Schoolyard who has just slashed, but I will never take it lightly. I have no chance to react, so I can only swing a knife across his chest. Boom. With a muffled grunt, Schoolyard, who was still angry, under the unbelievable eyes, his feet were constantly sunken on the ground. The blue veins on his arms were bulging high, and under his feet, there was a strip of tens of meters long. The gully appeared on the ground. It's not bad. It can be blocked, the filial son. Just when Schoolyard thought it was about to end, the figure of Elt suddenly appeared in front of him, and he could even clearly see the joking and contempt on Elt's face. Shintaryu's was sword, strike. Scud didn't even have a chance to react. When the white light flashed, he felt a terrifying force from his double knives, and the tiger's mouth broke open, almost causing him to lose his weapon. Tainyu's ape shot engulfed Schoolyard's double swords, and instantly hit his chest. A sword capable of severing hard steel, Schoolyard instantly turned into a cannonball and flew out. Wherever he passed, countless large trees fell like dominoes and were broken by his waist. 79. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Finding a dutiful son for Whitebeard. The filial son, Schoolyard, if you really want to get a cheating ranking, this guy is afraid that he will firmly enter the top 3. As far as Ert knows, Gai of Wanakuni has a stronger big filial son, Yamato the Byakugan wolf-shaped monster. It can be said that except for Zai's daughter, Squad is a proper cheating father. At the top of the war, on such an important occasion, he didn't even ask a question, just under the provocation of Akainu. At that very critical moment, Whitebeard was inserted. Knife? Is there such a good son in the world? The elbow is not turned out. It is a direct and blatant act. The thing that Elter couldn't believe the most was that Whitebeard actually forgave him. Then, as a result of this farce, after expressing his feelings, he was given the reputation of stabbing Whitebeard with a knife and leaving safe and sound. After the war, Skuyar didn't have any ass, and let him leave Marineford safe and sound, leaving only a few tears. Damn it, you members of the Whitebeard pirate group, are you attacking others for no reason? Skuyard, who got up from the rubble of the ruins, spit out a mouthful of blood, waved it off, and Jean climbed up. With cold eyes, he stared at the disdainful Elt. You were planning to laugh at me so that you can run away. Why is everyone so stupid? I am a pirate. Pirates fight, need a reason. Elt hates this kind of asking why you shot, it's fucking about to kill you. And he asks why as if he is mentally retarded. Elt Captain, everything is solved. Do you want us to help? Seeing Skuyard, who had no resistance at all, the crew of the 2nd Division also looked at each other with cruel expressions. No need, take everything away. It's just a rubbish, let's end it soon. So far, the ground under Elt's feet burst instantly, cracking countless cracks, leaving an afterimage of Elt in the same place, appearing in the sky above Skuyard in a shimmering manner. Rubbish! Squad grinned open the corner of his mouth, exposing sharp fangs, and his forehead was bulging with blue veins. He tattooed the spider on his forehead to make it more hideous. Don't think you are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. You can underestimate me. Arrogance also has a price. Who do you think you are? Squad's hideous face suddenly thundered, and the whole person jumped from the ruins and fell to the ground. Pin. The long knife in his hand was clenched instantly, and he slammed a knife towards Elt from the air, but compared with Elt's slash, it was a world of difference. It's so boring to play the same swordsmanship as a kid. If it's just like this, then just lie down honestly. With the extremely fast sword energy in the eyes of other people, under the color of Elt's sight, he was weak and slow, and had no attack power. Without using the double sword flow, the purple-black yin mo in his right hand was instantly unsheathed. The high-grade armament Haki, like a red and black liquid, instantly covers Yinamo. The same purple-black slash flew out, but no matter its speed, size, or strength, it was more than a level higher. The two slashes that collided did not cancel each other out, but after a stalemate, Elt's slashes crushed Scudder's sword energy. Then the bombardment continued unabated, like Scudert with a solemn face. Damn it, why is it so strong? Obviously just a kid. Seeing the flying slash coming, Skuyard rolled on the ground without thinking about his image, and directly avoided. The woods behind it were like cutting wheat. I haven't eaten. With such a small strength, you can't even compare to the pirates of the world. Asshole, don't underestimate others. Lousy, the man who retreated after fighting Roger, how could he lose to you? Skuyard also shouted loudly. It is really disappointing. It is so glorious to say that the defeat is so glorious. I am afraid that only people like you can say it. Zero, look for flowers. With his right hand and backhand holding Yinamo at his waist, Elt looked at Scudder with a grim face and was very disdainful. He clearly hated Roger in his heart and hated him to death. Relying on the pity and disdain of others can survive, but at this time they take it out as a capital to show off. Shinto Stream, Extreme Sword. Pin. Like a flash, Elt, who was tens of meters away, instantly appeared behind Skuyard. Following Yin Mo's return, Elt didn't even look back, as if the prepayment had come to an end. Crack. Under Skuyard's horrified eyes, the long knife in his hand began to crack inch by inch, starting from the blade to make up the entire blade, and then crashing, leaving only a hilt in his hand. Puff. The originally horrified Skuyard suddenly yelled miserably. A knife wound on his chest that was enough to cut it into two, spurted blood frantically, and then crashed to the ground. Wow. Skuyard, who twitched from time to time, fell to the ground, instantly stained with blood, and the blood was still gurgling out. Tadata. Squad, who had difficulty even moving his head, heard a sound of footsteps from far to near, and knew who it was without even looking. Seeing Skuyard lying on the ground in a large font at his feet, the huge stab wound on his chest was frightening to look at, but it felt very beautiful. Do you feel very dissatisfied, feel very aggrieved, but the sea has always spoken by the strength behind it. Elt didn't say speak by strength. At this time, he was about to start fooling people. Does it feel honorable to be defeated by Roger? That's because you are a trash, and there is no one to protect you. And don't look at me with hatred. If you want revenge, let's take care of it. My name is Elt. Come to the Whitebeard Pirates to find me revenge, trash. Under Skiard's hideous eyes, Eltie's voice was getting smaller and smaller, but his heart became clearer and clearer. Several. 80. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Wanting Yamato's Eudemon's Oku true God form. On the huge whale-shaped outer ship, El led the 2nd Division towards the mobile. For meeting such a great filial sun squad, Eltie was also unexpected, but this time is also right. Roger should almost go to Usse Island or Sky Island now. Elt didn't care about it. He didn't care about it anyway. Looking at the happily second-team crew below the deck, Eltie also frowned slightly. In this, no one belongs to him. The reason why he listened to his orders was all because Eltie was relying on his strength to press down. They are all members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Elt captained that guy just now. Why did you let him go by a yard? It can be solved easily. What? Do you have an opinion? Looking at the crew on the deck, August 3-7, Elter glanced lightly. He knew that many people in the 2nd Division were not convinced at all for him in the upper ranks of his teams. If it weren't for Whitebeard's pressure on it, there are still a few captains who have a good relationship with El. I'm afraid that many people are not convinced. Captain, haven't you been looking for devil fruit? This is something found in a box. I hope you can be useful. Looking at the box raised by the flattering 2nd-team crew, Elt's sights and hearings also perceive what is in the box. Very good, I remember you. Captain Elt, this is what we should do. Seeing that Elt took the box and promised, this player with his own careful thoughts also left with a happy face. Elt doesn't hate this kind of people who have their own careful thoughts and ideas. Elt likes this. With so many people in the Whitebeard Pirates, not everyone is Ishin thinking about the Whitebeard Pirates. There are always some people who have their own careful thoughts. Zoan cat fruit, ancient species, fear cat form. The moment he saw the fruit, Elt knew what the fruit was. It's not because he is so knowledgeable. If Titch is here, he might know him, but he would forget it. The reason why he knows him is because there is a card beside the fruit, and the writing is clear. It's a shame to discard it. Something tasteless to eat. Seeing the purple fruit in his hand that looked like a banana, Elt frowned. He definitely wouldn't eat this fruit if it was in Eudemon's species. Elt didn't even look at it and ate it directly, but the ancient species was always a bit less interesting. Elt knows that there are still a few Eudemon species, the fruit of the vampire form of the sleeping ancient town, and the buggy Eudemon species, the raccoon form. As long as you write the name of the other party or anything on the deformed leaf, it can be changed, including Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Roger, etc. It can exert its strength and fruit abilities 100%. In Endless World this fruit really shows his strength. But the only drawback is, except for the negative defensive power, all the others are at full level, and they will disappear as long as they are hit. But the most is Wanakuni. This place actually has 4 Eudemon species. Wanakuni's fish fruit and blue dragon form, Kurizumi large snake, snake fruit, Yachi large snake form, and there is another unidentified Torji phantom beast form. And Yamato, known as the Byakugan wolf fruit. Kaido's pro-daughter, Zoan canine fruit, phantom beast breed ouch. It is almost the same shape as the Nine-Tails fox, but according to the name, it is definitely stronger than the Nine-Tails fox. With so many fruits of Eudemon species, Elt doesn't know where they are. The ancient sleeping town, no one knows where they are. In this regard, Elt expressed his unhappiness. The one who can grab it may be to grab the fruit of Nine-Tails fox.as for grabbing the fruit of Yamato's big mouth. Elt also made up his mind to give it a try. After thinking about so many fruits and looking at the ancient species in his hand, Elt felt that it was not fragrant in an instant and tasteless. Captain Elt, there seems to be pirates looting on the small island ahead. Should we drive over? Looking at the artillery fire at the port of the small island in the distance, you can even hear the sound of cannons from far away. Let's take a look. Rob under our noses. It's too shameless to save me. Drive over at full speed. Take all the things they robbed. We are just porters of treasures. The members of the 2nd Division team just like to listen to Elt. He speaks nicely. He feels that he is super smart and talented. Every time he is robbed, he describes himself as being robbed. Kill them, Captain Elt. Let them know our horror. We are porters of treasures. Captain Elt is educated. As the foreign ship of the Whitebeard pirate group sailed towards the island, there was panic on the island at this time. whether it was the residents of the island or the pirates who were looting at sea. "Captain, it's not good. Hi, a pirate ship has arrived." Just as a bearded captain was tearing a young woman's clothes, a little brother suddenly rushed in. He almost didn't indent the excited captain. "Asshole, you won't knock on the door." The big slap of the PU fan was slapped on Xiao Yi's face in an instant, and he slapped it against the wall. A T was visible to the naked eye. Xiao Yi's face was swollen, and he directly spit out a mouthful of blood, mixed with a few teeth. 17. The woman behind her also wrapped her exposed skin tightly, with red eyes. "What the hell is going on? But it's just a pirate ship. Captain Corla, would be scared. Think of when I punched Whitebeard and kicked Golden Lion. You haven't got on the ship yet, but now I retreat behind the scenes. And oh, there is no such fame as Captain Corla in the sea. The bearded Corla is also the same. Don't panic about all the expressions that I am there. That's really great. Captain, this time is the Whitebeard pirates. We can finally see you punching Whitebeard, Captain. Take it. Let this sea know that you are the real overlord." The originally bitterly sigh after hearing the brilliant deeds of his captain, he was also full of fanaticism, making it just like the real thing. 81. Chapter 81. Chapter 81, picking up a CPO son for nothing. Looking at the little brother with a look of she, Corla's expression stiffened, who was still babbling. "Whitebeard is here, and it's not early to say, 'Kill your bastard.'" It was another slap the size of a fan. After 2 slaps, the younger brother passed out directly this time. "Drink." I saw the frightened captain with a beard, took out the musket from his waist, and fired it directly. "Just rely on looting the residents on the island to barely survive. Gather lousy, get on the boat and run." I saw Corla also yelled, pushing his belly up and running. "Whitebeard, who is more terrifying than evil spirits, is not for fun. It is not that Whitebeard is here, but just a captain or a pirate group, also not something he can provoke. No." At Corla, when a group of pirates were rushing to flee, a handful of broken 7-heads flew towards the pirates and inserted them into the ground under their feet. "Ticket. Damn, it's kid. 09 is not dead yet." I saw Corla, who was dangerously avoiding the 7 poems, turn his head and shot directly. Looking at the woods on one side, a thin figure quickly disappeared. "Captain, do you want to kill that kid?" "What a shit. Don't hurry up. The members of the Whitebeard pirates are nearby. If you want to go, go. This captain will leave for a while." Before the words fell, I saw Corla running ahead with Juechen, almost out of sight. "Captain, this is the time to show you. You punched Whitebeard and kicked Golden Lion. Captain, don't run." On the other side, there should be only a 4-year-old boy, running fast in the jungle, holding his bloody arm, his face pale, without a trace of blood. Why everyone are all dead? All these damn it pirates, I Lucci swear, I must kill them all. The crying little boy originally didn't belong to this small island. He was an orphan and was adopted by an uncle, but it was a small island that supported him. This place has long since become his home. Squatting under the big tree, Lucci tightly hugging his knees, his thin body kept sobbing. Everyone was dead. No one could help him. Helplessness, fear, once again enveloped his heart. Just as Lucci buried his head in his legs and kept choking, a cold voice came from above Lucci. "Your name is Rob Lucci, right, kid?" The sudden sound made Lucci, who was originally alone, jumped up in fright, bumped into the big tree behind him, and looked at the man in front of him with horror on his face. A red and black shirt with a black windbreaker on the outside, a gentleman's dome hat on the head, with feathers of unknown animals inserted on it, and 2 exquisite weapons slung around the waist, is priceless at first glance. At this moment, he was looking at him with interest. "How do you know my name? Who on earth are you?" "Be my son." Almost subconsciously, Elter almost said Whitebeard's words as soon as he opened his mouth. Sure enough, after staying by one person for a long time, he will always get a certain little habit. But it's not bad to think about it for a second. Why can't Whitebeard capable of doing it? Elter, who wants to understand, also raises the corners of his mouth. "Lucci, be my son. Bearing my name and living on this sea, all your pain will be borne by me. And if you want revenge, just eat it." Elter threw the devil fruit in his arms directly and landed at Lucci's feet. After spreading wildly with the color of sight and hearing, Elter discovered the kid hiding in the dark and sneaking up, and he also discovered the kid's self-destructive way. So that Alti suddenly thought of it. Rob Lucci, known as the coldest killing weapon in CP9 history, and known as the strongest in 800 years. Elter's words directly stunned Lucci with a vigilant look. Why do you want me to be a son? And threw me a messy fruit, didn't scold Alter on the spot. It was Lu Chi's vigilance against Alter, and couldn't figure out the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. What to do? Seeing Lu Chi, who was still hesitant, Elter did not urge. As a man on the sea, how can you be afraid of doing things? Are you planning to kill people by throwing 7 of them? Still planning to laugh them to death, pick them up and eat them, otherwise just be trash for a lifetime? Elt's words shocked the road. I don't want to live like this. I want strength, and no one will bully me. Maybe it will never be worse than it is now. Lu Chi has no future. Life is always full of choices. You can really help me become stronger. As long as you help me become stronger and take revenge, I will promise you. Lu Chi, who is only 837 years old, knows that there is no free lunch in the world, but what can I lose now? Looking at the unusually young man in front of him, the skinny Lu Chi ran over to pick up the devil fruit on the ground and bit down. Immediately, a nausea came over, but Lu Chi was bitten hard. Roar! With Lu Chi's roar, the original thin body accelerated into a burly saber-toothed tiger, with sharp dagger-like teeth shining with cold light. Is this the feeling of power? Lu Chi, who was feeling the changes in his body, also had a look of excitement, which was too terrifying. In just a few minutes, he went from a thin person to a strong alien now. This is the most magical treasure on the sea, devil fruit. What you eat is the ancient Zoan cat form. Now go and solve your problem. Lu Chi man's affairs, you have to solve it by yourself. From now on, live on with the name of Marshall. Looking at Lu Chi with a face full of hope at his feet, Alti also directly began to draw feelings. An ancient species, in exchange for a CPO son, Alti didn't hesitate, and the corners of his mouth raised showed how joyful he was in his heart. 82, Chapter 82. Chapter 82 Lu Chi. Go and join the world government. Until 3 hours have passed. On the outer tires of the Whitebeard Pirates group sailing on the sea, the ship doctor of the 2nd Division at this time, Captain Eric, this kid is seriously injured. I am afraid it will take 2 days to wake up, but now there is no more. What's the problem? I was not surprised when he heard the words of the ship doctor. 10 minutes ago, Lu Chi alone stood in front of him with the head of the bearded captain, dyeing the young body completely blood red. Even though it was a little surprised by Lu Chi's perseverance, this guy still has large and small wounds. After throwing his name certificate to Alter, Lu Chi, who could no longer hold on, fainted directly. No one knew why a child who was only more than 4 years old could kill the other party's captain. Although one of them is Elt secretly protecting his cheap son, whether he recognizes Lu Chi or not, Alter does it anyway, but Lu Chi himself is the real one. In Elt's words, whether you regard me as a father or not, I will regard you as a son. Maybe this is hailed as the strongest genius in 800 years. Maybe it was because of devil fruit. After just being in a coma for a day, Lu Chi woke up and found himself covered in bandages, lying on the boat. Wake up, my stupid son. We open his mouth. Elt found Whitebeard's words. Sometimes it was quite sensible to say too much. Lu Chi looked at the strange man Alter sitting next to his bed, and also opened his mouth. He didn't know what to say. If he said he was grateful for Alter's senses. However, Lu Chi's character is daring. From the moment he eats devil fruit, he has been inseparable from Elt. Although he doesn't know what that thing is, it must be very precious. Father, father. In the cabin, after almost a dozen breaths of silence, Lu Chi still shouted. For the first time in his life, he always had a strange feeling. The man in front of him was too young. Oh, Lu Chi, my good son, take good care of him. After hearing Lu Chi shout out his father, Alti also laughed proudly. When he became a father for the first time, he was always a little uncomfortable. The key is that he is still young, just a teenager, and has such a big son. 1 month later, on an unnamed island in New World. Lu Chi, you haven't eaten. How I usually teach you. If this is the case for you, I really regret treating you as my own son, so take me seriously. In the center of the island, a child in embarrassment got up strenuously, looking at the man holding the scabbard in front of him with a serious face. Father, it's my fault. It's only a little bit of improvement. I saw Lu Chi's face of self-blame. In this month, Lu Chi also gradually learned what the world he was in was like. I also know how rare the devil fruit given to him by Elt is. For people like him who want nothing, Elder Elt actually attaches so much importance to it, and Lu Chi is also working hard every day. Sure enough, you deserve to be the genius of CP9. The growth rate is so fast, and the fruit ability is surprisingly consistent. In the past month, Elt really felt Lu Chi's growth. From the beginning, he didn't understand anything, and only used brute force to do it hard. Up to now, the master can already be proficient in certain fighting skills. The use of fruit abilities cannot be said to be developed, but it is more proficient. Compared with an ordinary Zoan, the ancient species now has stronger strength and greater potential. Don't blame yourself, you are still young, and I am strict with you in order to prevent you from being bullied on the sea in the future. You will suffer more now, and you will bleed less in the future. Understood, Lu Chi. Seeing Lu Chi, who only had his calf high, Elt squatted down and touched Lu Chi's head kindly, completely bringing himself into the role of father. I see, Elder Elt. Lu Chi, who was affirmed, also nodded firmly. Now he is not the kind of person who has experienced the brainwashing of the world government. Although he is a little mature, he is more of the character of the child and the need to be cared for. After all, father loves like a mountain. Captain Elt. Captain Elt. Just when Elt instilled his father's love on Lu Chi, the crew of the 2nd Division also ran over. Hey, I said it's okay, don't bother me. Elter, who was still amiable, changed his face instantly. The smile in the corner of his mouth disappeared, and he looked at the visitor with a cold expression. For Lu Chi, Elt actually didn't want too many people to know that as his adopted son, Elter was still very optimistic about Lu Chi. Lu Chi must not be a pirate, and IT is a waste of resources. The CP department of the world government is still Lu Chi's best choice, or the second choice Marine, and finally it is to follow himself as a pirate. Captain Elt, it was Father Whitebeard who called and asked why you haven't returned. Captain Marco called too. Looking at Elter, who was obviously unhappy, the players of the 2nd Division were also stiff. After all, someone had smashed Elter before. Then, as an excuse to test his strength, he was fat and beaten, and he didn't know his mother anymore. I see, tell you Marco, I'm exercising outside, and I will call him back when the time comes. Yes, Captain Elt. And Lu Chi, who was held by Elt, also looked up and looked at the man next to Qian Haojiao. Father, are you going back to the Whitebeard pirate group? Lu Chi also knows the identity of Elter, the deputy captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, actually the captain. His full name is Marshal D. Elter, a swordsman with 2 swords. Hearing Lu Chi's words next to him, Elt rubbed Lu Chi's hair. Don't worry, I won't go back after all. You are my son, Lu Chi, but then I will do something to you, specially trained seedlings. Don't we go back to the Whitebeard Pirates? Lu Chi, who doesn't understand the corners, is very puzzled. Why not go back to the Whitebeard Pirates and instead want to be outside with myself? Lu Chi, my father wants you to join the world government, climb all the way up, climb to the highest point, and pick my father up for the Marshall family. Are you willing, Lu Chi? 83, Chapter 83. Chapter 83 Lu Chi. Remember it, this is Conquerors. Under the installation of Elt's almost brainwashing thoughts, of course Lu Chi was taken directly into the ditch. His head was hot, and then he accepted it happily. No one knows what Elt thinks Lu Chi thinks of his son. The crew of the 2nd Division only knows that Elt is with a kid 1010 and helps him train, but they don't know the rest. And on the small island, Elt is also constantly training the various abilities of this Lu Chi. Whether it is physical skills or fruit hair, Elt has not fallen. After all, he is the first son he recognizes, and there are still special treatments that he should have. In order to make Lu Chi more appreciated by the CP organization than in the original book, Elt can be said to have given him everything and completely regard Lu Chi as his own son. Although Lu Chi complained every day, his strength was a qualitative leap. Within a year, Elter came out alone every time, found Lu Chi, and brought him some necessities for life. For this adopted son, Elt seldom dotes on even the little wife Tainushi in the family. In the Whitebeard pirate group, it spread out for a while, and Elt raised a bunch of cuties outside. 837. Lu Chi, I taught you, everyone is helpful to your future. Today is the last lesson to teach you. You have to read it carefully. You understand. Feel it, think about it. On a small boat, Elt was holding Lucky's little hand, drifting in the wind, not relying on awards, but on the waves. Father, you are sending me away. Lu Chiwei's face collapsed invisibly. Although he had only been with Elt for more than a year, he got it, but it was the father's love and care that he had not received in several years. Although Lu Chi is young, his brain is not stupid. During this year, Lu Chi also knew that Elder Elt was going to send him to the world government. Don't worry, we will meet again in the future. Elter smiled softly. Seeing and hearing the color is also locked on a small island, or it can be said that a sea reef. My father, what are we doing here? There is only one pirate ship. Lucci, who was hugged by Elt and jumped towards the island. Also, Edge was puzzled. Didn't you say that you teach me a lesson, the most important lesson, how to bring me here? Father can't be mistaken. Tread. As Elt holding Lucci landed steadily, a group of unknown pirates on the island also discovered Elt's arrival. Captain, someone seems to have flown over there. A bald-headed pirate like Tai Hinin looked at the drunk captain in front of him. Just now, something like a big black mouse flashed in the air. Fart. You are talking from now on. The deck cleaning will be yours for a month. The red-faced captain pirate is also the shaky big bald boy. In this sea where there are people, the only ship is their pirate ship, and then there is a small boat staying next to it. How could there be anyone else? There is only me on this small island. The drunk captain of the pirate, holding a wine bottle in one hand and pointing the other around, laughing presumptuously, but before he could finish his words, he saw a dazzling light across his neck under his tight pupils. Puff! A line of blood suddenly appeared on the originally intact neck, and then the blood suddenly appeared, spraying the originally drunk pirate boy on his face. Grumbling. The head of the captain, who kept the laughter rolled to the feet of the bald pirate, looked at the dead head under his feet and wiped a handful of blood from his face. Captain, I was killed. With a horrified scream, the entire pirate group suddenly became sober. The originally drunk pirates, at this moment, are looking for weapons in a mess. Ta-da! With the sound of footsteps, under the gaze of the pirates, Elter took Lucci and appeared on the island. Asshole, even if you kill. Seeing Elt holding a childlike Lucky in his left hand, and a dark sword exuding purple and black in his right hand, everyone understood that this was the murderer of the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the swordsman Marshal Elter. With a panic-stricken cry, the exclamation that the captain had just died was not necessarily small. What? He is the young swordsman Elter who is very famous in New World recently. Asshole, did you read it wrong? The captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group? How could it be possible that he came here with a kid? Hurry up, let him go. The captain has been killed. I don't want to die. But the shock was even more intense. After all, the captain died, and it had nothing to do with him. But when I met the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, my life was in danger. Lucci, have you seen it? You have the strength, and no matter what you do wrong, no one can punish you, otherwise it will be like rubbish on the opposite sea. As for the panicking and endless string of pirates on the small island, Eld ignored it, just a bunch of small garbage. Lucci, I told you about armament Haki and observation Haki. Although you can't master these two types of Haki now, you must give me the master. In addition to, there is another kind, that is Conqueror's Haki, with Elt's voice falling, followed by a strong, arrogant, arbitrary, and arrogant, invincible will of the king spread from Elt, rising from the ground and running through the clouds above the entire island. The entire island was dimmed in an instant, and a series of black and red thunders fell on the island, causing the entire world to flicker. The invisible storm spread out with Elt as the center, and the escaped figures fell down. Conqueror's Haki, Lucci, who was held by Elt, had short curly hair flying continuously, and his delicate little face was full of disbelief and shock. 84, Chapter 84. Chapter 84, the Roger Pirate Group about to find the final island. Look for customization. Looking up at the incredible Elt, Lucci suddenly felt that his adoptive father seemed to be a little mysterious. As for why Lucci was not stunned by Elt's conquerors, it was because Elt avoided Lucci deliberately. Pretending to be forced, if there is not even an audience, then it is really embarrassing. Lucci, remember this kind of breath, you who are destined to become the strong. Don't be afraid of me, face it. Feeling Lucci around him, Lucci trembling slightly, Elt was not disappointed. After all, Lucci is only about 5 years old now. Lucci, tell me now, what do you understand? Hearing Elt's question, Lucci also seemed very thoughtful. My father wants to tell me that I am not afraid of hardships and dare to face the strong. Let's take action. No, I just want to tell you, your father, there are millions of people in Conqueror's Haki, nothing else. Elt looked at Lucci with a foolish look and faced the strong man on the sea to make a move. I don't know the death word dictation, right? Go and kill them. Don't let them go alone. Facing the pirates lying unconscious on the ground like a salted fish, the corners of Elt's mouth raised. When he said killing, it was like killing a pig. Kill them all, father. Lucci was also a little surprised, thinking that he had heard it wrong. There were not a few pirates here, but nearly 100 pirates. Lu Chi, the last thing I want to tell you is that the most important thing to be a human being is not to be soft-hearted. Secondly, to learn to make up for the knife. He grabbed Lu Chi's back collar and threw it straight out. About half an hour later, the corner of the mouth of Elter sitting on the boat raised, and everything on the island was under the watch of his observation Haki. Lu Chi, who was almost lost in his eyes, stumbled back to Elter and sat down. The next moment, he felt the big, gentle hand on his head. Very good, Lu Chi, remember every word I said. I won't be by your side in the future. You can only rely on yourself. My father, I know. For the first time, Lu Chi couldn't control his eyes, and threw him into Elter's arms and burst into tears. After crying for a few minutes, Lu Chi wiped away his tears and no longer felt sad for parting. Some were just looking forward to the future and yearning for a new world. Let's go, Lucky. Elter was very satisfied with Lu Chi's brainwashing. As for Lu Chi, who was taught by him, he was defeated by King Luffy again. Elter just wanted to say that unless Lu Chi was pulled into the theater version, otherwise he would kill this kind of person who had unlocked the blood. After Elter sent Lucy to a merchant ship heading to the Paradise in the second half of the Grand Line, Elter departed happily. Elter, who was sitting alone in the boat, used a phone worm to contact his second team crew and asked them to pick him up. Eric was also full of upset when thinking of the news not long ago. Roger had disappeared in New World. Elter knew that the next time he appeared, that guy will be One Piece. World government will beckon a group of orphans after Roger becomes the One Piece. This is the best time for Lu Chi to enter the CP organization. In the original book, Lu Chi joined at this time. Although it is a little episode now, in general, the problem is not big. It's just that one is found, and the other is actively looking for it. At this time, the final island on the bright side of New World is on the waters around Shuixiangsing Island. Extremely severe weather is commonplace in New World. Perhaps the last second was clear skies, but the next moment, it may be the dark clouds turning back in violent storms. At this time on the harsh sea, the electric thunder flashed and the wind roared, and a pirate ship covered with gold, like a leaf in a tsunami, will be swept away by the waves at any time as the waves continue to rise and fall. Zero. The Roger pirate group, which had already begun to disappear, was chopping through the waves on the sea at this time. The drifting heavy rain under the dark clouds fell like a waterfall, and the sea was as calm as ever, with waves constantly beating. How far is Shuixiangsing Island? This time we found 4 pieces of red historical text. We will definitely find a final island. The Gold Jackson will definitely take us to the final island. Standing at the bow of the ship, feeling the terrifying force coming from under his feet, a man with a signature beard, the great pirate Roger, said indifferently, Roger, trust us. Yes, Roger, my Odin translator is still very reliable. Don't question my ability. It was also on the side of the ship, drenched in heavy rain, and shouted to Roger with excitement. After leaving the Whitebeard pirates, Odin was also with most of the Roger pirates, and they all got along well. Looking at the weather in front of him, Roger, who was soaked all over, laughed proudly. The bad sea weather can't stop the men who are really hired on the sea. Little ones, speed up and rush over. Captain Roger is right. Nothing can stop us. Hurry up, hold on for a while, and the bad weather will pass immediately. Many people in the Roger Pirates group, in this kind of weather, although they don't like it very much, almost everyone is full of joy. They have been to the previous Water Star Island, but they have not found the final island. Because Roger discovered that this is not the ultimate island, they eventually returned without success. Now it's different. They have found 4 pieces of historical text. The location of the final island has long been researched out by them, and the destination has begun to wave to them. As long as you find the ultimate island, countless wealth, fame, and fortune will be swarmed. The big secret treasure will belong to the Roger Pirate Group, and they will also become the first pirate group to circle the sea for a week several. 85, Chapter 85. Chapter 85 Whitebeard vs. Charlotte Lin Lin for customization. It was also found by the Whitebeard pirates of the 2nd Division after drifting alone in the sea for a few days. Almost a year later, Elter returned to the Whitebeard pirates again. Elter, you finally came back. Where have you been during this period of time, mystery? Even Marco, who hung on a sail, stared at him. Alti sitting on the side of the ship. Over the past year, there are only a handful of opportunities to see Alti. Well, I just found a place to exercise myself. You are all okay? And how are Jaws and the others? Regarding Lu Chi's matter, Elter didn't want to tell Marco them. It's not necessary. There are more people who know it, and it will always leak out. Recently, the Bigmum pirate group has a conflict with our Whitebeard pirate group. The two sides have fought against each other several times. They may be fighting now. Jaws and them all went to the August 37. Then, Marco, why didn't you go? It doesn't look like your style. I'm not here to pick you up. Besides, Dad and Bigmum have fought, and most people can't intervene at all. Both of them are old opponents. Marco didn't worry at all because Bigmum and Whitebeard fought countless times, and each time the two ended in a tie. Charlotte, Lin, let's go. Marco, we should also go and see. How can this kind of battle miss us? For Charlotte Lin, who has possessed monster physical resources since childhood, Alti also appeared very interested. As a woman, she can actually stand out in New World. It is not unbelievable. At this time, on a peninsula of New World, what should have been a peaceful island is now fragmented. The reason is because of an apple island. In order to satisfy Charlotte Lin's growing sweets, the army of all nations looted the island everywhere. Then I ran into the Whitebeard pirates. The reason why the Bigmum Pirates group directly chose to fight with the Whitebeard Pirates group did not intend to give INS the overlord of New World. Fighting Whitebeard for a small island is obviously not worth it, but she is not afraid of Charlotte Lin, and she is extremely angry now, so she will not care who the other party is. This matter has to be talked about from 2 months ago. The Roger Pirates clashed with the Bigmum Pirates in Tato Land. The two sides broke out, and the Roger Pirates finally retreated. This news came out suddenly, almost without warning, leaving countless New World people confused and wondering what happened. After all, the Bigmum Pirates did not have much grudges with the Roger Pirates. The two sides did not even fight a few times. It's just that in Rock's Pyre of that era, the crew was fighting openly and secretly, guarding each other, and there was no legacy of grievances. Only a few people understand that Roger's rubbing of the red historical text of the Big Moem Pirates is hitting her in the face of Charlotte Lin. As an old opponent, Charlotte Lin could not let Roger. This is a complete shame for the Big OM Pirates. It feels like a soft persimmon that can be squeezed. Anyone can step on it. So after the fight with Roger, Charlotte Lin, who was already angry, went head-to-head with Whitebeard, who didn't have a little temper. And within a year or so, of course, it is impossible to teach Lu Chi only, and he himself has also been crazy to improve his strength. Under Marco's command, after the foreign ship sailed for about a few days, Elf felt the violent breath coming from the front, and the atmosphere was constantly shaking. It can be seen that far away from the coastline, there is a cloudless sky. At this time, the black clouds are upside down, and countless electric thunders are flashing across the sky point one after another. Strong winds set off huge waves. As the overlord of the sea, Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin, the two supreme conquerors, lifted off to the top of the cloud, and the world began to split in half. The whole island seemed to be shaking, and the mountains under the feet of the two were torn apart, and just random attacks caused substantial damage. Before Elk came, the two sides had been fighting for a day and a night. Cool la Lin, it's been a long time since I saw you, but you can't kill me. Today, let me sink you to the bottom of the sea, Lin. Bare his chest muscles, I saw a man with the iconic black moon beard. Whitebeard grinned and laughed proudly. He stepped on his feet suddenly, and the ground instantly cracked. He didn't care that the other party was also a big Poseidon. Countless cracks have spread to the clouds that are stuck on the ground around him, and the clouds that are stirred in the air are constantly rotating. But Whitebeard didn't look back and grabbed it abruptly. Not to mention the actual combat performance. Anyway, it is very cool. After the ground underfoot burst into a depression of more than 10 meters, the clouds in Whitebeard's hand cut, making bursts of crackling noises, and smashed at the slender woman in front. The captain of the Bigmum Pirates, the dictator queen, Charlotte Lin. Mama Newgate, that fellow Roger, he ran away as a mouse crossing the street and stole my things. You think I would be afraid of you? I have never been defeated. Even you, Newgate. Wearing a pink dress, high heels at the feet, and long pink hair draped behind his back, Lin at this time is far from the ugly and blessed look of the future. Facing Whitebeard Newgate's knife, he didn't panic at all. As a person on the same boat, who is also a full crew member, no one knows what Newgate is like better than her. Boom. Countless black and red thunders are constantly produced in Napoleon and the cloud cutting, bombarding the ground. Between the two colliding weapons, the white air pressure keeps shrinking and expanding, and it does not meet at all. This is the use of the top armament Haki. The violent forces blasted together, and the violent wind and waves that took time swept out all around. The surface of the ground set off a monstrous tsunami, which was stirred in the air one after another, and the surrounding ground continuously jumped and changed the original landform of 1.7. In the dense dust produced by the Big Bang, Whitebeard's tendon flesh exploded, and the armor color came out slowly. The thick muscles were like steel, exuding thick and hard color. Charlotte Linlin on the other side is equally worthy, with pink hair dancing wildly behind his back, and the breath of the whole body is like a god or devil, which makes people feel extremely depressed, and his arms are wrapped with the top black armament Haki. Listen. Without a single word, the two sea masters collided together again, and the black and red lightning was fleeting. Looking up, Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin at this time collided like two Changhongs. The sky collapsed, and the ground collapsed. A huge depression appeared under them, and the surrounding hurricanes swept across them. 86, Chapter 86. Chapter 86, The Four Desert Stars, Cracker, for customization. Elt, who had already stood on the side of the ship with Marco, had his eyes solemn, and the terrifying explosion from the center of the island was simply shocking. Someone is coming, Marco. I saw it. Where are the people from the Bigmum pirate group? Whether it is the sight of Ert or Marco flying high in the sky, he has seen a pirate ship, iconic lipstick, hat, etc., coming from the sea ahead, all of which indicate that it is from the Bigmum pirate group of. Stab. Before even seeing who the other party was, a sword aura that resembled a shark's fin would split the sea open. If it wasn't stopped, it would slash the outer ship under his feet. Pin. The sky feather cut in the left hand was instantly unsheathed, and the flying cut of the moon-shaped arc suddenly cut out, and the opposite sword energy was installed on the face. Wow. As the two slashes canceled each other out, the sea exploded like a torpedo was dropped, setting off a huge water curtain tens of meters high. Shout, are you here? In the sight and hearing, I sensed that on the opposite side of the 09 pirate ship, a figure that was quickly resolved was approaching here quickly. Eld also grinned. Slash wave. The feather slash that pierced the atmospheric sky feathers instantly slashed out a huge cross slash, instantly slicing the water curtain that had not yet fallen into 4 pieces. Yo. With a clear impact in the air, Elter's flying slash was abruptly deflected and flew towards the sky. Kelly Rack, Desert 4 stars. It's really a long absence. Elt, who had disappeared like a flash, left a shadow. The sky feather slash in his hand suddenly swung out, but was blocked by the big sword. Shop Rachel Cracker's weapon, one of the 4 desert stars of Bigmum pirates. With a sudden outbreak of the two, Ert and Cracker in the air, also landed on the island one after another. Not bad, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal Elter. He is tall and wears a helmet decorated with tandem pink bristles. On both sides of the helmet, there are corners on both sides of the helmet decorated with biscuits. This is the Charlotte Cracker. He was wearing black and white biscuit-style armor. There is the word BS on the belt, and the beard is pointed and long, like that kind of beard. Holding a giant sword, laying Rachel, wearing a cloak and a large biscuit shield on his back. It looks like a general. This is what Cracker's cookie puppet looks like. Here is an incredible character. Ert is also watching Cracker, the name of the 4 stars of dessert, which is still very deterrent. Let me try too, the captain of the trusted 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. What kind of strength is it? Don't be killed by me. As the ground under Cracker's feet instantly cracked, it flickered in the sky above Elt, and Pratchell in his hand also swept towards Elt's waist, intending to cut Elt directly in the middle. Big talk, everyone can talk. Cracker, how about it? Do you want to consider following me and being my little brother? Elt didn't resist hard, and when he was about to cut himself, he also jumped backwards. The timing was just right, and he was able to avoid it. The Cracker puppet, with a height of several meters, and the sharp pave Rachel directly cut the trees where the sword passed. Swujin. The left hand pressed on the hilt of Tianyu Yuzhan drew out Tianyu Yuzhan, wrapped in red and black emission Haki, intending to directly sever Cracker's right arm swinging the sword. Hard cookies. Seeing Alter's decisive action, Cracker didn't panic either. When Alter was about to chop off his arm, armament Haki was wrapped in a biscuit-like shield and quickly appeared in front of Tianyu Yuzhan. When? A crisp sound echoed all around, but Yuzhan, which was supposed to cut off Tianyu, was tightly blocked. And Cracker was also wrapped in armament Haki on his left hand, and suddenly bombarded Elt, making a sound of breaking through the air without any hesitation. It's really smelly and hard. Quickly drew the knife back, and Elt jumped directly away from Cracker. In the next moment, a fistful of Elt's body size slammed into the ground, fragile like tofu, sinking into it. Cracker's huge force also directly cracks the ground. Slash wave. The steadily landing Ert directly slammed 2 meters in arc-shaped slashes and rushed towards a cracker. After a flash of slashing, the trees along the way fell one after another. After the explosion sounded with a huge roar, the small bag where Cracker was standing was split in half. After avoiding one of the slashes in a row and resisting the remaining slashes, I can see that Ert and Cracker are attracted to each other like magnets. They appeared in front of the opponent at the same time. I haven't seen how to fight. I can only see the countless shadows of swords, as well as the sound of various swords colliding. As the tendon on Elt's left arm bulged high, Coke also blocked Raikiri in front of him, and the air under his feet wailed in the next moment, and the whole person turned into a cannonball and flew out. After Ert's feet exploded, a large amount of rubble was stirred up, and behind Cracker, the roar of tearing the eardrums had reached a sonic boom, showing how terrifying Ert's speed was at this time. As a large amount of dust splashed and swelled, a large tree broke down, and Cracker slowly climbed up in the dilapidated gully. The original tattered biscuit armor returned to its original state again. Looking at Elt, who was chasing 837 by a meteor, Kelly also quickly disappeared in place. In time, Elt smashed to death and produced violent storms, which swept out. A monstrous tsunami was set off on the surface, and the surrounding mountains continued to jump up and change the landform. 2 huge blows directly tore through the surface, like shark fins, cutting 2 huge ravines on the ground. I saw that Cracker was Rachel holding his hands high. His feet plunged deep into the ground, sliding back and plowing 2 gullies. Looking at the Purakel's great sword that was transformed with the fruit ability in his hand, it already made up for the cracks. Cracker knew how strong Alt's attack was. IT was just a collision cranky brute force. It's worthy of being the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The pressure is really not small. Cracker is also full of blood and hasn't met an opponent of this level for a long time. He is still the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates of the same level as his mother. With a grin, he took a deep breath and didn't have any thoughts of taking it lightly. He attached great importance to this battle. Defeated the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, then his reputation must be even greater. Thinking of this, Cracker was excited when he saw Elter, and Elter on the other side also had the same idea. 87, Chapter 87. Chapter 87, Don't Make Me Look Down on You, Charlotte Kelly frame. Without words, the two disappeared in place again. The next second, there was a crash in the sky. A blast of air pressure overturned the river, and the sea lifted the surface, forcibly pressing the ground into numerous small cracks. The sword in his hand collided, centered on the two, fell on the ground and pried around the surface, and were agitated into the air one after another. Shocked Rachel in Cracker's hand, and under the countershock force, Elt jumped back. It's not over yet, Cracker. Take out something. Slash waved. The lonely moon-shaped cross-slashing sky feather flew out from Yuzhan and Yinmo, before Cracker, who came in the blink of an eye. I saw that Cracker didn't directly choose to resist, but a knocking sound came out from the shoulder, and then 4 more arms quickly appeared on the left and right sides. Boom. The cross-slash also hit Cracker's biscuit shield wrapped in armament Haki, carrying the impact, pushing it back continuously. As Cracker gritted his teeth, the slash was bounced directly into the jungle behind him. Stab it. Just like cutting tofu, wherever the slash passes, whether it is a rock or a tree, is directly cut off. Shinto Stream Octagonal Sword 1000 Strikes. Yinamo and Tianyu slashed a ball of red and black liquid, and Elt stepped on his feet, leaning forward with one leg and kneeling, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a flash. With ultimate speed, the leaves and dust were quickly stirred up in the air after Elt struck the ground, but in Cracker's eyes, there was no way to see it clearly. Seeing Elter flying by like a ghost, passing him by. Roll pretzel. Cookie shield. I saw that all of the Rachel on the arm that Cracker's value added were all spinning quickly, like a telegraph, launching a spiral attack. Perhaps because of the precaution, 2 arms on Cracker's chest quickly gave birth to a biscuit shield showing armament Haki. A flash of light flickered, and Elter passed by Cracker and fell to the ground. Click. Like glass shattered, the shot Rachel in Cracker's hand shattered directly and fell to the ground. The biscuit shield on his chest was also divided into 2. Seeing a few questions about Cracker's body, he stood still, turned his head and laughed at Elt. Quick knife. I can see it clearly. A T that moment. At least 1,000 knives were swung. But with such an attack, it is useless to me. I saw that the originally broken sword and shield appeared in Cracker's hands again after playing well. The original 2 legs under his feet had now become limbs, and they ran towards Elk quickly with great momentum. Because I am a cookie. Wow. Before Cracker's mocking voice was finished, he heard a fragmented voice. Who told you my knife only cut the front side, Cracker? As the voice fell, Cracker's huge figure that had stepped out stagnated, his whole body trembling, his pupils tightened into a small spot, and his body began to shatter like a mirror. In the next moment, countless sword chi erupted from Cracker and exploded suddenly. With a crashing sound, the huge Cracker was lying on the ground in fragments, as if dead. Hey, that's enough. If you don't come out again, I'll have to do it. If you want to fight, just use the real body to fight. Don't let me look down on you, Cracker. Slash waved. The sword chi drawn by Elt flashes in front of Cracker. Boom. With a burst of sound, a huge amount of dust enveloped Cracker, who was lying unconscious. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates is really not to be underestimated. The unique swordsmanship is impossible to guard against. Cracker's undamaged sound came out from the dust, and as the dust dissipated at this time, there were countless Cracker soldiers who were the same as Cracker just now, standing on the ground. With the sound of a burst of ground breaking, among the biscuit soldiers who had fallen to the ground, there appeared a relatively short and thin man holding a huge sword and 3 strands of hair behind his head. His upper body only had a piece of armor and a cloak on his right shoulder, and his lower body was wearing wide breeches and black boots. There was a scar on his right eye. The look in Elt's eyes was quite fierce. Although I don't know where you know my fruit ability, it has no effect on the outcome of the battle. The Cracker holding Rachel's shop was still very young at this time. Even if he was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, he was not afraid. With Cracker's thoughts moving, the biscuit soldiers who were originally like guards rushed to Ert mightily. It really makes people unable to promote the desire to fight. Yongyue. Elter's voice went from far to near, almost instantly, and he quickly came to Cracker. Yinmo and Tianyu in his hands, exuding a frightening cold light, turned into a straight line of red and black light up past. As a round of eternal moon passed, all the biscuit soldiers were cut in 2, standing with their lower body and their upper body smashed to the ground. It's really hard to underestimate Pretzel. Cracker didn't expect his biscuit soldiers to kill Alti. After all, this guy's speed and attack power were a bit outrageous. Without the slightest retreat, Cracker's right foot suddenly stepped out, and the ground cracked directly under Cracker's feet, and the big sword in his hand was facing up. With a popping sound, Cracker spit out a mouthful of blood and shot it out. Ert has a lot of combat experience and will not give Cracker a chance to breathe. He jumped high and fell from the sky point 2 big business objects, Xian Hao Jiao. 21 workers crashed towards Cracker without a trace of hesitation. Cracker, who was tumbling back on the ground, also used his arms hard, and Rachel in his hands sank into the ground. Only the hilt was left, which could stop his figure, even too late to let go of ruthless words. The 2 swords that Ert dropped from the sky slashed heavily on Cracker's big sword. The huge impact force instantly caused the ground under Cracker's feet to form a sunken basin, numerous cracks centered on Cracker, tearing the surrounding earth, rocks and soil under the impact force of Elter, all agitated, and no one doubts how powerful this blow is. On the small island near the land, there are people from the Bigman Pirate Group and the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Even just now, Elt saw that jaws smashed over, embedded in the mountain, and then numbly got up and rushed out. 88. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. The Horror of the Great Poseidon Battle. Elt disappeared out of thin air. The ghost appeared in the sky above Cracker. Tianyu's Yuuzhan and Yinmo in his hands went straight to Cracker's head. But being blocked by the biscuit soldiers who appeared out of thin air, Cracker also took time to escape. But Elt pushed his knees up heavily, and Cracker also forcibly stabilized his body in the middle of the shot, and Rachel in his hand also blocked the attack, while holding a fist of the other hand smashed the strength of the landslide, and went straight to Elt. The 2 spurted blood one after another. Only put a long knife on Cracker's chest, and Tianyu in his left hand slashed on Cracker's shoulder, bringing up a burst of blood, making him tremble. Cracker, who felt the pain in his body, also snorted and punched Elt's arm, but he hit his head again because of the huge recoil. Ert, who flew upside down, inserted Tianyu Yuuzhan and Yinmo into the ground and kept moving horizontally, leaving 2 cut marks of tens of meters on the ground and rubble splash along the way. Elt also shook his head, stood up and spit out blood from his mouth. I feel a little dizzy on my head. I'm afraid it is a slight concussion. But even so, Elt grinned open, looking forward with a sickly expression on his face. The cracker on the other side of 837 also walked out of the sand, and the corner of his mouth was bleeding. On his shoulder, a bloody knife wound was embedded in it, and the blood kept coming out. Armament Haki, who was in a hurry, did not defend against Elt's violence at all. The battle between the two is very ordinary, but the fierce power under ordinary attack is beyond the reach of ordinary pirates. The battle between Elt and Cracker was like a meteorite bombardment. The two became fierce when they fought. After such a few confrontations, they spurted blood one after another and wounded their body. Moreover, the two sides fought more and more fiercely, and everything that seemed to be the earth was destroyed wherever they went. Neither party meant to keep their hands. Fighting at the same level, and also being the core figures of the two large pirates, the Desert 4 Stars and the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, are enough to make them respect each other. As for why Elt didn't directly second Cracker, he also wanted to second, but is it possible? A man has to go through various stages of battle step by step. This is a living world. If you don't treat each battle carefully, it's still possible that the ship will capsize in the gutter. In fact, it is not only Ert and Cracker, but also other places on the island. There are also various big collisions. The most terrifying is the two figures on the land. The attacks of Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin were so overbearing that around them, apart from the broken ground, no one else dared to stay there. In the twinkling of light, the Naginata in Whitebeard's hand collided with Napoleon in Bigmum's hand, just like a nuclear bomb blasted together. The force of terror, like a devastating disaster, directly caused the ground beneath the feet to split the abyss and collapse continuously, and the large cracks continued to spread to the surroundings. The two terrifying peoples soared up like two long rainbows. The Song Palace was separated, and the changing colors of the wind and clouds, countless black and red electric thunders sounded together, which was very visually shocking. The atmosphere in the sky is buzzing, and every time the ground under your feet collides, it is like an earth dragon turning over, and the dark and rolling sky is constantly tilting and tearing. The breath spreading over the two of them caused ripples in the atmosphere. The world has been centered on two people, because Whitebeard and Bigmum have begun to use the devil fruit ability. The captain and the people of the Bigmum pirate group stopped by coincidence. After all, it's useless for any of them to win. The key is to see what the two people in the middle are like. And after fighting for a day, Ert and Cracker separated from each other, during which they call their opponents again. These two breaths are really terrifying. Feeling the tearing sensation in the air and the terrifying air wave, Elt's eyes were also eager to try, and a sense of dignity after fighting with Cracker, Elt directly met the two brothers Katakuri and Dafu, and then 2 against 1, after almost cutting off both hands of Charlotte Dafu. Katakuri and the first mate were both joined hands and fly directly. In general, they received a sturdy blow from the two, and then almost killed the first mate. Katakuri was also slashed by the yin mo of Elter. After leaving the iconic knife wound, Elter directly chose to substitute. Just the breath of the collision makes the atmosphere vibrate. It's really a monster. Charlotte Lin can actually fight with Dad for so long. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates who stopped to watch the battle were slightly surprised when they looked at the constantly torn sky. The reason for stopping is because neither side wants to fight too much. That time, there may be some monsters and shit sticks jumping out. Once it is known by other forces or Marine, it is afraid that the loss will be even greater. There are many forces who want to destroy the Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Bigmum Pirate Group. Among them, Marine must be ranked first. So the two sides are in a tacit understanding, watching the battle between Whitebeard and Bigmum from a distance. They are on guard for each other, but they are all tacit. Boom. The center of the island was constantly roaring and exploding. Under the attack of the two, the strong air pressure, carrying gravel and mud, swept out to the surrounding and scrupulously. Suddenly a meteor hit the earth, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on the surface of the earth, causing the entire earth to burst instantly, stirring up countless rocks, ring-shaped waves, and even torn into slag with the storm. 2 punches in the center blasted, a transparent halo suddenly rose, and the alpine forest's crust collapsed rapidly and then continued to roll. Gum la 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 la, Lin, your fists are not good. You want to try my anger? After the collision, Whitebeard stood on the broken ground with a knife in one hand. He suffered a lot of injuries, but he was still full of energy. Mama Newgate on the sea, but you have never had the final say. It was not before, and now it is also not, who is always strong and reasonable on the sea. With her right hand holding Napoleon's Charlotte Lin tightly, her feet in high heels also suddenly stepped out, an unremarkable step, which also directly stomped the ground out of the cracks. The invisible figure, as if passing through time, blasted together in an instant two top weapons on the sea. Like a wild collision, the calamity force brought by that blow constantly moved the entire island. The hurricane crushed all things on the surface, deafening, and attacked like Mount Tai. The atmosphere around the two of them was roaring and tearing. Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. Yes, Mom. The dignified Charlotte Lin, following the shouts in her mouth, made three majestic, domineering voices suddenly sounded. 89, Chapter 89. Chapter 89 Response from Marineford. Napoleon, who was originally fierce and evil, was quickly covered with endless flames, distorting the air, and black thunders continued to wrap around. Charlotte Lin, who originally had pink hair, also turned into flaming hair. Goo-la-la-la-la, Lin, it seems you are serious. Otherwise, just sink me to the bottom of the sea. Crack. Song Yunchi under his hands also suddenly lifted high, and on the blade, a cloud of white air pressure continued to expand and expand. Whitebeard's long blonde hair danced constantly under the violent air waves. The whole body exudes terrifying air waves and steam, which makes the whole person distorted. The two of them crashed into each other like a perfect killing machine. The devastating impact instantly swayed, and the entire land sank directly, and the aftermath of the horror spread to the surrounding sea. The violent storm swayed and began to tear, and the underground sea water also gushed out of the abyss, and the invisible gully for a time was torn away wantonly. Marco watching the battle in the distance. Elter Kata Curry on the Big Mom pirate group all raised their hands, and the country lived in the sandstorm-like airwaves. The battle between the two has begun to ravage the entire land, constantly changing its position. The land is broken again and again and again, and the battle is still rapidly escalating. Environmental destroyer. Seeing the devastated land, Alti also underestimated, and Whitebeard and Big Mom, who collided with each other, were very embarrassed, and no one wanted to eat the attack on both sides. The two people who looked at each other once separated and attacked again. Newgate leaped high, once again like a comet. The clouds that came up were cut high, carrying long tail feathers and falling down. In the face of Whitebeard's attack, Charlotte Lin also did not evade, rising from the ground, causing the surface under her feet to quickly crack. Napoleon, surrounded by terrifying thunder and fire, stepped up to him. The meteorite hit the earth, which is the big collision between Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin at this moment. The horrible shockwave swept across a piece, clearing almost all the soil on the surface, exposing the rocks below. It can be seen from the constantly erupting force of terror that this is no longer the scope of human beings, because the fighting between the two is like a god and a demon. The power contained is simply unimaginable, and every collision easily destroys the earth. Ordinary people can't keep up with the speed of the two fighting. They can only vaguely see the two streams of light fighting each other. On the side of the Whitebeard pirate group, only those captains and powerful people can see the two of them. Wherever the two rays of light went, all rocks and trees were shattered into dregs and turned into dust. Marineford. The base of naval headquarters is also a nightmare in the hearts of countless pirates. Marshal, in an emergency, something big happened in New World. Marineford's Marshal's office building, as the Crane of Marine's chief advisor, opened the door at this moment with a somewhat cautious look. The Crane at this time is not the gray-haired future at all. On the contrary, he is still a beautiful lady with a unique charm. Marshal Marine Kong, who was dealing with government affairs, also put down the quill when he heard what he said and looked at he with a question in his eyes. New World, the Whitebeard pirate group Crane Big OM pirate group, has started the war, and both sides have already played. Looking at the information handed over, Kong also frowned slightly. After all, every action of these monsters on the sea affected the minds of countless people, especially Marine's nerves. However, thinking of the pirates of New World, they are extremely vicious and have weird tempers, and sometimes they may conflict with the wrong eye. It may be that simple. Scholar. Other pirates don't care, but the size of the Whitebeard pirate group and Big MOM pirate group is different from other general pirate groups and forces. Once contact is made, or a battle occurs, it is very important to Marine. The Big Mom pirate group was just invaded by the Roger pirate group some time ago. It seems that it should be the text of the history, and then the battle broke out, and finally escaped with Roger. There is a conflict. Charlotte Lin will definitely not let things go anymore. 0. Look for flowers. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Crane also expressed his opinion. Kong Kong, notify, no Sengoku. It has been notified, and now Sengoku should have started to go to their conflict site. But Marshal Sora, I'm afraid that Sengoku might be attacked by 2 opponents alone, so Garp was also notified by me. Although Crane knows that Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin will definitely not join forces, but they are not afraid of 10,000, just in case when the time comes, 2 of them will really deal with Sengoku. It will be dangerous for so long. Yeah, Roger has disappeared in the ocean. Garp should also be in New World now. It's okay to go to Sengoku. If you can, killing Whitebeard or Charlotte Lin is a huge gain. Kong Kong was also very satisfied with Crane's arrangement, which was the best way he could think of. After all, the combination of Sengoku and Garp, even if it was Whitebeard alone, couldn't resist it, let alone the 2 after the battle. But the greater possibility is that they won't be able to catch them. The changes in the outside world and Marine's actions have nothing to do with the 2 people who are fighting. This time, the battle has been heated from the beginning of the trial. It's really not finished yet. I've been playing for a few days this time. The battle between the 2 was too terrifying, so that in the end, Marco and others issued an order to withdraw to the mobile. In the aftermath of the previous battle, there were already some members of the weak Whitebeard pirates who were killed and injured. Returning to the mobile is the best choice, because staying there can only eat sand. On the other side, the Big Mom pirate group also returned to the singing ship, Queen Mother Anthem. While waiting for the result of the battle on the island, they were on guard with the members of the Whitebeard pirate group. 2 pirate groups, one staying in the south and one staying in the north, corresponded far away. 90. Chapter 90. Chapter 90 Marine Admiral, Sengoku of Buddha, for customization. Hey, who were you beaten by? Why are you so miserable? Seeing Alti, who was still wiping the corner of his mouth with bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Vista was also puzzled, even a little gloating. After all, the strength of Elt and their captains is obvious to all. Who gave him the kata curry? Damn, halfway through Lousy's fight, suddenly a few people from the Big Mom pirates ran out. You will only be worse than me. Elt directly endured it and went back. This was not his problem. Few people beat him one by one, and the draw was already pretty good, although it slipped away in the end. But although Elter is miserable, but other people are not much better than Elter. As for some weak ones, they are no longer visible on mobile. What is going on? The weather in this sea area is completely different. At the place where Whitebeard and Big Mom were fighting in the August 37, far away on the sea horizon, a warship with a seagull flag undulates with the waves in the sea. Just like a flat boat will be submerged by waves at any time. At this time, the sea was turbulent. The waves were wave after wave. The sky was even darker. The lightning was flashing, and the storm was constantly sweeping toward the warship. The weather was very bad. It's almost here. Wearing a pair of frog glasses, a long beard on the chin and tied into a twist shape, a seagull symbolizing Marine on the military cap, and explosive hair hidden under the cap. Marine Admiral, Sengoku of Buddha. A man with the form of the Zoan Eudemon's human fruit Big Buddha, and currently the only man in Marine who owns Conqueror's Haki. Always believe in the government's order and implement the concept of Kuan justice in the world. Because of the reliable completion of the task, he climbed to the future Marshal Marine. He has 100% loyalty to the world government, and people who doubt the government, even their companions, will become the target of his attack. In Sengoku's order, the person who disobeys the government's order is not Marine. Looking at the distant sea horizon there, he felt 2 very familiar, terrifying auras. Both of them were old opponents. Kazan, let them speed up, don't get too close. They should also find us if they want to come. Yes, Sengoku Admiral. Kazan behind him is serious. He originally followed Garp to chase the Roger pirates, but halfway, after the Roger pirates disappeared, he returned to Marineford. After receiving the order from the headquarters, Kazan was taken out by Sengoku. For Kazan or Sakazuki, Palyasolino, and Marine, they're all focused on training. This kind of collision between big pirates will usually bring them. After all, there are not many opportunities for this kind. At this moment, after a big right collision, Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin both retreated back. At this moment, both of them were slightly embarrassed. All eaten the opponent's attack. Suddenly, both Whitebeard and Lin looked in the same direction, and then smiled differently. Goolalala, it seems that the Marine guys are here too. Do you want to wait for us to finish playing? Mama Sengoku. It's really unhappy, guys. The sudden suspension of Whitebeard and Charlotte Lin also surprised both parties on the singing ship and the Moby Dick. Daddy is Big Mom. Isn't he going to fight anymore? It looks like we are going to give up. This battle is about to stop. Mom, why stopped? Are you going to end the fight with the guy Whitebeard? Whether it is a member of the Whitebeard pirates or most of the Big OM pirates at this moment, they think that the double hair will stop there. But Katakuri or Aljaws, this powerful captain level. However, they found the difference. Although both Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin stopped their hands, the aura in their bodies did not dissipate. Instead, they became more cohesive. It seems that there is another incredible character here. Roger? Still lonely red or marine. Elt's sights and colors couldn't perceive that far at all. Although he guessed that the person who came must not be worse than Whitebeard, but he didn't know who was coming. But the most likely thing is marine. After all, the battle between Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin has been fought for a few days, and it is impossible for Marine to know it. Hey, since you are here, you shouldn't stand by and watch the play. With a grin, Whitebeard's tendons bulged high, and the blue veins on his right arm were like a dragon, and a white air pressure appeared on Whitebeard's right fist. As Whitebeard slammed into the empty air, crack, click, the atmosphere instantly shattered like a mirror, shattered, and cobweb-like cracks spread more than 10 meters. It was originally a rough sea, and it swept through a huge tsunami in an instant. Under the bombardment of Whitebeard, the entire sea was also broken into countless plates. The marine warship that was still sailing smoothly, as the sea rolls, is also swaying. This guy, Whitebeard, did it. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sengoku did not panic at all, looking into the distance, where Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin stood. Ice Sage. I saw that when someone on the warship started to scream, Sengoku jumped out of Kufiai behind and plunged into the sea with 2 icy blue icicles. The originally fragmented sea, as a wave of microwaves flashed by, was instantly frozen into a sculpture by people, and the terrifying huge tsunami was also frozen, including Marine's warships. But a breath did not come, and it continued until the vibration came again. The sea that was originally frozen also made a click, and then it burst, and a huge force came, causing the young Kazan to withdraw, and the corner of his mouth overflowed with blood. Really, it's horror. Whitebeard. Kuzan, who landed on the warship, also stared at the place where the vibration came with a serious face. Whitebeard's attack was not so easy to solve. But because of Kazan's ability, the sea is no longer the original horror. Relying on the defense of warships, it can also be completely blocked. Oh, that frozen kid from Marine. Seeing the ice that almost spread to the coast, Whitebeard also knew who did it. Although he didn't use much force, it has to be said that the ability of Ku 1.7 praise is also worth remembering by Whitebeard. Kazan, you are optimistic about warships. I'll go there first. Now that the other party has discovered them, Sengoku also intends to hide them. Yes, Sengoku Admiral. Kazan behind him was serious, and he could still see the red blood on his sleeve. As soon as the Kuzan words fell, I saw Sengoku lift off like a cannonball, and then bursts of crackling sound came from the atmosphere, and Sengoku turned into streamer and went straight to the land. Dow air pressure halo appeared behind Sengoku, disappeared on the sea horizon like a long rainbow in the blink of an eye, tracing a straight line across the sea. Wherever it went, the rough sea split into a trench. Countless ice cubes shattered instantly after Sengoku passed by. You can imagine how fast Sengoku is at this moment. Marine 6 styles, combined with Moonwalk, has been used superbly, and even combined together. 91. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Monster-like Garp. With a serious face, Sengoku's body turned red and white mist rose up. The sonic boom sounded like a bomber, making his eardrums tingling. The air squeezed to form a halo spreading behind Sengoku, which made Sengoku's speed even higher. As Sengoku approached at an extremely fast speed, those with observation Haki were the first to perceive the terrifying breath from the sea. Marine Admiral Sengoku, I want to come. The battle between Dad and Charlotte Linlin has been spread to Marineford. It seems that Marine can't do it anymore. Marco, who was flying high in the sky, saw Sengoku flying extremely fast above the sea level for the first time. Without the slightest word, the Sengoku flying in the air instantly turned into a golden Buddha tens of meters high. King Kong's glaring eyes teleported and appeared above Whitebeard and Big Mom like a mighty sky. The 2 huge temples blasted out to the 2 without mercy. His domineering posture is not weaker than Big Mom and Whitebeard. Goo la 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 la. Mama mama. In the face of Sengoku's 2 palms, Whitebeard and Big Mom laughed loudly, not caring how powerful the opponent's attack was, as if they were deliberately forcing Sengoku off the court. After all, they were old opponents for many years. Boom. The earthquake and tsunami were roaring, the sky where the dark clouds had turned upside down instantly, an invisible pressure fell, and the entire island began to tremble. The storm is still sweeping, and the waves of several feet high are pushing horizontally in all directions. It feels like time stops at this moment. As the dazzling white light shrouded, the whole world lost its voice, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up, tearing the sky to form a halo of spreading and terrifying air waves, smashing the dark clouds above the head. Endless destructive forces pushed all the ground across, and the entire ground began to completely collapse. After waiting for everything, not all the members of the weak Whitebeard pirates were dizzy. It was blocked. How is it possible, this kind of destructive power? Can pure power be so scary, whether it's Dad, Big Mom, Sengoku? Everyone can't believe it. Even Elt has a solemn face, confirming the look in his eyes. If he fights with any of them, the end result will be kneeling. Play GG on the spot, but this only represents the present, not the future. Oh la 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 la, Sengoku, your fist is still so weak. Whitebeard, whose ground was cracked under his feet, grinned and laughed, and didn't care who was on the opposite side. Then you want to try my fist, Newgate, were you, Charlotte Lin Lin? Sengoku doesn't care if the other party is Whitebeard or Charlotte Lin Lin, or two people. Sengoku is not afraid of either of them. There was not much rushing, and the three of them collided together almost instantly. A fist several meters in size collided with Whitebeard's Naginata, and the entire space was clear and thundered, and a shock wave turned into an aperture and blew horizontally, constantly exploding. At the next moment, the Golden Buddha Hall hits Charlotte Lin Lin's Napoleon again, bringing forth waves of terrifying coercion. The sky that was originally turbulent at this moment also began to leak, forming a black tornado, stirring the entire cloud layer, like the rapids of an extinct natural disaster. Whitebeard covered the ability of Shock Fruit, a powerful punch, containing explosive power, and smashed Charlotte Lin Lin's 36E huge weapon in one fell swoop. The gloomy Charlotte Lin Lin also raised herself, carrying the left fist of the precious ring, wrapped in a top armament Haki, and bombarded. After the violent impact, the two of them were resonant and understood, and at the same time they shot towards Sengoku. The three are constantly fighting, and occasionally the two will join hands against another. In Elt's observation Haki, he also perceives a belated warship from Sengoku at this moment. Elt sees an acquaintance, the future Marine Admiral Akiji. It's another monster. Bista, did you see the man on the opposite warship? As long as you kill him, Marine will definitely defeat it. Elt touched Bista on the side with his shoulder, rested in fear. Elter, that's Logia Kazan, one of Marine's rookies. Don't think I don't know. Bista is not a fool. How could he not know who was standing on the opponent's warship? And now to provoke Kazan, he just stabs the hornet's nest. It's no good not to say, but Marine is worried about it. What's more, they are not the only ones here. The Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates are also here. The fighting between the three of them lasted a full day and night, during which it was a complete melee. Although both Whitebeard and Big Mom disdained to join forces with each other, it doesn't mean that they like to join forces with Sengoku. In the entire battle, Sengoku was the one who resisted the most injuries. But the hesitation is at its peak, and it is still in full condition, plus Zoan's resilience. There is no big problem at all. Because of another person, Garp is coming. The situation on the scene has also completely become 1v1. Whitebeard, take it. A dazzling storm came, like Garp, who was falling from a meteorite, appeared extremely violently in front of Whitebeard and blasted the air with a scream. Garp. Looking at Garp, who was almost provoked from the warship and swooped down, his body was full of surging aura. Whitebeard's eyes condensed, his body leaned forward, and his right fist covered with veins was enveloped by a layer of white air pressure, Shock Fruit's ability. There is no doubt that this palm can cause the ground of a radius of 1,000 meters to collapse. This is the destructive power of Whitebeard. Boom. The entire island began to shake, forming a Tianking in a radius of tens of thousands of meters, and surrounding barren mountains began to break through the mud and towering, and the terrifying air pressure rushed into the sky, causing the entire cloud to penetrate. The 837 dragon roared, and the ground under Whitebeard's feet shattered. With his last strength, a layer of white light enveloped Garp in the next second, turning into streamer, tearing the eardrum and flying out. The ground on both sides of the road exploded one after another, and the collapsed surface under Whitebeard's feet, also under the power of Shock Fruit, sank again, stirring up countless rocks and mud in the air. Rolling dust covered all sight. As the hurricane swept past, The mountains in front of Whitebeard had all disappeared, leaving behind a bursting canyon that was 100 meters wide and could not be seen at a glance. But only Whitebeard knew that Garp would not be solved with a punch by himself. Whitebeard, the fist is really hard enough. When everything dissipated and calmed down, Garp's iconic laugh came, without any impact. It also shows that Garp is almost a monster. Gar is a monster. It's really a monster. With such a terrifying punch, Whitebeard still looks full of breath. In Alter's observation Haki, at the end of the ruins, Garp was a little bit dirty, a little embarrassed, and there was no major problem at all. Garp, who is still black-haired, is a veritable monster. At the same time, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates has a heavy complexion because Garp's performance is too terrifying, but no one will believe that Whitebeard will be defeated just because he is called Whitebeard. 92. Chapter 92. Chapter 92, except for Whitebeard, it's all rubbish. For customization. The dark red thunder continued to smash down, and the entire venue was suddenly dark. Ordinary people might be shocked to death by two auras as soon as they entered this area. Cool la la la. Garp, if you didn't chase Roger, you actually came here, you want to try my fist. The cloud cut in Whitebeard's hand also plunged into the ground abruptly, and the captain's cloak behind it was also hunting in the strong wind. Newgate, I'm here to hold you tight to prison. In the next life, spin with your son and impel down. The ground under his feet cracked directly, and Garp, who disappeared in an instant, instantly crossed a kilometer distance and appeared in front of Whitebeard. The wind pressure he carried caused Whitebeard's cloak and hair to dance wildly. The black fist, like a mountain, stagnates the atmosphere, wrapped in armed color, and burst out suddenly, generating an overwhelming force of terror. Karalala. Talking big, don't dangle your tongue, Garp. Whitebeard is full of momentum, not avoiding or avoiding, choosing the most primitive physical collision head-to-head, although Garp, the bastard, has a hard fist. But his Whitebeard is not weak. A huge roar resounded across the ground, and two fists that were not too far apart banged together, and a ring-shaped wave of air instantly spread out. Suddenly the earth collapsed, and the resulting cracks madly tore the surroundings to form a basin. The hurricane splattered everywhere, and even rolled up broken rocks and mud on the ground, turning it into a tsunami of dust. As for the battle on Sengoku's side, Whitebeard's side is not necessarily weak. Just when Elt was also attentive, even planning to move a small bench over to appreciate it. Elt Captain, it's great to see you. A cry of exclamation came from behind Alti. I saw a man with a bald, long-haired, spider-like tattoo on the Moby Dick from behind, exclaiming, "Big spider scared." The man who was directly scrapped by Elt, but now he really came to the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing the excitement on Skuyard's face, Elt was overwhelmed by this guy, and his brain is sick. 2 days ago, I beat you half to death, and now you suddenly come up with enthusiasm and flattery. The nerve-wrenching Elt can't believe it. Late. Elt, this is some time ago, to take refuge in the captain of our Whitebeard pirate group, the Vortex Spider and Skuyard. Marco also saw the people from the side and thought that Elt didn't know him, so he was very enthusiastic to act as an introducer. After all, everyone was on a pirate boat and would be a family from now on. Hey, I get it. Elter showed neither lukewarm nor warmth. He nodded his head in a gesture and said that he knew it, and he obviously didn't want to have much overlap with Skuyard. This kind of guy is obviously lacking in his brain, and it will be bad if he gets tired at that time. Elter, does Skuyard know you? Izang, who was bandaging his wounds, also saw that Skuyard clearly knew Elt. Only after Odin left, Elt and Izang did not interact much. The relationship can only be said to be with those other Whitebeards. The people are almost the same. After all, Elt took away the 2 famous knives of his patriarch. Although he offered them on the initiative, he failed to protect the patriarch's knives. It was his negligence. Well, Skuyard, I met before and have played against each other. Elt didn't conceal anything, but also simply modified the experience of himself and Skuyard. Captain Marco, Captain Elt. Aren't we just here and watching? We also want to help Dad on the boat. I really can't wait. Seeing the indifferent captains and the constant collisions on the land, Skuyard was very unwilling and said without a word, "Yes, Captain, we also want to help Dad." The key is that there are still many people who agree, as if their group of cannon fodder is really useful, making Elt speechless. Although you only need to constantly fight the strong and go through various life and death battles, you can increase your courage or strength. Only the true meaning of life on the edge of death can stimulate potential, break, and stand. But that was when he wasn't killed. The good guy couldn't even win his Elt right now, so he wanted to go to Garp. Regarding this, even Marco and others can't stand it anymore. You stay on the boat, honestly. Don't mess with your father. With your strength, you're going to die. My heart is a little bit silly about my own strength. Don't be blindly arrogant. Eld also made a faint compensation on the side. In fact, it's not just the people of the Whitebeard pirates who have such naive and unrealistic ideas. Others, like the Bigman pirates or Marine, almost all have similar speeches, but they have not been adopted. At this time, Garp, his sturdy arms, which are not like humans, are covered with hard muscles, and the veins are violent, and the wild and deep breath is raging in an instant. Boom. Looking at each other, the ground under their feet shattered again, forming two beams of light that collided with a sonic boom. Song Yunchi in Whitebeard's hand and Garp's iron fist duel. The pressure halo was generated from the two of them, and then turned into a monstrous wave to move mountains and fill the sea. The two people kept flashing in after images, all bombardment from fist to flesh. Garp had a thick arm, wrapped in a terrifying armament Haki, and smashed towards Whitebeard around a terrifying force. Whitebeard was not afraid at all. With red glow in his eyes, clenched his other fist and slammed it out. Two fists of about the same size collided and resounded across the sky. All of a sudden, there were many natural disasters. The two people who were on the touch and open distance stood on the broken ground, with a vigorous momentum, looking at each other fiercely. Garp, your fist. Is it chasing Roger? I haven't exercised for too long. I haven't eaten. Wow. Whitebeard stood with Song Yunchi and looked at Garp, who was dressed in a cloak of justice, without caring even if he had wounds all over his body. For the Whitebeard pirates, treasure, power, and fame are not very important. The pursuits of the Whitebeard pirates are obviously different from ordinary pirates. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates killed many people. Newgate, how about the old man's fist? Is it very comfortable? Do you want to come again? My fist, you will definitely feel it. Garp grinned at Whitebeard's sarcasm, and the cloak behind him was fully adjusted. Garp grabbed him, threw it aside, and was swept away by the wind. The thick left arm was held high and wrapped in a deep-armed color, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, crashing down at Whitebeard. In Whitebeard's eyes, Garp was a provocation, but was him how Whitebeard could shrink back. The whole scene was out of control, and one after another horrible shock broke. It continued to raging, destroying everything that was already fragmented. Breaking blade, thunder, and fire double punishment. Shockwave, with two high roars. Crazy string fluctuations like a circular shockwave instantly rolled up the ground, and in an instant, a large canyon rose from the ground shaking. Sengoku and Charlotte Lin started to fight. The chaotic and tyrannical power moves mountains and fills the sea like natural disasters, and everything in sight is completely wiped out. Without warning, two figures appeared above a barren mountain, following the golden Buddha tens of meters tall, collided with Charlotte Lin, who was entangled in thunder and fire. With an angry sound, the entire mountain collapsed. Looking at the four people like this kind of natural disaster, the three forces watching the battle are all in cold sweat, and their faces are serious. The violent collision caused the weather in the entire sea area to change constantly, with heavy rain pouring in the sky and dark clouds turning upside down. The sea is rough, and the pirates who make New World close to the battle side of Whitebeard and others choose to take a detour. After all, in New World, the weather is always changing, and it is possible that the sky will be clear in the first second, and the rocks will be up and down in the next second. One day later, on the unnamed island of New World, a pirate ship resembling a whale's head docked on the coast, the Moby Dick. Goo la la la, my silly sons, Garp, how could it hurt me? I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard's pride does not allow him to say that he was injured, but he is indeed qualified to say so. Sitting on a large rock, Whitebeard is still in tatters at the moment. Even the captain behind him has been smashed in a corner. The clothes on his body are even more ripped or dusty bloodline. However, what remained unchanged was the arrogance and unrestrained manner of the whole body, and it did not appear to be depressed because of the injuries or deaths of so many crew members. That's right. Father is Whitebeard. How could it fail? The Whitebeard pirates, which took up the entire coast, were all cheering, as if what Whitebeard said was true, without any harm at all. However, several captains and the attached captains did not believe it. After the Battle of the Four People, a peninsula was almost destroyed. The four people were injured in different degrees. The four people who didn't want to be completely desperate all took a step back and then left. Then Moby Dick began to speed up frantically, leaving Marine aside. After all, after being separated from Big Mom, Garp and Sengoku suddenly became 1 + 1 greater than 2. Whether it is Whitebeard or Big Mom, if they are caught up, it is not so easy to escape easily. Even Whitebeard is full of fear for the combination of Garp and Sengoku. After all, this battle is the conflict between the Big Mom pirate group and the Whitebeard pirate group. Because of the battle for the basin, now the island has been beaten, then I will go back to each house and find each mom. Seeing this group of people living in dreams, Elter despised mockery in his heart. Now Whitebeard is indeed invincible. It can protect them for a while, but for a lifetime. As the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Alti came into contact with things that many people didn't know. Many of the people who joined the Whitebeard Pirates were partly admiring Whitebeard's reputation. But more low and middle-level pirates want to live under the prestige of Whitebeard, take over his wings, and do evil. Whitebeard also knew about this, but he didn't care. He was Whitebeard. How could he not even have this fate? Elter, where did you go this year? Tianyue, who hugged Elt's arm, was also stuck to Eltdi in previous battles, such as Tianyue or the women of the Whitebeard Pirates. They were all the seedlings left on the mobile. I just did a special training outside. Elt didn't intend to tell Lu Chi's affairs that asked for the 2nd Division members who knew Lu Chi's existence. They were also in the fight with other pirate groups. And Teach, in the presence of the Whitebeard Pirates, also began to reduce his influence, belonging to the 2nd Division of Ert. If it wasn't for many of the old people of the Whitebeard Pirates, knowing that Teach and Elt are brothers, you might have forgotten that Teach is also good at strength. 93. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Odin's disappearance, dissatisfaction with the Whitebeard Pirates. And when Tianyue asked, other members of the Whitebeard pirate group were also curious, especially people like Marco and Vista, who were strong in the heart thief of 8 trigrams. Both snickered and looked at Elt. I just went out and adopted a son and taught it for a year. How come I feel like there are many people out there? Enough, you guys, if you are laughing, come and fight, and I will definitely give you all. In the face of the threat from Elter, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group didn't care at all. Haha, Elter, we don't laugh anymore, but now let's settle down and rest for a while. Although we had a truce and rested in the middle, everyone is very tired. Marco glanced at the coastline. Everyone was stumbling, eating, drinking. Some were dressing up wounds, and some were sleeping on rocks or trees. Guru. Silly son, men, go and rest. I'm here. Alti, you just came back, and before you celebrate your return, you went to 837 with Lean's pirates. Go and rest. After drunk the bottle in his hand, Whitebeard also waved his hand to let the others rest first, and he was on guard here. Father, go and rest. We can patrol. You've been fighting for so long. If Sengoku and Garp really chase over, you still have to rely on you. Yeah, Dad, Marco is right. You should go to rest first. Almost all the captains were opposed to Whitebeard's opinions, but because they really couldn't help the silly sons, Whitebeard had to agree to let Marco and others patrol. Everyone, I have made a lot of food. Compared to everyone's hungry. It must be to your appetite. Oh, let's try it too. My craftsmanship hasn't regressed. The chef of the Whitebeard pirate group, Sachi, who specializes in making food for the cadres, dressed in a chef's costume, and also pushed countless foods to the front of Ert and others. In fact, ordinary crew members can also eat, but there are few who dare to go beyond edge. After all, the captain is the captain and has a good relationship with you. But he is the captain after all, and you're just an ordinary crew member. Whether it is Ert, Marco, Jaz, and others, the strength is there. Seeing Sachi with a happy face, Elt also showed a faint smile. Although Sachi is a chef, his strength is better than many ordinary crew members. Among their 5 captains, they are the weakest. Elt guessed it himself. Night is coming. The starry sky over the sea is like a piece of yarn spreading over the starry sky, with large and small gems inlaid on it, like a river of diamonds across the sky. In this brightly lit flat ground, there are countless fire raisings, a table put together, and plates on it, containing the flesh of unknown beasts and all kinds of exquisite food. Rising the hot air exudes the most original fragrance. Although all the people sitting around the dining table were pirates, they did not follow the rules like ordinary pirates. Instead, they sat on chairs in an orderly manner. Of course, not all people are like this. There are still some cadres who retain a rude way of eating. Marco, Odin has contacted you. While everyone was laughing and fighting each other, Alti, who was enjoying the service of Tianyue, suddenly asked a topic that almost chilled the scene. Full of a dozen breaths, Marco took a sip of the red wine in front of him. No, this guy said that he would come back a year ago. Now, since he went to the Roger Pirates, he hasn't returned a single message. It's really unhappy. Marco, maybe Odin forgot, or something important. After all, Odin is easy to care about. Although everyone seems to make excuses for Odin again, only they know what they think in their hearts. Forget? Then it proves that Odin didn't take them at all. Yes, for the important things. It can't be done every day. Although everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group for Odin still looks forward to his return and treats him as a family member, but there is a trace of unhappiness in their hearts. When they went to the Roger Pirates group, they didn't even report their safety. It seems that Odin is about to successfully sail the sea. I can't always take it with the Whitebeard Pirates. No one who saw the Whitebeard Pirate group had accepted Odin's news, and they'll roughly guess that Odin might either have almost finished sailing now, or be about to reach the final island. Staying in the Whitebeard Pirates is indeed the safest place, but it is also the most dangerous place. The Whitebeard above your head will make you lose the will to fight and lose the idea of surpassing him. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not very friendly to the Roger Pirates. And the chaos between the four Whitebeards, this kind of top-level battles, is that landslides change the weather. It is easy to sink some small islands, and it is impossible to not attract attention. 2 days later, a news report spread to the sea. In this big collision, 2 kings on the sea were mentioned, as well as a real Big Mac Marine. Everyone doesn't understand, it's just a small island. It's worth fighting with 2 Big Mac level One Piece kings. Those who have this kind of idea, the opportunities are all the incompetent pirates. They don't understand how much these overlords of the sea have a fancy for face. For example, the Whitebeard Pirate group, several captains including Elter, as well as Conqueror and others in the Bigman Pirate group, were just mentioned by the way. I introduced it, even AI that is, it was completely taken in one stroke. And the most famous, of course, is from Whitebeard, Charlotte Lin, Sengoku, and Garp fighting for days and nights. According to the newspaper, the originally contested island has been completely sunk, leaving only some reefs exposed on the sea. The actions of these sea overlords involve countless people's minds. After Whitebeard's fame, Elter and others also showed up slightly. 94, Chapter 94. Chapter 94 One Piece Roger arrived in Raftel, bringing you wine from Binks. Do whatever you want, ride the wind and waves. When the wave comes, the wave is burning. On the sea, a magnificent pirate ship rides the wind and waves, and the ship has bursts of ballads. On the pirate flag, the iconic golden beard. Joy boy, I really want to be born in the same age as you. The treasure you left behind is really incredible. Don't Roger laugh presumptuously, looking at the crew sitting around him. Tianda a joke. No one has been to this last island for 800 years. Most people would share the name with it, then call it Raftel. A few days later, Roger Pirates. The Oro Jackson rides the wind and waves on the sea, and is still the Roger Pirates who returned from a circle around the world. On the deck, everyone was drinking with big mouthfuls. Many people were so drunk that they slumped to the side, full of laughter and laughter. It's great to be able to follow you, Roger. Seeing that Odin was actually different from usual, Roger, who was fighting for a drink, also responded loudly, shaking as he walked. Why are you so polite all of a sudden, bastard? To say thanks, we should thank you, Odin, huh? Hey, Roger, you drink too much. Control it a little bit. Seeing Roger's unscrupulous cow drink, Crocus, as a ship doctor, only knew what Roger's physical condition was like, and he reminded him from the side. Send, I don't want to teach you a lesson with a drunk doctor. I'm obviously thinking about your body again, bastard. Crocus directly hit Roger's chin with an uppercut, without thinking of Roger as one piece. This bastard. The crooked Roger, who was drinking, was also knocked down by Crocus. Honestly, go back to sleep, Roger. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Roger, who got up, also put on a posture and wanted to have a boxing with Crocus, but he didn't have the slightest anger because it was still normal. After all, I prescribe medicine for fools. Send, I'm so annoying. Roger directly rushed to fight with Crocus, fist to the flesh, you come and me, but they all use the most basic fights. People who don't know why may think that 2 rascals are fighting. There is nothing in it a demeanor. Standing at the bow of the ship, Odin also fulfilled his wish to go to sea, looking at the endless sea. I should almost go back. On the side, Rayleigh naturally knew that the Imperial Authority was not referring to the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, Odin had already reached Raftel with them, and it was useless to return to the Whitebeard Pirates. Do you know Wanakuni? Yes, there is still one big thing left to do. Odin, is there anything we can help? Rayleigh still kindly mentioned, after all, they also know about Odin, the next heir of a country. After getting along with Tion for so long, most of the Roger Pirates group regard Odin as their own. At this time, the buggy on the side jumped out very arrogantly. "Mr. Odin, is there anything we can help? I can help you too." Before he even finished speaking, Shanks ran from the side and caught Buggy's shoulders. "Idiot, just like you, going there will only be a hindrance. Mr. Odin, if I go, I can definitely help." Seeing this scene, Odin also grinned. "Rayleigh, Red Taro, Buggy, Jiro, thank you very much, but this matter must be done by me with the surname Kazuki." Buggy on the side was protesting. "Mr. Odin, how many times have you said, 'Why am I Jiro?'" Shanks giggled and joked, "Don't care about this kind of thing." Rayleigh also understood the meaning of Odin's words. "That's it, Kazuki. Because during this journey, I understand a lot of things. I've always wondered why Wanakuni wants to lock the country and leave the country without authorization, and now he says what generals I should do. I won't say such willful things, but I will definitely pass on this will." After drinking the big bowl of wine in his hand, he shouted, "I will definitely join the excellent retainers who stayed in Wanakuni till Wanakuni was founded. Just wait and see the future in more than 20 years. In the face of Odin's rhetoric, even the flag, everyone shouted and cheered for Odin. "Odin, you must do it." "I will do it, Roger." If Elt heard Odin's words, he would definitely sneer. Although Odin didn't do anything well, this so-called inheritance of will did a good job. Kaido's daughter Yamato was directly brainwashed and rebellious. This is worthy of recognition. Seeing Shanks, Odin is now a member of the Roger Pirates, so naturally he also mentioned Shanks. "Red Taro, although I don't know what misunderstanding you and Elt have, but I still hope that you can clear up your previous suspicions. If you can't, stay away from Elter. Although that guy is about the same age as you, he is definitely not as strong as that. Moreover, Elter gives me a very dangerous feeling. Red Taro, if Elter really wants to kill you, then you can only rely on yourself." Odin's words also stopped Shanks, who was arguing with Buggy. Of course, he is not unfamiliar with the name Elt. He now has a dull pain in his chest. "Zero, look for flowers." On Shanks' chest, a hideous scar almost cut him in half. The cut on his right eye was almost exactly the same as the Deputy Captain Rayleigh, almost cutting him blind without a single knife. "Mr. Odin, thank you very much, but I am not weaker than him. I am a man who lives on the captain's will." Shanks, who was originally serious, grinned at the end, pointing his straw hat with his finger. "Huh, then just prove it to me. Taro Hong, don't be killed by Elt." At this time, overwhelming newspapers were dropped from the air by newsbirds, whether it was New World or Grand Line. Roger, the pirates finally did it. Pirate Roger completed an unprecedented week around the world. The overlord of this sea is finally born. He is the king of the sea. Countless civilians or pirates have seen this unprecedented report. Far in the ocean on the other side of New World, a man with a white crescent beard, looking at the newspaper in his hand, his mouth raised, Edward Newgate. "Goo-la-la-la-la, One Piece. Roger, you really have circled the world for a week. It is incredible." When Roger said to go around the sea for a week, even Whitebeard couldn't believe that Roger was right. But at this moment, it is indeed done. At this moment, in the cabin of the Moby Dick, Elt was also holding a newspaper. His face was rampant, and he was totally different from the usual gentleness. And sitting across from Elt was sitting with Teach, looking at the surprising newspaper in his hand with a serious face. "Teach, the era of living in us is coming. The One Piece has been born, and the era of the Great Pirate is not far away." "Ha! The Great Pirate Age?" It is also the first time that Teach knows this title from Elt, but hearing the name, it feels very exciting. "Ah, yes, there is a real king in the ocean now. As long as Marine is not a fool, the Roger Pirates will not wander outside. Moreover, Roger now has a serious illness, an incurable disease. A tea that time, Teach. You said that if Roger tells the secret of One Piece at the last moment of his life, how lively this sea will be." Elt directly revealed a little information, but Teach on the side raised his brows. One Piece Roger had an incurable disease and was about to die. After all, before Roger behaved like an okay person. Now he is seriously ill, still incurable, and the kind of death, even if Teach's humiliating heart is not shocked, he will tremble and can't believe it. 95, Chapter 95. Chapter 95, The Ambition from Elt and Teach. "Elter, don't be kidding. Roger, we have seen it with our own eyes, but if it is really going to die, the sea is really going to die, and this sea will definitely go violently." Thief, as if foreseeing it, Teach laughed for the first time after Roger's death in the future. It's no longer the kind of humbleness and conscientiousness that people used to be, but there is just endless madness and Haki ambitious. But it's good to have Roger become the first One Piece. When Elth and Teach board Raftel, there will be no more hostility. For Roger to become the first One Piece, El would not envy him at all. It's nothing more than it's a treasure blank for 100 years of history, or about the origin of the world government, the secret of devil fruit, and the secret of Joey Poi, etc. El doesn't care too much about these. After all, he is not interested in these. All he wants is to stand on the apex of this world. For the Roger pirates, when Roger set foot on Love Drew, the result was doomed. They must die or disappear completely into the sea. If after Roger died, someone dared to jump around in the ocean in the 837 period, and he could think of it with his toes, there would be no end to it. El guessed that at the moment Roger became the One Piece, I'm afraid this was also the case. Because this has touched the bottom line of the world government. The real hegemon of the Great Sea has always been the world government. IT used to be, and is now, and it has never changed. It's not that Ert looked down on the Roger pirates, but the gap between the Roger pirates and the world government was too big, and the fight was unimaginable. The title of One Piece is nice, but in the sea, how many pirate groups listen to it? You may just be shocked that Roger has circled the sea for a week and found the big secret treasure in Raftel. In Ert's cognition, this so-called One Piece is just useless. Just a nickname. No wonder Whitebeard disdains to fight. The power displayed by a marine alone is to make the pirates breathless, not to mention the 800-year-old world government. And the one on the Void Throne. Sitting on the throne where no one can sit down, Alti felt chills when he thought of this. Hip-hop haha, what we want is not just the so-called One Piece Teach. This world will definitely have his real master, not this group of mice on the sea and 20 people ruling. Elt also raised the corner of his mouth, revealing the white fang full of mouths. In the dark room, Elt and Teach exuded a lot of malice. Elt has the same ambitions as Golden Lion or Rocks. What he wants is the whole world. One Piece is optional. It doesn't matter at all. Elter, keep lurking in the Whitebeard pirates. Wait, when we can truly affect the sea, let this world re-recognize our horror. The corners of the mouth on both sides rose, and Blackbeard waved his big hand in a room with only candlelight and held it in the air, as if firmly grasping the whole world. Snap! At the next moment, the same five-finger slender hand clenched tightly, coming from Elt opposite to Teach. I have confirmed the eyes. It is a group of people. I have to say that the two are brothers. The sea was constantly fermenting and swelling under the storm when Roger became the One Piece King. After talking to Teach, who hadn't seen him for a long time, although Alti didn't have a trace of sleepiness, he still returned to his room and was warm with Tianue, which was a long time apart. Alti, you will always be by my side. Stroking Elt's slightly immature face, his eyes were blurred, and Tianyushi's eyes. El was completely like a man shrouded in mist, unable to see through. Except for the lingering of the two, Tianyushi could hardly realize the love of Elt as a husband. When I was young, didn't I always be by your side? Thinking wildly, it's not a good habit. Lifting Tianue's delicate chin and looking at Tianue with watery eyes, Elt said softly with a full face. The long-distance victory over the newlyweds is the performance of Ert and Tianue at this moment. Basically, Ert, who only rests for 2 or 3 hours a day, is energetic and coupled with a monster's physique. How can it be carried by Tianue? Every morning, Alti, who had no sleep early, would sit quietly in the stir of the boat. No one dared to bother. At best, everyone said hello politely. After all, in the Whitebeard pirates, except Whitebeard, it's the largest number of squad captains. If we say that the harshest and cruelest of all people is Elt, it is basically a shot. It is the kind of murder and blood. But although everyone is in awe of Elt, they are not afraid, because in the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates, everyone is a family. As for what Elt thinks, it may be that he knows it. Elt, I'm working out again. What is Tintin doing so hard? Drinking with everyone. When the voice fell, I saw a bottle of rum being thrown over, and then Elt was caught. Marco, Roger has become the One Piece. If you don't work hard to improve your strength, you will be raised by the ocean. Seeing Marco, who was leaning on the side of the ship, Elt did not turn his head. Well, I also know that Roger has become the One Piece, but Roger's luck is really good. It's a pity that Dad is not interested in these. But if Dad goes to be One Piece, there is nothing wrong with Roger. But it's not bad now. Everyone is a family. Thinking of the life of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco also smiled slightly, not feeling angry at the news that Roger became the One Piece. Alti sneered at Marco's pursuit, but didn't comment on it. In recent years, under the protection of Whitebeard, Marco and others have never practiced seriously, let alone experienced life and death battles. Because they have not encountered frustration and sense of crisis, they have never been able to compare with him and Teach. And time is fair. Some people use the same time to be angry and strong, while some people are idle and have no sense of crisis. The end result is that the gap between the two parties will become wider and wider. Although Teach and Elt may have a little more time. Elt still asked, "How is Daddy Whitebeard?" Well, whether it is Garp, Sengoku, or Big Mom, they are not simple characters. But fortunately, under the treatment of me and the boat doctors, Dad should be fine too. Thinking of the horror of the four people, Alti also nodded. For a person of this level, every attack was a landslide. After several days and nights, it was impossible not to be injured. Elt, since you became the captain of the 2nd Division, you've been outside helping the Whitebeard pirates to clean up those annoying things. How about, isn't life better without the Moby Dick? Thinking of it, after Elt changed from deputy captain to front captain, he basically never stayed in the Whitebeard pirates, and Marco was also side. After all, the number of times that Lewin has gone to sea, Elt used him a few blocks. The most indispensable thing on the sea is time. After several weeks of sailing on the sea, it is rare for Elt to disembark. The other members of the Whitebeard pirate group also began to purchase necessary items. The arrival of the Whitebeard pirates stunned all the people in the port. Everyone in the port was shivering, no matter who it was. Elt, who saw this scene, did not pay attention. After all, he had seen this kind of scene a lot, and he had become accustomed to it a long time ago. In vain, bearded pirates. When I saw Ert, the people in the town were all panicked. After all, these monsters on the sea in the newspapers not long ago made everyone feel nervous. Among them, Elt was also mentioned in a small space. After all, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group is still eligible to be in the newspaper. In the shopping mall, women's clothing area. Transparent, seductive, colorful, a variety of large and small sizes. A dazzling array of clothing, including all 1.7 sexy, pure, revealing, teen fun, and other clothing. This is a paradise for men, and it is also a paradise for women. Elt, these are too many. When Tianyue had a slightly ruddy face, he came out with a big bag and a small bag behind Elt, and then called the female pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group behind him. As for entering this kind of women's shop to buy things with Tianyue, Elt doesn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, he is still happy in the end. Take care. Welcome to Master Elt next time. The shopkeeper and several waiters behind them all grinned to their ears, and there was no initial fear in their eyes. On the contrary, they were very happy. Because Elt's shots are very generous, in his eyes, Bailey, if there is no such thing, just grab it. He doesn't care at all, unless the amount is very large. I bought everything that should be bought, and there is no need to go back to the boat. Just find a place to solve the lunch. Seeing pedestrians avoiding Elter and others, the crowd is also automatically separated. Elt led Tainyushi towards the bustling street. 96, Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Facing the ordinary pirates on the small island, Elt didn't even look at it, and even the other people took the initiative to make way for Elt. Smelly Bat Brian, give way to my uncle. Don't think you can take refuge in Kaido. You can do whatever you want. I'm not daring to enter the new world. I never thought about going back alive. If you want to catch me, dream about it and let Kaido come here in person. Elt, who was carrying Tianyue, originally didn't intend to pay attention to the group of pirates. After all, fighting and fighting were normal. But this roar attracted Elter. In a word, almost everything sounds nonsense in Elter, but Elter noticed it. Kaido. In the future, the famous Four Emperors Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, and the strongest man singled out. In the sight of Elt on another street, what caught the eye was a huge man who was more than 4 meters tall and covered with rock-like muscles. He was extremely majestic, and his chest hair was exposed from Zulu's clothes. Wearing a leather jacket and straps all over, full of punk style. Leiden, Master Kaido is doing great things now. Attacking his own territory, join Master Kaido now. As long as you succeed, you will definitely be indispensable for the future glory and wealth. Don't know what it is, bastard. Another roaring Leiden was about 3 meters high visually, which was insufficient in terms of momentum. However, it was full of anger at this time, glaring at the man named Brian in front of him. After all, big ones are not necessarily strong, but big ones must have their big truths. Interesting Kaido's men, They are all here. Shouldn't this guy assemble his forces to fight Wanakuni? It seemed that there are some people wandering outside who are still recruiting people. Elter alone, standing on the roof of the building, looked down, narrowed his eyes, and thought. Under air, there were more than a dozen Bryans on Kaido's side, and the only weak Bryan surrounded them. Suddenly, a little guy pointed in Elt's direction and shouted, "Look at the roof, there seems to be someone there." Zhao's words instantly changed the entire tense situation below, and everyone's eyes were all looking towards the roof. When Bryan and Leighton saw the incoming person, they were lost for a while, because they recognized that Elt standing on the roof was the captain of the 2nd Division from the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? How could it be here? They just finished the fight with the Bigman Pirates. Bryan, a Beast's pirate, with a mace in his hand, was about to sweat, staring at Alti, who was watching the play. Okay? The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, a rookie who has recently emerged from the sea. Bryan's words made the originally narrow streets become lively in an instant. Everyone was whispering. The name of the Whitebeard pirate group was louder than the name of their boss. Well, go on, I'm just here to watch the show. It's fine as long as I don't exist. Elt, with a smile on his face, sitting harmlessly on the roof, smiling at everyone, as if he was a passerby. Boss, what should I do? The opponent is the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Dio, we still want to continue to capture that guy in Leighton. Or we just run away. The little girl on the side was a nervous song in Bryan's ear, asking what to do next. After all, now no one knows the attitude of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, they are the cadres of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. They are just insignificant little people, unless they are at the level of Jean or Quinn. Leighton, who was surrounded, let out a sigh of relief. And no matter what this Elt did, it couldn't be worse than the current situation. Before, his choice was to die here or join Kaido's pirates, but now his result is confusing. In the weird atmosphere, there was silence for half a minute. Everyone was silent. Elt's face watching the play, Bryan's thoughtfulness, and Leighton's nervous waiting. Since the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates wants the whole person, let's go. I have to say that although Bryan is a trivial little she, he still has eyesight, so he just chose to give up. He didn't want to take his life to bet on whether Elt would make a move, and simply gave up on his own. After all, Leighton was just an ordinary person on the sea, and not an ordinary person. Seeing the people of Beast's pirates, they left without any cumbersomeness. Alti was also a little surprised. He thought that the other party was planning to use Kaido's name to crush him. But when the person who saw Beast's pirates was about to leave, Leighton was all embarrassed with a happy face. Thanks. Hey, I didn't say just her. Leighton, who had originally planned to thank Elter for his life-saving grace, was interrupted by Elter before he could finish speaking, followed by incomparable consternation and fear plus anger. On the other side, the person at Beast's Pirates, who was already planning to start carrying buckets and running away, also had a stiff expression and was at a loss. What the hell is this guy going to do? And if he doesn't save Leighton, there is no conflict with us, so he won't really be watching the show. However, the people from Beast's Pirates who reacted also laughed happily. Just watch the show. Anyway, it doesn't matter to them. Having an audience may make them even more excited. Leighton, you can't run away. People don't want to save you. Seeing Leighton with a look of astonishment, Bryan also laughed. The mace in his hand was smashed into the ground by him, causing a little spark with the ground. Seeing the people who saw Beast's Pirates, they had surrounded themselves again, but Leighton felt that he had been humiliated and had mixed feelings. Asshole, you only need to wait for them to leave. Why did you save me and push me back again? You think you can do whatever you want with the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? You can master the fate of others. It's impossible. It's impossible for me, Uncle Leighton, to die here. At this time, Leighton, perhaps because of anger, his face was flushed. His eyes made up for bloodshot eyes, and his gratitude to Elt was now full of hatred. The long knife in his hand once again chopped a small abettor to the ground, but he was also hit by a dying counterattack. Elt stared at the roof stubbornly. What? Hip ha ha ha. What bullshit are you talking about? Are you trying to laugh at me to death? Alti, who was sitting on the roof, wrapped his forehead with one hand and laughed wildly, as if he heard something that made people laugh. What are you? You dare to point fingers here. Why should I save you? It's a waste to take pictures of yourself if you don't pee. Also, speak to a strong person, pay attention to your tone. But it doesn't matter, just be careful in the next life. Under everyone's horrified eyes, only a purple-black light flashed by, and Alti disappeared instantly. Crack! A crisp sound of weapon breaking sounded, and I saw Alti, who was supposed to be standing on the roof, did appear behind Leiden at this moment, following Yenmo's sheath. Under Leiden's horrified and disbelieving eyes, the bloody long knife was suddenly cut off at this moment, and the hilt of the knife was held in his hand. The other half fell on the ground, making a collision sound, and the entire cut surface was extremely smooth. Dang, dang, dang. Puff. Ah. At the next moment, I saw Leiden, who was supposed to be alive and well. From his left waist and right shoulder, a stab wound emerged, and thick blood spurted from his chest, followed by a scream. The entire upper body slid down suddenly and fell to the ground, while the lower body remained standing. It was supposed to be Beast's pirates who rounded up Leiden. After wiping his face, he found that his entire face was full of blood, telling them that everything just now was not a dream. Leiden, who was waiting for them, was killed by Elt with a single shot. At the same time, the strength that Elt showed made the young Beast's pirates on the scene feel a sudden change. This kind of strength has only been seen in those cadres. Since Leiden is dead, let's go quickly. Go back and report to Lord Kaido. Lest Elt, his pupils shrink slightly, and Brian, who is sweating on his forehead, is also slapped, wanting to leave here quickly. Damn it, why this monster is here? If Lord Chi and Lord Quinn are here, it will be fine. Elt's strength made Brian afraid to pursue Elt's killing of their prey. As for Leiden, he died, and it had nothing to do with them. I didn't say you can go. Just as the people of Beast's pirates turned and ran, the cold voice of Elt came from behind. Run! That guy is staring at us again. Elt's words didn't stop the little guys from Beast's pirates, thinking that they were running faster, and they wanted to take off. I said, let you stop. I can't hear you. Elter, who was still smiling at Mimi, had a cold face at this moment. Slash waved. A dazzling purple-black slash suddenly flew out, and countless young people were broken by the waist, without a trace of pain. Why, I saw my legs, and why the world is spinning. Every little I thought before his death was almost the same, and then he didn't think about it anymore. Afterwards, the impact of running caused the short body to roll forward. Taste. I saw small cracks in the ground under Alter's feet, leaving behind a shadow in place. Elter, as a whirlwind rose, and instantly flashed behind Brian, who was constantly running in embarrassment. Wow. Without using Yenmo or Tianyu Yujin, Elt kicked Brian in the waist. Puff. Brian running forward only felt cold behind his back, and he felt like his waist was hit by a big mountain. I saw that Elt's right foot was almost sinking into Brian's waist. Originally, Brian opened his mouth and spouted a big mouthful of blood. His eyes bulged, and his trajectory instantly changed. The buildings on the street were pierced directly and then buried in the rubble. Cough, 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 a poof. Brian, who fell in the ruins yesterday, was very miserable. He lost his teeth, his nose was skewed, and he was covered in blood. Ta-da! In this deserted street, the sound of Elt's footsteps is so conspicuous. Damn it, I'm the one whom Kaido-sama looks after. You can't kill me. We didn't have any conflict with the Whitebeard pirates. What on earth are you going to do? Brian raised his head with difficulty, feeling that the sunlight in front of him was blocked, and when he looked up, he saw Elter standing in front of him. Feeling the threat of death, he trembled all over, not knowing whether it was because of fear or pain. Pull the tiger and pull the banner. Hearing what the other party said, Elt's first reaction was this. The person Kaido liked, he didn't panic even if Kaido was here today, because Whitebeard was also here. Well, I just want to ask you a few questions, but in the end you want to run, and in order to stop you, I can only do this. To blame yourself. Who told you to be disobedient, right? The corners of Elt's mouth raised, as if he had to force 837 to do everything just now, full of evil. Asshole, just ask a question and say it earlier. Why do you want to do it? On the surface, Brian, who was screaming crazily, didn't dare to show it, but he still looked at Elt with fear. Your current Beast's pirates should be attacking Wanakuni, right? With a wicked expression of Elter, Brian's pupils who were lying in the ruins shrank from what he said, and he looked at Elter who looked like a theater in front of him, feeling scared. Why does he know about this? Obviously, Kaido-sama already has cumbersome news. No, Brian stammered. After all, even if Wanakuni is a name, few people in the sea know it. It's just a closed country. Then he gritted his teeth and wanted to get through. But he didn't finish speaking. Just before he could say no two words completely, he felt a piercing pain, which made his originally weak person excited. Don't be fooled. After all, this is a rewarded question and answer. If you answer the wrong question, you will be punished. Looking at the 10 fingers that were severed by Chigon, Elter stepped on Brian's broken palm. Forgive me. I can't dare anymore. Kaido boss is attacking Wanakuni. Feeling the bad personality of the man in front of him, Brian no longer dared to laugh. There is a pain in the palm of the hand all the time, and the 10-finger connecting the heart is not just for fun. So, do you know a guy named Kazuki Oden? El went straight to the subject, wanting to know if Oden this guy returned. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates group could not contact Oden at all, and this guy also followed Roger to the final island and went straight to Wanakuni. Go with. Even the Whitebeard Pirates did not want to come back. I don't know if it was because of shame or if they got Raftel's secret, for fear that the Whitebeard Pirates would ask. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that Elt walked out again, leaving behind a man with half of his head cut off and almost all of his body cut off, Brian. In order to prevent this guy from lying, Elt let him lose part of his body from time to time, and eventually got some news. As for those secret points, Elt didn't ask because he knew that if he asked, he would ask for nothing with such a small person. I am afraid that he would never know it. Seeing Brian, who was in pain at last, Alti also left. Elt, eat quickly. The Tianhua time in the hotel has a faint bloody smell on air, but as a good wife, shouldn't I have absolute trust in her husband? So Tainyushi didn't ask Ert what he did. When looking at the sensible Tianhua before him, Elt also smiled slightly, not mentioning what had just happened. 97, Chapter 97. Chapter 97, back to Wanakuni's Oden, Beast Kaido. The Whitebeard pirates landing on the island did not cause any panic. After knowing that it was just stopping for supplies, many people were yearning for it. But they were all rejected. And at this time, the other side of the sea. Great secret treasure, who will find it? After hearing what Rayleigh said, Roger said without hesitation, "That must be my son." Rayleigh looked at Roger speechlessly, knowing that this guy was going to find a woman who could give him a son. "You don't have a son at all." Scream, "I will definitely have it in the future, but now let's have a drink. I want to be the first to get off the boat." Roger, who raised his glass aloft, did not have the slightest parting sadness, and the members of the Roger pirate group also did not have the slightest sadness. Next, let us take Oden home. By the way, Oden, the king is going to see Whitebeard before he dies. I want to send Izang back to Wanakuni. Thinking that Oden still had a retainer in the Whitebeard pirates, Oden planned to help Oden with the idea of being a good person, but Oden directly rejected it. "No, that guy has been integrated into that ship. Just tell him this, Baiji, please." Oden also thought of the happy time he had in the Whitebeard pirates, and he was full of nostalgia. "Got it. Come and drink." The cocktail party lasted until very late, and everyone let go of their belly to drink, because this is a parting cocktail party. A few days later, on a small island, the Oro Jackson docked on the coastline. Whether it was Oden or the man who became Pluton, Rayleigh, the oldest senior, was crying for Roger's disembarkation, especially Shanks and Buggy. At the moment, no one in the Roger Pirates group is not crying, and the whole ship is full of sadness. As the captain of a pirate group, Roger is the first person to get off the ship. Watched by countless partners, Roger received a large amount of medicine given by the ship Dr. Crocus, then slowly walked off the deck and left without looking back. After bidding farewell to Roger, the crew left one after another during the period, filled with parting sadness. Off the coast of Wanakuni, the dark clouds in the sky reversed, lightning flashed and thunderous, and the gloomy firmament seemed particularly depressed. At this time, the squally wind was blowing on the sea, and each wave was several meters high, and there were countless reefs on the sea. The wreckage of countless pirate ships floating on the surface of the sea, all of them hit the rocks, or hit the stone pillars protruding from the sea, and eventually the ship was destroyed and killed. Looking at the numerous wrecks of the pirate ship, Oden of the Roger Pirates frowned slightly. "It's still the same. I couldn't enter the wreck of Wanakuni." "Yeah, if you choose the wrong current, you will not only be unable to reach Wanakuni, but will also damage the ship. That is so far, Wanakuni's locks are meaningful. However, the country must be founded before Joy Boy appears someday in the future." Oden stood on the Oro Jackson, watching the scene before him, and even how great the future changes. Wanakuni's locking the country really helped the country resist many pirates, prevented pirates or other people from invading, and to a certain extent protected Wanakuni. But in the same way, it hindered the development of Wanakuni, so that all Wanakuni residents could not see the outside world. For Oden, who has seen the vast ocean, this is absolutely undesirable. He feels that the existence of a locked country is not allowed, which will delay the development of Wanakuni. Under Oden's guidance, the Roger Pirate Group was also returning to Vivianha and Momonosuke. After Tion Uesher, they once again set foot on the territory of Wanakuni. "Thanks for your care, Rayleigh." Odin, carrying his luggage, held Rayleigh tightly, and he was about to disembark. Rayleigh, take care. Seeing that Odin was also disembarking, Shanks and Buggy were both lying on the side of the ship and watching Odin as they were farther and farther away. They cried as they watched. Odin kept beckoning to the Roger pirates who was driving away from Wanakuni. You have to take care too. Odin, who set foot in the territory of Wanakuni again, is full of passion. After contacting Vivian, Odin also met again with his wife who had been separated for many years. Seeing his long-lost sons and daughters and his wife, Odin also held them tightly in his arms, tears in his eyes. Odin, welcome home. Compared with the Tianyue in the original work, Vivian at this time can be said to be gorgeously dressed, showing the posture of a noble woman. Welcome back. You can't trust your lord. Just when Odin was ready to tell Vivian about his experience, Jean Minway's mocking voice came from behind. This is calling me. Odin was also taken aback for a moment. When he turned around, he saw Josiah Chi Shao standing behind him, talking to Jean Ming. How come your courtesy is gone? Asshole. Odin, who had never seen Jim and Wai talk like this, was so angry that these guys were so rude to the owner of the house. Your position, can you still ask us to be polite to you? Looking at Odin in front of him, Jean Min Guard can be said to hate iron but not steel. Every time you flees Wanakuni, regardless of it, even the last time he sent Wei Wei and back, Odin left without mercy. But in the end, it is still Odin's retainer, hate and love. Odin, don't be angry. Jean Min Guards are all worried about you. Seeing her husband's face full of unhappiness and guilt, Vivian also carefully persuades him. Let's go. Lord Odin, go back and see you. 9 miles. Back to Odin in Julie. I was surprised to see the cheers of the people on the street. I'm so popular, obviously I haven't managed Julie. No matter what, I thought I would be scolded if I haven't come back for so long. Looking at Odin with a surprised look, Jean Minway and others are also proud that Odin has a shrewd and capable wife. You should thank Mrs. Vivian. Mrs. Vivian, after coming to Julie, she helped the people do things every day, healed them, and helped the people in the city get rich. Kappa, moreover, Mrs. Vivian has never been a big-name wife. She sweats with everyone and actively tells your adventure story. Now Mrs. Vivian and the young masters are Julie, very popular characters. Lei Zong, because they continue to praise you and help you create a stalwart image. Inu Lan, unknowingly, the voices reprimanding you for arbitrarily disappeared, and also helped the people in Jioli and became rich. Seeing his retainers praise Vivi and so much, Odin was also full of joy. Thank you. Seeing the expression of her husband Vivi and also smiled slightly. No thanks, we are husband and wife, aren't we? Looking at Xiaoju in front of him, Odin suddenly thought that his brother Izang was still in the Whitebeard Pirates. Xiaoju, about Izang. I heard the kitten and puppy say he's doing well. Lord Odin. By the way, Dinjiro and Ashura, they weren't there the previous time. Seeing that there were only 7 people in the 9 Knights of the Red Sky, Chuanjiru and Ashura were obviously missing, and Odin also asked his doubts. Cat Viper, for the sake of the underworld and bandits in Jiali, Ashura and the others have been suppressing them. Chuanjiro, he borrowed money back and forth in Wanakuni and repaid it again. Thinking that there are such reasons, Odin also knows what darkness lies behind this calm. It doesn't matter whether you suppress the bandits or borrow money. It doesn't sound like a good thing. Master Odin, everyone is happy to welcome you back, but there is actually another reason. Jean Min Guard also showed seriousness. Please let me explain to you in order. After you left the country, there are no big names in Jioli, and we can manage them with the help of the people. Hearing this, Odin also breathed a sigh of relief that at first he thought there was any danger, but now he is fine, and he feels less guilty. Well, it's been hard work for you, by the way. How is my father? Seeing Odin's question, the 9 Qishao Knights sitting below were all in pain. Master General, he... Enough, don't talk about it. Before Jean Minway finished speaking, Odin just guessed what happened. He didn't want to accept the facts and interrupted Jean Minway's answer. Sure enough, my father's body is still not working. It's really a shame not to see him for the last time. Odin also felt full of guilt for not being able to come back. Seeing that Odin was ashamed of not seeing his father, Jean Minway couldn't help it. But Lord Odin, the key is the issue of the heir of the general. The problem is that due to the recommendation of your father, Lord Sukiyaki, that big snake. I saw that Kazuki Odin also had dilated pupils, Qian Haozhao, the ugly man in my memory, who kneeled down and begged for money like a beggar. After Jin Minwai and others explained all the ins and outs, Odin also felt vague. He didn't understand why the snake, like a beggar, became his younger brother. I just lent him money for the sake of Mr. Kang's face. He has never paid me a cent. And the snake is still the last descendant of the Kurizumi family who once reported a big incident. But now, as my assistant, Kurizumi Orochi sat in the position of general. In Odin's heart, there is endless anger at this moment, and he wants to cut the ugly big snake with the fuchsia explosive head in two. On the way you came here, you've already seen it by comparison. There are several weapon factories in each township, and the guys who monitor the labor, the men in the township, were forced by the general's order and were forced to make a living without wages to labor. Jinmenwai thought of those big smoke pipes with black smoke, and those oppressive people. He was also extremely angry. What the hell is going on? Why do everyone follow a meow to the big snake's words? Odin couldn't understand why a cowardly person like the snake would make everyone do such an angry thing, and everyone still obeyed him. Because behind that guy is Beast Kaido, a powerful man like a monster. 98. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Roger and Whitebeard meet. The secret of the D clan. The big snake catches Kaido's power, doing evil nonsense. Even if we fight against the big snake, it is Gene Men guard. Vivian stopped the guard Gene and shook his head. Damn it. Seeing Mrs. Vivian, the guard Gene also clenched his fists, struggling constantly. No, what the hell is going on? Tell me. Jinmenwai, what happened on Earth? Shout. This happened 100 years ago. In the weapon factory, the men who refused to work and their families were all executed. When I couldn't bear the evil deeds of the big snake, I became so disgusted and broke into Huadu with a knife where the big snake was. The big snake secretly arranged for Kaido's men to enter Jiuli at the same time, invading the city. Odin-sama's next heir to the Kazuki family, Momonosuke's life has been targeted by them. In the end, even though Hisong and Tianlong, who remained in the city, repelled the enemy, Momosuke-sama was almost killed. I'm very sorry. The Jiosiachi, Xiao below, heavily knocked his forehead on the floor, feeling ashamed of his failure. Damn it, big snake. The spirit-like Shura rose from Odin's body, and the red and black waves of air spread out, causing the 9 heroes of red clouds to perspire in cold sweat. Everyone felt the deterrence of Lord Odin, and felt terrified. This time, Kazuki Odin was as terrifying as an evil spirit. Odin, don't be impulsive. Mom and Hywa will be fine. Seeing the horrible man in front of him, Vivi, and was just a daughter-in-law who felt extremely incomparable, caressed Odin's sturdy face softly, and didn't want him to take risks. This kind of thing, how can I tolerate it? Suddenly, Odin thought of what Elter said. Don't be merciful to others. As long as you move murderously, you must kill him at all costs. Even if you regret it, that is the future. At least, don't regret it now, Odin. Vivian, it seems that you haven't heard of my past deeds, Odin, exuding a wave of horror, also gave away the hands that embraced Vivian. He was going to do something, and at this moment he would not go back to regret things at all. After Odin had returned to Wanakuni, the Whitebeard pirates at this time welcomed a mysterious and important guest again, Sakura Flower Island. At this moment, the 2 New World Big Mac-level men met again, but there was no earth-shattering collision. 837. You said you are dying, Roger. Yes, there is not much time left. Whitebeard Newgate and Roger, the first one to see, met again. Would you like me to tell you how to get to Raftel, Newgate? Roger drank the wine in his hand and laughed proudly, as if this so-called ultimate island was rubbish on the side of the road. I'm not interested. If I know, I won't go. Whitebeard has no interest in Raftel at all. All he wants is to be with his family. Nothing else matters. Roger had expected Whitebeard's return a long time ago, and there was no surprise in the slightest. You know how people in the world government call me these days? Newgate, Golda Roger. What? That's your name. No, right? My name is Gold Roger. Roger also had excitement in his eyes. He seems to have seen a lot, and one of his proud sons, Alter's full name is Marshall D. Alter, and there is another son, Marshall D. Teach. It's true that sometimes I often meet those with D in their names. Roger, I have 2 sons, Elton Teach. What do you mean by that? Alter, I have the impression that kid is the guy who dared to face Rayleigh head-on. On our pirate ship, Odin often mentioned him. Thinking of Alter as a trainee crew back then, unexpectedly head-to-head with Rayleigh, there was nothing but Conqueror's Haki was even produced in the end, so Roger was still very impressed with Eric. As for the other name, Teach, Roger said he didn't have any impression. He hadn't even heard of it. Odin, how is he? When Whitebeard heard Odin, he was also in spirit. After all, it's been a long time since I saw Odin, and this guy didn't communicate with him. That fellow Odin is very good, but he is Wanakuni's name, so he didn't come to see you, he went back to Wanakuni. He asked me to tell you, pay more attention to your body in the future, and help him greet Izang. Roger laughed and remembered Odin's concern for Tibet when he disembarked. Well, since you want to know D's secret words, Newgate, then I will tell you. Roger also raised the corners of his mouth, not caring about these secrets at all. Immobile at this moment, Elt looked cold. He knew that here, Whitebeard would know the origin of his name from Roger. Since Roger has left the pirates, it seems that the Roger Pirates has been disbanded. I want to come to Odin. This guy has returned to Wanakuni. Right, let's fight Kaido. Elt, what are you thinking about after standing here for so long? What do you say Dad and Whitebeard are talking about on the island? God is mysterious. Don't let us pass. Jaws, who was sitting on the boat with his back to the island, asked while looking at Elt with his arms around his chest. What else can I do? I must sigh to show off. Now Roger is the one piece. Marco interrupted. It must be telling some secrets to Dad. Something we can't know. Maybe Roger told Dad Raftel the news. Elt also said plainly, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It's impossible. Roger would be so kind to tell Dad about Raftel. Yeah. Oh, I don't think it's possible after all. Roger was hard to find, so I can tell my father easily now. It's impossible. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates group next to him couldn't believe what Elt said, but they also had a little expectation, hoping that was exactly what Elt said. Looking at the people around him, there was a hint of hope in his eyes. Elt also knew what these guys were thinking. Whitebeard didn't want to go to Raftel. It didn't mean they didn't want to go. Whitebeard didn't want to go to the throne to take a look. Doesn't mean they didn't want to take a look. The reason why Marco and the group didn't believe it was because they felt that Roger was in full swing and there was no reason to go. Tell Whitebeard where Raftel was. But what the people of the Whitebeard Pirates didn't know was that Roger was already very sick and didn't have a few days to live. Wait, honestly, isn't it all right? What's the use of what you call Zaihuan here, Dad? Everyone is here to wait for him. That's right. But Roger came here alone. I thought the Roger Pirates were all there, so I want to see how Odin is. Many people were surprised when they saw Roger alone. After all, when they first saw Roger, this guy actually carried a backpack, just like running away from home. Waited for several hours. Wow. With the sound of Whitebeard's unique laughter, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw Black Spot flying towards Moby Dick. After the wind pressure passed, Whitebeard had returned to the Whitebeard Pirates, but did not see Roger's trail. Father, what did Roger want to do with you? That's right. Why did Roger come here alone? He even came here. Seeing Whitebeard walking straight to his captain's seat, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were also babbling. Goo la 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 la. My silly sons, Roger is trying to tell me where Raftel is. What? Roger actually told Dad Raftel the secret. Daddy can become One Piece too, Looking at the gleeful crew below, Whitebeard's next sentence was to instantly chill the deck. Well, but I didn't listen. Because I have your silly sons, Adge. What the ultimate island, Raftel? I'm not interested. Whitebeard's last sentence also made the entire Whitebeard Pirates group upset. Don't go, at least know the location. But then Whitebeard's words made everyone happy at the opportunity, because Daddy Whitebeard regarded them more importantly than Raftel. And Elt also stood in the crowd, smiling and not talking. Whitebeard might have noticed something, because he didn't want to listen. Roger is on the cusp of the storm now. If Whitebeard also goes to Raftel, he is afraid that he will be a member of the world government. Either it was Whitebeard's arrogance as a big pirate. Even if he wanted to go to Raftel, he would go with the Whitebeard pirate group to find it on his own, instead of relying on Roger's charity. Seeing his family so happy, Whitebeard is also happy in his heart. Hey, one more thing, Odin has returned to his own country. I plan to add a few more captains on the basis of the original 5th Division. Now we have more and more members of the Whitebeard Pirates. That's it. Seeing the crowds on the Moby Dick deck, Whitebeard thought of Roger saying just now that Odin would let him take care of him and hide him. Make Izang a team leader. We have to increase the captain again. But that's right. There are too many people. Marco was shocked when he heard Whitebeard say that the number of captains would be increased. Although it may be a bit early now, it doesn't make much difference. Really? Dada, I will also be the captain this time. I don't want to. It's too tiring to be the captain. I'm not strong enough, so I won't go, lest I be ashamed. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the entire pirate group cheered for joy, but some people who knew how many pounds they were gave up on their own initiative. Thinking of which captain, he should join. Gulalala Marco Bista Alti Sachi Jaws, what do you recommend? Looking at the only 5 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard also asked their opinions. After all, this is not a gorge thing. In a matter of selecting the captain, Whitebeard still attaches great importance to the opinions of these 5 outstanding sons. I recommend Whitby, Bramank, and Cleo Jingudo. Elt still expressed his opinion. After all, these 3 are very close to Elt, and they are still very strong. Bramank, who was originally fat, was the captain of the 6th division, only 1 division lower than Bista. A glance at the iceberg beauty, it was also with a little personal feelings in it. As for Whitety, he was seeing Elt calling his name, which was also taken aback, and his eyes looked complicated. There is no word. Huh? Captain Elt, thank you very much. I didn't expect Captain Air to choose us. I thought I would be hopeless. Bramank, Cryu, and Jingudo were also surprised at the bit of snacks, but I didn't expect that the first one to propose would be the captain of the 2nd Division Alti. But at this moment, the 3 of them are full of joy and nervous, not knowing if they will be selected. After all, they don't even know how many captains the old man has added. Marco, Namware. In the end, Marco, Sachi, Jaws, and Bista continued to say that a group of people totaled more than 20 people. Father, let me quit. Just when everyone wanted to be the captain, the Ice Witch, I stood up, glanced in Elt's direction, looked at the tall and burly Whitebeard in front of him, and announced that he did not want to be the captain. And Whitebeard's actions made the people of the Whitebeard pirate group puzzled. After all, Whitebeard was the first person to follow the Whitebeard pirates, and she was still a full-time crew member with old qualifications and strong strength. She didn't understand why she didn't become the captain. Gulalala. It's okay, you don't want to be it. Dad will always be behind you. Do whatever you want. Whitebeard also glanced at the crowd thoughtfully, and no one knew who he was looking at or what he was thinking. As for saying that Whitebeard could not be the captain, that would be inappropriate. The heroic Whitebeard waved his hand and agreed. And Elter didn't have too many accidents. After all, he had already expected that when he brought up Whitby. Recalling the cold touch, Eld also raised the corners of his mouth. That feeling was like being surrounded by ice cubes. IT was a unique experience, but Eld and Whitey Bay didn't have any feelings. That's all it takes. In the end, after repeated rankings or revisions, after several people's discussions, Whitebeard decided to add 11 captains. Originally Marco said 10, and then Whitebeard added 1 to Tibet. The captain of the 6th Division, Bramank, is a fat man with a red hammer that is bigger than his body. Captain of the 7th Division, Krail. Captain of the 8th Team, Namuel, a shark murloc. Captain of the 9th Division, Blenheim. Captain of the 10th Squad, Killier, armed with 2 guns, with artillery on his back. The captain of the 11th Division, Jean Gudwa. His weapon is an iron armband equipped on both arms. The captain of the 12th Division, Harda. The weapon is a yellow-handled saber. Captain of the 13th Division, Atmos, the man who was easily solved by Doflamingo in the original book. The captain of the 14th Division, Spidokeel, a man who can avoid Kazara's beam kick. Captain of the 15th Division, Foza. With a scar on the top of his head, the weapon is a square-handled sword. He can make it completely entangled in flames. The captain of the 16th Division, Izang, whom Whitebeard temporarily added, is a man dressed like a woman, Kazuki Odin's retainer. In the end, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group was completely settled, and basically there will be no changes in the future. In the Whitebeard pirates group, Jingudo and Credo are towards El. Of course, this is in the case of not harming the Whitebeard pirates group. To say that Brahmin K is a neutral faction, but is biased towards Elt. 99. Chapter 99. Chapter 99 Flower Fruit appearing in New World. Purchase customization. The redivision of the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group also made the entire pirate group extremely active. Although there are many affiliated pirate groups, these groups are the core ones. For Whitebeard, who likes to lively, the banquet is an indispensable part, which lasted for several days. Help, you know what's wrong with Whitby? If she is the captain today, there may be nothing wrong with me. Izang, who sipped alcohol, never thought that he would have the position of captain. After all, Wade a Baby Eye, who dared to directly scold Marco, was far above him in terms of strength and qualifications. Don't worry about her. Maybe she likes to be free by herself, right? But Izang, I heard that Odin has already returned to Wanakuni. Going back, thinking of Whitebeard saying that Odin has gone back to Wanakuni today. Alti also asked to read and see what he thought. And Marco and others who were sitting together also pricked their ears. I won't go back after all. In the Whitebeard Pirates, I had a great time with you, didn't I? Thinking of Wanakuni and other 9 warriors of Scarlet Sky, with so many people, Izang didn't worry about Odin's danger, but just so confident, and then never see Odin again. Ah, it's definitely better to be with us than you are in Wanakuni alone. In Zong, the sea should be where men should stay. If you want to return to Wanakuni in the future, we can send you back and look at Odin too. Jaz, who was sitting aside, patted Izong's shoulder with his arms that were thicker than Izang's thighs and laughed loudly. Others also echoed on the sidelines. Hey, stop talking. I seem to have seen a battle ahead. A warship is catching pirates. Marco, who was flying high in the sky, also fell off the sails. Although the Whitebeard Pirates had watchers, Marco always liked to grab someone else's work. Isn't that normal? Marco, what's all the fuss about? After all, isn't Marine just catching pirates? Huh? Yes, Marco, this couldn't be more normal in New World. It's better to practice for a while. Elter and others also nodded. There was nothing to join in the fun. After all, this kind of thing happened every day. Generally, in this situation, if there are not many Marines, the Whitebeard Pirates will either kill both groups, or just ignore them and continue sailing. Ha, since you are not going, let me go. Who else is going to see it? Seeing some people's lack of interest, Marco didn't care. In the end, Marco turned into a huge blue phoenix and went alone. In this regard, Elter and others did not worry about his safety at all. If Marco, the most powerful thing must be his vitality, not combat effectiveness. It seems that I want to take advantage of the fire to rob and see if there are any treasures. Although the Whitebeard pirate group is a giant on the sea, the number of crew members is very scary, and the consumption is also very huge. At this time, Marine was showing an overwhelming force, beheading all the pirates. Hey, something seems to be flying over the sea. On the Marine warship, Marine, who was standing on the observation tower, also saw a figure approaching rapidly with a telescope. Phoenix, Marco. After recognizing the black shadow as an undead bird with blue flames, Marine then rushed out of the observation tower with a face full of horror and shouted to the deck below. Phoenix, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, is here. Everyone is on guard. Marine's screaming cry made the whole Marine shocked. They only heard 3 words Whitebeard. As for Marco, it didn't seem so important. Puff. Oh. As a Marine was chopped to the ground by a fiercely defiant pirate, Marine also reacted instantly and began to launch a more violent attack on the pirate. I want to end the fighting here as soon as possible before Marco arrives. At this time, Marco turned into a huge phoenix, flying close to the sea, and wherever he passed, an endless wave was brought up on the sea. It's finally here. Looking at the broken pirate ship that is already clearly visible, and the warship that is twice the size of the pirate ship, Marco turned directly at a right angle and flew from close to the sea surface to vertical sea surface. Hello, everyone. The blue phoenix just came out and heard Marines roar. Shoot, shoot me, shoot him down. Bang, 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 bang. Countless bullets shot at Marco in the air, but there was nothing wrong with Marco, like a mirage passing through. Damn it, this is the captain of Whitebeard's first team. A Marine wearing a cloak of justice broke the neck of the pirate in his hand, threw it aside, and knocked a few pirates rushing to the ground. You are not his opponents. I'll retreat. Seeing a Commodore rushing over armament Haki, Marco can no longer stand and pretend like before and let others hit. Shout. I shouldn't come over. It's better to have a drink with Elter and the others. He said no, but his body was very honest at Marco's blue wings, several meters long, aimed at the flying Marine and slammed into the air. I saw Marine Commodore also wrap the saber armament Haki in his hand and went straight to Marco. As the sky stirred up a circle of ripples, Marco's figure rose again, and Marine Commodore also turned over in the air, landed on the deck of the warship, and slid backwards. A mere pirate dared to attack Marine. Looking at the wings that were clearly cut out of a gap in front of them, they were slowly healing at this time. Marco, who was covered in flames, and Commodore of Marine also had serious faces. Since Marco is here, it proves that the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates is also not far away. I am afraid it is on the way here now. Ah, you can't talk nonsense, but you attacked me first. With his hands and feet transformed into the form of a phoenix, Marco, whose body and head were transformed into a human form, looked at Marine Commodore with a leisurely face, without any panic at all. Boom! The shooting sounded constantly. Marco looked serious and dived down, constantly changing his figure to avoid the sharp claws under his feet. No one wanted to try how sharp he was and went straight to those shooting Marines. Under the horrified eyes, the ordinary Marine can only shoot or chop with a long knife, which can't cause actual damage at all, and can only bring out blue flames. The Marines who fell to the ground or were beaten into the air made Commodore cold, leaning forward and headed straight for Marco. Just when Marco's sharp claws were about to touch another Marine, whose face was shocked, he felt a cold behind him. He grabbed his right leg forward, quickly changed direction, and kicked back. It was able to block Commodore's attack, but the next moment, before Marco could react, Commodore's whip kick swept across. Marco, who felt the whirlwind on his face, also leaned back in the air, but the speed of his moves was not slow. A knee slammed into Commodore's abdomen, knocking it out, turning into a cannonball. Commodore knocked all the Marines on the deck and then smashed into the cabin, arousing huge dust and smoke. Damn it, don't panic, everyone. Keep in line. Marine on the warship also cursed secretly and quickly formed a formation to stop Marco. On the Moby Dick on the other side, Elter and others were also betting when Marco would return. I didn't worry about Marco at all. After all, those with observation Haki all scanned the hot battlefield that was being fought. Until 3 hours later. With the sound of a heavy object landing, Marco also returned in embarrassment, but there was no injury. Marco, why are you so embarrassed? Looking at the 2 large boxes full of gold and silver treasures dropped on the deck, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group on the deck also laughed. What's wrong? Are there any gains, Marco? Eld also asked, after all, these 2 boxes of things are too few, and they are completely incompatible with the treasures of the New World pirates. Well, I let the group of Marines go that I only found so many things in the pirate ship. Have you got any reward? I only found this. After talking about Marco, he also felt that he took out a devil fruit from his arms, a round pink fruit, covered with petals. As for why Marine was let go, it was because he didn't want to provoke them too much. After all, killing a warship would still have a big impact, especially when Roger is now becoming the One Piece King. At this time, Marine, but whoever catches it will come up and take a bite, but it doesn't matter who you are. Devil fruit? I just don't know what fruit it is. Jaws snatched it from Marco and placed it in the sun to watch carefully. After all, he himself was demon fruit power. Asshole, give it back to me. That's the spoils I snatched back. Marco also rushed behind Jaws' back, trying to get it back. Seeing that it was devil fruit, Alti was also interested, and his eyes were darkened. He didn't know him at all, but he didn't know it. It didn't mean that Teach didn't know him. 0. Seeking flowers. But looking at Teach's eyes that lowered after one glance, Eld also knew that the fruit shouldn't drip very much. After all, Teach's eyesight was very high. Teach. Paramecia flower fruit. Before Eld finished speaking, Teach knew what the younger brother was thinking. Seeing Teach's sleepy look, Eld was speechless for a while. Flower fruit, how could this thing appear in New World? Shouldn't it be eaten by Robin in West Blue? Is it because of me? Eld, aren't you collecting devil fruit? You know this. After Marco took over devil fruit, he also remembered that Alti had asked him to pay attention to some powerful devil fruit, so he asked Alti. But at this time, Sachi, who is not usually very talkative, touched his chin with a thoughtful look. If I remember correctly, this seems to be Paramecia's flower fruit. I thought it was a cherished devil fruit. Marco also looked disappointed. After all, he took a lot of effort to grab it. When Sachi's voice sounded, only Eld and Teach looked at each other and looked at the little-known 4th Division Captain Sachi. This guy seems to have seen the devil fruit illustration book and can see what it is at a glance, devil fruit. The rest of the Whitebeard pirates were accustomed to them. They were very nervous and didn't feel anything at all. But 2 of them didn't think so in their hearts. As the cold light flashed in their eyes, Eld also returned to normal. Teach buried his head again and became drowsy. Alti, give it to you. Anyway, you also have a habit of collecting fruits. Marco threw it to Alti with a look of disgust, and the others didn't care at all. After all, this was something Marco grabbed, and it was not a treasured devil fruit. Asshole Marlin, I'm not picking up rubbish. Be careful, I chopped you off. Looking at Marco, who was irritated, Elk grabbed Marco by the collar and angered. Start a fight. Let this kid Marco have a taste of your fist. Marco, don't be afraid. Alti is scaring you. Do it first. Jaws and the others are making noises without too much trouble. In Elt's bedroom, there were indeed several devil fruits, most of which were taken by him, and some others exchanged with the Whitebeard pirates, but only a few. When he heard flower fruit, Alti did think of a person, Nico Robin, but he should be only about 4 or 5 years old now. I was not interested at all. As for Robin's mother, that was not Prime Minister Chow, but a woman who only gave birth to nothing. But thinking of West Blue, Elt thought of a man who dared to directly threaten to kill the evil king. His strength is absolutely terrifying enough. But this is a crew member after my elder brother Teach. No, my elder brother's is mine. What does it matter if I take my own things? If it is to say that a Robin is completely inadequate for that qualification, then a Lafitte is definitely qualified for Elt to take a trip to West Blue. Jaws, I remember you are from West Blue. Elter, who sat down again, also raised his glass and looked at Jaws, who was laughing loudly. Elt's words made Jaws confused. Why suddenly he asked where he was from. I want to go to West Blue, wants to see Jaws' hometown. Huh. Elter, who was determined, also laughed, but the people sitting around Elter were surprised. What? XN. There were countless exclamations on the deck instantly. Although everyone knows that Elt's nerves have been a little bit off, but this is too easy. I was talking about it just now, and I'm going to West Blue in the next moment. Every day, I don't know what I'm doing. Hip-hop. I just want to go to West Blue to see what Jaws' hometown is like and take a look at the outside world. Even Teach didn't understand what Elt was thinking. As for why Elt wants to go to West Blue, there is another reason. That is, he also wants to see with his own eyes the opening of the Great Pirate Era if he stays in the Whitebeard Pirate Group. It must be impossible to go. After all, the whereabouts of the Whitebeard Pirates Group is monitored by Marine almost all the time. How can such an important historical moment be missing his destiny? Several. 100. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. Nico Robin's tragic childhood. Hey, Elt, you really decided. There is nothing fun about West Blue. Jaws looked at Elt as if he was not joking. He was also on the shoulders of Elt, but although he was from West Blue, he had no hometown. He was an orphan and had no affection for West Blue at all. Goo la la la. Alty, are you going to West Blue? When everyone was dissuaded in unison, Whitebeard's arrogant laughter came, and everyone who was still in the small party gave way to their seats. In this regard, Whitebeard is also rude. There is no image at all. Sitting directly on the deck, holding up the wine in front of him, is just drinking. Hey, Daddy, that's my wine, Daddy. Don't you have wine? Riccio saw Whitebeard holding his wine bowl and drank it without a sip and shouted, Oh la la la. Daddy drinks your wine to prove that your wine is great. Whitebeard didn't care at all. After all, Whitebeard often drank the wine of his sons, and he had become accustomed to it for a long time. Father, I want to take a look at the outside world. After all, I have been in the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone will be afraid of your reputation. I want to take a look at the outside world. Maybe it's not fun outside. Will be back soon. Looking at the slightly immature Elt in front of him, the grinning Whitebeard is also full of pampering. Although there are some minor shortcomings, it is innocuous. Among so many captains, it is also among the best. It's just that the character is a little bit off. All this, Whitebeard is watching, but among his sons, Elt is still perfect. Since you want to go, then go. There is no place in this sea that the Whitebeard Pirates can't go. If you encounter a problem that can't be handled, you have to notify us. 850, Whitebeard Pirates, the regiment is always behind you. Just when Marco thought Whitebeard disagreed, Whitebeard agreed without hesitation. After all, the sea is not particularly calm now. Marine has appeared frequently in New World recently. Alty, that devil fruit just now is the present I gave you off. Marco also laughed and touched the little yellow hair on his head. He didn't expect that he had just given Elt a devil fruit, and the other party was about to go out. Yeah, Alty, I'll be back then, but I want to bring us West Blue wine. I haven't tasted West Blue wine yet. This time be careful when you go. Captain Elt. As for Tianue, whose eyes are dim at the moment, Alty also took him in his arms. After all, Tianue is now his only wife. Don't worry, I will be back soon, won't I, Hour? Seeing that his arms became more and more sexy, Alty also smiled faintly at Alty's request. Tianyushi hadn't worn the kimono long ago, and the whole person was a uniform temptation. And Elt stayed on the mobile for a few days and left New World with the Whitebeard Pirate Group's affiliated pirate group. It is also the first time that Elt has left this New World that has lived for more than 10 years. Pablik, we are all about to sail for a month. How long will it be? The man named Pablik by Elt is one of the future 43 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. He also wears a mafia-style top hat and suits and leather shoes. The weapon is stronger than a large-caliber pistol and a small grenade gun. During the war at the top, he cooperated with his companions to kill 3 pacifists. Oh, Captain, you have asked how many times Oha's fall is about to arrive. I really don't understand how people like you go back to that kind of place to study. Pablik looked at the leisurely, lazy-faced Elt on the couch. He also sighed for a while, and in his heart, Elk could kill people without blinking. Elk killed someone, Pavlik would believe it, but you said he went to Oha to read a book. How could that be possible? Hey, Pavlik, what is your expression? Don't think I don't know what you think. Captain L, do you need me to pick you up at that time? Seeing L, who didn't raise his head on the couch, Pavlik didn't care at all. Elk's character is like this. After all, everyone is very familiar with it. Captain L, the sea ahead is coming to O'Hara. Where do we stop? Just as the two were talking, a young guy from the Pavlik Pirates ran over to report, and at this moment, Oha falls on the island. A little girl with red and black pupils sat quietly in the woods, looking at the book she took in her hand. Nico Robin at the moment, but a 5-year-old girl. Ta-da-da. When little Robin heard the footsteps, he saw that the sunlight in front of him was blocked, and when he looked up, it was a woman looking at her viciously. I heard that you beat my children to cry for no reason. I hope you will not approach them in the future. Have you heard that? You are saying something. What an annoying child. The stern tone made little Robin lower his head and bury it deeper. Since his mother left her, little Robin has become a lonely person. Although he lives at his uncle's house, he lives like a servant. No friends, no hope, no affection. The woman's words deeply hurt Robin's young heart. The phrase annoying kid made Robin couldn't bear it anymore. Picked up her only friend who couldn't talk, got up and ran away. Hey, wait, I haven't finished yet. The sound coming from behind made little Robin's eyes darker and faster. Walking on the street, watching the laughter around him, little Robin was also expressionless. Everything had nothing to do with her. Mom and Dad, what shall we eat tonight? What do you want to eat? I want to eat it, but I want to eat omelet rice most. You really have a soft spot for omelet rice. Seeing the happy family of 3 walking away, Robin also stopped his numb footsteps, looking at a little girl as his own. Surrounded by parents, Robin's eyes also showed she, but then it dimmed again. There has never been a father, the only mother. When she remembered, she left her and stayed at the house of her uncle who was impersonal. Dusk. The thin little Robin in the sun pulled out a long shadow. Crack. Sorry I'm late. As the door opened, the whole room was empty, with no light and no warmth. Aunt Rogie. After managing the door of the room, Robin also saw the note on the table, which should have been left for her. To Robin, today is our daughter's birthday. Our family of 3 is having a dinner together. There is still bread at home, so you can eat whatever you like. Remember to spread less jam and wash the dishes and clean up before we go home. Take back the dried clothes, then go to the 2nd floor. Robin didn't have any resistance to Aunt Rogie's words, because he had become accustomed to it. For 3 years, since she was able to be independent, Robin began to assign her housework. It is not so much foster care as it is to earn a living by working part-time. But today is also my birthday. No one knew what she was thinking, whether it was the family of 3 I met on the street or the matter of Luoji's other mother. This lonely and fragile young heart could no longer hold on. In fact, no one knows that today is also her birthday. No one knows, no one knows. No one cares. Today is her 5th birthday. Boom, boom, boom. He embraced his knees with his hands, sat on the cold floor, and buried his head on his knees. The floor was wet with tears because of grievances. With a knock on the door, little Robin felt like he got up and wiped away his tears, not wanting Aunt Rogie to see it, because in that case, he would be scolded. This is a lesson learned from repeated calls. Crack. When the wooden door opened, by the light of the moon, little Robin discovered that the person standing at the door was not the family of Aunt Rogie she was familiar with. On the contrary, it was a man who had never seen him before. The vigilance of strangers made little Robin take a step back. She saw the 2 swords and a man in front of him, exuding a terrifying deterrent. The man at the door was naturally Elter. Excuse me, are you? But Robin, who was born with great courage, couldn't help but look up at this gentle-looking man. Now he was looking at himself with a smile on his face. A red and black shirt, a dark red cloak, a gentleman hat with unknown feathers, and 2 gorgeous and expensive sabers slung around his waist. Robin can even print his own ugly duckling figure backwards from his emerald green pupils. Me. Elter also pointed his finger at himself, and then looked at Robin tenderly. Today is the first time I have come to this island. Can I borrow here for 1 night? But there is a hotel in the small town. This is my aunt's house. Robin still shook her head. She didn't want to cause Aunt Rogie to get angry when she came back because she agreed to this kind-looking man. It's okay, I will pay. If I don't agree, I'm leaving, okay? Okay. Then you come in. Taking the initiative to get out of the way, Robin is also the first time he has seen a stranger come here. From the fabric on Elt's body, it can be seen that this person is not the kind of civilian at all, no matter in terms of temperament or dress. Here you are, this is tea. Aunt Luoji's family is having dinner outside and will be back soon. Little Robin also held a cup of green tea in both hands and handed it to Alt. Yeah, then why didn't you go? Alt is also the tea in the hands of an interested breed, looking at the long hair wearing a dress and a shawl, but he is very young Robin Zero. Because that was my sister's birthday. Ert, who paid attention to Robin, also discovered the gloom in his eyes when Robin was speaking and his yearning for a better life. What's that name? Nico Robin, how about you? Marshal D. Alter, remember not to report my name casually. It will cause you trouble, you know? Looking at the calm man in front of him, Robin also nodded. By the way, little Robin, when is your birthday? Eld also asked very spiritually. Of course he knew when it was. After all, he knew everything in the house just now. My birthday, it's today. All the grievances rushed to my heart instantly. For the first time, someone asked when her birthday was. Although he was just a stranger, he was just someone I just met. The grievances in the eyes made Robin keep lowering her head, and the teardrops in her eyes kept spinning, and she resisted the tears from falling. She was afraid that Elt would discover her grievance. Suddenly, Robin felt a pair of warm hands on his head touching his head. Why are you crying, Robin? Today is your birthday? It shouldn't be happy. Besides, you also have birthday gifts. Elt's gentle voice came, causing little Robin, who had been endless grievances, to slowly raise his head. A hint of hope flashed in his eyes. Feeling the warm big hands above his head, looking at the smiling man at this moment. Yes, today is my birthday. I should be happy. Although there were still tears in his eyes, little Robin raised his head and showed a smile. Then, this is a gift for you. Robin. Elt took out an exquisite little box from his arms and brought it to Robin. This was the one that Elt picked up on the street when he landed on the island. As for giving money, he is the kind of person who can give money. Just to look at him, the boss feels like he is going to die. This is for me, Alti. Looking at the exquisite gift box in front of him, little Robin couldn't believe it was for her. This was the first time someone gave her a birthday and gave her a birthday present since she can remember. Seeing Al's characteristic head, Robin happily took the gift box. When opened, it was a beautiful bracelet inlaid with gold and various jewels with Nico Robin engraved on it. But in Robin's eyes, this is her most important birthday gift, not gold or jewelry at all. Robin was in a huge surprise that it was the first time that Robin was here. Why was there such a thing as a birthday gift? He clearly didn't know her. And why was her name engraved on his hand? Crack. Just when Robin started trying to load her first birthday present in her life, the door was opened. I saw the plump Aunt Rogi's family of 3 standing at the door, and Robin immediately put the bracelet away when he heard the door opening. Hey, who are you? Why are you in our house? And Robin, you are a fool. Aunt Rogi, who was full of consternation, became extremely angry in an instant, and she yelled at Elt and Robin. No, Luo. Shut up. Robin wanted to explain before he finished speaking. He was drunk by Aunt Rogi. Hey, I'm just a borrower. I will talk like this next time, but bad things will happen. Elt, whose eyes flashed with red light, instantly made Aunt Luoji, who was still yelling at him. Xia stopped. The next moment, he saw a purse thrown over. Wow. Grumbling. Gold coins with dazzling golden light kept rolling on the floor. Okay, my lord. Aunt Luoji, who was originally angrily, now has a lot of makeup on her face like a blooming chrysanthemum, which is disgusting. The attitude towards Elt has changed 360 degrees, but Robin is still vicious. Hurry up and clean up the room for this adult, Robin. No need, just let Robin take me there. But, my lord. Elt ignored the stunned Aunt Rogi's family behind him, walked beside Robin, smiled slightly, and touched the stupefied little Robin's hair. Robin, take me to your room. But, Elt, my room. Robin couldn't speak. She didn't have a room. She always slept on the second floor deck. Well, take me over. It's all right. Is it because you don't want it? No reluctance, Alti. In the end, under the leadership of Robin and the gaze of Aunt Rogi's family, Elt walked up to the second floor, an attic with only one skylight through which the sky could be seen.